Due to an unforeseen incident, Lin Shu found himself transported to the world of Naruto, where he became a student at the Ninja Academy. Unfortunately, he was a talentless underachiever, on the verge of being expelled from school, losing his financial aid, and facing a life of wandering the streets. His classmates, a group of delinquents, openly threatened to beat him into a pulp. Yet, at a critical moment, Lin Shu unexpectedly awakened the formidable thousand-year kill system. Once he successfully executed this technique on a target, he could absorb their chakra, ninjutsu, bloodline limits, innate talents, and other extraordinary abilities. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. In a hidden leaf village at the Ninja Academy, the warm sunlight streamed into the classroom. A kindly-faced, scarred teacher tapped on the blackboard and announced, "All right, today's lesson concludes here. Everyone, please line up as previously arranged and head to the schoolyard to prepare for our graduation assessment." However, this year's graduation examination will differ from previous ones. It will be conducted through practical combat. Our goal is to identify the strongest among this cohort. Naturally, our rewards are substantial. The champion will receive a complete set of brand new kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools, as well as vouchers for an all-you-can-eat barbecue meal. I hope everyone excels and showcases their full potential. Understood, Iruka-sensei. The students in the classroom erupted into excited chatter, rising from their seats in groups to head outside, eagerly discussing the upcoming assessment. Meanwhile, a black-haired boy sitting in the back corner of the room stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, utterly bewildered. An unbelievable reality dawned upon Lin Shu. He had inexplicably crossed over. The cause? He had encountered a stroke of great fortune. In a physical sense, a rather heavy one. Is this truly akin to the novels? Is a dump truck a prerequisite for crossing over? Is smashing onto concrete the sole path to another world? And I even bumped into Iruka? This is the world of Naruto. Lin Shu reflected on the harrowing scene preceding his transition, feeling a lingering sense of dread. He had no choice but to accept his new identity. However, as he noticed the dwindling number of classmates, he could no longer afford to sit idly. He stood up, preparing to join the others outside, lest he reveal himself and attract attention. Lin Shu certainly did not wish to be captured and dissected immediately after his arrival. Given that he had been granted a second chance at life, he yearned for a different existence. He vowed not to fall into the same monotonous routine as in his past life, toiling endlessly for meager rewards. With his deep understanding of the Naruto storyline acquired over a decade, he was confident he could thrive in this new world. Imagining himself dispatching foes with ease, Lin Shu wore a smile as he envisioned a future of glory. Just as he was lost in his daydreams, a boy with bright yellow hair and faint whisker-like markings turned to him, grinning broadly. "Hey, Lin Shu, how's your exam preparation coming along? Have you mastered the shadow, clone, jutsu yet? Let's show those who underestimate us what we're made of." He. Lin Shu gazed at the sun-kissed face of the cheerful Naruto, the most popular character of the series, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. As a longtime fan of Naruto, the prospect of encountering beloved characters and even fighting alongside them was exhilarating. Yet before Lin Shu could respond, a flood of vivid and unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. He realized that his original self had lost both parents at a young age, much like Naruto, and had been taken in by the third Hokage, raised in a similar fashion. Enduring a life of scarcity was one thing, but during his time at the Ninja Academy, his chakra was lamentably sparse, preventing him from mastering even a single ninjutsu. He had perpetually occupied the last place in the academy, much to Iruka's dismay, a perennial underachiever. Throughout his time at school, he had been bullied and ridiculed, with scarcely a friend to be found. Perhaps due to their similar backgrounds, only Naruto had been willing to converse with him to make matters worse. If he failed the academy's examination yet again, he would lose even the meager financial support provided by the third Hokage. Consequently, this 10-year-old child would be expelled from school and forced to work odd jobs to survive. Such a painful reality shattered Lin Shu's earlier dreams. He had hoped to cross into a world he was familiar with, to achieve greatness and live a fulfilling life, but now faced the grim prospect of yet another mundane existence. Would he have to shoulder decades of debt and live a life of ceaseless toil? What was the purpose of this crossing over? No, he needed to think of a solution quickly. Lin Shu lowered his gaze, searching his new body for any sign of a small green bottle, a black ring, or anything that might offer assistance. He then tapped his head, mentally invoking System, Golden Finger, and Whitebeard Grandpa, but received no response. Another painful truth confronted Lin Shu. He had crossed over, but it seemed he lacked any system or golden finger. Not a trace. Was this a cruel joke? Hey, stop dawdling. We should get going. If we're late for the exam, Iruka Sensei will scold us. With a radiant smile, Naruto eagerly grabbed Lin Shu's arm and pulled him outside. Upon reaching the schoolyard, they found their classmates already assembled in groups of 4. Naruto took his place, while Lin Shu, following his memories, approached the only group still missing a member and stood there. The other 3 members of this group were a mix of one stout, one thin, and one short individual. One was named Yamashita Lu, another Yamazaki R.A., and the last Yamashita Den. Reportedly, they were all somewhat related. These 3 had bullied Lin Shu mercilessly in the past due to his poor grades and family circumstances. Their taunts and insults had been relentless. As Lin Shu approached, the trio surveyed him with disdain, their faces contorted with derision. Hey, Lin Shu, you actually had the audacity to show up for the exam? You can't even learn a single ninjutsu, don't embarrass yourself. Ha ha ha. And you came with that monster Naruto? It's no wonder that the friend of an underachiever is also an underachiever. You 2 won in last place, the other second to last seem quite fitting. If it weren't for you propping him up, Naruto would be the last. Your friendship is truly useful. Ha ha ha. The tallest and stoutest of the trio, Yamashita, brandished a new kunai, wearing a menacing expression as he issued his ultimatum. Hey loser, just leave already. Don't dirty my hands. Tell Iruka Sensei you're withdrawing from the exam. Otherwise, when it comes time to spar, I won't hold back. Last time, I gave you a black eye. This time, I'm going to turn your whole head into a mess. I'll make you look like a pig's head. Ha ha. The other 2 chimed in with raucous laughter, their gazes toward Lin Shu growing increasingly arrogant, as though they were certain of his impending defeat. Nearby groups overheard Yamashita's taunts, yet they responded with indifference, showing no inclination to defend Lin Shu. Some even began to speculate how long Lin Shu would last against his opponents, with one suggesting he might endure a single punch, while another jokingly remarked that perhaps he would last 2 punches this time. Their laughter echoed, and they were convinced Lin Shu was destined for yet another beating. As Lin Shu listened to the mockery surrounding him, the corners of his eyes subtly lifted, that he surveyed the area, silently noting all the sarcastic individuals around him. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend the reality of his current situation. Indeed, he was inept. The chakra within him was pitifully scarce, and he had yet to master even a single ninjutsu technique. However, a person's spirit is akin to a tree's resilience even if he lacked any ninjutsu. Lin Shu resolved not to continue enduring in silence. After the competition, he would not hesitate to retaliate against those who had belittled him. He could hardly believe that mere background characters, whose names had never graced the pages of Naruto, would take such delight in their superiority. He would find a way to repay every slight he had endured. As he stood on the mountain, he saw Lin Shu's defiance and began to make faces, shaking his head and tauntingly saying, "Oh, are you upset? Don't tell me you're about to cry. If it gets too tough, perhaps you should seek out Iruka Sensei. He'll comfort you. Ha 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 ha, exactly." He's still not convinced? Just wait until we beat him into submission. A waste is always a waste. It's no wonder his parents perished on the battlefield. A family that could produce such a worthless child must not have fared much better themselves. Truly a family of failures. H8 that moment. Iruka Sensei approached. Silence. Quiet down. The exam is about to begin. After halting the students' laughter, he cast a glance at Lin Shu and sighed softly. He was aware of everything occurring here, yet the Ninja Academy emphasized individual strength. With Lin Shu being perpetually at the bottom, there was little he could do to assist him. Nevertheless, Iruka Sensei approached Lin Shu, gently bent down, and patted his shoulder, whispering, "Perhaps you should withdraw from this exam. Your opponents are quite formidable. Once the competition begins, I cannot intervene too much, and you may end up getting hurt." Lin Shu met Iruka Sensei's gaze, then took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. It was still the same sentiment. He may indeed struggle against his opponents, but if he were to lose the courage to fight back against bullying, resigning himself to a life of submission, would he not simply repeat the mistakes of his previous existence? In this new life, when confronted with adversity and injustice, he must possess unwavering courage and resilience. This was the path he intended to tread. What? Unable to confront them, then he would strike from behind. He had an array of tactics at his disposal. from bags and clubs to bricks and cunning strikes. Moreover, everyone possesses two shoulders to bear a single head. Who among them should be feared? Just as Lin Shu slowly parted his lips to make a life-altering decision, a sudden hum resonated in his mind, as a strange yet cheerful mechanical voice unexpectedly echoed. Due to an unforeseen accident, Lin Shu found himself transported to the world of Naruto, where he became a student at the Ninja Academy. Regrettably, he was a talentless underachiever, perpetually ranked at the bottom of his class and facing expulsion, thereby losing his scholarship and risking a life of homelessness. A class bully even threatened to beat him into a pulp. However, at a critical juncture, Lin Shu suddenly awakened the most formidable thousand-year kill system. By successfully executing this technique on a target, he could acquire an array of extraordinary abilities, including chakra, ninjutsu, bloodline limits, and innate talents. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. In Konoha Village at the Ninja Academy, the bright sunlight streamed into the classroom. At the podium, a kindly-faced teacher with a scar rapped on the blackboard and announced, "All right, today's lesson concludes here. Everyone, please line up as previously arranged and head to the schoolyard to prepare for our graduation assessment. However, this year's examination will be different from the past. It will be executed through practical combat, and we aim to identify the strongest amongst you. Of course, our awards are quite generous. The champion will receive a complete set of new kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools, along with vouchers for a group barbecue buffet. I hope everyone performs exceptionally well and showcases your full potential." Understood, Iruka-sensei. The students erupted from their seats, chattering excitedly as they made their way outside, their voices filled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety regarding the forthcoming assessment. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, seated in the last row of the classroom, gazed blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Utterly bewildered, an unbelievable reality confronted him. He had inexplicably crossed over into a different world. The cause? A stroke of good fortune in the physical Shinshan encounter with a heavy vehicle. Is this truly like something out of a novel? Is a dump truck a prerequisite for crossing over? Is shattering on concrete the sole path to another world? And did I really just meet Iruka? This is the Naruto universe. Lin Shu reflected on the harrowing scene before his transition, his heart racing with trepidation. He had no choice but to accept his new identity. However, as he observed the diminishing number of classmates, he realized he could not afford to remain idle. He rose and prepared to join the others, lest he draw attention to himself. Lin Shu was determined not to be captured and dissected so soon after his arrival. Having crossed over, he yearned for a fresh start and a new way of life. He resolved not to languish in mediocrity as he had in his previous life, burdened by the grind of existence. With his 10 years of devoted fandom for Naruto, he believed he could thrive in this world. Picture him dispatching foes with a single punch, or kick. What a blissful prospect. Just as Lin Shu wore a smile, envisioning a future filled with glory, a boy with tousled yellow hair and faint whisker-like markings turned to him with a cheerful grin. "Hey Lin Shu, how's your exam preparation going? Have you mastered the shadow clone technique yet? Let's show those who underestimate us what we're made of." Seeing the bright, sunny demeanor of Naruto, the most popular character in the series, filled Lin Shu with joy. As a longtime fan of Naruto, the opportunity to converse and eventually fight alongside a beloved character was exhilarating. Yet before Lin Shu could respond, a flood of vivid and unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. That he learned that his original self had lost his parents at a young age and had been raised similarly to Naruto by the third Hokage. Enduring a life of scarcity, he had struggled to learn any ninjutsu at the academy, perpetually ranked last, and causing Iruka-sensei considerable frustration. Throughout his time at the school, he had been bullied and ridiculed, with hardly a friend to speak of. Perhaps due to their similar backgrounds, only Naruto had ever reached out to him. The grim reality dawned on him. If he failed the upcoming exam, he would lose even the meager financial support provided by the third Hokage, forcing him out of the academy and into the workforce. The pain of this sudden realization shattered Lin Shu's earlier fantasies. Originally, he had hoped to find happiness and fame in the familiar world of Naruto, but now he faced a dire beginning, potentially repeating the life of a laborer from a young age, burdened by debts and endless toil. This crossing over must have some significance. Lin Shu thought desperately. He began to search his new body for any remnants of items like green potions or black rings. Finding nothing, he tapped his head, silently pleading for a system or a golden finger. But to no avail, Another disheartening truth presented itself. He had crossed over, yet apparently lacked any system or extraordinary abilities. Hey, stop dawdling. We need to go. If we're late for the exam, Iruka Sensei will scold us. Naruto exclaimed, beaming as he tugged Lin Shu's arm, leading him out of the classroom. Upon reaching the schoolyard, they found the other students already grouped in fours. Naruto took his designated position, while Lin Shu, guided by his memories, approached the only group with an open slot. The other three members of the group, a stout one, a slim one, and a short one, were named Masha, Yamamoto, and Yamashita, respectively, and were said to be related in some way. They had bullied Lin Shu relentlessly due to his poor academic performance and family background, subjecting him to ridicule and scorn. As Lin Shu approached, the trio eyed him with disdain and immediately began to mock him. Hey, Lin Shu, you really have a nerve to show up for the exam? You can't even learn a single ninjutsu. Just stay out of sight and save yourself the embarrassment. Ha ha ha. And you're here with Naruto, that freak? It's fitting that two bottom dwellers are friends. If it weren't for you, Naruto would be dead last. You're quite useful. After all, the tallest and heaviest of the trio, Yamashita, brandished a new kunai menacingly and delivered his ultimatum. Hey, loser, get lost already. Don't dirty my hands. Tell Iruka Sensei you've given up on the exam. Otherwise, I won't hold back this time. Last time I left your left eye swollen. This time, they'll turn your entire head into a pig's head. Ha ha ha. The other two joined in, laughing mockingly as they eyed Lin Shu with growing arrogance, as if they had already sealed his fate. Surrounding groups overheard Yamashita's taunts, yet showed indifference, offering no support to Lin Shu. Some even began to speculate how long he would last in a match against the others, with predictions ranging from a single punch to a hopeful two, given Lin Shu's history of taking hits. Their laughter echoed, certain that Lin Shu was destined to suffer another beating. Listening to the derisive laughter surrounding him, Lin Shu subtly raised the corners of his eyes, surveying the area and quietly committing the names of all the mocking individuals to memory. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend his current predicament. Indeed, the original body he inhabited was utterly inept, with a woefully meager chakra supply and not a single jutsu mastered. Yet a person lives for their spirit, and a tree stands for its bark. Even without the mastery of a single jutsu, Lin Shu resolved not to endure any longer. Once the competition concluded, with the intent of retaliating against those who had so brazenly ridiculed him, refused to believe that a few nameless passers-by, who had not even made an appearance in Naruto, Shippuden, had any cause for pride. He would find a way to repay the torment he had endured. As he observed the sneering expressions of the onlookers, the mountain and river seemed to revel in his discomfort, making faces as they swayed their heads mockingly. Oh, are you angry? Don't tell me you're about to cry. If it becomes too much, go find Iruka Sensei. He'll comfort you. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. Still not convinced? Just wait until he gets beaten into submission. A useless person will always remain useless. No wonder his parents perished on the battlefield, giving birth to such a worthless child. They must have been equally inadequate. Truly a family of failures. Ha ha. At that moment, Iruka Sensei approached. Silence. No more ruckus. The exam is about to commence. After silencing the laughter of the surrounding students, he cast a glance at Lin Shu and let out a gentle sigh. He was aware of all that transpired here, yet the Ninja Academy placed significant emphasis on personal strength. With Lin Shu consistently trailing behind, there was little help he could offer. Nevertheless, Iruka Sensei moved closer to Lin Shu, gently bending down to pat him on the shoulder, speaking softly. Perhaps you should consider withdrawing from this exam. Your opponents are quite formidable, and once the confrontations begin, I won't be able to intervene much. You might end up getting hurt. Lin Shu met Iruka Sensei's gaze, inhaled deeply, and clenched his fists. The reality remained might indeed struggle against his opponents. Yet if he allowed himself to be bullied to the point of losing the courage to strike back, he would merely repeat the cycle of his past life, that in this new life, confronted with adversity and injustice, he must embody unwavering courage and resilience. This is the path he intends to pursue. What? Unable to confront them heathen? Then he would strike from behind. He possessed an arsenal of tactic sacks, blunt instruments, and even bricks to deliver low blows. Moreover, everyone has two shoulders to bear, one head who truly fears whom. Just as Lin Shu began to part his lips, ready to make a life-faltering decision, a sudden buzz resonated in his mind, as a strange yet buoyant mechanical voice echoed. Unexpectedly. Chapter 2. The Supreme Millennium Killing System. The system has detected the host's brainwaves and is currently activating, randomly generating unique abilities. Data loading in progress. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Supreme Millennium Killing System. Special note: this system requires the host to execute the Millennium Killing technique on a target. Upon successfully hitting the target, the host will permanently acquire a complete copy of any ability from the target, including but not limited to chakra, ninjutsu, bloodline limits, and personal talents. Wishing the host good fortune in this new world. As this mechanical voice faded, Lin Shu's mind was suddenly filled with new activity. A translucent, holographic-like projection appeared, detailing his current information and status. Aside from the fixed details of his name and age, the most crucial piece of information revealed that his number of learned ninjutsu was 0. Moreover, his total chakra amounted to a mere 10 points. 10 points. According to the system's classification, to become a competent genin, one must have at least 100 points of chakra. But now, during the graduation exam, Lin Shu's chakra was only 1/10 of that requirement? What a farce. Is this the worth of being at the bottom of the ninja school for eternity? Goodness. What a disastrous start. Thankfully, he awakened the system in time. There was still hope. Teacher Irika noticed Lin Shu's distraction and patiently asked, Lin Shu, what is the matter? Are you listening to me? Snapping back to reality, Lin Shu was about to respond when 3 of his so-called rivals began to mock him. Teacher Irika, there's no need to waste time on Lin Shu. What value does the perennial bottom tier hold? He is about to be expelled anyway, left to fend for himself. The trio continued their taunts. Indeed, teacher, a person like him is unnecessary. As ninjas, we must protect the village and everyone in it. What use is someone who only drags us down? Irika furrowed his brow, ready to refute them. As a teacher at the ninja school, he could not tolerate such blatant bullying. Just then, to everyone's surprise, the typically timid and quiet Lin Shu stood up, disdainfully surveying the 3, and retorted, I'm not afraid of you 3. Do you think you can intimidate me? What are you staring at? You all gather together to mock me like a bunch of cowards. Let me tell you, after this period of practice, I've mastered a super ninjutsu even stronger than forbidden techniques. Once I unleash it, the heavens will tremble, the earth will quake, and rivers will run red with blood. I'll knock you all down in an instant, making you cry for mercy. How is that for a wake-up call? Irika sighed, shaking his head. Lin Shu, are you seriously boasting without any basis? You haven't even mastered the shadow clone technique or the substitution technique. How can you claim to know a technique like that? With your meager chakra, can you even unleash it? The trio was taken aback, then burst into laughter, their harsh words flowing without restraint. Listen to this perennial bottom tier. Super ninjutsu? And he wants to fight us? This is too funny. Since you want a battle, we'll gladly oblige. But don't come crying afterward. Lin Shu, who had previously endured their ridicule, was now met with a flurry of derision. What? You think you can win? You haven't learned a single ninjutsu. You dare challenge us? With your lack of talent, you're nothing but a waste. As news of this confrontation spread, it captured the attention of all nearby. However, as the trio had stated, no one held any hope for Lin Shu. None believed he could win even a single match, much less pass the assessment. Oh, who do we think it was? Of course, it's Lin Shu. He could never win. Those who had previously stood by as Lin Shu was bullied, even joining in the schoolyard violence, began to murmur their disdain. The trio is quite strong, ranked in the upper tier of the class. They could trade blows with Sasuke a dozen times. Lin Shu is just playing the pity card before teacher Irika to pass. At that moment, Naruto, who had been listening from a distance, bravely stepped forward to support Lin Shu. Hey, you bullies. Is ganging up on someone all you can do? Fight me instead. Lin Shu, don't listen to them. Give it your all. I believe in you. After all, I'm going to be the next Hokage. Naruto, with one hand on his hip and the other giving Lin Shu a thumbs up, wore his usual bright smile, even exuding a hint of silliness. Encouraged by Naruto, Lin Shu returned the gesture with a thumbs up of his own. Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino, classmates of Lin Shu, did not even glance in their direction. Niji, Shino, Kiba, and Choji noticed and offered friendly smiles. Though they hadn't spoken much to Lin Shu, they had never stooped to bullying him and disapproved of those who did. Hinata, however, blushed as she watched Naruto, her heart racing with worry, fearing he might clash with others and get hurt. The interaction between Naruto and Lin Shu attracted even more ridicule from their peers. This is hilarious. The last 2 in the class are teaming up? 2 who are about to be eliminated? Perhaps this is the solidarity of fools. They speculated that if Lin Shu indeed became powerful, Naruto would find himself at the bottom. Thus, they felt compelled to encourage Lin Shu, all while secretly hoping for him to take a beating. Irika's patience wore thin as these negative comments flooded in, and he finally snapped. "What are you all talking about?" His gaze was stern as he scanned the room. "The first rule of being a ninja is to never bully the weak. You must have a brave and kind heart to be a qualified ninja. Not look down on your comrades. Everyone, be quiet, or you will leave the examination area immediately." Seeing Irika's anger, the students promptly fell silent, awaiting the exam's commencement. However, their disdainful glances towards Naruto and Lin Shu remained palpable. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Irika announced the rules for the assessment with authority, emphasizing that no heavy or lethal force should be used, and any deliberate harm towards classmates would result in disqualification. Now, let the groups draw lots. The examination officially begins. Chapter 3. The stakes. Once the announcements were made, Irika gently patted Lin Shu's shoulder and encouraged, "Perhaps your talents are not exceptional, but you possess a courageous heart. Lin Shu, give it your all. Even if you lose the match, striving to do your best is a success in itself. In the future, you may still have a chance. Do not give up." Lin Shu nodded and then watched as Irika-sensei departed. The three individuals from the mountains, within and beneath the hills, said little more. However, they had already made a pact. When the time came for the draw, whoever faced Lin Shu would undoubtedly exert their utmost effort to render his visage akin to that of a pig's head, particularly the tallest and most robust among them, who brandished a pristine kunai, provocatively raised an eyebrow at Lin Shu, exuding unmistakable threats. Could Lin Shu endure this? With a golden opportunity in hand, how could he possibly continue to swallow his pride? Thus, he immediately activated his unique talent, verbal jabs. "What are you doing with that kunai, posing like a fool? With a face so hideous, how can you dare to show yourself? Have you no fear of terrifying others? If your visage were plastered on the gates of our Leaf Village, even ninjas from rival villages would hesitate to enter. Do you know why? Because they would weep at your ugliness." As he spoke, Lin Shu provocatively patted his own face, feigning disgust. To be fair, although Lin Shu was at a strength disadvantage compared to the others, his appearance was undeniably superior, eclipsing these three in every aspect. Furthermore, given their youth and immaturity, Lin Shu's taunts rendered them flushed and breathless, unable to retort, their gazes towards him growing increasingly hostile. It was evident how fierce their retaliation would be. Yet, all of this was within Lin Shu's calculations. In terms of overall capability and actual combat prowess, he was acutely aware that he would not be a match for any of the three. The words he had just uttered served a dual purpose: to vent his frustration and to deliberately provoke them, leveraging their rage and underestimation to exploit their weaknesses. In due course, he planned to employ his strategies to secure victory, utilizing the 1,000 years of pain technique to extract more chakra and ninjutsu from them, thereby enhancing his own strength. Lin Shu was uncertain of the precise capabilities of the three before him, but their combined chakra would surely exceed 100, and they would undoubtedly possess techniques like the substitution and shadow clone jutsu. If he could defeat just two from this group, he would emerge victorious, significantly augmenting his power. Thereafter, he could thrive on the battlefield, growing stronger with each encounter. At that point, not only would passing the assessment be within reach, but achieving first place in this very evaluation was also a possibility. With such a first-place finish, he would earn greater financial support from the third Hokage, freeing him from the burden of subsisting on expired food and instant noodles as he had in his memories. Most importantly, attaining first place would guarantee him some attention from the third Hokage, allowing him to meet the man with his abilities. If he could merely elicit a reaction from the elder, unimaginable benefits would follow. Although the third Hokage was aged, his strength was formidable, a true shadow-level ninja. His prowess placed him among the elite within that rank, possessing vast reserves of chakra, numerous powerful jutsu, mastery over 5 nature transformations, and exceptional summoning and forbidden techniques. Just contemplating this made Lin Shu's mouth water with anticipation. No, he must secure first place and meet the third Hokage, ensuring he could poke at him several times. Such a promising target must not be squandered. By facilitating substantial advancements and improvements for the village's new generation, the esteemed third Hokage would surely not refuse, would he? Just as Lin Shu fantasized about the ninjutsu abilities he could pilfer from the third Hokage, Irika-sensei's voice rang out. "All right, the next group. Please come forward to draw lots and prepare for the match. Lin Shu snapped back to reality, approached the small box before Irika, drew a lot, and opened it to reveal the number 1. Meanwhile, the trio from the mountains had also completed their draws and confirmed their numbers with one another. The tallest among them waved a slip of paper bearing the same number 1, a repugnant and menacing grin spreading across his face. Lin Shu's opponent was him. This was an unprecedented opportunity for revenge. Hee. Lin Shu, give it your all. Your classmates are watching. You must put in your utmost effort. I'm quite excited too. Haha. Excited? You think you need me to exert myself to defeat you? Lin Shu retorted. How about we make a wager? I bet I'll win effortlessly. Do you dare? The stakes are this, Kanai. If I lose, you can ask me to do one thing for you. What do you say? Lin Shu continued to bait the tallest one. All right, let's gamble. Who's afraid? The taller one replied with an arrogant sneer. To him, Lin Shu appeared utterly foolish, presenting himself as an easy target to bully without fear of reprimand from their teacher. Hee, since you're itching for a fight, I'll gladly oblige, Lin Shu. Don't cry when you lose. The others from the mountains chimed in, whistling in delight, eager to witness the spectacle unfold. At that moment, most of the other ninjas in the class looked on with either anticipation or pity, as Lin Shu was known as the perennial underachiever, and no one believed he could prevail. In fact, if not for Irika-sensei's presence, the majority would have already turned hostile. Lin Shu, you must give it your all, Naruto shouted, his voice ringing out. Don't give up. I believe in you. Lin Shu turned and gave a thumbs up. However, this action only drew more eye rolls. To the others, what good was encouragement from someone deemed incapable of winning? As ninjas, a lack of strength was a fundamental flaw. Sakura punched Naruto on the back, scolding him, "Cut it out, Naruto. Why are you making such a fuss? Be quiet." Naruto laughed sheepishly, scratching his head while continuing to cheer for Lin Shu. Meanwhile, the prodigious ninja, Sasuke, merely closed his eyes, choosing to meditate, uninterested in such lowly battles. At the same time, perched on the edge of a large tree near the ninja school's playground, a masked ninja fidgeted with a pencil, muttering in frustration, "I shouldn't have taken this mission. It's exasperating. A bunch of little brats with so much chatter. Let us just get on with the fighting. Enough dilly-dallying. I want to finish this task and get back to resting." Chapter 4. A successful surprise attack. This ninja was a member of the Umbu route, dispatched under Danzo's orders to observe discreetly. The goal was to identify talented ninjas, establishing early contact to recruit them into route for the village's benefit. This ninja had once been the top graduate of his own class, yet now he perceived this cohort as significantly inferior, their verbal skills far outstripping their martial prowess. What good was that? Among this class, only Sasuke was noteworthy, Shikamaru and Ino were acceptable, while the rest fell woefully short. As for Lin Shu, who had been the center of recent turmoil, the ninja glanced at him before losing all interest. With such pitiful chakra levels that he supposedly couldn't even perform jutsu, and appearing inept in physical combat, he was utterly useless. As for Lin Shu's earlier bravado, the ninja regarded it as mere posturing, a facade of bravado. As the matches were about to commence, Irika-sensei signaled for Lin Shu and the tallest one to step into the arena. The latter smirked and made faces, continuously provoking Lin Shu, confident of his victory. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, Ino, and the others who had been quietly observing discreetly averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight any longer. They anticipated that what was to come would be somewhat brutal and unpleasant. Moreover, with the wager recently established, Teacher Irika found himself powerless to intervene. With a concerned yet regretful glance at Lin Shu, he sighed silently and raised his palm. The contest began. As Irika's words faded, Yamashita, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at Lin Shu's shoulder. Although he had more vital targets, striking the shoulder was not deemed a critical hit, and Irika would not halt the match for such a reason. Yamashita was determined to seize this opportunity to teach Lin Shu a lesson, making him aware of the consequences of mocking him. "Get down. Useless." Yamashita's punch was both swift and powerful, prompting Lin Shu to feign panic and hastily retreat. He then bent down, swiftly scooping up a handful of dirt and flinging it towards Yamashita. Seeing the dirt approaching, Yamashita hastily raised his hands to shield his face, vociferously accusing Lin Shu of a sneak attack and violating the rules. However, the regulations allowed for all actions except the use of weapons or malicious intent. Thus, Irika refrained from stopping the match. Seizing the moment, Lin Shu lifted his right leg, preparing to execute a decisive kick. Yet, Yamashita reacted in time, extending his hands to catch Lin Shu's leg. Due to the considerable difference in their sizes, Lin Shu prudently withdrew his leg, maintaining a safe distance. Lin Shu, is sneak attacks and retreating all you can do? Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Dream on. Yamashita's expression turned fierce as he raised his fist once more and charged forward, this time targeting Lin Shu's face. He aimed to turn Lin Shu into a disfigured mess, putting an end to his arrogant displays of attractiveness. Kneel before me, Lin Shu. Yamashita gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into this punch. Many boys in the audience erupted in excited cheers, anticipating the sight of Lin Shu's bruised visage, while several girls averted their eyes, unable to bear the impending violence. Naruto, with a tense expression, continued to cheer for Lin Shu, while Shikamaru and others sighed silently. Teacher Irika, visibly anxious, focused intently, ready to intervene at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, one of the focal points of the crowd's attention, subtly curled his lips into a smirk. Instead of making any defensive moves or attempts to flee, he suddenly feigned surprise, glancing behind Yamashita, and exclaimed, Lord First Hokage, how have you returned? Yamashita, mid-punch, froze in confusion and excitement as he turned to look behind him, repeatedly shouting, Where's the First Hokage? I admire you. The onlookers were left in astonishment. What was happening? Yamashita, had he lost his mind? He was about to strike Lin Shu, but suddenly halted to turn around. Did he really believe such an obvious lie? However, before anyone could voice their bewilderment, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Lin Shu, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped, suddenly aligned his index and middle fingers and thrust them sharply towards Yamashita. Yamashita tensed up, his body instantly immobilized. The ensuing scream pierced the air, leaving all present in shock. Every individual present gasped, instinctively covering their behinds. Some keen-eyed students even noticed traces of blood on Lin Shu's fingers. Good heavens, Yamashita is in dire straits. Lin Shu has certainly provoked him now. It's the end for Lin Shu. A wave of silent sympathy began to rise for Lin Shu among the spectators. Yet, one could not deny that Lin Shu's counterattack was remarkably executed. Although it appeared rather unrefined, the physiological and psychological impact on his opponent was undeniable. As a perennial underdog with no mastery of ninjutsu, to inflict such damage upon his adversary was indeed a commendable feat. The root ninja, hidden at the edge of the playground, widened his eyes in disbelief. Not merely at Lin Shu's successful counter, but at the emergence of the infamous technique. Isn't that a move from one of the predecessors? Where on earth did this boy learn it? Does he have some connection to a legendary figure? The root ninja remained focused on the arena. Even teacher Irika outside the ropes nodded in approval. Although he had heard Lin Shu's deceptive words, the examination did not prohibit verbal distractions, rendering Lin Shu's actions permissible. At that moment, Lin Shu was entirely oblivious to his surroundings, as a voice and information he had long anticipated resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target. You have gained 10 points of chakra. A surge of warmth flooded Lin Shu's abdomen, filling him with more chakra than before. He could distinctly feel an enhancement in his strength. Elated by the increase of chakra within him, Lin Shu marveled internally. It truly works. Now it's time for another attack. Chapter 5. Surrender. Lin Shu disregarded the furious Yamashita, swiftly drawing his hands, preparing for another offensive. He was determined to leave Yamashita utterly defeated. However, Yamashita, a competent student who had previously engaged Sasuke in a prolonged battle, was not one to be easily vanquished. In his rage and humiliation, he quickly regained his composure from the indignity of the sneak attack, and, with a fierce roar, spun around to deliver a powerful punch aimed at Lin Shu's temple. He sought to redeem himself in front of his classmates, even if it meant facing disqualification. He wanted Lin Shu to understand the consequences of inciting his wrath. You wretched fool. This furious blow was undoubtedly the swiftest and most powerful punch Yamashita had ever thrown, and if it connected, Lin Shu would surely be gravely injured. The surrounding students gasped, while even teacher Irika began to sweat profusely, rushing to the edge of the arena, prepared to intervene. Meanwhile, he silently lamented the recklessness of these young ones, thinking, have they escalated this examination to such extremes? I will certainly reprimand them later. Just when everyone believed Lin Shu would clumsily fail to evade and be struck down, he executed a decisive maneuver. Lin Shu bent low, raising his elbow to strike fiercely at Yamashita's right knee, causing him to stumble and lean forward. Yamashita's punch, aimed at Lin Shu, went awry, narrowly missing Lin Shu's head as he fell to the ground. In that moment of confusion, Lin Shu seized the precious opportunity, hands clasped, targeting Yamashita's vulnerable spot, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. Get down. Lin Shu's hands moved like a blur, creating afterimages. Thud, thud. Congratulations, host, for hitting the target. You have gained 5 points of chakra. Congratulations, host, for hitting the target. You have acquired the ninjutsu clone technique. Congratulations, host, for hitting the target. You have gained 10 points of chakra. Congratulations, host, for hitting the target. You have acquired the ninjutsu substitution technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target. You have acquired the ninjutsu transformation technique. As the system's notifications echoed, Lin Shu felt the burgeoning power within him. An unceasing flow of chakra surged into his being. Not only that, but he had also mastered 3 new ninjutsu techniques. That was the technique of body substitution that nearly everyone in the Ninja Academy had mastered. Oh, how exhilarating. Lin Shu's relentless prodding only fueled his excitement, and with each poke, he felt increasingly empowered and, indeed, addicted. If poking others could enhance his strength, then poke he would. He would poke his way throughout the entire ninja realm. Yamashita, in excruciating pain, attempted to resist. But Lin Shu's subsequent actions were swift and unyielding. The brutality of such a raw experience left Yamashita trembling, utterly devoid of strength. At merely 11 or 12 years old, he was overwhelmed by this dual physical and psychological assault, leaving him in a state of panic. He tried to form hand seals to invoke ninjutsu for his escape, but Lin Shu's blows were too forceful, rendering his mind blank and causing him to forget the necessary seals. After a brief, futile struggle, his anguished cries echoed across the playground. No more, please. I concede. It hurts. Is there anyone to save me? Gone was the earlier bravado of Yamashita. He lay prostrate on the ground, muscles taut and back arched, tears and snot streaming down his face. The onlookers were left in shock, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. How could this be? Was this truly a technique on par with forbidden jutsu? Had Yamashita, a formidable contender, succumbed to Lin Shu, who was traditionally regarded as the perennial underdog? What a farce. To concede after a mere few pokes? Yamashita was utterly humiliated. Yet, it must be said, Yamashita's surrender proved Lin Shu's victory in this contest. Even if Lin Shu chose to forfeit any subsequent rounds, he would no longer be the perennial last-place finisher. For the classmates present, this revelation was more astonishing than Yamashita's tearful capitulation. Lin Shu was no longer the perennial underachiever. Nearby, Yamamoto and Yamashita exchanged incredulous glances, rubbing their eyes to confirm whether they were indeed witnessing reality. After all, Yamashita had always been the strongest among them, adept at the body substitution technique, and possessing a robust physique capable of delivering devastating blows. Logically, such strength should have easily overwhelmed Lin Shu. Yet here he was, reduced to tears and unable to retaliate. Was a mere poke truly that painful? However, upon noticing the bloodstains on Lin Shu's fingers, the two exchanged silent acknowledgments, realizing the severity of the situation. Clearly, the attacks inflicted upon Yamashita were not trivial. They had the power to elicit tears from him, an agony surpassing even the loss of one's parents. Chapter 6. Aiming high. Well done, Lin Shu. You've showcased your prowess. Let them see your strength. Who would dare bully you again? Naruto exclaimed, hopping with excitement and beaming with a radiant smile. Sakura, however, merely scoffed in disdain. To her, this low-level skirmish paled in comparison to any duel involving Sasuke. Moreover, it appeared utterly absurd. What kind of skilled ninja resorts to such underhanded tactics? The surrounding classmates collectively booed, expressing their discontent and disdain. They acknowledged Lin Shu's victory, but the manner of his triumph was undeniably peculiar. Who, in a duel, would resort to such blatant and crude poking? This was an utter disregard for martial ethics. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that, for the time being, no one was willing to face Lin Shu, even those who considered themselves strong. After all, one's dignity was at stake. To be publicly humiliated in such a manner would be a lifelong embarrassment. Nevertheless, despite the apparent lack of honor in this encounter, a victory remained a victory, and a defeat remained a defeat. These were indisputable facts. Therefore, Upon announcing Lin Shu as the victor, Irika-sensei hurried to intervene, restraining Lin Shu from his relentless poking. "All right, Yamashita has conceded. Lin Shu, you must cease immediately." Reluctantly, Lin Shu withdrew his fingers and stepped aside. Though he could no longer continue, the numerous encounters had provided him with considerable gains. At this moment, his personal status confirmed as much. Name: Lin Shu. Chakra: 50. Ninjutsu acquired. Body substitution technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique. Compared to the beginning of the contest, Lin Shu's personal strength had multiplied significantly. While many in the class still surpassed him, he had undoubtedly risen to a respectable level. For Lin Shu, this was a monumental advancement. This victory validated his strategy of gaining strength through combat, proving successful. With the defeat of just one more opponent, he could emerge from the group stage, advancing to the semi-finals where he would encounter even greater adversaries and, consequently, grow even stronger. Only by doing so could he hope to match the prowess of his youthful peers in Konoha. Indeed, while he might face even more formidable opponents in the future, this was undoubtedly the most effective means of rapidly enhancing his abilities. Following the narrative's progression, the next significant challenger would likely be Orochimaru, who had begun to grasp the reanimation technique. If he could find an opportunity to poke him a few times and learn that technique, wouldn't that be splendid? With such power at his disposal, he could stride confidently through the ninja world. He had to secure his place in the competition. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu solidified his new ambitions in his mind. Meanwhile, Irika-sensei had assisted the still sobbing Yamashita to his feet and summoned the students who had completed their matches, directing them to the medical ninjas. Although Yamashita's injuries were not severe, witnessing his distress tugged at Irika's heartstrings. After ensuring Yamashita was attended to, Irika approached Lin Shu with a mix of exasperation and pride. "I'm genuinely pleased with your victory, Lin Shu. It indicates significant progress on your part." However, Irika's tone shifted, and he sighed deeply. "Please be mindful of your strength. I had a glimpse of Yamashita's backside. It could accommodate an eggplant. Ahem, in any case, please exercise caution. If necessary, you may also choose to forfeit. Your upcoming opponents will only grow stronger. Winning one match is already commendable, especially since you are still unfamiliar with ninjutsu and could face considerable setbacks." Lin Shu accepted Irika's well-intentioned advice with a smile. Yet he would not entertain the notion of forfeiting. With the system at his disposal, retreating at such a critical juncture was out of the question. Indeed, the reality of facing increasingly formidable opponents loomed large. Be it Shino, Shikamaru, or the prodigious Sasuke, all were daunting adversaries. However, they were still young, mere genin, with limited ninjutsu at their disposal, presenting Lin Shu with an invaluable opportunity to capitalize on their current weaknesses. Moreover, he was acutely aware of their true capabilities. Having prepared accordingly, once the contest commenced, Lin Shu would not be entirely at a disadvantage, and he would find opportunities to strike. Particularly, he coveted Sasuke's Sharingan, which tantalized him. After all, in the current ninja world, Sharingan was nearly extinct. Lin Shu's only chance to encounter it was through Sasuke. While Sasuke could not yet wield the single tomo, having access to it was better than nothing. Such a valuable opportunity was not to be missed. Nevertheless, Lin Shu understood that Sasuke would undoubtedly advance to the finals, and to face him, he needed to continue winning. Rubbing his still sore shoulder, he picked up the kunai that Yamashita had lost to him and began to prepare for the next battle. With the system's assistance, he was determined to make his mark in the ninja world. Today's assessment was merely the beginning. He had to succeed. Chapter 7. The unforeseen defeat of your underestimated rival Lin Shu. How do you fare? Do you require a respite? If all is well, we shall commence the second round of assessments. Lin Shu nodded affirmatively, indicating his readiness. Subsequently, at Irika's signal, Lin Shu and another victorious contestant, Yamashita, ascended to the arena. Poised for the ensuing contest. All participants, exercise caution. I do not wish to witness any grievous incidents of bloodshed, understood? Now, let the second round begin. As Irika's words echoed, Yamashita swiftly raised his hands, initiating the formation of seals. Observing his technique, Lin Shu discerned the impending use of the shadow clone technique, a basic yet effective ninjutsu frequently employed by students at the Ninja Academy. It served as a practical means for reconnaissance and combat. The onlookers nodded in quiet approval as Yamashita executed his jutsu, some even audibly predicting the outcome. Unsurprisingly, The consensus was that Lin Shu would be defeated by Yamashita. The rationale was straightforward. In their previous skirmish, it was evident to all that Yamashita had been caught off guard, resulting in his unexpected defeat. Now, with Yamashita proactively employing ninjutsu and Lin Shu lacking such skills, the odds were decidedly against him. The disparity in their abilities was stark, and mere stealth could not bridge that gap. Indeed, this was Irika's primary motivation for urging Lin Shu to concede. Relying on luck would not lead to lasting success. Noticing that Yamashita refrained from recklessly charging at him for revenge, Lin Shu temporarily abandoned his stealthy tactics and began forming seals as well. Moments later, both competitors conjured identical clones behind them. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Lin Shu flawlessly manifested a clone, the reaction far surpassing their disbelief when he previously triumphed. The perennial underachiever, who had never mastered a single jutsu, had seemingly learned one in secret. What was happening? Had he always possessed this skill, merely feigning ignorance? Even Irika, who had closely monitored Lin Shu's progress, was taken aback. How could he suddenly execute a jutsu after repeated failures? Was it possible that Lin Shu had been withholding his abilities all along, disinterested in practice? Was there still an element of suspense in this match? Irika squinted, intently observing the arena. Mastering and effectively utilizing the shadow clone technique placed Lin Shu among the upper tier of students. Regardless of the outcome of this contest, Lin Shu felt a profound sense of satisfaction and contentment. "Go, Lin Shu. Defeat that guy," cheered Naruto enthusiastically from the sidelines, drawing many curious glances. Numerous spectators expressed their disdain, mocking and deriding him as per usual. "Enough, Naruto. Do you genuinely believe Lin Shu can continue his winning streak? Even if he knows one jutsu, he remains the perennial underachiever." Huh. This truly exemplifies the profound camaraderie between the last two students. Prepare for entertainment. Yamashita will undoubtedly thrash Lin Shu, and soon we shall witness him begging for mercy. Who knows who Naruto's opponent will be? I doubt these two underachievers will ever graduate. Naruto shot a glare at the disparaging group and retorted, "What? If you're dissatisfied, why not face us in battle? Or challenge Lin Shu directly?" The group, emboldened by their numbers, continued their mockery, but a single remark from Shikamaru silenced them. "You think Lin Shu is inadequate? He has defeated Yamashita. You lot wouldn't stand a chance against him either. If Lin Shu is unworthy, then what does that make you?" The group shot resentful glances at Shikamaru, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Shikamaru shrugged, crossing his arms as he focused on the match. Back in the arena, Lin Shu, with a determined thought, propelled his clone forward to engage Yamashita's clone in combat. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes and charged forward. However, just as he was about to confront Yamashita, he abruptly halted, kicking up a cloud of dust to obscure Yamashita's vision. Fearful that Lin Shu would employ the same deceptive tactics as before, Yamashita hastily retreated to evade the dust cloud. Seizing the opportunity presented by the distraction, Lin Shu dashed toward the entangled clones. As they grappled, Lin Shu clasped his hands together and thrust toward Yamashita's clone with force. Yamashita's clone grimaced before dissolving into a puff of smoke with a cry of defeat. "What? Another sneak attack?" Yamashita exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Yet, such tactics were not deemed illegal, leaving Yamashita with little recourse. He hurriedly began forming seals again, attempting to summon another clone to counter Lin Shu and his clone. However, Lin Shu was determined not to allow Yamashita any respite. As a former victim of their trio's bullying and now a challenger, Lin Shu was resolute in seizing this opportunity for revenge. Thus, he and his clone flanked Yamashita, hurling an object while shouting, "Behold my venomous shuriken. Do not flee." Yamashita, a coward at heart, could not stand his ground any longer. He turned and fled, calling out in panic, "Irika-sensei, help. Lin Shu is cheating. He is using weapons." Irika sighed, exasperated, and retorted, "Look closely. There is no venomous shuriken. It is merely a rag, a ruse to deceive you." Yamashita glanced back at the ground to find a dirty, black rag. The embarrassment of nearly crying from such a trivial object, witnessed by many classmates, twisted his expression in fury. "You scoundrel!" Yamashita roared, baring his teeth as he charged at Lin Shu, simultaneously forming seals to confront his long-standing rival head-on. As the distance closed, Yamashita's clone was nearing completion of its seals. Just as he prepared to unleash his jutsu, Lin Shu leaped forward with abandon, arms outstretched. "Damn it! You won't intimidate me." "Shadow clone technique," Yamashita bellowed, But before he could complete his incantation, a piercing sensation struck him from behind, freezing him in place. Turning in haste, he found Lin Shu's smug smile mocking him as he aimed a precise strike at his vital points. What? This is not a clone. Yamashita gasped, realizing he had been outsmarted once more. But before he could react, the Lin Shu clone lunged forward, firmly restraining Yamashita's hands to prevent him from completing the seals. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's true self, grinning triumphantly, commenced a relentless assault. Feeling overwhelmed, are we, Yamashita? Enjoying the taste of your own medicine? Prepare for a thorough thrashing. Thrust, thrust, thrust. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target and obtaining 5 points of chakra. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target and acquiring mastery over ninjutsu control and water walking. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target and gaining an additional 10 points of chakra. Under the relentless assault of Lin Shu, like a tempestuous storm, the figure on the ground could not help but succumb, crouching low and emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Chapter 8. Group First. Oh, please, stop poking. It hurts so much. I was wrong, Lin Shu. I truly apologize. I will never dare to trouble you again. The cries echoed. I feel like I'm going to split apart. Lin Shu disdainfully curled his lip. So now you realize your folly? It's too late. You didn't even address me properly. Please, Lord Lin Shu. I concede, I surrender. I beg you, do not poke me anymore. Lin Shu shrugged, his hands moving with a speed that left only afterimages, while the unfortunate soul continued to howl in agony. How come you didn't realize your mistakes when you were bullying others? Only now, when you feel pain, do you acknowledge your error? A mere apology won't suffice. It's too late. What kind of delusions do you have? Lin Shu was determined to ensure this individual learned the meaning of pain and fear, so that he would think twice before crossing paths with him again. Hey, Lin Shu, stop. You've already won this match. Teacher Irika, concerned that Lin Shu's relentless poking might cause lasting damage, hurried onto the field to declare victory. He gestured for others to assist the fallen contestant. After warning Lin Shu against using excessive force, he patted Lin Shu's shoulder with a sense of pride and encouragement. Despite the unexpected developments, Irika felt genuine joy witnessing Lin Shu's significant progress. Lin Shu had advanced remarkably and demonstrated considerable proficiency in the shadow clone technique. It was evident he was not lacking in intelligence or talent. He had merely concealed his abilities well. This implied he had even more hidden strengths, suggesting his true power exceeded what he had displayed. Though the reasons for his reticence remained a mystery, Irika found himself eagerly anticipating the future. Lin Shu, having cleaned the remnants of battle from his fingers, stood in the center of the arena, calm and composed, absorbing the attention and scrutiny of his peers. This victory in the second round had eradicated any lingering impressions of him being a perennial underachiever. No one dared to treat him with disdain or condescension anymore. With his group-first achievement, Lin Shu had proven himself. In the Ninja Academy, strength spoke volumes. He may have been considered inept in the past, but from this moment forward, Lin Shu would stride confidently forward. What brought him greater joy than the surprise and astonishment of his classmates was the enhancement he had gained from the recent battle. His total chakra had surged from 50 points to 90 points. He was now just a step away from the 100 points required to become a genin. One more victory would ensure his ascendance. Moreover, Lin Shu had acquired a new ability, water walking, a highly practical skill in chakra control and usage, akin to the lightness of a feather gliding over water. In summary, his victories in these two matches had elevated Lin Shu's prowess to a new echelon. With his current strength, he was now on par with the likes of Shino and Shikamaru. Even facing the prodigious Sasuke, Lin Shu felt bold enough to challenge him. After all, Sasuke's abilities were still developing, and his repertoire of jutsu was limited, presenting Lin Shu with a prime opportunity. Go, Lin Shu. Keep winning. When the finals arrive, I want to go easy on you. Naruto bellowed with enthusiasm, waving at Lin Shu. However, this declaration did not sit well with the surrounding classmates, who voiced their dissent. Hey, Naruto, stop boasting. You two think you can reach the finals? What a joke. Exactly. The finals must feature Sasuke. He is a genius. Indeed. Sasuke is both handsome and powerful. You can't compare. Several girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration, turned their gaze toward the quietly resting Sasuke, flocking to him once again. Naruto, visibly annoyed, shot a glance at Sasuke and proudly proclaimed, "Humph, what is Sasuke to me? Soon, I'll defeat him fair and square. Then conquer everyone to claim the championship." Ha. Cut it out. The classmates rolled their eyes, uninterested in further discourse. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had been irked for some time, clenched her fist and struck Naruto on the head, scolding, "Will you ever stop bragging? You think you can defeat Sasuke? Prove it by beating me first." "Did you hear me?" Second to last. Naruto, nursing his head, protested, "Hey, Sakura, why don't you believe in me? I'm strong. If I win first place, you'll be my girlfriend." Sakura, maintaining her stern demeanor, didn't let him finish before delivering another punch. Ino, fuming, shooed away the enamored girls surrounding Sasuke and admonished, "What are you still doing here, big forehead? Hurry up and push Naruto away. His nonsense is ruining Sasuke's rest." "What did you say?" Sakura's anger flared, leading to a verbal spat with Ino. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained aloof, uninterested in the commotion, quietly resting. He had no desire to engage with Naruto's so-called challenge. "All right, everyone. Quiet down. The matches will resume." Irika, exasperated, called for silence among the raucous students, signaling the next competitors to step forward. Lin Shu descended from the stage and, at Naruto's invitation, joined him. Naruto, with a casual familiarity, draped his arm over Lin Shu's shoulder and exclaimed, "You're amazing. The last time I saw you, you could barely do anything, and now you've secured first in your group. Keep it up. Let us both make it to the finals and show them what we've got." Making it to the finals isn't enough. I want to win the championship. Naruto paused, his mouth agape, then erupted into laughter, slapping Lin Shu on the back. Lin Shu shrugged nonchalantly. However, their loud conversation was not lost on their classmates, many of whom frowned, unimpressed. Among them, Yamanaka, who had previously been in Lin Shu's group, was the first to step forward, mocking him. Chapter 9, The Prodigy. Uchiha Sasuke Humph. You've merely learned a couple of ninjutsu, relying on a lucky sneak attack to claim first in your group. What is there to be proud of? You think you can really take first place? How ridiculous. Exactly. Sasuke should be the champion. Sakura quickly chimed in, casting a hostile glare at Lin Shu. Ino scoffed, offering no kindness to Lin Shu. The other classmates exchanged knowing smirks. Despite Lin Shu's consecutive victories and marked progress, he was still deemed incomparable to Sasuke. Being first in his group was commendable, but winning the championship was a different matter altogether. This cohort had many capable individuals aside from Sasuke. In the eyes of the majority, there could only be one champion, Sasuke, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yamanaka continued to berate Lin Shu, still bitter about his friend's defeat, seeking validation and agreement from their peers. Lin Shu cast a glance at him, perceiving him as nothing more than a buffoon. Just as he was preparing to confront the individual from the mountains, Teacher Irika approached, sternly intervening. "Enough. I understand your dissatisfaction, but a competition is a competition. Losing means just that. If you are still unconvinced, I can make an exception and allow you to face Lin Shu once more. How does that sound? As a ninja, you must engage in fair duels and courageously acknowledge your shortcomings. Accepting defeat is essential. How can you progress if you remain ensnared by past failures?" The individual from the mountains lowered his head in shame. The classmates who had harbored grievances also fell silent, refraining from making disparaging remarks during Lin Shu's previous contests. As for Lin Shu, he remained indifferent to the doubts of his peers. They were oblivious to his true capabilities, a reality he was fully aware of. They could not comprehend Sasuke's current prowess, yet Lin Shu did. In fact, he possessed a deeper understanding of these protagonists from Naruto, Shippuden than they themselves did. As a decade-long fan, he could recite the details of their skills verbatim. Young Sasuke, endowed with the Sharingan, had already mastered the fire release, great fireball technique, and his taijutsu was top tier. He could skillfully wield shuriken and kunai. However, today's assessment forbade the use of weapons, which posed a limitation for him. Lin Shu quietly contemplated the disparity in strength between the two, while rapidly formulating various strategies in his mind. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to Naruto beside him. As the rightful protagonist of Naruto, Shippuden, Lin Shu had ample knowledge of Naruto as well. Although Naruto was not currently Sasuke's match, his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki endowed him with an immense reservoir of chakra, which, albeit dormant at present, still existed. Moreover, Naruto currently bore a critical weakness, his lack of intelligence. Lin Shu was confident he could extract some advantage from him, particularly in terms of chakra, which he desperately needed to unleash more ninjutsu and seize further opportunities. Meanwhile, a highly anticipated match was about to commence. One side featured the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke, while the other was represented by a handsome student named Lin Shu, who was also somewhat renowned within the school. His affluent background had garnered him the favor of many male students. In contrast to the numerous female supporters rallying behind Sasuke, a significant number of boys chose to cheer for Lin Shu. The factions divided, with girls standing behind Sasuke and boys backing Lin Shu, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a concert. Even teacher Irika, feeling somewhat helpless, promptly announced the start of the match. Lin Shu and Naruto, meanwhile, remained spectators, entirely disinterested in the factions forming around them. Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, Hinata, and Choji also opted not to engage. Some found it tedious, others were engrossed in playing with insects. While one was preoccupied with petting a dog, another shyly eyed Naruto, and the last was solely focused on eating. Each displayed their distinctive personalities. Particularly, Lin Shu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Naruto, who remained oblivious to Hinata's adorably timid demeanor. Damn it, Hinata is so sweet and gentle. What are you doing with Sasuke? You're lucky to be the protagonist, otherwise, you'd be out of luck. Yet, despite his annoyance, Lin Shu, as a champion of pure love, would never resort to stealing love from others. He could only bide his time, hoping to help Naruto realize Hinata's affections sooner. However, that was a matter for another day. At present, Lin Shu's strength was insufficient to guarantee victory. He needed to enhance his abilities. Otherwise, facing Sasuke would yield almost no chance of success. This thought sparked an idea in Lin Shu's mind. Chapter 10. Apologies, brother, but I truly need this championship. Lin Shu draped his arm over Naruto's shoulder, playfully tugging him away while cheerfully stating, "There's no need to watch this match. Sasuke is certain to win. Naruto, come with me. I have something of great importance to discuss regarding your life." Huh? What is so urgent that it can't be said here? The match is getting intense. Naruto pouted, reluctantly following Lin Shu as they maneuvered through the crowd to a corner of the playground. What is it, Lin Shu? Hurry up. I'm eager to analyze Sasuke's abilities. Look over there, Lin Shu said, pointing towards Hinata's direction behind Naruto. Take a closer look, pay attention. What is so mysterious? Naruto grumbled, turning around just in time to lock eyes with Hinata, whose cheeks flushed a bright red, resembling persimmons hanging from branches in autumn, or falling maple leaves. Naruto chuckled foolishly, waving at her. Hinata, flustered, lowered her gaze, avoiding eye contact. Lin Shu, why did you call me over? Aya. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, he instinctively let out a scream that rivaled the earlier ones from the mountain. He turned to find his close friend launching an unexpected attack on his vulnerable spots. Lin Shu, what are you doing? Let go. Forgive me, brother, but I truly need this championship. Lin Shu sighed, firmly gripping Naruto's shoulder as he continued his relentless assault, delivering several more jabs. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the target, gaining 10 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the target, gaining 10 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully striking the target, gaining 20 chakra points. Congratulations, host, your chakra level has surpassed 130 points, officially reaching the level of a genin. Wonderful, it's done. Lin Shu silently celebrated within. Naruto seized the opportunity, clutching his rear as he darted away, fuming and questioning loudly. Hey, Lin Shu, what is your deal? Why are you ambushing me? Didn't you say you had something important? Lin Shu glanced back at Hinata, who was worryingly approaching, and rolled his eyes at Naruto once more, then retrieved a brand new kunai from his waist and tossed it towards him. I merely wanted to give you a gift. I was just playing a little prank on you. Naruto picked up the gleaming kunai from the ground, his eyes widening in amazement. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, Thank you, Lin Shu. Wow, this is a new kunai? I've wanted one for so long but couldn't afford it. Now I finally have one. Seeing Naruto's exuberant reaction, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile wryly. Just a kunai has you this excited? Didn't you have everything you needed from the Hyuga family, the daughters of the clan? One kunai was nothing compared to the grandeur of their mansion. Yet, witnessing Naruto's cheerful disposition, Lin Shu felt a pang of nostalgia. As the son of the fourth Hokage and the village's nine-tails Jinchuriki, he had grown up in such an environment without succumbing to darkness. Maintaining his kindness and integrity was something Lin Shu believed he could never achieve. Had he been treated that way from a young age, he would have likely become more extreme than Obito. Indeed, the protagonist is truly the protagonist. Ah, even men like me, akin to majestic eagles, find themselves humbled. Lin Shu remarked with a sigh, before continuing to drape an arm over Naruto's shoulder as they made their way toward the competition venue. In a bid to create opportunities for Naruto and Hinata, allowing Naruto to sense Hinata's affection sooner, Lin Shu deliberately pulled him to stand beside Hinata. At that moment, the two were less than 2 meters apart, and if either were to glance sideways, their eyes would meet. Yet, despite Lin Shu's efforts, until Sasuke emerged victorious from his match, neither Naruto nor Hinata exchanged a single word. One was carefree and boisterous, while the other was so shy that she scarcely dared to lift her head. It was exhausting. Wow, Lin Shu, your foresight is impressive. Sasuke truly won. His strength has indeed improved, but I believe I can defeat him. Naruto remained cheerful and brimming with confidence. Lin Shu nodded absently, and upon Irika-sensei's signal, he, along with Naruto and several others who had finished first in their groups, proceeded to the arena for another round of drawing lots. Upon seeing familiar faces such as Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, Lin Shu felt quite exhilarated. These individuals could significantly bolster his strength. Whether it was the insect, jutsu, shadow binding technique, or multiplication technique, they would all greatly aid Lin Shu's early-stage power enhancement. Lin Shu was eager, practically itching to begin. Meanwhile, the participants sensed an inexplicable chill, as if a formidable danger was looming over them. Shikamaru cautiously surveyed the surroundings, exchanging glances with others, but discovering nothing amiss. Am I overthinking this? After the drawing concluded, Lin Shu drew the number 2 lot. Coincidentally, he exchanged a brief glance with Sasuke, who coldly disregarded Lin Shu's presence and turned away. Sakura, Ino, and a throng of excited girls rushed over, inquiring about Sasuke's draw. Number 2. Sasuke has drawn number 2. Ino shouted enthusiastically, rushing to the arena to ask who the second number was. The crowd shook their heads, with some even patting their chests in relief, clearly not wanting to face Sasuke. Lin Shu glanced down at his own lot, raising it toward Ino. What a coincidence, it's me. Really? That's fantastic. Now Sasuke can smoothly advance to the finals. Wonderful. Ino unabashedly expressed her thoughts. Upon learning that Sasuke's opponent was Lin Shu, the other girls erupted in delighted laughter. After all, compared to the other group leaders, Lin Shu appeared to be the softest target. Meanwhile, the onlookers cast glances of pity and even schadenfreude toward Lin Shu. Believing his streak of good fortune had come to an end, Sasuke was not someone who could be defeated through mere luck or sneak attacks. He was undoubtedly the strongest in everyone's minds. Facing him, Lin Shu was destined to lose. At that moment, Yamanaka, seated below, wore a smile and began another round of sarcastic remarks. Go for it, Lin Shu. I believe in you. With your abilities, you can definitely defeat Sasuke. What is wrong with you? Stealing my lines? Naruto was taken aback, but soon joined in with loud encouragement. Go, Lin Shu. You must defeat Sasuke. See you in the finals. Their voices rang out loudly, clearly audible to everyone present. Before the boys could respond, the girls, led by Sakura and Ino, had already begun a vehement rebuttal. Chapter 11. The battle with Sasuke. You must be dreaming. Ino placed her hands on her hips. One is a last-place finisher, and the other second to last. You think you can just luck your way into the finals? Exactly. Your usual performance and skills are no match for Sasuke. Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sasuke is the strongest, the most handsome. Indeed, Sasuke is the true champion. You lot stand no chance. The girls unleashed a torrent of fierce criticism, bombarding Lin Shu, Yamanaka, and Naruto. In this regard, while Yamanaka felt a twinge of discomfort, he found it worthwhile to see Lin Shu being scolded, knowing he would soon be beaten by Sasuke. As long as Lin Shu did not forfeit out of fear, it was all worthwhile. The other boys openly displayed their disdain and contempt. Even Irika-sensei approached Lin Shu seriously, advising, the next match is between you and Sasuke. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Sasuke's strength is formidable. I am already pleased that you secured first in your group. Thank you for your concern, sensei. But I will not give up, Lin Shu declared, giving a confident smile and a thumbs up. What of Sasuke? What of genius? I will take on the genius. In this graduation assessment, I will surely achieve first place. His voice rang out loud enough for all around to hear. Given Lin Shu's previous performance, a considerable number of spectators began to waver. Could Lin Shu also be a genius? Was his prior foolishness merely a fade? Had he suddenly begun to strive and reveal his potential? Could he truly defeat Sasuke and claim first place? Irika, hearing this, patted Lin Shu on the shoulder with a look of approval. Excellent, such ambition. Even if you lose, it will be all right. Keep it up. With your current performance, you can undoubtedly graduate smoothly. There will be other opportunities. The surrounding boys and girls held their tongues out of respect for Irika, but their mocking gazes conveyed their anticipation of Lin Shu's impending failure. The roots of a tree in the corner of the playground conveyed the situation through lip reading, sighing silently. It was unfortunate to encounter such a significant target. This boy was bound to lose. How could an ordinary person stand against a member of the Uchiha clan? The first match commenced, pitting Shino against Choji. Although the latter possessed a basic understanding of the multiplication technique, he was utterly outmatched by Shino, who could command a multitude of chakra-absorbing insects from a distance, leading to Choji's defeat. Shortly thereafter, Irika raised his hand, signaling Sasuke and Lin Shu to step onto the stage. To ensure the match proceeded without incident, Irika reminded Sasuke to exercise restraint. Sasuke cast a cold glance at Lin Shu, stating, "Understood, sensei. He is not worth my full strength." The girls outside the arena, upon hearing this, swooned, cheering for Sasuke's handsomeness and urging him on, especially Sakura and Ino, who shouted loudly and enthusiastically. Lin Shu appraised Sasuke from head to toe. It must be acknowledged that as one of the protagonists and a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he was indeed quite impressive. In terms of talent, he was without equal. Logically, no one in the Ninja Academy could rival him. Yet, regrettably, standing before him today was Lin Shu, the possessor of the 1,000 years of pain system. Oh, this Sasuke sure knows how to play the part. Just wait until I make you cry. Let us see if those girls still adore you. Lin Shu smirked slightly, taking a deep breath to adjust his state of mind. Irika stood in the center of the arena, raising his right hand and bringing it down with force. The assessment begins. With Irika's command, Sasuke, already prepared, charged forward with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, his hands swiftly and skillfully formed seals, moving faster than an ordinary person by a significant margin. Sasuke was indeed formidable. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sasuke summoned his clones, which advanced toward Lin Shu from both sides. Lin Shu, undeterred, began forming his own seals. Despite his average speed, Lin Shu was able to unleash his chakra continuously, thanks to the recent surge he experienced. In terms of sheer strength, he acknowledged that he could not compete with Sasuke. However, his strategy was already set. He intended to compensate for quality with quantity, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to crush Sasuke. Of course, Lin Shu never imagined he could defeat Sasuke solely with this tactic. Everything was merely a preparation for his lethal strike. The Sharingan was of utmost importance, and he was determined to obtain it. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. Just as Sasuke and his clone charged forward, Lin Shu successfully completed his 3 ninjutsu, summoning 3 clones from behind him in an instant. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was Lin Shu insane? Did shadow clones not consume chakra, summoning so many at once? Would he simply surrender once his chakra was depleted? Naruto was equally bewildered. Wait a minute, where did you learn this? The root ninja was also taken aback. What kind of strategy was this? Charging in recklessly? If this could lead to victory, it would be a miracle. At that moment, the battle intensified as Lin Shu's clone engaged Sasuke's clone, while the other 2 hid behind Lin Shu. The moment Lin Shu began to engage Sasuke, they darted out from either side to launch their attack. In an instant, Lin Shu had surrounded Sasuke's real body with 3 clones. However, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan and Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke was a prodigy in his own right. Faced with such a dire situation, he was surprised but quickly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to the clone closest to Lin Shu, attempting to create distance. Lin Shu, I advise you to concede quickly. My next move is dangerous. I won't surrender. You can talk all you want, but you'll have to defeat me first. Lin Shu was resolute in his attack. Sasuke shattered one of Lin Shu's clones with a kick and retreated to a safe distance, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Snake, rat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Stubborn. I'll show you the true gap between us. With that, Sasuke inhaled deeply, channeling chakra throughout his body. Fire style, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno surged forth, forming a massive fireball that hurtled toward Lin Shu and his clones. Chapter 12. Unveiling strength confronted with the dual assault of Lin Shu's real body and his clones. Evasion alone would lead to disadvantage. Thus, Sasuke chose to meet Lin Shu's attack head-on with a more powerful offensive. He felt confident that if Lin Shu dared to charge, he would surely be struck by the fireball, resulting in injury and elimination. Conversely, if Sasuke dodged, Lin Shu would miss the opportunity. Victory would be within his grasp. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, everything was part of Lin Shu's plan. The great fireball successfully struck the clone that failed to evade, obliterating it into nothingness, and erupted upon hitting the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, obscuring vision. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, who had already retreated, formed hand seals once more, controlling the previous clone to charge at Sasuke from both sides again. The identical movements and expressions of both the real body and clone were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The students observing the battle began to shed their dismissive expressions, focusing intently on the fight. After all, it was their first time witnessing Sasuke unleash a high-level ninjutsu, the great fireball technique. This was a skill typically mastered only by seasoned nin, and here was Sasuke, demonstrating it with remarkable proficiency. Truly, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Even more astonishing was that Lin Shu and Sasuke's battle was not one-sided. Lin Shu had managed to evade the great fireball technique ahead of time. Did he possess the capability to counterattack? Had he seized the initiative? Was Lin Shu not merely a perpetual underachiever, but rather formidable? Was his earlier claim of being able to defeat Sasuke not mere bravado? Had he concealed his strength all along during his time at the academy? Was he finally revealing his true self today? This was utterly shocking. Even Naruto, who was most familiar with Lin Shu, was taken aback but continued to cheer enthusiastically for him. At this moment, Iriko observed and nodded in approval, recognizing Lin Shu's efforts. Sasuke remained as exceptional as ever, while Lin Shu had surprised everyone with his tactical thinking against a formidable opponent. In Irika's eyes, even if Lin Shu were to lose to Sasuke, it would not be shameful. He could still hold his head high. The progress he had made from being an eternal underachiever to this point was impressive. Meanwhile, the root ninja hidden in the trees scrutinized Lin Shu with newfound interest, hesitating to jot down his name in his notebook. Did I misjudge? This kid is surprisingly strong. Quite clever too. He would make a fine asset for the Umbu, though it's a pity he encountered someone from the Uchiha clan. In the arena, both Lin Shu and Sasuke felt immense pressure from one another. Sasuke, in particular, could hardly believe that the perennial underachiever from their class was capable of matching him at this level. He had evaded his great fireball technique and was attempting to initiate a counterattack? I am of the Uchiha clan. How could I possibly lose to you? Facing the two Lin Shus charging toward him, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. However, due to his earlier chakra depletion, he could only summon a single clone. Nevertheless, he was confident in his physical prowess. Even if he appeared outnumbered, victory was assured. Seeing Sasuke charge forward with determination, the majority of the students sighed in relief. There would be no surprises. Sasuke was certain to win. After all, he had never lost a single practical battle before. Even Irika silently sighed, preparing to intervene and rescue Lin Shu, as Sasuke was a universally acknowledged genius of the Uchiha. Yet, in the arena, Lin Shu, though his heart raced and blood surged, felt no fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. This was the scene he had envisioned as a child, engaging in battle as a ninja, employing ninjutsu against an adversary. It was exhilarating. He had to defeat Sasuke. Otherwise, he would fall behind, and this was an opportune moment to strike while their abilities were still closely matched. Lin Shu was also aware that Sasuke's chakra was running low, and he intended to engage in a battle of attrition. He had more chakra than Sasuke and could perform the shadow clone technique multiple times, while Sasuke could not. This was his advantage. The two, accompanied by their clones, soon became entangled in combat. However, it must be noted that Sasuke was indeed a prodigy. Even in brief exchanges, Lin Shu sensed the disparity in their abilities. Sasuke, seemingly frail, possessed immense strength. His strikes were heavy and painful, and Lin Shu found himself retreating rapidly. Wow, this body truly is the perennial underachiever. My physical skills are lacking. He could not afford to delay any longer. He needed a swift resolution. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shu tilted his body, using his armpit to pin Sasuke's right arm as he had seen in combat videos from his previous life. Suddenly, he lifted his leg to hook Sasuke's right leg and exerted all his strength in an attempt to bring him down. Though he was no match for Sasuke in direct confrontation, in close combat, Lin Shu still had a chance to turn the tide. If all else fails, Find a way to utilize the 1,000 years of pain multiple times, striving to extract some invaluable ninjutsu and abilities from Sasuke, such as the Sharingan, which is of utmost importance. Moreover, Lin Shu possesses unwavering confidence in his own 1,000 years of pain. It is a move capable of inflicting profound psychological trauma on any straight male. The sheer power of this technique is evident from the performances displayed both on the mountain and below. Lin Shu firmly believes that even Sasuke would be unable to withstand the force of his hands piercing through him. At that moment, Sasuke would surely cry out and surrender. The thought alone exhilarates Lin Shu. With each jab, his strength increases. Who could resist such temptation? Jab fiercely. What of a genius? I shall jab at you, O genius. Chapter 13. A ferocious strike below, however. Just as Lin Shu brimmed with confidence to bring Sasuke down, Sasuke suddenly leaned in sharply, dropping to a knee and swiftly rolling Lin Shu onto the ground. Simultaneously, he raised his left elbow, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to Lin Shu's handsome face, which captivated countless readers. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, immediately lifting his hands to brace against Sasuke's shoulders in an attempt to block the strike. Yet, Sasuke was atop him, wielding greater strength and control. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Shu, gradually forcing his elbow down towards Lin Shu's face. You are impressive, but alas, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I cannot lose. Absolutely cannot lose. Sasuke glared, intensifying his effort. With Sasuke's elbow now perilously close to Lin Shu's nose, both combatants exerted their utmost strength. Lin Shu could distinctly feel his hands trembling. It seemed he was nearing his limit. Indeed, was this a stretch for him? To secure victory, he would have to resort to this tactic. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu let out a fierce shout, and before Sasuke's incredulous eyes, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Sasuke's face. Sasuke was momentarily stunned, his mind momentarily blank, grappling with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The students watching from the sidelines were equally dumbfounded. Wasn't this a competition? Why was one spitting on the other's face? Is victory worth such a disgrace? The boys were indifferent, but the girls erupted in screams, ready to rush in and pummel Lin Shu. How dare he spit on Sasuke's handsome face? Unforgivable. Teacher Irika, while maintaining order, couldn't help but internally chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, the root ninja perched in the tree was laughing heartily, clutching his stomach. You truly are something else. A fine specimen indeed. The root needs individuals like you, sneaky and shameless, willing to do whatever it takes to win. You scoundrel. Sasuke, regaining his composure, was utterly enraged. Apologize to me. With a fierce shout, he pressed down with all his might. Lin Shu called upon his shadow clones multiple times, but they were ensnared by Sasuke's shadow clones, unable to assist him. Lin Shu was left to rely solely on himself. Embracing the spirit of shamelessness, he puckered his lips towards Sasuke's approaching elbow, deliberately making revolting sounds. Sasuke's lips twitched in disgust, as Lin Shu seized the moment of Sasuke's distraction, sharply raising his knee to deliver a strike. Oh no! Sasuke grimaced in pain, his body tensing, his face flushing with embarrassment. Lin Shu took advantage of this invaluable opportunity, repeatedly driving his knee into Sasuke, inciting screams from the surrounding girls, who cursed Lin Shu, promising to make him pay later. Sasuke, however, cleverly clamped his knees together to block Lin Shu's attack and attempted to retaliate, mimicking Lin Shu's strategy. Yet, Lin Shu, with his experience, swiftly countered. Just as Sasuke prepared his counterattack, Lin Shu thrust his knee again, forcing Sasuke to roll back onto the ground. Lin Shu then slammed his forehead into Sasuke's cheek with great force, executing a powerful headbutt. The impact resonated, and Lin Shu felt as though he had collided with a rock, becoming slightly disoriented. Sasuke, in a far worse state, was struck directly on the nose, causing blood to flow profusely. This marked Sasuke's first injury in a competition, and he felt an unprecedented weight of humiliation and frustration. As a proud Uchiha, how could he be bested in such a manner? The adversary, clearly weaker than him, was overpowering him. How infuriating! Furious, Sasuke raised his head, aiming a retaliatory strike at Lin Shu's chin. However, Lin Shu, leveraging his advantageous position atop Sasuke, easily evaded the blow while continuing to taunt him. Is this your level? You wish to attack me? I shall easily counter you. Lin Shu jeered, his hands still active, determined to achieve his goal of defeating Sasuke and acquiring the Sharingan. He feigned another headbutt while pressing downwards, particularly pinning Sasuke's right arm beneath his armpit, inching closer to his objective. Jab fiercely. Chapter 14. Anticipating your anticipation, Aya? Sasuke screamed. His mouth agape, eyes bulging, his body tensed and immobile. Lin Shu's heart leapt with joy as he seized this opportune moment. Controlling Sasuke's arms and thrusting his right hand forward for another jab. Then came a third, a fourth. A series of exhilarating notifications flooded Lin Shu's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, acquiring the level ninjutsu, fire style, fireball technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, gaining 10 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, gaining 10 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, acquiring the bloodline limit, single Tomo Sharingan. At last it is mine, Lin Shu exclaimed with excitement. However, the intense pain jolted Sasuke back to reality, and he glared at Lin Shu with his Sharingan, struggling with all his might. Although Lin Shu had succeeded, he had not yet achieved victory and would not easily release Sasuke. He pressed down with all his strength, inching his right hand closer to the target, while threatening, Sasuke, you surely don't wish to continue being subjected to my 1,000 years of pain, do you? Would you like everyone to laugh at you? Surrender quickly, and I shall let you go. You bastard. How dare you treat me this way? Sasuke roared, channeling all his strength to kick Lin Shu off him. He quickly sprang to his feet, hands moving like lightning to form seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sasuke summoned 2 shadow clones, launching himself at Lin Shu. In a clash of chakra, Lin Shu would not back down. He simultaneously retreated while forming seals, unleashing 3 shadow clones in one go. He then swiftly turned to strike back, the 4 of them coordinating to assault Sasuke in a new round of combat. Had this been before, Sasuke would have easily handled such a situation. It was childish play. However, after expending a series of jutsu, his chakra was severely depleted. Coupled with the lingering pain from earlier, Sasuke was far from the calm and composed fighter he once was. Thus, faced with Lin Shu's relentless assault, Sasuke ultimately chose to retreat, seeking to recover his chakra and devise a strategy, buying himself time. At this moment, the shock experienced by the onlookers was profound. No one had anticipated that Lin Shu would completely dominate the situation. As a perennial underachiever, to chase after the genius known as Sasuke, could this be mere fantasy? Lin Shu had previously feigned ignorance, yet it appears he is indeed a prodigy. After concealing his true self for so long, will he finally unveil his talents today? A new genius and dark horse shall soon emerge. Bravo, Lin Shu. Naruto continues to vociferously cheer for Lin Shu, while a group of girls, led by Sakura and Ino, fervently support Sasuke. Some boys, witnessing this battle, have begun to alter their negative perceptions of Lin Shu, now anticipating his forthcoming combat. However, a faction led by Yamashiro still harbors significant dissatisfaction and hostility towards Lin Shu. After all, jealousy runs rampant even among relatives, let alone those who previously found amusement in bullying Lin Shu. Their unease grows as Lin Shu rises. Hey, that guy Lin Shu. He is not worthy of being a ninja. He ambushed Sasuke. Otherwise, he would have lost. Exactly. Sasuke fights honorably, while that guy resorts to underhanded tactics. Irika-sensei should disqualify him. Yet, the voices from outside the arena have little effect on the 2 combatants within. At this point in their duel, both have exerted their utmost efforts. They each feel immense pressure from their opponent, both driven by compelling reasons not to lose. Sasuke fights for power and vengeance, while Lin Shu seeks strength and a new beginning. This battle must yield a victor. Damn it, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I will never be defeated by you. With a limited reserve of chakra, Sasuke summons his last 2 shadow clones, charging headlong into Lin Shu, who grins and, in full view of Sasuke, conjures 3 clones of his own. Nevertheless, Lin Shu still possesses 20 points of chakra, a reward for his earlier assaults on Sasuke. The numbers on both sides have now shifted to 3 against 4. However, as they engage in their final close-quarters combat, Lin Shu's true self, having remained hidden, expends his last chakra to summon 2 more shadow clones, launching a coordinated attack on Sasuke with sheer numbers. Sasuke's taijutsu is formidable, and among his peers, few can rival him. In his furious state, he unleashes his full power, holding his ground against 2 of Lin Shu's shadow clones. Yet, this is the extent of his capabilities. Once Lin Shu joins the fray, the tide of battle shifts dramatically, with Sasuke being forced back, ultimately pinned to the ground by Lin Shu's clones, unable to move. How's that, Sasuke? Still got the energy to shout? Just look at who your opponent is. Sweating profusely, I presume. I can feel your struggle. Lin Shu, hands clasped together, breathes heavily, his lungs aflame, as he slowly approaches Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widen, his handsome face betraying an unprecedented terror and anxiety. He struggles mightily, and for a moment, even the two clones begin to falter in holding him down. Without hesitation, Lin Shu steps forward, hands raised to seize more advantage from Sasuke. Yet, just as Lin Shu is about to succeed, a sudden crash reverberates. The Sasuke pinned down by the two clones abruptly transforms into a piece of wood and vanishes. Immediately, a chilling voice echoes from behind Lin Shu. I will never lose. Sasuke raises his fists high and strikes down towards Lin Shu's neck with all his might. His face radiates with exhilaration and delight. Vengeance and victory rest upon this blow. As he gazes at the figure that has vanished before him, Sasuke freezes, a shiver coursing from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. Has he fallen into a trap? The figure before him was not Lin Shu's true form, but a clone. Where's the real one? A familiar voice calls out from behind him once more, and Sasuke shudders, instinctively swinging a powerful punch in retaliation. This time, even at the cost of his life. Sasuke will not allow Lin Shu to ambush him from behind. Chapter 15. Defeating Sasuke, however, just as Sasuke turns, staring at Lin Shu's true form. A subtle smile gracing his lips, he is momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is this truly Lin Shu's real self? Caught in a web of deception, he finds it increasingly difficult to discern. Yet the familiar and humiliating pain that follows finally brings clarity to his mind. Though agonizing, it is a release. The technique, the sensation, this time, the figure behind him is indeed real. Sasuke retaliates with a punch, twisting his body to kick back. But Lin Shu's clones are no pushovers. They swiftly surround him and pin him once more to the ground. As for Sasuke's earlier clone, it has already been obliterated by Lin Shu's true self and his remaining clones. Exhausted and depleted of chakra, Sasuke finds himself once again firmly restrained by Lin Shu. Unable to move. This time, before Lin Shu can strike, Sasuke hastily calls out to Irika. Irika-sensei, I concede. Please save me. Lin Shu is playing too dirty. Oh, come on. Now you're complaining about this. Lin Shu rolls his eyes. You didn't hold back when you were firing fireballs at me. Now you want to bring this up? There were no restrictions on taijutsu during the match. Sasuke's lips twitch in frustration, silently cursing. Is this what you call taijutsu? Who uses it to attack below the belt? Is there a ninja who specializes in such techniques as their signature move? Irika shakes his head, pinching his thigh to suppress his laughter. He confirms that he is not dreaming or under some illusion. Everything happening before him is indeed real. Lin Shu has truly defeated Sasuke and claimed victory in the selection match. He feels a surge of excitement and joy. Nodding at Lin Shu before hastily entering the arena to rescue Sasuke, raising Lin Shu's hand to announce the victor. The students in the arena erupt at this news. What a joke. This must be fake. Yeah, how could Sasuke lose to someone like Lin Shu, the perennial underachiever? I refuse to believe it. Sasuke couldn't he possibly have been caught off guard by Lin Shu, right? How could he lose? A chorus of disbelief ensues. Shikamaru, Choji, and Shino are equally astonished, re-evaluating Lin Shu and feeling elated for him. Meanwhile, Sakura, Ino, and the other Sasuke fans wear expressions of despair, struggling to accept this reality. Especially Yamashiro and those who have long disdained Lin Shu, witnessing this unfold before their eyes, are left pale and dazed. If observed closely, one might notice their trembling hands and feet. Yet, this time, Lin Shu has no intention of indulging these so-called classmates. He scans the crowd with a cold, piercing gaze. And upon meeting Lin Shu's eyes, most people obediently close their mouths. Some even avert their gaze, shifting their eyes away. After all, Lin Shu, despite his questionable methods, has proven his strength by defeating Sasuke. That alone speaks volumes in the ninja world, where power is the ultimate currency. Bravo, well done, Lin Shu. See you in the finals. Naruto exuberantly congratulates Lin Shu. Lin Shu beams back at Naruto, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Teacher Irika gently patted Lin Shu on the shoulder, then turned to give Sasuke a reassuring touch as well. He said, "You have always been a genius, truly deserving of the title. Although you lost to Lin Shu this time, Sasuke, do not be disheartened. This defeat is not a setback, but a stepping stone for you. I hope you continue to strive forward. I believe you will go far. Sasuke, who had been hanging his head, lifted his arm to rub his cheek, and then raised his face with a determined expression. Turning to Lin Shu, he spoke with a solemn tone. Lin Shu, you bested me this time, and I have no excuses. But next time, luck will not favor you as it did today. I hope you are prepared to surprise me in our next encounter. With that, Sasuke turned and walked away. Lin Shu nodded, accepting this challenge. He then descended from the arena, feeling a deep sense of joy within for his victory. Not only had he enhanced his own abilities, but he had also showcased his current strength before everyone. Those who had once bullied him bore witness to his triumph. Lin Shu was confident that from now on, they would have to behave themselves in his presence, perhaps even seek his favor. However, he was determined to repay each and every one of them for their past transgressions. Yet before that, the most pressing matter before Lin Shu was the impending finals. He had now acquired the strength to contend for the championship. Once he claimed victory, he could confidently approach the third Hokage, thereby gaining an opportunity to learn formidable ninjutsu from this esteemed master. Compared to his classmates, the allure of the third Hokage was far greater. It was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Shu could win the favor of the third Hokage, he could avoid years of unnecessary detours in his training. With such a shortcut available, who would toil away in arduous practice? Having traversed into this world and acquired a unique advantage, it was imperative to make full use of it. Therefore, Lin Shu was resolute in his pursuit of the championship, eager to earn an audience with the third Hokage. Otherwise, with the meager talents of his new body, he risked being left far behind by others, a fate he could not accept. In the world of ninjas, lacking strength would render someone like him a poor scion, vulnerable to bullying. One could easily meet a perilous end on a dangerous mission. Having gone through so much to arrive here, Lin Shu would not allow himself to suffer such a fate. Thus, for the sake of his livelihood and future renown, he had to rapidly enhance his abilities. This was an unwavering bottom line he had established since his arrival in this world. Meanwhile, after watching Lin Shu depart, Teacher Irika continued to oversee the remainder of the competition. He discreetly summoned a homing pigeon, scribbling a note to inform the third Hokage of Lin Shu's performance. Such a promising talent deserved attention and recognition. At the same time, a root ninja concealed in the trees, astonished, shifted his gaze away from Lin Shu and began documenting everything he had witnessed in a small notebook. Ninja Lin Shu has defeated Uchiha Sasuke head-on in the arena, demonstrating exceptional strength and a pragmatic, thick-skinned demeanor. He is willing to employ any means necessary to secure victory, and I strongly recommend he be recruited into the root. After penning this information, the root ninja wasted no time, promptly sending it off. A short while later, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received Irika's message. Reading the note, he blinked several times in disbelief. Finally, he personally summoned someone to verify the situation. Lin Shu was able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke head-on. I seem to recall that name. Wasn't he always at the bottom? Where did this power come from? Such significant progress in such a short time? Could there be more to this story? Nevertheless, this strength is certainly noteworthy. With his chin resting on his hands, the third Hokage fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was busy carrying out duties in the office, received updates from his subordinates regarding the Ninja Academy. Danzo, here is the latest list I compiled, which closely aligns with our previous predictions, except for one anomaly. Oh, another talent? Danzo picked up the notebook handed to him and began to scrutinize its contents. The more he read, the deeper the frown on his face became. Lin Shu defeated Uchiha Sasuke. He is now considered one of the strongest among this batch of genin. Is this your conclusion? Where did this Lin Shu come from? In response to his superior's inquiry, the Umbu agent complied. Sir, I have conducted an investigation. Lin Shu is a war orphan taken in by the third Hokage. Since entering the Ninja Academy, he has consistently performed poorly, often at the bottom of the class, and has been bullied frequently. However, this time, he achieved a series of victories, defeating both his classmates and Sasuke. Danzo remained silent, but the incessant tapping of his fingers on the desk and the darkening of his expression revealed his inner turmoil. In truth, if it were not for the fact that this information came from a trusted subordinate, he would have found it hard to believe. What nonsense is this? How could someone who has always been at the bottom suddenly excel in a critical assessment? This is absurd. The second Hokage was not even this formidable. However, Danzo ultimately ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Lin Shu, determined to uncover the reasons behind his rapid progress. Once his subordinates departed, He swiftly summoned another subordinate to confirm the earlier information. After a while, when the subordinate returned with confirmed news, Danzo finally accepted the information. Lin Shu is intriguing, but he must be tested and molded. Only obedient geniuses are of value. As the final selection match concluded, Irika announced loudly, "The last match is won by Shikamaru." Naruto sulked, his arms crossed behind his head, reluctantly approaching Shikamaru to complain. "Hey, Shikamaru, you used your shadow to control me to win this match. Next time, I will be stronger and defeat you fair and square. I will definitely become Hokage." Shikamaru nodded silently, embodying a nonchalant agreement. In truth, this match had been too easy for him. At the outset, Naruto had barely had time to react before being ensnared by his shadow binding technique and unceremoniously tossed from the arena. For Shikamaru, winning this match was not of great significance, yet he had his own reasons to secure victory. Irika had announced the day before that the first-place winner would receive a voucher for an unlimited meal at a barbecue restaurant, along with a complete set of brand-new ninja tools sponsored by Irika himself. He desired both rewards. With today's matches concluded, the grand finals would take place tomorrow, allowing everyone a moment to rest and recuperate. As everyone dispersed to head home, Lin Shu was no exception, leaving the academy alongside Naruto. At the school gate, he fortuitously encountered Yamashita, Yamazaki, and Yamamoto, who had just emerged from the infirmary. The four exchanged glances, an unspoken acknowledgement passing between them. In the past, Lin Shu would have dared not meet their gaze, fearing he would be overpowered and beaten. However, after today's competition, the three of them dared not utter a sound, awkwardly rubbing their palms and forcing a smile before turning their gaze downward, nervously retreating from the school gates. A person capable of confronting Sasuke head-on. Lin Shu was no longer someone they could easily bully. In order to evade Lin Shu's retribution, they had no choice but to flee. These fellows ran quite swiftly. Naruto, clutching his head, mumbled to himself before draping an arm over Lin Shu's shoulder and inquiring about their next destination. Today marked Lin Shu's first day in the ninja world, having just arrived in Konoha village. Due to his character and other factors, he was not particularly familiar with the surroundings. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shu suggested, "Let us indulge in some ramen. I have heard that Uncle Irika's ramen is exceptionally delicious." "Ah, indeed. Uncle Irika's ramen is undoubtedly the best in the world," Naruto exclaimed with excitement. However, upon rummaging through his pockets, he found merely a few coins, insufficient even for half a bowl of noodles. Lin Shu patted Naruto on the shoulder, jokingly remarking, "If you lack funds, it's no matter, simply borrow from someone." Naruto frowned. "Well, that's not entirely impossible." "Wait. You want to eat? So why should I be the one to borrow money? Why don't you go borrow it?" "Huh. If I borrow it, I would have to repay it," Naruto retorted, bewildered. Lin Shu chuckled, producing 2 bills from his pocket and generously declared, "Let us go. It is a rare occasion worth celebrating, and today, I shall treat you." "All right. Today is indeed worthy of celebration. Ideally, we should celebrate every day," Naruto exclaimed. "Wait. Where did you get this money?" "Do not inquire. Just know it is generously sponsored by the mountains, both above and below." Chapter 17. Facing Yamanaka Shino as Naruto and Lin Shu meandered through the village until evening. Lin Shu finally bid farewell to him and followed his memories back to his dwelling. It was a small, dim, and damp room, no larger than 20 square meters, with leaking walls. "Ah, so this is my abode," Lin Shu sighed slightly, beginning to tidy up the room and take stock of its contents. Besides some worthless old bedding and furniture, he found a meager amount of loose change, barely enough for half a month's worth of meals. He would have to rely on expired food. Naturally, Lin Shu was dissatisfied with such a living condition. After all, having traversed realms and received a golden opportunity, was it acceptable to subsist on such meager fare? Who could endure it? Who would find joy in such a life? Thus, Lin Shu resolved to enhance his strength while simultaneously seeking ways to acquire some funds. As for where to obtain money, Lin Shu had already devised a plan. Naturally, it was to take from those who possessed wealth. While my neighbors stockpile grain, I shall stockpile weapons. My neighbors are my granaries. Lin Shu wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. However, as an individual who had crossed over from a civilized world, he still maintained a moral compass. Simple robbery was uninteresting if he were to act. It would be to rob the rich and aid the poor, becoming a righteous figure. The gambling dens, usury, and illicit dealings in the shadowy corners of the village were all targets for Lin Shu. Yes, I am poor, and my friend is as well. Those affluent households have amassed so much wealth. Surely, they would not refuse to share with a promising youth like me. After accompanying Naruto for a round, Lin Shu had already mapped out his strategy. Of course, he could not act immediately, as a battle awaited him the following day, and his current strength as a genin was insufficient to ensure a secure retreat after a successful heist. He needed to plan carefully. After a restful night, Lin Shu rose, washed up, and set out toward the school. Along the way, he felt the little money he had remaining and decided to enter a nearby shop to purchase some meat pies and fish soup for breakfast. Although his financial situation was dire, Lin Shu would not deprive himself. If funds ran low, he could always play the role of a benevolent figure. If all else failed, he could borrow from those classmates who had once bullied him. Lin Shu was confident they would be more than willing to assist. Having satisfied his hunger, Lin Shu strolled leisurely to the school. By then, the playground was already bustling with students, clearly eager for the day's finals. As Lin Shu, the dark horse, approached, many students turned to look at him, their expressions shifting from disdain and contempt to admiration and respect. After all, having defeated the renowned genius Sasuke, Lin Shu had undeniably proven himself. Within the Ninja Academy, he had become one of the most formidable individuals. Even those who had previously dismissed him approached Lin Shu to engage in casual conversation, offering greetings. Some girls even whispered amongst themselves, commenting on Lin Shu's attractiveness. In response, Lin Shu felt a sense of reflection. Indeed, strength was essential. Those who had previously ignored him were now praising his looks. Had he not been handsome before? Lin Shu was acutely aware of the psychological transformations of his classmates. However, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. He graciously reciprocated their gestures before seeking out Naruto. "Hey, Lin Shu, why did you arrive so late? You almost missed the draw," Naruto exclaimed, pointing ahead. Lin Shu turned to see Irika-sensei, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze in their direction. Beside him stood Shikamaru, Shino, and Kiba. Clearly, these were the participants in the final round. Lin Shu hurried over. Irika shot Lin Shu a disinterested glance before loudly announcing the commencement of today's finals and instructing the four to draw lots. Lin Shu, being the last to arrive, drew the second lot. He glanced at the others and discovered that Shino had drawn the same number. His opponent was Shino. All right, this time, both matches will commence simultaneously. Those who draw the same number shall take the stage and prepare for battle, Irika declared. Following his command, Lin Shu and Shino stepped onto the arena. Compared to Shikamaru and Kiba, a noticeably larger crowd gathered around Lin Shu's battle, with most students gravitating toward his match. Naruto, as always, was vociferously cheering for Lin Shu. Even Sasuke appeared in the audience, his expression serious and detached. As Irika shouted for the match to begin, the participants sprang into action. Shino, in particular, released a swarm of small insects from his sleeves, a signature technique of the Yamanaka clan, capable of absorbing chakra. Controlling this cloud of insects, Shino directed it straight toward Lin Shu, evidently intending to engage directly. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves upon witnessing this spectacle. Wow, so many bugs. Shino is so disgusting, but truly impressive. Can Lin Shu withstand this? I doubt it. The sheer number of those insects is overwhelming, and they can absorb chakra. Lin Shu's ninjutsu cannot possibly fend them off. He will surely be drained dry. Indeed, if it were Sasuke, perhaps there would be a chance, as he possesses fire techniques that would deter those insects. Irika was well aware of these exchanges. He, too, believed that Shino had the higher probability of victory in this match. After all, without the use of tools, it was generally challenging for an average person to contend with such a multitude of insects. Lin Shu had only showcased shadow clone and body replacement techniques, and it was unlikely he possessed other ninjutsu, making it difficult for him to secure a win. Given the children's young age, their repertoire of learned ninjutsu was still quite limited, which was perfectly normal. Chapter 18. Victory once more. At this moment, a root ninja, under the orders of Danzo, continued to monitor Lin Shu from a distance, having drawn similar conclusions regarding the outcome of this contest. The art of insect manipulation practiced by the Oil Women clan is indeed formidable. The sheer quantity of insects could likely drain Lin Shu of all his chakra in no time if left unchecked. It seems the outcome of this battle is imminent. At this moment, Lin Shu's situation is far more dire than what onlookers perceive. Shino commands the swarm of insects, launching an offensive from all directions, leaving Lin Shu with no avenue of escape, forcing him to dodge desperately. Despite his efforts, numerous insects have already latched onto him, beginning to siphon off his chakra. In a bid for a final opportunity, Lin Shu seemingly abandons his evasive maneuvers and charges directly towards Shino. Meanwhile, Shino remains composed, rooted in place, deftly maneuvering the insect horde to form a protective barrier ahead of him, awaiting Lin Shu's inevitable entrapment. All spectators witness this scene, convinced that the outcome is settled and the victor is clear. Yet, what unfolds next leaves everyone utterly astonished. Lin Shu continues his relentless advance toward the dense barrier of insects, swiftly forming hand seals with his hands. The students below, perplexed, wonder what good summoning numerous shadow clones could do. Could he possibly breach Shino's defenses? Wouldn't that simply be offering his chakra to his opponent? However, only a few students, like Irika, notice the inconsistency. The hand seals Lin Shu is performing are not for shadow clone jutsu, nor any technique taught in the Ninja Academy. They belong to a different ninjutsu altogether. Sasuke's eyes widen in realization, and he quickly rises from his seat, disregarding the disdain of his fellow classmates, and presses forward to observe Lin Shu's hands closely. That technique is familiar to him, one he has practiced countless times under his father's tutelage. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lin Shu's cheeks puff out, and he unleashes a massive fireball towards Shino's insect barrier. The arena erupts in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Shino, momentarily flustered, hastily forms hand seals, attempting to command his insects to disperse. Yet, he was caught unprepared. The insects, too close to evade, panic in the face of the impending flames. It is over. It is all over. Shino closes his eyes in anguish and regret, unable to witness the impending obliteration of the creatures he has nurtured since childhood, now destined to be reduced to ashes in the flames. Through carelessness, he has lost everything. Shino cannot fathom how Lin Shu, once the perennial underdog, has grown so powerful. When did he acquire the mastery of fire release? Did he learn it merely by observing Sasuke yesterday? Shino struggles to believe that anyone could grasp a high-level ninjutsu after a single viewing, in a mere day. Shino clenches his fists in disbelief. However, the ensuing astonishment and the familiar buzzing sound reach his ears once more. He opens his eyes to find, to his amazement, that the majority of his insects remain unharmed. The fireball detonates mid-air, dispersing into countless sparks, yet Lin Shu has spared his insects. Why? Shino wonders aloud, his face a mask of confusion. Lin Shu shrugs nonchalantly and replies, I just learned fire release. However, considering we are classmates and you have assisted me, I will let it slide this time. After all, raising these insects must have been no easy feat, so shall we continue the fight? I'm in excellent condition and ready for more. After a moment of contemplation, Shino shakes his head, retracts his insects with a hand seal, raises his right hand, and declares, I concede. Without hesitation, he exits the arena. The surrounding students erupt in disbelief. They had anticipated a thrilling confrontation, hoping to witness Lin Shu's defeat. Many among them had previously looked down on Lin Shu, and now they are torn between admiration and jealousy. They dread the notion of Lin Shu rising to prominence, as it would cast their own inadequacies into sharper relief. Yet the outcome is undeniable. Lin Shu's victory is an indelible fact. Naruto exuberantly shouts to everyone around. Did you see that? I told you. Lin Shu is incredible. This time, I believe he will claim the championship and emerge as the strongest among our cohort of genin. The classmates exchange glances, their thoughts unspoken, but none dare voice any criticisms. They begin to commend Lin Shu for his prowess, praising Naruto's keen insight, while others flatteringly assert that they always knew Lin Shu was a true genius, merely lacking motivation until now. Their expressions are disingenuous, overflowing with insincerity. Irika, suppressing his astonishment, takes a deep breath and approaches the stage, grasping Lin Shu's arm and loudly declaring, the winner of this match is Lin Shu. Let us congratulate him. The arena erupts in applause and cheers, with some chanting Lin Shu's name, as has always been the case. Even many of the girls who previously favored Sasuke switch allegiances, becoming ardent supporters of Lin Shu. Lin Shu rolls his eyes internally, harboring no fondness for these so-called classmates. Yet, he maintains a facade of politeness, if only to honor Irika-sensei. Chapter 19. The concession of Shikamaru. Irika, brimming with excitement, pats Lin Shu on the shoulder, exclaiming, well done, Lin Shu. You have truly surprised me. I am genuinely happy for you. Reaching this stage is a testament to your hard work and dedication. Keep it up, regardless of whether you emerge as champion. In my heart, you are my proudest and most exceptional student. Thank you, Sensei. I will strive to uphold my ninja way and become the strongest ninja possible. Excellent. I believe in you. Irika gives Lin Shu another encouraging pat on the shoulder before turning to head towards another arena. At that moment, the battle between Shikamaru and Kiba has intensified, with both sides exchanging blows energetically. The arena is filled with writhing shadows and Kiba's darting movements. However, Kiba appears visibly exhausted, panting heavily, clearly unable to sustain this pace for much longer. Based on Lin Shu's assessment, it seems likely that Shikamaru will emerge victorious. After all, in such a confined environment, shadows can exert tremendous control and influence, making it difficult for Kiba and his canine companion to break free from Shikamaru's grasp. While Lin Shu attentively observes the match between Shikamaru and Kiba alongside Naruto, a root ninja concealed in the trees fixates on Lin Shu's figure, replaying the earlier battle in his mind. He won? How did he win? What was the basis for such a conclusion? How could he have misjudged? Wasn't that kid just a picture of weakness yesterday? With scarcely any chakra, how could he suddenly become so formidable? And he has already mastered fire release? How could he have learned such a technique amidst that earlier display? Could it really have been acquired just now? This is impossible. This is a high-level ninjutsu that one cannot master in a single night. The root ninja shudders involuntarily, breaking out into a cold sweat. Without any apparent reason, he suddenly saw the visage of another renowned genius in Lin Shu, that of Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's elder brother. The root ninja directly employed a detection jutsu to reconfirm the astonishingly vast chakra reservoir possessed by Lin Shu, far exceeding that of his peers. Silently acknowledging an undeniable truth, Lin Shu is indeed a prodigy. The once underachiever was merely disinclined to exert himself. With a composed and reserved demeanor, a ruthless approach to tasks, a thick skin, and a cunning disposition, coupled with extraordinary talent, this lad is destined to become a formidable figure. Once he joins the root, he will undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments. In that case, as his recommender, I shall reap greater rewards. The root ninja was elated. He was determined to fervently advocate for Lord Danzo to admit Lin Shu into the ranks. A few minutes later, amidst a sudden uproar, the clash between Shikamaru and Kiba came to a conclusion. Shikamaru's shadow successfully restrained Kiba's Akamaru, expelling them from the arena. Teacher Irika stepped onto the stage, loudly declaring Shikamaru as the victor of this match. He announced that in half an hour, there would be a final examination between Shikamaru and Lin Shu to determine the strongest among this year's graduating class of the Ninja Academy. The spectators erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the strongest contender. Some students even flocked around Lin Shu and Naruto, enthusiastically praising and encouraging Lin Shu to give it his all and strive for victory. Lin Shu smiled silently, yet, within, he was beaming with joy. After all, in stark contrast to Shikamaru's grueling battle, Lin Shu had expended little chakra aside from releasing a single great fireball. Moreover, with his naturally greater chakra and the ability to replenish it by striking others, he was undoubtedly the kind to grow stronger as the fight progressed. Coupled with Shino's voluntary surrender, Lin Shu's victory was achieved with remarkable ease, effectively allowing him to conserve energy. Shikamaru, however, had endured a real struggle to emerge victorious, depleting significant physical and chakra reserves. Although Irika provided a brief respite, Lin Shu was confident that, given his current state and understanding of Shikamaru's capabilities, his chances of success were substantial. He could also take the opportunity to poke Shikamaru a few times to utilize the shadow manipulation technique. After all, the shadow possession jutsu is a relatively simple yet highly effective control ability. However, just as Lin Shu began contemplating strategies to outsmart the obviously more astute Shikamaru and acquire his abilities, Shikamaru preemptively raised his right hand and exclaimed loudly to Teacher Irika, "Teacher, I don't want to fight anymore. I forfeit." "What did you say? Forfeit?" Irika's voice rose several octaves as he stared into Shikamaru's eyes, utterly taken aback by such a decision at such a critical juncture in the finals. The announcement sent shockwaves through the surrounding students, who began whispering amongst themselves, bewildered by the turn of events. What is going on? How did Shikamaru lose? Why? Who knows? Shino forfeited, and now Shikamaru too? Does this mean Lin Shu becomes the champion instantly? Surely, there is something amiss. Now that you mention it, It does seem strange. Lin Shu, the perennial underachiever, has claimed the title of the strongest in our class. It feels odd. Keep your voices down. Who's to say otherwise? Even yesterday's match. I thought it was suspicious that he defeated Sasuke. How could Sasuke lose to him? Silence. Sasuke's expression darkened as he glared coldly at the group. A victory is a victory, and a defeat is a defeat. I, Uchiha Sasuke, can accept my loss. I did not prevail against Lin Shu yesterday. It was due to my lack of strength. It has nothing to do with any other matters. If you doubt me, come and face me on the stage. Or challenge Lin Shu. If you're too afraid, then keep your mouth shut and stop whining. As Sasuke spoke, the arena fell silent in an instant. Many glared at him defiantly, but faced with Sasuke's icy gaze, they ultimately lowered their heads. After all, even though Sasuke was bested by Lin Shu, he was far from someone they would dare to confront. Sasuke was a genuine genius, consistently at the top of his class. Meanwhile, Teacher Iruka was not focused on the commotion outside, but was intently observing Shikamaru, inquiring once more if he truly wished to forfeit the upcoming match. Shikamaru nodded affirmatively. Iruka furrowed his brow tightly, exhaling helplessly, and curiously countered, "Why? With your strength, why the sudden withdrawal? To me, you and Lin Shu are evenly matched." Shikamaru patted his backside, offering a rather nonsensical explanation. "I really want the first place reward, but I'd rather not have Lin Shu take the opportunity to poke me. You understand, right, teacher? Lin Shu hits hard. I saw it yesterday. I don't want to have nightmares tonight." And when I passed by the infirmary, I saw that he still walks with an inward gait. Iruka, upon hearing this reasoning, weakly twitched his lips twice before sighing deeply, pressing a hand to his forehead. He could never have anticipated that Shikamaru's reason for forfeiting was out of fear of Lin Shu's prowess, preferring to abandon the match rather than confront him. To this, he had no retort. He merely shot a glare at Lin Shu, solemnly beckoning him onto the stage to announce the final results. Thus, the assessments of this year's Ninja Academy concluded satisfactorily. Now, I declare today as champion to be Lin Shu. The applause from the crowd was fervent. In truth, when Lin Shu scanned the audience, each person he met displayed genuine enthusiasm, clapping vigorously. Lin Shu had finally shed the label of perennial underachiever, emerging as the strongest of this graduating class, and a notably astute one at that. No one could dismiss the unease in their hearts. After all, the incident of being struck on the backside by Lin Shu was still fresh in everyone's minds. Teacher Iruka continued to read out the list of this year's Ninja Academy graduates. Aside from Lin Shu, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino had also successfully passed the assessments, officially graduating as genin. In the end, Teacher Iruka gathered them all together, encouraging them. Regarding the rankings of this assessment, do not take it too much to heart. This is merely the beginning of your ninja careers. There is much more for you to accomplish ahead. I hope you will continue to foster a spirit of progress and a commitment to protect your comrades. Give it your all. I am proud of you all. Yes, Teacher Iruka. Everything had come to a close, and what awaited them next was a brief, yet leisurely vacation. Meanwhile, Lin Shu received from Teacher Iruka the prize for first place, a barbecue restaurant voucher and a brand new set of ninja tools. Holding the barbecue voucher, Naruto inhaled deeply, tugging at Lin Shu to indulge in the delicious feast. At that moment, Shikamaru approached Lin Shu, saying, "Do you guys have any plans later? Since we've all successfully graduated together, how about we celebrate?" "Sure, since we have the buffet voucher, let us go together." Lin Shu did not refuse Shikamaru's invitation, but readily agreed. After all, for Lin Shu, these individuals were not just characters he admired, they were genuinely good people. No one had ever bullied the original, and Shikamaru, Naruto, and others had even come to his aid in driving away those miscreants. Thus, he was more than willing to bond with them. As for others like Sakura and Ino, whom Lin Shu was less familiar with, they chose to join in under the enthusiastic encouragement of Naruto and the others. As 10 individuals gathered, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous lunch, Sasuke suddenly called out to Lin Shu, extracting from his pocket a somewhat weathered shuriken, stating emphatically, "I lost to you yesterday. Today, I wish to challenge you once more. Draw your weapon. Hurry. Hey, what's the matter with you? We're all set to eat." Naruto interjected, visibly annoyed. Hinata, anxious and blushing, feared a confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura and Ino approached to urge Sasuke to calm down, reminding him that there would be other opportunities. Shino remained silent, amusing himself with his insects, while Kiba yawned lazily, cradling Akamaru. Shikamaru, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, and Choji, in a state of urgency, drooled as he tugged at Lin Shu, insisting, "Lin Shu, grab your weapon. This time, I will not lose to you again." Sasuke, relentless, insisted on having a duel, his demeanor suggesting he would not relent until he received an answer. Lin Shu glanced at the overly confident Sasuke, shook his wrist to dismiss Choji's grip, and boldly approached Sasuke, unafraid. "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. This time, I will ensure you acknowledge my prowess. Humph, last time you ambushed me. This time, let's see how you can defeat me." With that, Sasuke stepped back, gripping his shuriken, ready for another bout against Lin Shu. Unfazed, Lin Shu brandished his pristine shuriken, focusing intently on Sasuke. The remaining friends, unable to intervene, retreated to provide space for the two. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, charging forward. Chapter 21. A question from Kakashi, however, before Sasuke could advance. An unexpected figure emerged from behind him, effortlessly seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Furious, Sasuke retaliated with his shuriken, but the newcomer merely chuckled, easily disarming Sasuke and tossing him aside. As Sasuke rolled and regained his footing, his shuriken was swiftly returned, landing precisely at his feet. "You're young. Don't be so hasty. We are classmates, and fighting amongst ourselves is pointless. Didn't we agree to go for barbecue together?" The tall figure, wearing a forehead protector and a mask that obscured most of his face, revealed himself to be Kakashi Hitaki, a future teacher to some of them. Lin Shu instinctively sheathed his weapon, nodding in acknowledgement. This was indeed the renowned Kakashi, an elite jonin of Konoha and a future Hokage. Although Naruto and the others were unfamiliar with Kakashi's current persona, they had seen his formidable presence within the village. Naruto, ever the extrovert, circled Kakashi, exuberantly praising his earlier actions of tossing Sasuke. Kakashi rapped Naruto's head playfully, smiling as he remarked, "You must be Naruto. I've heard your name long before. I look forward to working with you." Naruto, nursing his head, rolled his eyes dramatically. Sasuke, now standing, glared at Kakashi, who remained unfazed, cheerfully suggesting, "If you're dissatisfied, train harder and defeat me. I'm always up for a challenge. Now, let us go for barbecue." Sasuke's expression shifted, ultimately sheathing his shuriken with a huff as he followed suit. Kakashi led the group, filled with youthful exuberance, towards the marketplace. As they walked, he casually glanced back, muttering to himself about a certain individual. "That person. How infuriating. This time, I shall let it slide. I refuse to believe you can remain by that boy's side forever." A root ninja grumbled, leaping down from the tree to report back to Danzo. The rare barbecue gathering proved to be a delightful experience for everyone present, particularly for Choji and Naruto, who devoured their meals with an insatiable appetite. Yet, the most intriguing aspect remained Kakashi. Throughout the meal, he kept his thick mask on. But when the meat was ready, he vanished in an instant. His speed was so remarkable that Lin Shu, even with his Sharingan, could barely keep up. How could he be so swift? Wasn't he supposed to take 1,000 hand signs when battling Zabuza? Is it true that eating surpasses combat prowess? Noticing Lin Shu's curious gaze, Kakashi grinned, placing a friendly hand on Lin Shu's shoulder. "You're Lin Shu, the top of this year's class? I've heard about you, quite impressive. You've been rather unremarkable until now, yet you delivered a stunning performance during the assessments and emerged victorious. I must say, it feels as though you surpass my youthful achievements. Do you have any secrets to share?" I'm quite intrigued. As Kakashi's smile met Lin Shu's eyes, Lin Shu's heart raced, realizing he had to tread carefully. Although he believed he had concealed any weaknesses, the fact that he had one consistently raised suspicions. After all, true geniuses do not simply appear out of nowhere. They either endure in silence or acquire extraordinary abilities from elsewhere. Lin Shu's heart raced faster, echoing in his ears, and beads of sweat formed on his back. Kakashi maintained a friendly demeanor, seemingly engaged in casual conversation, yet Lin Shu understood that if he were discovered, no amount of explanation would spare him from being treated as an outsider. Reluctantly, Lin Shu resolved to draw upon his past experiences in the workplace, employing his utmost skill, the art of half-truths. He knew he must weave a narrative that blended fact and fiction to obscure the truth. Thus, he prepared his thoughts, then earnestly addressed Kakashi. Chapter 22. A heartfelt confession. Initially, I didn't dedicate myself to my studies or mastering ninjutsu. As you may know, I am merely an orphan. rescued from the battlefield by the third Hokage. In truth, there are many war orphans like me in the village, and few ever truly notice us. I grew up aimlessly, unable to find meaning in my life. Lin Shu lowered his gaze, recalling the tragic childhood of his former self, discreetly pinching the inner thigh to summon tears. In my earlier days, the quality of my studies mattered little. I was still alone. During this time, I suffered greatly from the malice and harm inflicted by my peers, enduring insults and even physical assaults. Gradually, my spirit dulled, and I contemplated ending it all, yet then I encountered individuals who changed my path. Lin Shu raised his head, scanning the faces of his classmates with gratitude. There's Naruto. He always stood up for me, even at times when it brought him trouble. Naruto grinned, crossing his arms and declaring, I can't abide bullying the weak. A ninja must protect the vulnerable. Trust me, I will become Hokage one day. Lin Shu smiled as he gave a thumbs up, turning to look at the others, Shikamaru, Shino, and Kiba, who had all lent me their support. Perhaps you have forgotten, but I have not. I hold it dear in my heart. For me, your assistance and care have illuminated what love and friendship truly are. You have helped me discover the meaning of life and what it means to have true companions. Thus, I have been striving to excel, to match your footsteps. I wish to become a kind person and a companion to all of you. As Lin Shu concluded his heartfelt speech, he could not help but shed a couple of tears. The gathering was filled with emotion, especially for Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, who were nearly brought to tears. Even the typically aloof Sasuke cast a few extra glances at Lin Shu, his expression softening considerably. After all, Sasuke found himself in a similar, if not worse, predicament. He had witnessed his elder brother massacre their entire clan right before his eyes. Forget the past, Lin Shu. From now on, let us work hard together, progress together, and become exceptional ninjas, becoming companions who trust each other. Cheers! Shikamaru exclaimed, lifting his cup. The others joined him, clinking their cups with Lin Shu's and downing the icy juice in unison. This gathering had evidently narrowed the distance between Lin Shu and the others. Kakashi, having listened to Lin Shu's words, felt a sense of reassurance and gently patted Lin Shu on the shoulder, choosing not to inquire further. Lin Shu was uncertain if Kakashi would truly place his trust in him, but as long as he could not find any flaws, Lin Shu would be safe. All he needed to do was maintain his accelerated growth and exceptional prowess among his peers. Given time, he could afford to be less cautious. Of course, he still needed to tread carefully for now, as he was merely a genin, and there were many in Konoha who could threaten his safety. After finishing their meal and preparing to depart, Kakashi announced some new information. Graduating is a joyous occasion, but do not let your guard down. You are officially genin now, but soon you will face a challenging mission. However, before that, you must be assigned to your new classes and learn from your respective teachers. While saying this, Kakashi placed one hand on Naruto's head and the other on Sasuke's, smiling. I am the teacher of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. That has been confirmed. As for the rest of you, please come to the designated location provided by Irika-sensei tomorrow to meet your new instructors. With that, Kakashi waved goodbye and turned to leave. Having eaten their fill, Lin Shu and the others left the barbecue restaurant. Once outside, Sasuke wore a cold expression and turned towards the village exit. What are you doing? Naruto shouted. Without looking back, Sasuke replied, I'm going to train. Don't bother me. Naruto scoffed and turned to the others, asking, what about you guys? What are you up to later? Shikamaru, Shino, and the others expressed their intentions to either train or rest, choosing to leave. In the end, only Naruto and Lin Shu remained at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, lazily cradling his head, looked at Lin Shu and asked, what about you? What are you planning to do later? After pondering for a moment, Lin Shu replied, we're meeting our teachers tomorrow. I'm planning to buy some new clothes. Want to join? Huh, what clothes? I have no money. I'm out of here. Naruto waved his hand, still holding his head, and sauntered into the bustling crowd, disappearing into the street. Chapter 23. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Lin Shu watched Naruto leave before turning to depart himself. What he had just said was indeed true. His current attire had seen better days and was quite tattered. Upon arriving in this new world, Lin Shu had no intention of settling for anything less. However, purchasing clothes was merely a secondary objective. The primary concern was that Lin Shu was in dire need of money. Firstly, he needed to improve his living conditions, ensuring a clean and orderly environment where he could live without worry, enjoying the freedom of food and drink. Living on meager rations was quite unappealing, having crossed over. It felt absurd to be in such a state. Secondly, Lin Shu required a substantial amount of money to procure a vast array of weapons and explosive tags, alongside scrolls capable of storing them. Becoming a genin was no simple task, and according to the original plot of Naruto, Kakashi led Team 7 into a mission where they encountered Zabuza and Haku, sustaining severe injuries and nearly losing their lives. Lin Shu was uncertain of the impact his presence would have on the Naruto world, but for the sake of his own safety, he felt compelled to prepare thoroughly. After all, conflicts among ninjas could be lethal, and Lin Shu did not wish to meet his end in this new world so soon after his arrival. Who knew if he could even cross over again if he perished? Lin Shu had to cherish this life above all else. Navigating through the crowd, Lin Shu exited the bustling shopping street and turned down a narrow alley. After ensuring no one was following him, he emerged onto the main road, heading towards a location he had scouted the previous day. It was a vibrant gambling street located on the edge of the village, bustling with various illicit and gray market activities, including but not limited to gambling houses, brothels, arms trading, and information brokering. This area contributed significantly to the village's tax revenue and provided crucial intelligence, which was why the third Hokage and the higher-ups had allowed it to remain, albeit with caution. Thus, the entire gambling street had been relocated to the outskirts of the village. Despite its peripheral location, the area thrived due to the accumulation of substantial funds and resources. Beautifully constructed wooden buildings with a distinct Japanese flair lined the streets, and the charming men and women of the gambling houses enthusiastically beckoned passers-by. Even though it was still daytime, the bustling atmosphere was palpable. Wearing a hood and mask, Lin Shu trailed behind a large cart laden with supplies, using his stature to evade the notice of the guards at the gambling street's entrance, successfully blending in. Once inside, he surveyed his surroundings, identifying his target, a small gambling den situated at the corner of the street, with unimpressive business and seemingly weak guards. The rationale for selecting this location was twofold. Firstly, for safety, as it would allow for a swift escape after obtaining his goal. Secondly, Lin Shu lacked scrolls capable of storing large quantities of items. No matter how much money he could acquire, he would not be able to carry much. Hence, he planned to take no more than 100 ryo at most, which was already pushing his limits. After stepping out of the crowd, Lin Shu approached the small gambling den directly. Inside, he utilized his scant savings and, leveraging his newly acquired Sharingan, employed his keen insight to participate in games, gradually accumulating a considerable sum of money. However, this was only the beginning. Lin Shu intended to make a significant haul. As time passed, Lin Shu rose to leave, quietly purchasing some explosive tags and smoke bombs before hiding near the back door of the casino. During this time, the casino owner would typically leave with a large sum of money, presenting Lin Shu with a perfect opportunity. As for the guards and bodyguards, Lin Shu had his own strategies to deal with them. At the stroke of midnight, a group of 7 or 8 burly men, armed with sharp blades, emerged from the back door, surrounding a short, rotund man clad in extravagant attire, as they attempted to board a carriage. Without uttering a word, Lin Shu donned a thick mask and swiftly performed the technique of shadow clones multiple times, adorning each clone with an array of explosive tags before charging towards the men. The bodyguards were the first to notice Lin Shu's clones, but before they could raise their weapons in defense, they were struck by the sight of the densely packed explosive tags affixed to the clones. Goodness, this is perilous. Retreat, quickly. The bodyguards were paralyzed by fear, their spirits shattered. After all, in their time on the streets, who had ever encountered such a reckless madman? Just as the bodyguards were preparing to escort the rotund man back into the gambling house, they were once again forced to halt. The reason was simple. Another of Lin Shu's clones, covered in explosive tags and holding a torch, was poised to ignite them at any moment. Surrounded by 6 of Lin Shu's clones, the bodyguards dared not move, terrified that the madman before them might inadvertently send everyone to the heavens. Do you know what you are doing? This is a gambling house. You can't leave with the money, so please, let's discuss this rationally. The head bodyguard glared at Lin Shu's clone, shouting loudly. The clone, however, drew the torch closer to the explosive tags on its body, effectively silencing the bodyguards in sheer terror. I seek money, not lives. Do you desire wealth or survival? Lin Shu's voice rasped. I shall give you 5 seconds to contemplate. 5, 4, 3. As the torch inched closer to the explosive tags, the bodyguards and the rotund owner broke into a cold sweat, trembling in fear. Ultimately, The rotund man could no longer bear the tension and hastily interjected, "Stop, stop. It's just money. I can give it to you. If you need money in the future, just come to me. There's no need for such trouble. It's unsafe." Clutching tightly to a large bundle, the rotund man grimaced as if mourning a great loss. Reluctantly tossing it aside, Lin Shu's clone inspected the contents of the bag and, satisfied, turned to depart along the predetermined route. At that moment, the rotund man, seething with rage, trembled, his face flushed like a ripe tomato. He pointed furiously at Lin Shu's retreating figure, bellowing, "Find out who stole my money." Chapter 24. Group Assignments and Teachers. The following day, Lin Shu awoke well-rested. Glistening gold pieces lay within his grasp, and he was elated. What a windfall! I've acquired 200 taels. I need not worry about finances any longer. Surely, I have acted with righteousness. Time had flown, and Lin Shu rose to tidy the clothes he had worn the previous day, taking a piece of gold with him as he stepped out. Along the way, he purchased a new outfit and indulged in a sumptuous breakfast before leisurely making his way to a grove on the outskirts of the village. Here, he would meet the teacher assigned to him by the village alongside others who had passed the graduation assessment. However, Lin Shu felt uncertain about the situation. According to the original storyline, Naruto and his companions were divided into 3 small teams, each matched with Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai as their instructors. With Lin Shu's sudden presence, he was left to wonder whether he would be assigned a teacher of his own or integrated into another group. Oh, no need to overthink it. With my unique advantages, the assignment will not significantly impact me. Upon arriving at the designated location, Lin Shu was greeted once more by his friends and companions. Kiba and Shino were the first to spot him, waving enthusiastically. The others acknowledged Lin Shu with friendly smiles, while Sasuke maintained his typical stoic demeanor. Among all, it was Naruto, with his radiant smile, who called out, "Hey, Lin Shu, hurry over. You're late again. The teachers will be here soon." "All right, I'm coming." Lin Shu chuckled as he hastened to join his companions and exchanged pleasantries. Moments later, the sound of rushing air echoed from the clearing ahead, and 3 figures materialized before everyone. "Hello, children. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Kakashi, with a beaming smile, waved warmly at everyone. Asuma and Kurenai flanked him, also smiling at the group. Observing these 3 instructors, Lin Shu surmised what was to come. As an unexpected dark horse, he would likely not receive any special treatment and was probably to be placed in one of the small teams, becoming a disciple of one of the instructors. Lin Shu held no resentment towards this arrangement, recognizing that all 3 teachers were excellent individuals. Yet, he harbored additional concerns. He yearned to grow stronger swiftly to survive the impending turmoil in Konoha, which required him to continually hone his skills. The more formidable the target, the better. Kakashi and Asuma were both commendable choices. Of course, Kurenai, skilled in ninjutsu, was also appealing, but as a champion of pure love, Lin Shu refrained from pursuing married women. Moreover, he understood that Asuma was no pushover, and should he dare to cross certain boundaries, the 3rd Hokage would not let him off easily. His teammates could afford the occasional light-hearted jabs, but the burden of constant teasing would weigh heavily on them. Conversely, if he refrained from teasing, based on Lin Shu's previous dismal experiences, his progress would be painfully slow, leaving him unable to keep pace with his peers or possess the strength to protect himself. Thus, he began formulating his own thoughts regarding the group assignments and the confirmation of teachers. "All right, everyone is here. Let us finalize our group assignments and teachers," Kakashi announced, proceeding to call out several names. "Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Step forward and come to me. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hitaki Kakashi, and you 3 shall be my disciples from now on." "Exciting, isn't it?" Naruto flashed a toothy grin. Sakura bowed respectfully, while Sasuke remained expressionless. Kakashi chuckled, seemingly unfazed, tousling each of their hair before leading them aside. Next, Asuma exchanged a glance with Kurenai before announcing, "Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, step forward. I am Saratobi Asuma, your teacher. I hope you all strive diligently to become reliable members of our village." The trio stepped forward and positioned themselves behind Asuma. Finally, Kurenai raised her hand with a smile, saying, "Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Shino, Inazuka Kiba, step forward. I am Yuhi Kurenai, your newly promoted Jainin, and you can trust me." The 3 students bowed politely to their teacher, but, before departing, Shino pointed at Lin Shu, who had remained stationary, inquiring, "Teacher?" Lin Shu is also among those who passed the assessment. Why is he still? Oh, we have other arrangements for him. You come here for now. Shino wished to protest, but Lin Shu patted his shoulder and reassured him. Go ahead. I have already made my choice. No need to worry about me. Shino nodded, joining Kiba and Hinata behind Kurenai. Thus, the 3 instructors and the 9 exemplary graduates from the Ninja Academy completed their assignments. In that moment, Lin Shu stood alone, isolated in his thoughts. Chapter 25. The Choice. Naruto, filled with urgency, leaped from behind Kakashi, shouting, Hey, why is Lin Shu without a teacher? He is the top of our class. Why? Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Kakashi delivered a swift punch to his head, pulling him back while admonishing. What is the rush? We all understand, right? Just stay calm. Then, with a smile, Kakashi stepped forward, addressing Lin Shu. Well then, our top student. It's time for you to make your choice. Given your exceptional abilities, the 3rd Hokage has entrusted us with the responsibility to allow you to select your teacher. Subsequently, you will be placed in a class with the other students. Make your choice, Lin Shu. Regardless of whom you select, the teachers will wholeheartedly impart their knowledge to you. Hey, Lin Shu, choose this way. Then we can all be together. I'm tired of seeing Sasuke's face every day, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Sakura immediately retaliated with a punch, exclaiming, You, be quiet. Let Lin Shu decide for himself. Sasuke remained silent, but gazed intently at Lin Shu, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit, clearly still haunted by his previous defeat. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Ino also extended invitations to Lin Shu, eager to join forces with him. Seeing his kind-hearted and sincere friends, Lin Shu felt a wave of joy and gratitude. These were individuals he could trust with his back, excluding Sasuke. Regardless of his choice, Lin Shu believed he would enjoy a wonderful time ahead. Finally, taking a deep breath, Lin Shu calmly looked at everyone and articulated his decision, word by word. I choose not to choose. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. Even Sasuke, usually stoic, widened his eyes in disbelief at Lin Shu's unexpected response. What do you mean by not choosing, Lin Shu? Naruto asked, a mix of panic and frustration as he approached. Shikamaru and the others looked on in confusion. Ino, particularly concerned, inquired, Do you have any reservations, Lin Shu? We're friends. If there is something you want to say, please do. Not selecting a teacher could have significant repercussions for you. Think it through. The 3 teachers exchanged glances, surprised by Lin Shu's response. Finally, Kakashi stepped forward, crouching down to ask, That is quite an unexpected reply. Are you dissatisfied with not receiving special treatment despite being first? No, that is not it. Lin Shu shook his head earnestly. All of you are excellent teachers with remarkable abilities and character, and I've heard much about you in the village. But my decision to continue training alone is simply a personal preference and habit. I understand this may not seem like a wise choice, but I hope you can respect my wishes, as this is my genuine thought. Of course, Lin Shu's outward reasoning was intertwined with his capabilities. He preferred not to spend too much time with others. If he were to grow stronger each time someone challenged him, the truth would eventually come to light. The individuals present were certainly not foolish, with the exception of Naruto. If word got out, figures like Danzo, Orochimaru, or even those from other villages would seek to capture Lin Shu for experimentation. He couldn't take that risk, nor did he wish to. Thus, he chose to maintain a certain distance. This way, any progress he made could genuinely be attributed to his efforts, minimizing suspicion. Moreover, it would also protect others from any danger that might arise due to him. Seeing Lin Shu's serious and resolute demeanor, Kakashi sighed softly, smiling. All right. Since you've made your decision, I trust you. I will discuss your situation with the 3rd Hokage. Just remember, while training alone, you must remain diligent and never become complacent. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to us. We will do our utmost to assist you. Asuma and Kurenai smiled in support. The matter was settled. Although Naruto was somewhat disgruntled, he ultimately supported Lin Shu's choice. Lin Shu, please be careful. I'll improve rapidly. When we next face off, I'll show you my strength. Don't let me get too far ahead, Naruto declared, patting his chest earnestly. Lin Shu smiled and gave a thumbs up, replying, Do your best. But I believe I'll still be first next time. Humph. Stop boasting. I'm going to be the next Hokage. Just be careful not to fall behind. Kakashi raised his hand, playfully ruffling Lin Shu's hair, stating, Don't get too carried away. Becoming a Genin also entails obligations and responsibilities. You must regularly complete tasks assigned by the village. If you fail this time, you'll have to come to me, along with Asuma and Kurenai, for an intensive 6-month training regimen until you catch up. Do you understand? Observing Kakashi's playful demeanor, Lin Shu smirked but nodded in agreement. He acknowledged the care taken toward him. Moreover, it must be said that he genuinely wished to avoid Kakashi's rigorous training. After all, Kakashi was quite adept at the infamous 1,000 years of death technique, and Lin Shu had no desire to experience the discomfort firsthand. Having always been the one to poke others, he certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end. Whether for the sake of his own well-being or to protect his greatest secret from becoming experimental fodder, Lin Shu knew he had to strive harder. Most importantly, failing to complete the village's tasks would likely bind him to Kakashi, stripping away his current freedom. This would severely hinder Lin Shu's growth and lead to a detrimental cycle. That simply wouldn't he do. Chapter 26. Meeting the third Hokage. All right. Enough chit-chat. Kakashi lightly tapped Lin Shu and Naruto on the head. Lin Shu, since you've chosen to train alone, there are a few matters I need to inform you about, so be prepared. Lin Shu nodded as Kakashi continued. First, you have successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy and become an official Genin, but this is merely the beginning. You will need to undergo a period of training and guidance to further enhance your skills, understanding, and crucially, real combat experience. Subsequently, you must complete a practical task under the guidance of your teachers, and based on the results, we will assess whether you have grasped the necessary skills. Moreover, the Chunin exams are approaching, and I hope you will not be complacent. I wish for you to aspire to become honorable Chunin, continuing to contribute your strength to the village and your comrades. I understand. I won't be idle during this time. I will strive to become a true ninja. Kakashi paused, then chuckled wryly, vigorously ruffling Lin Shu's hair. Initially, he had hoped that the challenges would deter Lin Shu, but he was surprised to see Lin Shu's determination to pursue this path alone, despite the difficulties. Another stubborn one. Someday you will understand the hardships. Then we shall see if you still wish to come to us for support, he silently mused. In his perspective, apart from a few exceptional geniuses and unique wartime circumstances, there are hardly any individuals capable of completing tasks and advancing to the rank of Genin without the guidance of a teacher. Even Kakashi, at the tender age of 6, undertook missions alongside his companions and instructors to earn his promotion. Now, Lin Shu must embark on a mission alone, a daunting challenge indeed. Even if the Hokage assigned him a relatively simple task, it would still be far from easy. However, the situation is as it is. This choice belongs solely to Lin Shu. Eventually, the 3 instructors departed with their respective disciples for concentrated training, preparing for the upcoming missions. Lin Shu, not one to idle, left promptly for the village, making his way directly to the Hokage's office, the epicenter of authority within the village. Lin Shu had already devised a plan to leverage his status as the top student of the Ninja Academy to secure an audience with the third Hokage. Firstly, he sought to gauge the elder's intentions and potentially enhance his own abilities through this interaction. Secondly, he aimed to obtain permission from the third Hokage to undertake some of the village's commissions, allowing him to execute fundamental tasks. After all, it was customary for the village not to assign tasks outside its borders to him before he attained the rank of Chunin. Yet, being allowed to accept external assignments was crucial for Lin Shu, as it would enable him to aggressively pursue his targets and rapidly elevate his prowess. This was essential to prevent being distanced from his friends, especially in the forthcoming Chunin exams or during Sasuke's eventual departure, where he aimed to gain significant advantages and ultimately achieve his goal of becoming invincible. Whether it be the imminent Gaara or the later emergence of Orochimaru, Lin Shu viewed them as prime targets, believing that confronting them could significantly expedite his journey. Particularly, Orochimaru fascinated Lin Shu, as both the life-saving technique of the snake substitution jutsu and the formidable summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, were immensely appealing. The latter, in particular, was not only capable of sweeping through the early ninja world, but could also stand as a formidable barrier against countless foes. After all, who could compete with Hashirama and Tobirama, whose chakra reserves were boundless? The forbidden technique, the Shiki-F gene, was not something everyone could wield. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage's office, Lin Shu presented his name to the gatekeeper and explained his purpose. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned with a response. The third Hokage had agreed to meet him, inviting him to follow. Lin Shu accompanied the guard to the entrance of a spacious office situated on the top floor. After gently knocking, he received permission to enter. Upon stepping inside, He found the familiar sight of the elderly man with white hair and beard seated behind a large desk, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Good day, Hokage-sama. I am Lin Shu, here to discuss a matter with you, Lin Shu greeted politely. The third Hokage scrutinized Lin Shu with a smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. Ah, you have grown quite a bit. I have heard of your significant progress, and I am delighted to see you becoming an outstanding ninja. Now, tell me what brings you here. Lin Shu recounted the events that had transpired. Due to the unique nature of my circumstances, I hope you will permit me to undertake some village commissions and tasks to expedite my growth through practical experience and preparation for future missions. I aspire to become a chunin, J-nin, or even a more formidable ninja, capable of protecting myself, my friends, and the village I cherish. Lin Shu's heartfelt declaration almost brought forth tears. The third Hokage nodded in approval, expressing his agreement. I did not expect you to possess such ambition and awareness. Very well. Since you are so determined, I shall grant you the opportunity to train independently. I will also notify others to allow you to undertake some low-level external tasks for self-improvement. However, I have an additional condition. Please, go ahead. Lin Shu straightened in his seat. The third Hokage leaned forward, his hands clasped beneath his chin, his expression turning serious and imposing. Once you accept a task, you must complete it without fail. As the top student of this cohort, I have high expectations for you. Otherwise, my agreement will be rendered void, and you will have to return to your instructors for training, understood? Understood. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Lin Shu expressed his gratitude, though a sense of gravity weighed upon him. Through the third Hokage's statements and demands, Lin Shu discerned the elder's true intentions. You need to focus on your studies and not wander aimlessly. While there was certainly a desire to nurture his growth, Lin Shu sensed an underlying motive of vigilance. After all, a perennial underachiever suddenly ascending to the top rank was bound to raise concerns. It was entirely reasonable for the third Hokage to be cautious, embodying the vigilance expected of a leader of Konoha. Lin Shu was also aware that the day's events might reach Danzo's ears, and drawing the attention of that old schemer could prove perilous. Although the third Hokage was stern, he had his boundaries. Danzo, on the other hand, had none, willing to do anything to achieve his ambitions. Nevertheless, Lin Shu understood that to enhance his abilities, he had to embrace this path. Moreover, he harbored another crucial objective in meeting the third Hokage today, to extract some form of benefit, even if just a fraction. As a direct disciple of the second Hokage, the third was a powerful ninja, and a few insights from him could save Lin Shu years of hardship. The latter, possessing mastery over 5 chakra nature transformations, wielded an array of potent jutsu. For Lin Shu, what he lacked most was a powerful offensive technique. A mere fire jutsu would not suffice, as the fire release techniques in the Shippuden series lacked lethal impact. Thus, after discussing the aforementioned matters, Lin Shu remained in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Shu. What is it? Do you have something else to discuss? Lin Shu's heart raced, a surge of nervousness enveloping him like a thunderbolt. It was indeed a bold and challenging thought, as openly ambushing the third Hokage was nearly impossible without employing some strategy. Clearing his dry throat, Lin Shu cautiously approached the third Hokage's desk. Hokage-sama, I have one more small request I hope you can assist me with. As he spoke, he positioned himself directly in front of the Hokage's desk, fidgeting with his fingers. The allowance from the village has remained unchanged. Would it be possible to increase it a bit? Until I become a chunin and can earn my own living. I can't go on starving. Oh, and Naruto is in a similar situation. When I visited him last, his room was filled with expired instant noodles. We are still young and in need of proper nourishment. The third Hokage regarded Lin Shu, contemplating briefly before nodding in agreement. I will address this matter. Your allowances will be increased until you pass the chunin exam. I hope you do not let me down. Is there anything else? Lin Shu's back instantaneously broke out in a sheen of sweat. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He needed to gain something substantial from the third Hokage. Thus, mustering all his courage, Lin Shu requested, "May I embrace you for a moment? I wish to express my gratitude for rescuing me from the battlefield." The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a request in this context. What a deeply loyal and affectionate child he was. The third's expression softened as he smiled gently and stood up, moving to Lin Shu's side, arms outstretched. For someone so powerful yet devoted to the village, the third was more than willing to indulge this simple request. At that moment, Lin Shu gazed upon the scene, his heart racing as if on the verge of bursting from his chest, barely able to conceal his excitement, even trembling slightly. The immense treasure was within reach, tantalizingly close. He could easily imagine the tremendous enhancement he would gain from even a mere touch of the advanced ninjutsu. The months of arduous training that Naruto and the others undertook paled in comparison to what he could achieve with a mere finger. The exhilaration was beyond words. Observing Lin Shu's unrestrained enthusiasm, the third Hokage felt a warmth in his heart. As the third Hokage, it had been ages since he had encountered such pure and sincere emotions emanating from a young person. Truly, a child worthy of dedicating themselves to Konoha. The more he looked at Lin Shu, the more satisfied he became, and he stepped forward to embrace Lin Shu, whispering, "I am aware of your past. I have witnessed your growth. Lin Shu, you are a good child. I hope you can grow to be a formidable ninja like Naruto and the others, protecting the village and everyone within it. I believe you, and they will embody the will of fire. Keep striving." However, the third's seemingly heartfelt words went unanswered. For Lin Shu was currently maneuvering the third's arms downward, gradually shifting towards his intended target. Chapter 28. What happened to the Hokage? Poke. Lin Shu, I have high hopes for you. You will surely. What are you doing? The third Hokage's words were abruptly interrupted as his entire body tensed, his face displaying a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Lin Shu feigned innocence and poked again. The third's face flushed crimson as he gasped, seizing Lin Shu's hands and glaring at him. Simultaneously, the door to the Hokage's office burst open, and the guard who had escorted Lin Shu and drew his sword, rushing inside with kunai in hand. "Hokage-sama, what is the matter?" The third Hokage remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Shu. In truth, he felt too humiliated to admit that he had been killed by a mere child. After all, at his age, what would happen if this incident spread? Would he be able to show his face again? Anticipating the third's inquiry, Lin Shu appeared dazed as he glanced at his fingers and promptly began to apologize. "I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I was so moved that I didn't know where to place my hands. I didn't mean to poke." "Enough. I understand." The third Hokage quickly interrupted Lin Shu, unwilling to pursue the matter further with such a gifted young man. He patted Lin Shu's shoulder, his expression turning serious. "Humph. Let today's incident go. However, to prevent you from losing control of your hands again, I want you to copy the ninja code 10 times. No missions until you finish." Lin Shu, his face drooping in a resigned smile, agreed and was escorted out of the Hokage's office by the guard. The third Hokage touched his backside, his face reddening, and he shook his head helplessly before returning to his work. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, under the watchful gaze of the guard, safely exited the Hokage's office and blended into the crowd. Though he appeared expressionless, like most passers-by, inside, his heart was bursting with joy. The reason was simple. He had just successfully poked the third Hokage twice and acquired 2 exceptional ninjutsu. One was the shadow clone technique. This jutsu was superior to the basic clone technique, theoretically allowing for an infinite number of clones as long as there was sufficient chakra, enabling the sharing of information upon their return. It was a powerful, signature jutsu of the entire Naruto series, which even Naruto had yet to master. The second jutsu was the signature of the Sarutobi clan, the summoning technique, Monkey King. Lin Shu affectionately referred to it as the monkey god, open the hole. While playful, the moniker reflected the creature's immense power. Although the Monkey King did not appear frequently in Shippuden, its strength was indisputable. For instance, it was nearly invulnerable, capable of withstanding all forms of damage. It wielded the formidable adamantine staff, which could grow or shrink in size, and had once knocked the rampaging Ninetales away with a single strike. Moreover, as an esteemed summoning beast, the Monkey King could independently perform ninjutsu and collaborate with its summoner. This intelligent and versatile creature was simply extraordinary. In truth, Lin Shu had anticipated being satisfied with one advanced ninjutsu from this draw. After all, given his current chakra capacity and strength, an A-rank jutsu was already a formidable limit. Yet, he never anticipated such a stroke of luck, landing one of the strongest and most suitable abilities from the third Hokage. Haha, I'm ready to soar. This is fantastic. With the Monkey King, I can easily handle ordinary chunin without breaking a sweat. That means I'll be able to tackle A-rank missions effortlessly. This way, I can complete tasks and level up my experience in chakra without injury, mastering ninjutsu. At this rate, Naruto and the others' 25 hours of training a day won't even match my progress. Haha. When the time comes, if Sasuke still doubts me, I'll poke him until he concedes. The more Lin Shu pondered, the happier he became. He indulged in a generous bowl of char siu ramen at a local noodle shop before returning home. Due to the third Hokage's punishment of copying the ninja code, Lin Shu knew he had to complete that task first. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, who hadn't he copied text before? It was merely a trivial matter. Yet, upon returning home and retrieving the ninja code, which was thicker than a brick, Lin Shu felt defeated. What the? The third Hokage is quite petty. I merely poked him once. Is it necessary to hold such a grudge against a child just over 10 years old? Lin Shu rolled his eyes dramatically, feeling disgruntled but realizing he must find a way to tackle this task. Shadow clone technique. He swiftly formed the hand signs, expending most of his chakra to summon 10 identical clones at once. All right, brothers, lend me a hand with this copying. Once done, I'll treat you all to dinner. The clones were reluctant, but under Lin Shu's coaxing, they settled down to copy the text on the floor, the table, and the bed. As for Lin Shu himself, there was no way he would do any work. With shadow clones at his disposal, why should he exert himself? That was out of the question. Using the pretext of buying dinner for his clones, Lin Shu slipped out of the house and headed towards Ninja Tool Street. As the name suggests, it was the place dedicated to selling, repairing, and custom-making ninja tools. With his first solo mission approaching, Lin Shu needed to prepare adequately. After all, one's life is one's own, and safety must be prioritized while undertaking tasks. Since it was Lin Shu's first visit, he was not very familiar with the area. However, he eventually followed the crowd and arrived at the entrance of a spacious shop bustling with activity. Upon entering, Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings and made a beeline for a counter with fewer patrons. Good day, how may I assist you? The young lady at the counter inquired with a warm smile. Lin Shu spoke candidly. I require a substantial quantity of shuriken, storage scrolls, and explosive tags. The more, the better, as I need them for a mission. With that, he produced a large bag filled to the brim with coins from his pocket and opened it, revealing a glimmering cache of gold ingots, ill-gotten gains acquired from the casino. The counter attendant was taken aback by Lin Shu's wealth, her smile broadening as she gathered the money and opened a side door of the counter, inviting him into a private room for further discussion. Lin Shu nodded in agreement and followed her into the secluded chamber. Please, take a seat while I fetch some tea and snacks, she said with great courtesy. However, Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Let us get straight to business. I have 500 taels of gold in this bag. Please allocate the shuriken and explosive tags accordingly, and prepare a few more storage scrolls as well. Certainly, dear customer. Please hold on for a moment, she replied, her demeanor brightening as she began to calculate on paper. We typically sell shuriken at 500 copper coins each. But as you are a valued customer and ordering in bulk, we can offer them at 450 copper coins apiece. The explosive tags are priced at 1 tael of silver each, but I can provide them to you for 900 copper coins each. As for the storage scrolls, our current stock is limited. To accommodate your needs, you would require at least 5 medium scrolls, priced at 50 taels of silver each. But I can offer them to you for 48 taels. Lin Shu listened patiently as the attendant relayed the details and quantities, mentally calculating the total before nodding in affirmation. Then please fetch the items I need, he instructed. Of course, esteemed customer, please wait a moment, she said, bowing respectfully before opening the door to retrieve his order. Lin Shu settled into a comfortable chair, contemplating the uses of the items he was acquiring. In truth, he was not well versed in the use of shuriken and explosive tags. Having grown up in poverty without any experience with such tools, practicing them now would be too late. Yet failing to do so would squander the potential of such versatile and convenient weapons. Thus, he devised a novel approach. In addition to the traditional use of attaching explosive tags to shuriken, he conceived a unique bomb mode for his shadow clones. Essentially, he could attach explosive tags to his shadow clones and detonate them during combat, catching opponents off guard. Furthermore, the blast's intensity could be adjusted based on the number of tags used. Moreover, he considered the possibility of scientific enhancements through manual enchantments. For instance, equipping his shadow clones with iron plate armor could create the effect of a large shrapnel grenade. Alternatively, carrying sugar could yield incendiary bombs that adhere to targets. Or even employing deadly toxins for a dual attack of fire and poison. The more Lin Shu pondered, the more feasible and operational his ideas seemed. who said that one needed to master more ninjutsu to become an exceptional ninja. Science could also pave the way. It was a pity that Orochimaru had not remained in Konoha had he been around. Lin Shu would have taken the opportunity to learn from him and become immensely powerful without much effort. Sighing regretfully, Lin Shu lamented the timing of his arrival in this world. Had he encountered Orochimaru earlier and had the chance to learn from him, he might have already developed Konoha's own nuclear capabilities. Nonetheless, he found satisfaction in his current circumstances, as everything was progressing in accordance with his plans. Once he achieved the rank of Nin, Lin Shu intended to temporarily leave the village and seek out unique and powerful places, such as the Forest of Death or the Dragon Cave. It is said that sage techniques greatly enhance a ninja's strength, and he was particularly intrigued by the sage arts once learned by Kabuto. After reaching a level of power comparable to that of a Kage, Lin Shu envisioned infiltrating the Akatsuki and participating in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Initially, he would bide his time, but when the moment came for Kagaya to be revived, he would swiftly strike, acquiring the abilities of both Obito and Black Zetsu, ultimately resolving the conflict and ushering in an era of peace. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, he believed that sealing her away was a waste. Since she craved love, Lin Shu would gladly share his affection with her in various ways every day. Despite her age, Kagaya appeared youthful and possessed remarkable qualities. Who wouldn't want to be in her presence? For the safety of the world, Lin Shu was willing to sacrifice his own comfort and keep a close watch over her. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Shu was interrupted by a gentle knock at the door. The counter attendant entered, carrying a tray with 5 scrolls, each approximately 20 centimeters in length. Customer, your requested items are ready. Is there something on your mind? If you wish to share, I am here to help. The attendant's warmth reflected the significant commission she would earn from this sale. Lin Shu chuckled, responding playfully, "Oh, nothing much. Just contemplating the future of the world and its layout. You certainly have a sense of humor." She laughed lightly, dismissing his words. To her, someone purchasing such a large quantity of basic ninja tools could not possibly be serious about the world's future. However, it was evident that anyone capable of such a purchase was not just wealthy, but extraordinarily affluent. After all, 500 taels of gold would suffice to acquire a decent residence with a courtyard in Konoha, along with the ability to hire servants and workers to assist. In essence, this amount was enough for someone to live comfortably in Konoha for a lifetime. This young customer was indeed affluent. Could he possibly be the dashing heir of a prominent clan? The thought made the attendant's cheeks flush slightly. She carefully wrapped the 5 scrolls in a bundle, tying it securely before presenting it to Lin Shu with great respect. Inadvertently, her hand brushed against Lin Shu's as he accepted the bundle. He had no ulterior motives and simply slung the package over his shoulder as he followed her through the side door, departing the shop. Safe travels. I hope to see you again soon. The young attendant called cheerfully, waving goodbye as Lin Shu walked away. It was still early in the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, leaving plenty of time before he needed to return home and disrupt his clones as they diligently copied texts. Thus, Lin Shu decided to take advantage of this time to practice his newly developed technique, bomb mode, and attempt to summon his spirit beast, the monkey god. Both of these tasks have the potential to significantly enhance Lin Shu's abilities, and the sooner they are completed, the better. With the scroll on his back, Lin Shu ventured into the woods on the outskirts of Konohagakure. To prevent his ingenious ideas from being noticed or plagiarized, he deliberately walked deeper into the forest, ensuring he remained undetected. He then retrieved a stack of explosive tags and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Shadow clone technique. As Lin Shu's incantation echoed in the air, a clone identical to him emerged from a cloud of white mist. Without hesitation, Lin Shu stuffed the explosive tags into the clone's back and silently commanded it to charge forward. However, the process did not go smoothly. Upon realizing Lin Shu had thrown a bundle of explosive tags onto its back, the clone sprang up in alarm, tossing the tags aside and glaring at Lin Shu, exclaiming, "What the hell? Brother, what are you doing? Are you trying to harm me? I'm your own clone. It was one thing to do this in a previous dangerous situation. But now, how can you treat me this way? We are brothers. Blood is thicker than water." The clone continued, "I know. I have no other choice. Just help me out. It's not a big deal if you temporarily die. I can summon you back later. After all, I am your true self. Show me some respect, brother." "What nonsense. You think dying is trivial?" The clone's voice rose an octave. "If I die, you die too. Of course. You think it's no big deal, But do you know how painful it is when the explosive tags detonate? It's like dying with your whole family. How would I know the pain of losing a family? I'm an orphan. Lin Shu shrugged, indifferent. The clone paused, realizing, oh, I don't have that experience either. My analogy was inaccurate. Let me rephrase. It's unacceptable. Why should I be summoned to die while others enjoy life? I'm not doing it. As the clone prepared to depart, Lin Shu sighed and raised a finger, proposing, how about a bowl of char siu ramen? One explosion for that. What do you say? The clone froze momentarily, hesitating. Humph. You think a mere bowl of ramen is enough to entice me? Do you realize the agony involved? I am your brother. If you want me to help, you need to up the ante. Lin Shu crossed his arms and rolled his eyes. Fine. A bowl of ramen plus a plate of pork and scallion dumplings. The clone chuckled heartily, visibly excited. Without needing further persuasion, it dashed out to hide the bundle of explosive tags in its clothing, then charged forth as Lin Shu mentally directed. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion and a mild tremor, a nearby tree was severed in half. Its trunk splintered into countless pieces. The ground within a few meters of the tree was stripped bare by the flames and shockwaves, leaving a deep circular imprint. Naturally, Lin Shu's clone vanished into the flames without a trace. Wow, the explosive power is quite impressive, rivaling that of a mortar shell. Lin Shu quickly approached the blast site, thoroughly inspecting it with satisfaction. The next step was to practice rapidly covering the clones with a sufficient number of explosive tags to achieve the element of surprise. This task was simpler, as it did not require the clones' lives. Each clone could practice with a dozen explosive tags, relieving Lin Shu of excessive worry. They would gradually hone their skills, paving the way for the main event. Once accomplished, he could complete missions without injury, accumulating experience and chakra. Lin Shu rubbed his palms together, excitedly recalling the hand seal sequence for summoning Jutsu. After taking a deep breath, he began forming the seals in the correct order. Approximately 5 seconds later, the technique was complete. Lin Shu bellowed, "Great ape god, appear." A minute passed, then 2, then 5, yet not a single hair appeared. Lin Shu grew anxious, utterly perplexed. What is going on? My seal sequence was correct. Is it a matter of insufficient chakra? No, the system indicated I've learned it. And I've output some chakra. It shouldn't be an issue. It's not my fault. Perhaps it's a problem on that side? The more Lin Shu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, in the lore of Naruto, Shippuden, the Sarutobi clan typically summoned the great ape, and there had never been a precedent for outsiders managing to do so. It was likely that the great ape sensed an unfamiliar summoning and was unwilling to respond. For now, Lin Shu found himself at an impasse. If this aged monkey refused to appear, he could not simply pull it from another realm. However, giving up was not an option for Lin Shu, especially when he had a powerful summoning beast so close yet unusable. It felt like a tremendous loss. Hence, he began to devise a plan. After all, no matter how formidable, it was still just a monkey. If he offered it something it liked, perhaps it would show interest and make an appearance? Bananas, perhaps? Without delay, Lin Shu dashed to the village, heading straight for the fruit stand on the market street, purchasing an entire bunch of bananas. But that was not enough. He also bought apples, pears, peaches, and apricots, everything the monkey enjoyed. He eagerly anticipated trying again at home. Of course, passing by a ramen shop, Lin Shu could not resist indulging in a meal, also packing 11 servings to take home, along with a portion of dumplings. Upon returning home, Lin Shu found his clones had finished transcribing the books but appeared weary, struggling to lift their arms. They clung to Lin Shu, lamenting with tears and snot, prompting him to wonder if their personalities mirrored his own. Enough. Stop wailing. I've brought food. Go eat. Wow, the original is quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Food. I'm starving. Hurry up and eat. My chakra will run out soon, and I'll have to return. Lin Shu then created another shadow clone, summoning the one that had been blown apart, handing over 2 portions of food. Work hard, eat well. I won't shortchange you in the future. Spread the word. I'm inviting anyone willing to be a bomb maker to a meal. No hard feelings if you don't want to. As long as you do the work, I will ensure you're rewarded. Of course, being a bomb maker is painful, so you'll need to eat well to recover. The blown-apart clone beamed with delight as it devoured the ramen, nodding enthusiastically. Don't worry, I'll relay the message. Satisfied, Lin Shu disregarded the clones and retreated to his bedroom, placing all the fruits on the floor, attempting to summon once more. I refuse to believe it. Can a monkey truly resist? Lin Shu swiftly formed the hand seals again, trying to summon. Great ape god, appear. A circle of markings emerged on the floor beneath him, but after a brief flicker, they vanished. Once again, the summoning concluded without success. However, Lin Shu remained undeterred. The fleeting glow of the markings indicated that his efforts were not in vain. At the very least, there had been some initial response. "Curse you, monkey. Are you really that picky, refusing even bananas?" Lin Shu, filled with indignation, began to form seals once more. This time, he was determined to confront the monkey head-on. "Yuan Shen, arise. Yuan Shen, arise. Yuan Shen, arise." "What the hell?" A neighbor from downstairs poked his head out the window, exclaiming, "Hey, you up there. Keep it down. It's late, and some of us are trying to rest." Lin Shu's lips twitched, but he restrained himself from retorting, "If you have the guts, go complain to the property management." After all, he was the one at fault, and it was no wonder others were displeased. Moreover, that phrase was rather ominous. Just as Lin Shu was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a large iron rod had appeared on his floor. To his astonishment, a furry hand emerged from one end of the rod, snatching an entire bunch of bananas before retreating back. "What on earth? Where did this stick come from? And is it stealing my fruit with such long arms?" Without hesitation, Lin Shu drew his kunai and shuriken, cautiously demanding, "Stop. Who dares to intrude into my home? Show yourself." The iron rod visibly quivered, and once more, a furry hand boldly emerged, seizing an apple, 2 pears, and 3 apricots. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant voice announced. Chapter 32, The Transaction with the Monkey Demon. "You are quite an interesting fellow. Haven't you been calling for me repeatedly? Now that I've shown myself. Do you not believe me? What? It really is you?" Lin Shu exclaimed, perplexed. "But I was summoning the Yuan Shun. Why is it just this stick and 2 hands? What if I were in danger? I prepared so many treats to meet you." The monkey demon's furry hand continued to grab more fruit, laughing heartily. "Well, thank you very much. I have no idea how you learned this summoning technique. Ordinarily, our kind would not respond to summons from anyone outside the Yuan Fei clan. However, seeing your sincerity, I might reluctantly assist you. But let me make it clear, I can only deploy 2 hands and weapons. My true form must remain elsewhere." Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. "All right then, 2 hands and weapons will suffice. I trust you won't let me down." "Haha, it's a trivial matter. By the way, I really enjoy these fruits. Do prepare more in the future. Farewell." After gathering all the fruit, the iron rod exploded into a puff of white smoke and vanished from the room. Though Lin Shu still had not seen the monkey demon's true form, he was quite satisfied. He understood perfectly well what that iron rod was, a versatile and powerful weapon. It could change in size and length. And it was with this very weapon that the monkey demon had once sent the ferocious Ninetails flying. In terms of weaponry, it was nearly indestructible. Moreover, with the monkey demon wielding it, even if its true form did not appear, Lin Shu felt a sense of security. After all, Lin Shu was not yet a nin, and the tasks available to him were only of ordinary rank. To the monkey demon, they were trivial indeed. Excellent. All preparations are now complete. Next, I must quickly complete missions to gather experience, chakra, and ninjutsu. According to the plan, achieving success and fame is just around the corner. Haha. After a good night's rest, Lin Shu woke early the next morning, washed up, dressed, and hurriedly ran towards the Hokage office building a topping inn. A piece of bread in his mouth. Due to a previous misunderstanding, Lin Shu was stopped at the door by the guards. Only after receiving explicit permission from the 3rd Hokage did the guard reluctantly supervise Lin Shu to the office door. After knocking, the guard watched Lin Shu enter and closed the wooden door, resuming his post. Lin Shu paid no mind and directly piled the 10 copies of the ninja rules he had transcribed onto the 3rd Hokage's desk, asking, "Grandpa 3rd Hokage, I've finished copying. May I please receive my mission assignment?" The 3rd Hokage casually picked up one to check, glanced at Lin Shu, and nodded. "You've copied quite swiftly. Go ahead, I grant you permission. Remember, exercise caution on your first mission. Don't rush headlong into danger. While you can move quickly alone, you may find it difficult to receive timely help if trouble arises." Lin Shu smiled and nodded, appearing to listen attentively to the sage advice. Once the 3rd Hokage finished speaking, Lin Shu promptly turned and left to check for missions in the adjacent building. The 3rd Hokage, observing Lin Shu's departing figure, exchanged glances with the guard, signaling him to follow Lin Shu and provide covert protection. The guard, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply with the Hokage's orders. At the same time, Lin Shu entered the building designated for mission assignments and commissions. This place not only issued tasks from the village, but also personal requests. Rewards varied with the difficulty of the missions, and, of course, the dangers increased accordingly. In theory, only those who officially became Nin could accept missions here. However, Lin Shu had taken a shortcut through the Hokage's back door and could disregard such rules and restrictions. Standing in the spacious, bustling hall, Lin Shu surveyed his surroundings and finally joined the queue at the busiest counter. This was where the lowest-level tasks were issued. Although Lin Shu was reluctant to wait in line, this was the only option available to him at the moment. Meanwhile, the adults around him began to notice his presence. After all, he was only 12 years old, slightly over 5 feet tall, and stood out prominently in the long queue. "Hey, a minor!" exclaimed a burly ninja with a beard, somewhat surprised before sneering. "What are you doing here? This isn't a playground for children. Hurry up and scram. Don't block the way. I'm waiting to accept a mission." Lin Shu shot him an unimpressed glance. He had been waiting in line for quite a while. And now this man wanted to cut in? Who did he think he was? At that moment, a man named Matsushita Shosha, whose nephew was called Yamashita, coldly laughed and tried to push his way forward, seeking to avenge his nephew's unfortunate plight. "Watch where you're going. Open your eyes. I'm here to accept a mission too." Lin Shu sneered. "What's the matter? Have you never seen such a young Nin before?" "Nin? You? Ha. A bald ninja behind Lin Shu, with a fierce demeanor, stroked his chin in disdain. "Kid, you have no manners. Don't you know to greet your elders properly? And what if you're a minor Nin? What is so special about that? There are plenty of geniuses out there. I haven't seen many who have lived to my age. Hey kid, is this your first time coming to accept a mission? Be careful, otherwise you might not be seen again tomorrow, and I would be quite saddened by that. Ha." Some nearby furrowed their brows, while others took delight in the situation, chiming in. Arrogant geniuses are the most prone to trouble, just like Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan, who slaughtered his entire family and became a rogue ninja. And then there was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, who also defected from the village. So-called geniuses are mostly like that. Ha indeed. But don't take it to heart, little brother. We're talking about those who became Nin at 7 or 8 years old, not you. Huh? Lin Shu cast a sidelong glance at the group of mocking individuals, unable to endure their taunts. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "Ha, what about your dam? I may not measure up to Uchiha Itachi or Orochimaru, I admit, but surely I am stronger than you all, right? At the very least, I can stand alongside you at my age. In the future, I too shall become a Chunin and even a Jonin. So spare me your elder heirs. You lot certainly do not surpass me." The bald ninja, incensed, chuckled derisively, clenching his oversized fists, and shot Lin Shu a meaningful glance. With a sneer, he countered. "You are so confident? Care to test your mettle against me? Then strive hard to earn a place on the wanted list. I will gladly accept your mission." Lin Shu, uninterested in further banter, turned to the counter to select a task. The bald ninja, veins bulging on his forehead, seethed with frustration, but in the official mission hall, under the watchful eyes of many, he had no recourse but to stew in his anger. Yet, within his eyes, a glimmer of danger flickered. At the counter stood a lively young girl with a bobbed haircut. She patiently awaited Lin Shu's selection while discreetly appraising him. Not only because of the recent commotion in the queue, but also due to the Hokage's special directive. In her view, Lin Shu was too young to be independently accepting missions and commissions, which posed considerable risk. Maintaining her professional demeanor and harboring a hint of concern, the short-haired girl suggested, "If this is your first time, I recommend selecting simpler tasks. Although the rewards are modest, they are much safer for novices and ideal for gaining experience. Once you become adept and your strength increases, you can opt for more challenging missions." "Thank you." Lin Shu smiled, "but I have already made my selection." The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she followed Lin Shu's pointing finger, her mouth agape in disbelief. Are you certain?" she exclaimed, her voice rising several octaves before she hurriedly lowered it, anxious to explain. "Though this is a B-rank mission, the danger level is quite high. It's nearly A rank. 3 individuals have previously failed, and 1 even perished. You've chosen this. I have made my decision. Please expedite the paperwork." Lin Shu insisted earnestly. The counter girl, somewhat frustrated, pouted as she processed the documents while muttering under her breath, "Honestly, another one who doesn't heed advice. It's been said how perilous this is." Seeing her adorably flustered demeanor, Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle. He understood her concern was rooted in care, but after confirming his ability to utilize summoning techniques, he felt a surge of confidence in his own strength. Moreover, the target of this mission possessed considerable prowess. If he could land a few strikes, his progress would accelerate. As Lin Shu received the documents and credentials from the counter girl, the bald ninja behind him began to mock him with a sneer. "Oh, what task has our little genius taken on? Care to show us? Don't tell me you'll end up searching for lost cats." The onlookers, curious, turned their attention to Lin Shu. After all, many had heard him declare his ambition to become a chunin and then a jonin, which piqued their interest. Rolling his eyes at the bald ninja, Lin Shu feigned anxiety as he tucked the documents into his clothing, retorting, "What is it to you? Mind your own business." The bald ninja, seeing Lin Shu's reaction, felt a surge of excitement, pointing and laughing. Come, everyone look. Our little genius is frightened. I thought you'd select a more prestigious mission, but you seem ready to chase after lost cats, lacking confidence in your own abilities. Should I call you senpai or big brother to help you out? That is nonsense. I'm not." Lin Shu protested, while subtly signaling the short-haired girl to remain silent. She had long been displeased by the bald ninja's bullying demeanor and was now content to watch the unfolding drama. Though Lin Shu was indeed a novice and appeared youthful, the short-haired girl had faith in him. After all, he was personally acknowledged by the Hokage. He must be extraordinary. She anticipated that he would soon teach those ruffians a lesson. "Hey there, don't rush to have someone defend you, making it seem like we are bullying you. We merely wish to see what mission you've undertaken so we can assist you." The bald ninja continued his taunts, raising his voice. "Shall we place a bet on the difficulty of this mission? I wager he has chosen the simplest task. 10 gold coins. Who else wishes to bet?" Most of the bystanders were easily swayed, seeing Lin Shu's anxious demeanor, and began to speculate that he was weak, eagerly calling out their bets. "Count me in. I wager 5 gold coins. I'll bet 20 gold coins." However, some took a moment to consider and chose to spread their bets. "I'll wager 5 gold coins on the simplest task and 5 gold coins on a medium task." Yet, amidst the crowd, no one dared to bet that Lin Shu would undertake a higher-ranked mission. The bald man, clutching a large pile of gold, grinned widely, looking down at Lin Shu with derision. "Come on, little genius. Hurry up and show us your documents. Everyone is eager to see. You wouldn't want to waste our time, would you? Indeed. Show us what you have. We won't mock you." The crowd's urging grew louder. Lin Shu squinted, surveying the room, and noticed how the previously earnest leaf ninjas had transformed into expressions of greedy anticipation. Even those who had shown discontent with the bald man's behavior had suddenly joined in, their eyes gleaming with desire. It was evident that, when it came to profit, people's true colors were revealed swiftly. Though he was under the scrutiny of so many, Lin Shu felt no panic or fear. Instead, he wanted to laugh. For these individuals were all mistakenly assuming they were coming to present him with money to spend. His luck had been fortuitous lately, and he was in need of funds. They were practically delivering it to him on a silver platter. Perfect. Resources for summoning the monkey god and the bomb man were now all secured. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow at the bald ninja, then flashed a brilliant smile that surprised and unsettled everyone around him. "Since we can place bets, as the party involved, shall wager as well. I bet on myself for the highest-ranked mission. 50 gold coins." At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence, with hushed breaths and gasps echoing in the air. Lin Shu, smiling, retrieved his remaining funds from within his clothing, stacking them in front of the visibly anxious bald ninja. At this proximity, Lin Shu could clearly see the bald ninja's slightly trembling arms, his throat shifting nervously, and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Are you really betting on yourself?" The bald ninja's voice trembled, and the surrounding onlookers' hearts raced, their breaths becoming rapid. Lin Shu paid no heed to the bald ninja, directly revealing his mission documents. B-rank mission: eliminate 2 bandits hiding in Baishir Mountain. Task information, accompanied by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The bald-headed man widened his eyes and exclaimed loudly, "You dare accept this mission? Have you lost your mind? These 2 are rogue ninjas who defected and even participated in the 3rd Great Ninja War. This task has been available for half a year, has failed 3 times. And 1 person has already died? Are you truly willing to take this on?" The onlookers gazed at him as if he were a fool. In their eyes, a young ninja, newly appointed as a genin, should diligently begin with basic, simple tasks. This reckless undertaking, pushing himself to the limits? It was simply courting death. A genius? Only the living hold value. The deceased are nothing but dust. Moreover, to confront two rogue ninjas alone? That was sheer folly. Did he truly believe himself to be Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, or the White Fang of Konoha? Spare us. Simultaneously, some began to advise Lin Shu to abandon the task sooner rather than later, lest he jeopardize his own life. Naturally, their motives were not altruistic. It was primarily about the money. The stakes appeared to be already stacked against them. If they didn't take action, they would lose everything. After all, everyone present believed they were certain to win, which is why they had all placed substantial bets. Now, with Lin Shu's unexpected defiance, they risked losing their very shirts. Yet, Lin Shu paid no heed to their counsel. He tilted his chin towards the bald ninja, smirking as he said, "It seems I have prevailed? In front of so many witnesses? Surely, you wouldn't wish to backtrack on your word?" The bald ninja's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, his heart bleeding internally. He glared at Lin Shu, secretly threatening, "Are you certain you want to claim this money? Have you truly considered the consequences? Accepting this task means you must follow through. And when you encounter those rogue ninjas, be wary for your life." Lin Shu boldly snatched the substantial sum from the bald ninja's grasp, declaring, "A bet is a bet. I shall take my leave. Next time there is such a tantalizing wager, be sure to seek me out. I'll take a commission." The bald ninja clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, staring at Lin Shu's retreating figure, yet he dared not act. He could only watch as Lin Shu swaggered away. After calming his heavy breathing and slightly dizzy eyes, he silently cursed, "Very well. You dare take my money. This is far from over. We shall see. I refuse to believe a mere child like you can return alive." Chapter 35. Intelligence. The bald ninja was about to approach the counter to claim his mission when an individual suddenly sprang forth, cutting in line ahead of him. The bald ninja instantly erupted in fury, his eyes turning red. However, before he could voice his anger, he noticed the surrounding ninjas gazing at him with ill intent, which caused him to swallow his words. A bunch of scoundrels, losing their bets yet blaming me? Serves them right. Though furious, the bald ninja dared not provoke the crowd and forced a strained smile, pretending to be magnanimous. Just when he thought the line cutting had ended, another person stepped in front of him. The bald ninja glanced at the newcomer, realizing this was also a loser, and gritted his teeth, lowering his head. Eventually, after all who had lost their money had claimed their tasks, it was finally the bald ninja's turn at the counter. By this time, it was already midday, and he had wasted a good 4 to 5 hours compared to when he first arrived. "What task will you be claiming? Hurry up and choose. I'm about to clock out." The short-haired counter attendant shot a sidelong glance at the bald ninja before lowering her head to fiddle with her nails. The bald ninja's face froze, nearly spitting blood in frustration. "How is this fair? Why am I so cursed today? Losing money is one thing, but to be scorned by my peers? Now, being neglected by the staff as well? The pain is unbearable." Just as he was perusing the tasks, a wild and greedy thought suddenly emerged. Without selecting a task, he hurriedly dashed out. The counter attendant rolled her eyes and called out, "Next." Lin Shu had officially claimed his task and would not delay any longer. After converting the cash he had into various necessary supplies, he quickly packed his belongings and departed from Konoha alone. With time limited and the destination quite distant, by the time Lin Shu reached the vicinity of Mount Hakushi, a week had already passed. "Phew, I finally made it. I'm utterly exhausted. Now, it's time to prepare for the real work." Although he was near Mount Hakushi, Lin Shu did not recklessly charge in to confront the bandits. Instead, he stopped at a town adjacent to the mountain and checked into an inn. He began discreetly inquiring about information related to Mount Hakushi. After all, Konoha was quite far from here, and the intelligence provided would surely be outdated. Heaven knows what he might encounter if he barged in with that information. What if that group of bandits had gained strength under the leadership of those two rogue ninjas? Would Lin Shu merely be delivering himself as a sacrifice? That simply wouldn't he do. Furthermore, since this was his first mission, Lin Shu needed to exercise caution and execute it flawlessly. This way, he would present a stronger image before the third Hokage, his sensei Kakashi, and his companions like Naruto in the future. It would be delightful to engage in playful banter with them later on. Especially with the third Hokage and the elite J-Nin instructors, a little guidance could save him years of detours. If possible, Lin Shu wished he could tie those experts to a post and have them impart wisdom to him daily. Just the thought of it thrilled him. However, such fantasies had to be set aside for now. Should he act on them, he would likely become the top enemy in the ninja world, surpassing Obito, Orochimaru, and Madara, a costly mistake indeed. Well, one must eat one bite at a time. Taking larger strides may lead to missteps. He would start with these bandits. Once they fell into his hands, he could handle them as he pleased. This could be seen as a righteous act, helping others while also enhancing his reputation. After a comfortable dinner, Lin Shu seized the opportunity while the innkeeper was tidying up the tables to ask about Mount Hakushi. The young attendant was quite talkative, readily sharing relevant information. If you are heading to the land of rice, I strongly advise against taking the route down Mount Hakushi alone. It's very dangerous. There are bandits on the mountain, and Konoha's ninjas have attempted to confront them several times, all in vain. Is that so? These bandits must be formidable. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, feigning concern. If that route was impassable, he would have to take a longer detour. What would become of my mission? You're a local. Are there any other routes nearby? Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. Lin Shu offered a small piece of gold, which instantly brightened the attendant's eyes as he quickly tucked it away. After glancing around, he lowered his voice, since you're in a hurry. I do know of a small path just east of the foot of Mount Hakushi, where there's a naturally formed cave that cuts through the mountain. Although it's somewhat dark and narrow, it's unknown to anyone. You must keep this a secret, or else the bandits will find out. Lin Shu's eyes lit up with realization and delight, and he returned to his room, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, the attendant watched Lin Shu leave with a respectful gaze. But as soon as he was gone, his expression turned cold, and he exchanged a knowing glance with his employer. Chapter 36. Clones and Traps. Lin Shu enjoyed a good night's rest at the inn and rose early the next morning, eating his rations before setting out towards Mount Hakushi. On the road, Lin Shu scrutinized the map in his hands, contemplating patiently. Baishar Mountain serves as a crucial thoroughfare between the land of fire and the land of rice, with merchant caravans often opting for this route for its expedience. This group must have amassed considerable wealth by lingering here. Yet their repeated acts of banditry suggest they possess considerable skill. A direct assault would be unwise, necessitating a more strategic approach. Although he had the formidable Sarademon as a trump card, Lin Shu understood the importance of weakening his adversaries before deploying his ultimate weapon. Charging in recklessly was a folly he would not entertain unless he had attained the rank of Jonin. The treacherous ground could indeed lead to a downfall. Upon reaching the foot of Baishar Mountain, he was greeted by a narrow path, flanked by walls rising 7 to 8 meters high, reminiscent of a 3- or 4-story building, an ideal ambush location. However, Lin Shu had no intentions of traversing this route. Instead, he turned to the path suggested by his companion. The bait had been cast. He wondered what kind of fish would take the hook. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu emerged from a copse of trees, standing at the entrance of the path that ran through Baishar Mountain. He gazed into the inky darkness of the cave, retrieved a torch from his heavy pack, and lit it before proceeding. Just as he was about to step into the shadowy abyss, a series of swift whooshing sounds pierced the air. Suddenly, several dark, sharp shurikens shot towards him. Moreover, from the thicket he had just passed through, 5 or 6 burly men wearing black masks and wielding weapons emerged. Who are they? In a critical moment, Lin Shu swung the torch, deflecting the incoming shurikens, then pressed his back against a large rock and loudly demanded answers from the advancing men. Yet, the brigands merely exchanged mocking glances, disregarding his words as they brandished their long knives and approached with deliberate pace. Damn it! Are you courting death? Lin Shu hastily produced a shuriken from his person and hurled it at the nearest adversary, simultaneously brandishing a smoke bomb, ready to drop it. At that moment, a young bandit suddenly appeared above him on the rock, raising his long knife for a fierce strike. It's you, Lin Shu shouted in anger, recognizing the very man who had recommended this path back at the inn. The man wore a cruel, malicious grin, laughing maniacally. Damn Konoha ninja. Die. The sight of Lin Shu's shock, fear, disappointment, and sorrow sent waves of exhilaration through the bandit, causing him to tremble with excitement. How delightful to slay a Konoha ninja. Just as the sharp blade descended, effortlessly severing Lin Shu's arm, the bandit could hardly contain his glee. However, in the next instant, an intense and searing explosion of flames erupted, engulfing him and the surrounding bandits. The deafening roar of the blast echoed through the quiet mountainside, shattering the 2-meter-high boulder into fragments that rained down. A deep pit emerged in the ground, exuding wisps of black smoke. leaving the band of robbers nothing but vaporized remnants. Soon, the rustling of leaves signified Lin Shu's reappearance as he approached the edge of the massive crater, peering down. Quite impressive. The power was commendable indeed. 50 explosive tags stacked together had annihilated them entirely, though it was regrettable that no significant catch had surfaced, merely lackeys. Lin Shu felt a twinge of disappointment before turning to leave. However, just a few steps away, the solid ground beneath him began to tremble and morph into a viscous mire, ensnaring his feet deeply. Lin Shu struggled desperately, only to sink further into the quagmire. The ninjas from Konoha are indeed growing weaker. They can't even escape my earth release, swamp jutsu. How disappointing. Accompanied by hearty laughter, a tall, slender figure emerged slowly from the cave. Moments later, a handsome man with long hair and a distinctive scar on his forehead appeared behind Lin Shu. Lin Shu twisted his head to confirm the identity of this man as one of the rogue ninjas, skilled in earth release techniques, Shia. Killing me would yield you no benefit. Konoha will only send stronger ninjas in the future. How about you let me go? I can offer you a substantial sum. Lin Shu, ensnared in the mire, struggled while attempting to negotiate. Yet, Shia stood at a distance, watching Lin Shu sink deeper without any inclination to approach. Oh, is this the caliber of the new Konoha genin? Today's youth truly disappoint me. When the fourth great ninja war commences, individuals like you won't survive a single day. Clearly, my decision to leave Konoha was indeed the right one. Konoha will not spare you. My teacher Kakashi will not let you off either. You're finished. Lin Shu cursed vehemently, yet the mire continued to consume him relentlessly. Shia scoffed, his expression revealing indifference, though the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his inner unease. After all, the name of Konoha's White Fang had achieved legendary status in their era. He was a prodigy who passed the Chunin exams at the tender age of 8, an elite in the Umbu, having even served as a captain. Shia never believed he could contend with Kakashi, but at this juncture, he had no intention of sparing Lin Shu. Chapter 37. The Bandits Emerge. What difference does invoking Kakashi make? The essence of a ninja lies in their personal strength. Once I have your money, I can simply leave for another country. I refuse to believe Kakashi can pursue me for eternity. Shia approached the edge of the mire, forming hand seals to manipulate the swamp and extract the unconscious Lin Shu. Just as he reached for the pack on Lin Shu's back, a wave of danger washed over him, prompting an instinctual retreat. Boom! Another violent explosion obliterated the swamp, creating a massive pit over a meter deep and several meters wide. At the pit's edge, two towering, cracked earthen walls crumbled, revealing a gasping, sweat-drenched Shia, his clothes tattered. Shia glared furiously at the pit beneath him, cursing incessantly. Damn it! How careless! I was nearly done in by a mere child. How infuriating! Thankfully, my reflexes saved me. Using Earth Release, Earth Barrier to shield against the explosion. Though he had sustained significant injuries, he managed to preserve his life at a critical moment, which left Shia feeling satisfied. After all, in his view, surviving while Lin Shu perished was a considerable gain. One must attain happiness and superiority through comparison. With some difficulty, Shia began to move away, planning to return to his lair for rest before hastily departing this place. Yet, just as he turned, a familiar and ominous voice resonated from the woods behind him. Impressive speed for a ninja who participated in the Third Great Ninja War. Faster than my explosives. It's no wonder you're still alive. You've got some skill. Shia's body stiffened, and he spun around, gripping his shuriken and kunai with vigilance. So it was you. A mere clone. I underestimated you. It appears that you possess some talent for seeking trouble with us. However, capturing me will not be so simple. Lin Shu emerged once more from the woods, a smile gracing his face. You are already injured, and your chakra is running low. You cannot escape. Come back with me obediently, and I promise you will not perish if you do not resist. Spare me your nonsense. You, a mere genin, think you can intimidate me. With that, Xia hurled a series of shurikens at Lin Shu. Lin Shu scoffed and swiftly dodged, forming hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, a cloud of white smoke erupted around him, and 8 shadow clones materialized, surrounding him. Brothers, let's charge together and take him down. With Lin Shu's command, the 8 clones leaped into action, rushing towards Xia from all directions. Due to his previous injuries, Xia struggled to retreat to the safety of a nearby cave, throwing shurikens embedded with explosive tags in a desperate counterattack. However, Having studied bomb techniques for quite some time, Lin Shu's clones were well-versed in the art. They retaliated by detonating the shurikens mid-air, allowing them to advance after the explosions. Despite Xia buying himself a moment with the explosive tags, he was soon pursued relentlessly by the clones. He could see the gleeful smirks on their faces, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. After being a rogue ninja for so long, the prospect of capture felt worse than death. He nervously moved his lips, blowing into a small bamboo flute hidden in his mouth. To his surprise, a melody echoed from within the cave. Xia's eyes lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he collapsed to the ground. The clones looked on in astonishment, but before they could act against Xia, a long, faint crescent-shaped wind blade surged forth from the cave. Wind release, air slash. The wind blade sliced through the air with remarkable speed. In an instant, the clones were cleaved in two, vanishing without a trace. The residual force even severed several large trees at the edge of the forest. Its power was formidable. Lin Shu easily evaded the attack, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he gazed in the direction of the cave. The village has always been fixated on us. Thinking back, it truly brings back memories. As a gentle female voice wafted through the air, a middle-aged woman with refreshing shoulder-length hair, adorned with rogue ninja gear at her waist, emerged from the depths of the cave. She was not unattractive, possessing alluring curves that exuded a mature charm. However, for Lin Shu, youthful beauty held greater appeal. Too much age was unappealing. Ah, a handsome young man this time. The woman chuckled lightly, her eyes gleaming coldly as she clapped her hands. Instantly, the sound of countless footsteps echoed around them, and a horde of figures emerged from the cave, armed with weapons and wearing menacing expressions. Clearly, the bandits occupying Whitestone Mountain had come out in full force. Chapter 38. The villain falls due to excessive chatter. Lin Shu remained unperturbed, calmly counting the number of bandits and confirming no one was overlooked before breaking into a smile. Excellent. You've all come out at once, saving me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Will you surrender willingly, or must I take you down one by one? I must warn you. Once I strike, I will not concern myself with your lives. As his words fell, laughter and jeers erupted from the surrounding bandits. Taking advantage of their numbers and the fact that Lin Shu was alone, they began to hurl insults. Ha ha ha, brothers, look at this. Is this what Konoha ninjas have come to? Sending a little brat our way, and now he's bragging? How laughable. I reckon Konoha is terrified of us. That's why they sent a mere child. Wait, don't rush in. I'll test his abilities first. A grotesque, buck-toothed man licked his lips and laughed. Just my luck, my last male pet died, and this one will be mine today. Ugh, Hua Shan, you're truly repulsive. A female ninja twirled a kunai in her hand. Sneering, what's the matter? Are you regretting coming to Whitestone Mountain alone? If you surrender, I might consider sparing your life. Kneel before me. Crawl between our legs. Xia glared at Lin Shu, his voice filled with rage. After you do that, we can discuss your fate. Lin Shu surveyed the scene, taking in the intimidating bandits and the two rogue ninjas, and shrugged, suppressing a laugh. Since you're so numerous, I might as well surrender to you all. As soon as the words left his mouth, he began to form hand seals. Multiple shadow clone exploding technique. The bandits, of course, had no intention of letting Lin Shu go. Xia, stifling his pain, quickly formed his own seals. Earth release, mud swamp. He then turned to the female ninja. Kimu, be cautious. His shadow clones explode. The female ninja nodded and began her own seals. Wind release, air slash. A roaring blade of wind surged toward Lin Shu, aiming to cleave him in two. However, Lin Shu had already discerned their tactics and would not fall for the same trick twice. Upon releasing his clones, he deftly stepped back, avoiding the mud swamp while swiftly charging toward the ordinary bandits alongside his clones, forcing the female ninja to redirect her wind blade. But to everyone's astonishment, the female ninja did not care for her subordinates. Instead, she shouted at them to attack Lin Shu, take his life, and create an opening. The ordinary bandits, left with no choice, shouted angrily as they charged at Lin Shu. Sighing, Lin Shu seized the moment to ignite the explosive tags on his clones, triggering a series of deafening explosions. The intense flames and shockwaves not only obliterated the nearby bandits, but also destroyed the female ninja's technique. Most of the bandits were sent to their demise without a sound. Dust and remnants of flesh rained down, settling into the enormous crater left behind. Exchanging glances with Xia, the female ninja charged into the smoke-filled pit, confident that Lin Shu could not have perished so easily. However, as Xia ventured into the smoke, a sudden roar echoed behind him. He tensed, reflexively throwing a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag, detonating it behind him. Quickly, he turned to face the source of the noise, shouting, "Show yourself. You cannot escape today. Stop yelling. That old woman isn't coming back." Lin Shu, accompanied by his 8 shadow clones, approached slowly. Villains often perish due to excessive chatter. So, it would be most convenient for you to die now? With a wave of his hand, the 8 clones surged forward. Xia, in a fit of rage, began forming hand seals again for the earth release technique. Yet, before he could complete it, he felt a sharp pain in his back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Staring in disbelief at his pierced abdomen and the protruding entrails, he turned to see Lin Shu's clone wearing a radiant smile. "You sneak attack me from behind, you coward. Your cowardice is beneath me." Lin Shu's clone delivered a powerful punch, knocking Xia unconscious. "I am a righteous character, a true hero who punishes evil and upholds justice. How dare you, a bandit, accuse me?" The clone, still fuming, dragged Xia and tossed him at Lin Shu's feet, kicking him twice for good measure. Lin Shu shook his head in amusement. "Just wait until I finish with you. Then you can deal with him at your leisure." With that, Lin Shu wasted no time, bringing his hands together and began to puncture Xia's prone form mercilessly. Moments later, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target and obtaining 15 points of chakra. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target and obtaining 10 points of chakra." Chapter 39. Lin Shu's Unconventional Path. What is going on with this old fellow? Is all he can produce chakra, even when on the brink of death? Where are the ninjutsu? The odds seem rather absurd, don't they? I've traversed to this world, yet my luck remains abysmal. Lin Shu repeatedly struck the half-dead stone, determined to defy fate. Soon, fortune smiled upon him. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target, obtaining a chakra attribute change, Earth. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target, obtaining the level ninjutsu, Earth style, mud swamp technique. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target, obtaining the level ninjutsu, Earth style, Earth flow wall. At last, it's in my grasp. Lin Shu beamed at the cascade of information. However, the task was not yet complete. He could not afford to be careless. The monkey demon was preoccupied with the female ninja. So Lin Shu summoned several clones to deal with the remaining ordinary bandits. To maximize his gains, he spared their lives for the moment. He then stood aside to observe the battle. In the enormous pit, the female ninja was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Her opponent, the monkey demon, was relentlessly compressing her space for movement with his hands and the Rui golden staff. The female ninja unleashed her wind-style techniques against him. Yet her famed slash of the void could not harm that weapon, not even a single hair. Ultimately, witnessing her fallen comrades, the female ninja's eyes hardened. She tossed a smoke bomb and prepared to flee. "I will return." Lin Shu's lips curled, instinctively reaching up to touch his head. Fortunately, no horns had sprouted. The monkey demon, a seasoned warrior of centuries, would not let a mere genin escape. With a single hand, he hurled the Rui iron staff, forming countless clones in an instant, ensnaring the female ninja tightly, binding her limbs so she could not move. The monkey demon recalled his staff with one hand, presenting the captive before Lin Shu, extending his hand. "Hand it over. I can already smell it. This monkey must have a dog-s nose," Lin Shu thought privately. Retrieving from his pack a banana, 2 apples, 2 pears, and a handful of fresh apricots, presenting them all to the monkey demon. "The great monkey god displays his might. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Shu smiled, appreciating the collaboration. The monkey demon took the fruits, smiling contentedly. "Excellent. You're quite astute, young man. Next time, do not hesitate to call on me. Of course, my offerings must not diminish." Lin Shu nodded, turning his attention to the bound female ninja, stroking his fingers as he approached her slowly. "What do you intend to do?" The female ninja's expression shifted dramatically. "You cannot. Are you still a man? You would resort to force? Have you no shame?" As she scolded, her eyes reddened, nearly shedding tears. Lin Shu rolled his eyes at her, scoffing. "Spare me the theatrics. After years of banditry, after taking countless lives, you now know fear? It's too late. Besides, there's no one here to witness your sobbing. Had you known this day would come, why did you choose this path?" With a wicked grin, Lin Shu drew closer, while the female ninja's complexion paled. her mind in turmoil. Beads of sweat dripped from her brow, yet she remained trapped by the Rui golden staff, unable to resist. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Shu approached, fingers poised. The color drained from her face, her humiliation and rage bursting forth as she cried out, "You will ruin my purity. I will remember you. As long as I live, I will." Before she could finish, the pain from behind made her realize something was amiss. Turning her head, she was left in shock. What is this? This guy? Purely a pervert. Truly taking an unconventional path, aren't you? Disgusting. Meanwhile, Lin Shu remained unfazed, continuing his relentless probing. The reason was simple, like the stone. His unfortunate luck had kicked in again. Every attempt yielded chakra, not a hint of ninjutsu in sight. I refuse to believe that if I persist, I cannot obtain wind-style ninjutsu. Lin Shu immersed himself in his endeavor, and at last, he received what he sought. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target. Obtaining the level ninjutsu, wind-style, slash of the void. Congratulations to the host for successfully hitting the target. Obtaining the level ninjutsu, jinjutsu, illusory hell vision technique. Ah, there truly are hidden treasures. Lin Shu recalled the jinjutsu from Kakashi's earlier confrontation with Sakura during the Nin exams, where she witnessed Sasuke in a near-death illusion. Just as the name suggests, it allows one to see their deepest fears, creating illusions to torment their enemies. Though it may be the most basic form of jinjutsu, it is undeniably suitable for Lin Shu at this moment. With hands still busy, Lin Shu continued to explore for more. However, to his dismay, nothing more remained. He glanced down at the fainted, gasping female ninja, reluctantly withdrawing, wiping his hands on her heaving chest. It seems one cannot probe infinitely in a single encounter. It likely correlates with the opponent's strength and total chakra. Lin Shu shrugged, quickly setting aside the matter to deal with the ordinary bandits. At that moment, these fierce-looking individuals, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless innocents, trembled in fear, pleading and crying on the ground for mercy, not only to save their lives, but also to preserve their dignity. They had witnessed Lin Shu standing behind the two leaders, piercing them to near death. Even now, traces of blood lingered on his fingers. Terrifying. Who could withstand such a presence? Their souls and bodies were on the verge of transformation into something else entirely. Chapter 40. Plans for the future. Oh, esteemed sir. Please, I am willing to offer all my wealth. I do not wish to become a zero. Spare me. We will gladly assist you in uncovering the treasures hidden within our lair. Please, grant us a chance to live. We are willing to serve you, obeying all your commands. We can earn you vast riches. Where were you all this time? If apologies were effective, why would the police need a Konoha ninja like me? Lin Shu had no intention of showing courtesy to these murderous scoundrels. He harshly commanded his clones to pin them down and began to strike. 5 minutes passed, and the remaining bandits, barely 10 in number, were left trembling on the brink of death. Lin Shu glared at them in frustration. Are you all so useless? 9 of you combined only granted me 30 points of chakra? Could you not have worked harder, learned properly? Can't you even master your basic skills? With a dismissive wave, Lin Shu ordered his clones to toss these miscreants into the pit created by the earlier explosion, then executed his newly learned ninjutsu, earth-style, mud swamp. Thick, viscous mud surged into the deep pit, burying the ordinary bandits completely. After dealing with them, Lin Shu glanced back at the stone and the female ninja, ultimately deciding to postpone their execution for the time being. Fortune smiled upon you, as you fortuitously accompanied me in conducting an experiment. Subsequently, Lin Shu's clones bound the 2 individuals tightly and hoisted them onto their shoulders. Meanwhile, other clones collaborated with the monkey demon to remove all the treasures from the bandits' lair on the mountainside, liberating all the captured individuals. Thus, the bandits of Baishur Mountain at the borders of Konoha were thoroughly dealt with. Lin Shu, feeling quite satisfied, prepared to return to Konoha with his captives. Each day along the journey, he attempted to prod the 2, yet aside from a meager amount of chakra, he garnered no other rewards. It was a pity. He had hoped to carry 2 mobile, humanoid power banks with him. Alas, it seemed that excessive poking yielded no significant benefits, which was somewhat disappointing. However, despite this, Lin Shu remained immensely pleased with the outcome of this expedition. In terms of wealth, he had not only acquired the bandits' years of accumulated riches, exceeding 1,000 gold pieces, but his personal strength had also skyrocketed. Currently, Lin Shu's chakra had reached 450 points, drawing ever closer to the system's benchmark of 1,000 for a nin. Should he succeed in the upcoming genin evaluation, he firmly believed that his chakra value would not be far from the coveted 1,000. When the nin exams arrived, Lin Shu would possess greater confidence and opportunity to confront more formidable adversaries. Naturally, this would also afford him the chance to reap further benefits from his opponents. Particularly, he had his sights set on Orochimaru, a significant target during the nin exams in Konoha. This individual was currently the only one in the world who had mastered the reanimation jutsu. The power of this technique was indisputable, and Lin Shu was determined to acquire it. It was a pity that Konoha had failed to elevate Orochimaru to Hokage. Had he ascended, he might have unified the ninja world by now. Lin Shu mused, yet he felt somewhat relieved. With Orochimaru as a villain, he would have the perfect opportunity to act. However, given that Orochimaru was once one of the legendary 3 ninjas, a genius among geniuses, extracting benefits from him would require careful planning. Otherwise, he might find himself in peril. In truth, Lin Shu had already devised a plan for ambushing Orochimaru. Presently, his strength was insufficient to confront Orochimaru directly. Even summoning the monkey demon would not significantly improve his odds. However, Lin Shu was well versed in the forthcoming plot developments, which constituted his greatest advantage. Consequently, he had identified an optimal opportunity, Orochimaru's assault on the 3rd Hokage, which ultimately ended in failure. At that moment, Orochimaru would be gravely injured, his hands rendered useless by the dead demon-consuming seal, significantly diminishing his power. Theoretically, if Lin Shu could seize this moment, he might stand to gain some advantage. Even if it were merely to poke Orochimaru once, the odds were slim, but if he truly obtained the reanimation jutsu, it would essentially expedite his graduation, saving him decades of detours. With sufficient chakra, he could summon the 1st and 2nd Hokage and sweep through the Akatsuki organization, snatching the Rinnegan and subduing the black and white Zetsu. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? As long as he mastered the techniques of those within the Akatsuki, complemented by the 1st and 2nd Hokage, even summoning Madara through reanimation would be within his grasp. Then, he could poke vigorously, poking to his heart's content. Thus, after acquiring these techniques, Lin Shu would essentially be invincible. He could then sweep through the entire ninja world, mastering all ninjutsu. Even if members of the Tsutsuki clan were to arrive, Lin Shu would be confident in permanently dealing with them, slowly poking them into submission. He might even locate the ancestral home of the Tsutsuki clan and launch a counterattack. By then, Lin Shu would wield the greatest martial power, ushering in eternal peace for all. Of course, he would also improve his own life and perhaps seek the path back home. Chapter 41 Ambush? Counterattack. The plan is flawless. Now it all hinges on my luck. Lin Shu took a deep breath, feeling an anticipatory thrill within. In truth, he recognized that the probability of obtaining the reanimation jutsu in one fell swoop was exceedingly low. After all, Orochimaru possessed an extensive array of ninjutsu abilities. Yet even if he did not acquire the reanimation jutsu, obtaining other techniques from Orochimaru would still be acceptable. This venture was, after all, a surefire profit. As one of the legendary 3 ninjas and a former member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru's prowess was beyond question. Just a single poke could potentially save Lin Shu several years of setbacks. Currently, the number of shadow-level powerhouses accessible to Lin Shu was limited, so having even one additional opportunity to poke was a gain. As for whether to make any temporary alterations to the plot, Lin Shu had yet to decide. However, for the sake of his own advancement, the sacrifice of the 3rd Hokage was not off the table. After all, only by gravely injuring Orochimaru would Lin Shu have the chance to strike. After such a long journey, he was utterly exhausted and finally nearing home. Gazing at the towering city walls standing at the edge of the earth, Lin Shu finally exhaled in relief. After all, returning with 2 rogue ninjas in tow made entering the town for supplies extremely troublesome. What had taken a week to travel to now took Lin Shu a grueling 2 weeks to return. With only a week remaining until the genin mission, time could be considered ample. However, undertaking a second similar task would be impossible, at least not within the given time frame. Nonetheless, Lin Shu could attempt some ordinary missions. After all, even the smallest of gains were worthwhile, and should certain individuals fall into his grasp after committing misdeeds, Lin Shu would certainly teach them a lesson. In the process, he could also bolster his own strength. Just as Lin Shu hummed a tune, leisurely strolling along the forest path, A wave of searing heat surged from behind him. He turned to find a massive, blazing fireball. The great fireball technique. Someone was launching a surprise attack. Without hesitation, Lin Shu hastily dragged the two rogue ninjas to the side of an open area. Boom. Despite Lin Shu's quick reaction, the fireball exploded nearby, and the resulting flames and shock waves still engulfed him, leaving him covered in soot. As for the two already weakened rogue ninjas, they coughed up blood and fainted immediately. Are you seeking death? This is the Konoha security zone. Dare to attack me here, and the Konoha security forces will swiftly apprehend you. However, Lin Shu's warning was cut short as several kunai, imbued with explosive tags, whizzed through the smoke. Boom. Oh. Amidst the chaos, Lin Shu's scream could be faintly heard. Following that, gold coins rained down from the sky, littering the ground. Haha, it worked. I finally succeeded. With this fortune, I'll never have to do any more tedious tasks. A figure clad in a pitch-black mask leaped from the trees, excitedly muttering to himself as he eagerly gathered the gold scattered on the ground. Yet, as the mysterious figure joyfully approached the area with the most scattered gold, the solid ground beneath him suddenly softened, transforming into a thick, viscous substance that ensnared his feet and legs. Who goes there? Damn it! The mysterious figure was petrified and cursed as he hastily slung the bag filled with gold onto his back, swiftly beginning to form hand seals. However, before he could complete his seals, an onslaught of kunai and shuriken rained down from all directions. Damn it! I'll fight you. The mysterious figure, drenched in cold sweat and trembling, grit his teeth and continued forming seals, preparing to unleash his ultimate jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Flames, resembling delicate petals, erupted from the mysterious figure's lips. As he turned his head, a barrage of shurikens and kunai rained down, all of which were deftly deflected, melting away in the heat. However, due to the restricted movement of his neck, he was utterly defenseless against the assault from behind, suffering greatly in the process. At that moment, he was nearly impaled by several kunai and shurikens, resembling a porcupine. Despite his timely release of ninjutsu, he was ultimately struck in the back, gravely wounded and coughing up blood incessantly. Damn it, I cannot die yet. I've amassed so much wealth. My money is my own. The mysterious man clutched the package on his back tightly, struggling to crawl away with one hand. Yet, the muddy ground proved too treacherous for a severely injured man bleeding profusely to escape. Ah, such greed. You would forsake your life for money? Since you cherish it so dearly, allow me to fulfill your wish, Lin Shu remarked, stepping slowly from the depths of the forest. A faint smile gracing his face as he gazed at the mysterious figure. In truth, Lin Shu had long perceived the presence of this individual following him through his Sharingan, successfully luring him out with a clone. As for the identity of this so-called mysterious man, Lin Shu had already deduced it. Pray tell, with such a conspicuous bald head, what on a mask? Did you truly believe it would conceal your identity from me? The bald man, who had previously lost to Lin Shu, found himself exposed, trapped in the mire, and immediately began to weep and plead. I am sorry. I was mistaken. You are the true genius. I was foolish. Please spare me. I will heed your every command from now on. Just let me go. As he feigned sincerity, tears and mucus streamed down his grotesque face, which was already unpleasant to behold. Lin Shu approached with a kunai in hand, shaking his head in disappointment. Now you realize your mistakes? Where was this realization before? Little fool. Until next time. Please. I beg you for another chance. The bald man's struggles intensified, his cries growing louder, yet it was all in vain. Lin Shu did not release his jutsu. He remained immobilized. However, just as Lin Shu closed in within 10 paces, the bald man's expression shifted to one of malice as he pulled out a scroll, roaring in desperation. Stop your theatrics. Die. From the scroll, dozens of sharp shurikens and kunai shot forth, hurtling toward Lin Shu. Caught off guard, he was soon pierced through, his body riddled with wounds. Haha. Today is your day of reckoning. The bald man's smile instantly froze, staring blankly at the vanishing clone of Lin Shu, his mind reeling. What just happened? Is that still a clone? Where is the real one? How can he still be hiding with such an advantage? The bald man, recalling his previous advice to Lin Shu to be cautious and not to show off, felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his folly. How could he have underestimated such a cunning and adept ninja? Truly, it was the younger generation pushing the older aside, with the latter meeting their demise on the shore. This is truly the end, he thought, as he struggled to swallow hard, reflecting on his unfortunate encounter with a powerful and crafty ninja like Lin Shu. Remarkable. Even in such dire straits, you still managed to cause a stir. Impressive. Lin Shu applauded lightly, re-emerging from the depths of the forest. This time, however, the bald man's face was wan, his spirit drained, hands tightly clutching a bundle of gold, his head bowed in silence. He muttered something, appearing resigned to his fate. But quickly, his demeanor shifted, and he shouted with wild laughter, "Lin Shu, do not revel in your triumph. You will find yourself in a worse predicament soon enough." Ha ha. Lin Shu merely smiled, dismissing the man's words as the ravings of a madman. He promptly employed the shadow clone technique, summoning several clones to securely bind the bald man. For safety's sake, Lin Shu ordered his clones to strip the bald man of all his clothing, meticulously checking inside and out. Despite the bald man's desperate struggles and his tight grip on the gold, it proved futile. After hastily dressing his wounds, Lin Shu pinned him to the ground. Given the peculiarities of the system's abilities, Lin Shu preferred not to act recklessly without protection, to avoid any unpleasantness. He had purchased a pair of gloves on his way back, which proved fortuitous at this moment. Let us see what surprises you may hold. Lin Shu clasped his hands together and began to prod at the bald man's backside vigorously. Soon, the system's notifications flooded in. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target. Gaining 15 chakra points. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target, acquiring the fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target, gaining 20 chakra points. Once the system's abilities finally ceased to function on the bald man, Lin Shu reluctantly withdrew his hands, discarding the now soiled gloves. He had already mastered the Great Fireball technique. Thus, the acquisition of another fire ninjutsu, though minor, was still beneficial, as his chakra had increased to 520 points, which was quite satisfactory. Feeling the surge of power within him and noting the array of ninjutsu he had mastered on the system panel, Lin Shu's spirits lifted considerably. Although the sting of being ambushed was unpleasant, if the attacker were a benefactor, Lin Shu could hardly complain. He sincerely hoped that more individuals like the bald man would cross his path. After all, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative one. With ample chakra, even ordinary ninjutsu could blossom into something extraordinary, akin to the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, which unleashed an unending sea of flames. However, Lin Shu understood the improbability of this scenario. After all, he was nearing the village hidden in the leaves, where few dared to stir trouble. With matters here nearly resolved, Lin Shu glanced down at the severely injured rogue ninjas and the bald man, commanding his clones to carry them as he entered the village. Upon his arrival at the mission hall atop the Shadow Rock, his captives in tow, he instantly drew the attention of many, followed by a chorus of gasps and exclamations. My heavens, it's really him. He has returned alive. I initially thought him a fool, but he truly possesses remarkable skill. He completed the task at Whitestone Mountain all on his own, against 2 rogue ninjas and a band of thieves, nonetheless. Truly impressive. I know that young man. He was the top of his class at the Ninja Academy, having graduated recently. He even took on missions independently, without waiting for a teacher. What? Does that mean he hasn't even officially become a genin yet? Completing what appears to be a high-level task, though it's actually a borderline one? How old is he? 12? A prodigy. As the crowd buzzed with astonishment, someone soon took notice of the nearly lifeless bald ninja. Among them was a bearded man who had known the bald man for years, considering him a friend. At this moment, witnessing a friend bound and tossed onto the ground like a mere animal, my eyes reddened with fury as I forcefully pushed through the onlookers and stepped forward. I demanded loudly, why have you laid hands on my friend? And to insult him so? Do you not realize that attacking a companion without cause is a grave offense? It could even lead to expulsion from the village. Regardless of whether you claim to be a genius, your actions compel me to report this to the higher authorities. You shall face the consequences. Upon hearing my words, the gazes of the surrounding ninjas shifted dramatically towards Lin Shu. While they may have accepted harsh treatment towards foes, such behavior against one of their own was utterly intolerable. No one wished to associate with a traitor, hence the ninjas turned their serious and scrutinizing eyes upon Lin Shu, awaiting an explanation. Lin Shu glanced around but offered no words. Instead, he beckoned the pale-faced young lady at the counter. As she approached, he whispered 2 sentences into her ear, prompting her to swiftly ascend to the second floor. Subsequently, Lin Shu closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and stood silently in place, waiting. This spectacle incited discontent among the ninjas present, particularly among the friends of the bald ninja, who, seeing Lin Shu's demeanor, stormed up to him, seething with anger. "Hey, you think playing mute will suffice? Let me tell you, without a reasonable explanation, this matter will not end. A person who attacks their comrades is a traitor and must face punishment." Others around echoed his sentiments, their outrage palpable as they rallied against Lin Shu. Indeed, how can such a person be deemed a ninja? They must be expelled and punished. The village shall not harbor traitors. Seize him. The fervor grew, and some even brandished weapons, ready to strike Lin Shu directly. Observing this mindless mob, easily swayed by fervent rhetoric, Lin Shu displayed no inclination to justify himself. Instead, he merely snapped his fingers, causing the 6 shadow clones stationed behind him to instantly envelop themselves in explosive tags, transforming into living bombs. The ninjas, including the bearded one, were struck pale with terror at Lin Shu's sudden and reckless display, retreating hastily. Yet, with so many confronting a newcomer, it would be too humiliating to collectively back down. Thus, the lower-ranked ninjas exchanged glances, and one among them, steeling himself, began to form hand seals, preparing to subdue Lin Shu. However, just as they were about to complete their seals, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the second floor. "Cease this at once. This is the mission hall. Anyone who strikes shall face confinement." The crowd shuddered, looking up to discover the third Hokage, accompanied by several ninjas and the counter lady, hastily approaching. Faced with the Hokage, the assembled ninjas dared not act out further, obediently sheathing their weapons and parting to clear a path. The bearded ninja was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor deflating. After all, the third Hokage's presence rendered him irrelevant. Yet, witnessing Lin Shu standing unharmed while his friend lay sprawled on the ground, he felt a swell of injustice. After much deliberation, the bearded ninja grit his teeth, emerged from the crowd, and knelt before the Hokage, crying out, "Lord Hokage, please, deliver justice. This man has laid hands upon a fellow villager, inflicting grievous injuries and shamelessly binding him like a pig, humiliating him. I implore you to punish him and restore justice for my friend." Chapter 44. The truth unveiled. The third Hokage regarded the seemingly simple-minded bearded ninja and the surrounding crowd, who shared similar indignation, with a soft sigh. "That is your friend. Do you know what he has done? Do you understand why he was cast aside?" The bearded ninja was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that the third Hokage would not immediately side with him, but instead inquire about the reasons. Could it be that Lin Shu was also from the Sarutobi clan? No, even if he were a descendant of the Hokage, such arrogance was unwarranted. Before the bearded ninja could respond, the third Hokage raised a hand, signaling for the ninjas behind him to step forward and escort away the 3 captives brought by Lin Shu. Naturally, Lin Shu dismissed his shadow clones and noticed a sinister-looking ninja adorned with 3 long scars across his face. This individual, Mori no Abiki, was known as Konoha's interrogation specialist. Though merely a chunin, he was renowned for his expertise in certain fields. Seeing him emerge, the onlookers recoiled in fear, creating a wide berth around him, his notoriety preceding him. After receiving his due rewards from the counter lady, Lin Shu showed little interest in the surrounding crowd and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the third Hokage called out, "Lin Shu, do not leave yet. The situation remains unresolved, and it would be prudent to clarify the misunderstandings today." Lin Shu grimaced, but reluctantly turned back to remain in the hall. The bearded ninja, stricken with dread, cast anxious glances between Lin Shu and the third Hokage, his complexion shifting through shades of red, white, and blue, as his heart raced alarmingly. The perspiration soaked through his back and forehead, and his legs began to tremble slightly. Despite not knowing the specifics, the nonchalant demeanor of Lin Shu and the ambiguous attitude of the third Hokage filled him with profound unease and anxiety. "Surely, I only sought an explanation for my former friend. I cannot have stumbled into something far more serious." Simultaneously, the third Hokage observed Lin Shu with keen interest. After all, a young man who could single-handedly complete a quasi-level mission on his first assignment was undoubtedly exceptional and worthy of cultivation. However, a sense of caution lingered within the Hokage regarding this sudden prodigy. Thus, he had summoned Abiki to uncover the truth behind the attack on Lin Shu by a fellow village ninja, a matter of great significance. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, waiting in the hall, rolled his eyes inwardly at the third Hokage's seemingly fair yet inherently distrustful approach. This old man is exceedingly prudent. Nevertheless, I stand firm. I shall not allow you to discover any faults. For now, I shall endure, and when the time comes, I will ensure you are summoned for eternal servitude through the reanimation jutsu. At this stage, Lin Shu remained youthful and well-versed in the unfolding narrative, harboring no fears of the third Hokage unearthing any flaws. Indeed, he displayed no signs of weakness whatsoever. Until now, he had consistently portrayed himself as a diligent and rapidly advancing individual. Moments later, Ibiki emerged from a room on the second floor, his hands stained with blood. Amidst the awe and fear of the other ninjas, he leaned close to the third Hokage, whispering, no information was gleaned. But that individual possesses a unique tongue-sealing technique related to Danzo, specifically designed to restrain his subordinates. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression darkened, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions for the moment, then raised his fist, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly to all present, the truth has been uncovered. The reason for the severe injury of the bald man, known as the village dog, is that he coveted Lin Shu's wealth. He ambushed Lin Shu outside the village, attempting robbery and murder, but was defeated and captured by Lin Shu. According to the laws of our village, his status as a ninja will be immediately revoked, and he shall face execution as a warning to others. After speaking, he glanced at the bearded man and added, as for you, you have poorly chosen your friends and incited your comrades to attack one another, almost leading to a dire incident. You will be punished with a week of confinement, and further consequences will be discussed later. Now, go and apologize to everyone, especially to Lin Shu. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were stunned, their expressions shifting to anger directed at the bearded man, then to Lin Shu by the door with complex gazes. This incident was indeed a colossal misunderstanding, and they had wronged Lin Shu. Yet, none dared to step forward to apologize in front of so many. Their guilt, however, was palpable. Thus, their frustrations were vented upon the instigator, the bearded ninja. Though no words were spoken, their eyes conveyed a lethal disdain, especially with dozens, if not hundreds, present. The bearded ninja trembled, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. He shakily rose from the ground, clenched his fists, and took 2 heavy steps forward. Ashamed to face anyone, he bowed deeply and apologized. I am sorry, everyone. I acted impulsively without understanding the situation and caused you all trouble. However, no one responded. The bearded ninja was drenched in sweat, biting his teeth in frustration. And despite the fury directed at him, he slowly approached Lin Shu with his head bowed, performing a deep bow and respectfully beginning his apology. Chapter 45, Apologies. If they hold any weight, why would there be a need for police? I am sorry, Lin Shu. I misunderstood you and caused others to do the same. I am truly sorry. I am willing to face the consequences of my actions. You can hit or scold me. I accept it, and I hope for your forgiveness. His words were sincere, and he remained bowed, fully aware of the unique bond between the third Hokage and Lin Shu. He understood the necessity of winning Lin Shu's forgiveness. Otherwise, this misunderstanding would not be easily resolved. Yet Lin Shu, stroking his chin, had no intention of letting this irritating fellow off so easily. He sought not only reparation but also retribution. If apologies held any merit, what need would there be for the police? Thus, Lin Shu did not hold back. He donned his gloves and said coolly, if you wish for my forgiveness, it is contingent upon your sincerity. Now turn around and stand still. The bearded ninja was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of Lin Shu's intent in asking him to turn around. Was he to be attacked from behind? It seemed unlikely in front of such a crowd. Yet, for the sake of resolving this misunderstanding swiftly, he complied and turned around. However, thinking of the gloves Lin Shu had just put on, a sudden anxiety gripped him. What were those for? Did Lin Shu possess some sort of cleanliness obsession? Before he could ponder further, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to cry out involuntarily, "What the hell? Ouch, ouch, ouch." Simultaneously, the onlookers, including the third Hokage, were taken aback. What was happening? Was Lin Shu truly attacking someone in front of so many? This was indeed an extraordinary act of revenge. While the crowd had speculated on various forms Lin Shu might choose for retribution, none could have anticipated he would resort to such an audacious method as the infamous 1,000 years of pain in public view. Had he no regard for face or reputation? Observing the bearded ninja's anguished cries, the onlookers felt a mix of fear and respect towards Lin Shu. Who would have thought that a young man could so effortlessly retaliate against an elder ninja? Furthermore, none could have imagined the third Hokage was somehow related to this young man. Had they known this, who would dare to provoke him? It would be akin to courting death. At their age, being humiliated in such a manner before the public would be utterly shameful. Enough, Lin Shu, let this matter rest. The third Hokage cleared his throat. The culprit has acknowledged his wrongdoing, and you have vented your frustration. There is no need to continue tormenting him. Seeing the bearded man trembling and unable to stand, the third Hokage felt a twinge of pity. After all, Lin Shu's boldness was extraordinary. Who could have imagined that the esteemed third Hokage would also be a victim of a prank? To be outwitted by a mere child at his age was utterly embarrassing. Yet Lin Shu merely smirked and continued his relentless assault. The cries of agony echoed painfully, causing the third Hokage's expression to darken. He waved his hand. Speaking in a serious tone, cease this at once. Really, in broad daylight, Lin Shu, what are you doing? And everyone else, return to your business. Why linger here? The spectators, seeing the Hokage's command, no longer stood idly by, retreating cautiously while shielding their posteriors, casting wary glances at Lin Shu as they dispersed. Lin Shu and the Hokage exchanged glances before departing. Given the Hokage's lack of courtesy, Lin Shu felt no need to be polite in return. Moreover, after a long and arduous journey back, he decided to take a day to rest and enjoy some leisure, while also savoring the spoils he had acquired. After all, the earlier encounter with the bearded man had yielded some rewards. The first 2 strikes had garnered him a modest 80 chakra points, while the final blow had rewarded him with the advanced water technique, water wall. It was a commendable defensive skill. Lin Shu felt quite satisfied. Regrettably, had the third Hokage not intervened, he could have extracted even greater benefits from the bearded man. Perhaps even the onlookers would have received a taste of his retribution. This missed opportunity was undoubtedly the Hokage's fault, and he resolved to find another chance to take revenge on him. For now, Lin Shu was eager to indulge in a hearty meal after returning from the mission, having grown weary of rations and cold water. After leaving the mission hall, he headed straight to the marketplace, seeking a barbecue restaurant to relish a sumptuous lunch. He also ensured to feed his shadow clones, who had carried burdens alongside him. After his meal, Lin Shu did not return home immediately. Instead, he made his way to the weapons street, ordering a fresh supply of shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags. Finally, he spent a considerable sum to custom order a unique set of weapons, steel finger guards, particularly for the index and middle fingers. He had them specially reinforced for enhanced defense, equipped with barbs and powerful hooks atop the fingertips. The potential for harm was significant. A single jab could elicit screams of agony, while 2 could bring a foe to their knees. 3 or 5 together, Lin Shu had never tried that. Perhaps that person would never experience constipation in his lifetime. Chapter 46. Renowned having obtained what he desired, Lin Shu, content with his array of supplies, departed from Weapon Street and returned to his modest abode. Gazing at the cramped and damp little house, he let out a silent sigh. Although Lin Shu himself held no fondness for the dwelling, it was the place where his predecessor had grown up and lived for many years, thus harboring some sentimental value. Nevertheless, he suppressed his nostalgia and murmured to himself, "Since your body is now entrusted to me, let us change our way of life. I shall indulge in delicacies, and you shall partake in the spiciness. I assure you, you will not be neglected." Afterward, Lin Shu tidily packed his belongings and resolved to seek a spacious new residence. With ample funds at his disposal, he ultimately purchased the top floor of a tall building in the heart of the village. The new home was not only expansive and clean, but also boasted a grand balcony. Each day, upon opening the sliding door, he could clearly see the shadowy cliffs opposite him, providing an exceptional view. Moreover, the street below was adorned with rows of cherry blossom trees, filling the air with a gentle floral fragrance. He could observe the soft breeze causing the petals to swirl and dance gracefully. The atmosphere was utterly enchanting. Lin Shu gladly paid in cash, sending the former owner away before settling in comfortably. The following morning, accompanied by a gentle breeze and a shower of delicate pink petals, Lin Shu scratched his face, slowly opened his eyes in the expansive soft bed, and sat up, lazily descending from the bed. He stretched and yawned before stepping onto the balcony to take in the surrounding scenery. Truly, this would be the future residence of Naruto, Hinata, and little Boruto. It was indeed a splendid location. However, for now, I shall enjoy it on your behalf. Suppressing his inner laziness, Lin Shu washed up, dressed, and left his home. With some time remaining until his first mission, he had no intention of wasting it. After all, Naruto and the others were undergoing special training with Jonin teachers to enhance their abilities, and Lin Shu could not afford to lag behind. Otherwise, he would inevitably be caught up with. Especially Sasuke, a prodigious ninja who had been fixated on challenging Lin Shu once more. Lin Shu was determined not to be defeated by Sasuke again. Thus, after a simple breakfast, Lin Shu returned to the mission hall to accept the task. This time, standing in line, none dared to criticize Lin Shu for his youth or short stature. In fact, all the genin surrounding him displayed considerable respect and reverence, instinctively maintaining a safe distance. Particularly the individual standing in front of Lin Shu, who pressed himself against the wall, hands firmly clutching his rear. Lin Shu found this amusing yet perplexing. Although he appeared fierce, he was not one to attack indiscriminately. If he were to provoke the collective wrath of those around him, his current strength would not be enough to save him, even from the third Hokage. Observing the wary glances directed at him, Lin Shu pondered briefly before opting not to offer any explanations. After all, he was not particularly inclined to engage with these individuals. Maintaining a certain distance was rather advantageous, sparing him from unnecessary troubles. As the line progressed, the attendant at the counter cast Lin Shu a complex look before smiling and saying, "You're back. What task would you like to undertake this time? We have a few that are quite suitable for you." "No, I think I'll pass this time. I just bought a new house and prefer not to travel too far," Lin Shu replied, perusing the booklet for a task that might be local yet still challenging. "I'm fine with sparring. I enjoy a good tussle." The attendant's smile faltered slightly as she glanced at the fearsome weapon adorning Lin Shu's hand, her body tensing up. Even the nearby genin gasped and silently retreated several steps, widening the gap between them and Lin Shu. Especially upon witnessing the new weapon in his possession, they felt a twinge of discomfort, recalling the brutality they had witnessed just the day before. No one was keen to engage with Lin Shu, especially not after hearing the echoes of the cries from the unfortunate genin who had crossed him. It seemed that everyone would rather face a jonin than risk a confrontation with Lin Shu. That wicked hook and those vicious barbs were simply too terrifying. What if they were to be pierced? Chapter 47. Patrol mission. The attendant swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and swiftly began searching for a suitable task for Lin Shu. How about acting as a bodyguard? Or perhaps serving as a patrol officer for the security department? Listening to the attendant's explanations, Lin Shu contemplated and ultimately chose a patrol mission. As the name suggests, it involved patrolling designated streets to deter undesirable behavior and maintain order, akin to the role of police officers in Blue Star. Coincidentally, Lin Shu's patrol area was in close proximity to the village's gambling street. While most perceived this task as troublesome due to its myriad responsibilities, average rewards, and potential for complications, Lin Shu saw it as a perfect fit. He welcomed the prospect of encountering unruly drunks and rowdy gamblers emerging from the gambling establishments, as it would provide him with ample opportunity to uphold justice with his newfound strength. Furthermore, with the assistance of his monkey companion, he could handle any formidable adversaries that arose. If he patrolled for a few days and managed to apprehend 30 or 50 lawbreakers, Lin Shu estimated that, with a stroke of luck, his chakra levels might exceed 1,000. Granting him the strength of a nin. At that point, subsequent genin assessments would be a mere formality, an utterly ideal situation. "I'll take this task. Please provide me with the paperwork," Lin Shu confirmed. The attendant promptly facilitated the transfer. Once Lin Shu vanished from view, both she and the genin present breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that Lin Shu's presence was a source of considerable pressure, and they could all feel a lingering discomfort. Thankfully, he had departed. The next genin in line quietly inquired about Lin Shu's task before the attendant relayed the details. Suddenly enlightened, the genin resolved to keep his distance when selecting his own assignment. The others soon followed suit, clamoring to learn about Lin Shu's chosen task, resulting in a cacophony within the mission hall. Lin Shu glanced back at the suddenly animated mission hall, choosing not to intervene. He proceeded directly to the headquarters of the Konoha Village Security Department, where he presented his paperwork and collected his patrol gear and uniform. Before departing, the staff, noticing Lin Shu's youth, kindly advised him to exercise caution, particularly as the vicinity of the gambling houses could be unstable at night, and to promptly contact reinforcements if needed. Lin Shu graciously thanked them before swiftly exiting, heading toward his designated patrol area. As it was still prior to the official start of his shift, he took his time, leisurely surveying his jurisdiction and noting its details. Since Lin Shu had taken on this task, he was determined to exert his utmost effort in apprehending every lawbreaker lurking within his jurisdiction, ensuring they faced their just penalties. His formidable steel claws itched with anticipation. A slight smile graced Lin Shu's lips as he caressed his gleaming steel finger covers, eagerly awaiting the night's unfolding. At precisely 6 o'clock, having finished his dinner, Lin Shu sought out the patrolling ninjas in the area, presenting the necessary documentation to transfer duties. The other ninja scrutinized Lin Shu with skepticism, but upon noticing the menacing steel finger covers adorning Lin Shu's hands, he recalled a recent rumor circulating through the village. Instantly, anxiety gripped him, and he suppressed his concerns. After all, what was there to fear? The ruffians and scoundrels combined hardly matched the notorious reputation of this young man. The patrolling ninja, battling his racing heart and an unsettling discomfort, hastily concluded the handover with Lin Shu and retreated without a backward glance. Lin Shu rubbed his chin, rolling his eyes in exasperation. For heaven's sake, good deeds rarely leave the house, while bad news spreads like wildfire. I merely poked a couple of low-ranking ninjas, and now every ninja I encounter clutches their behinds in fright? What nonsense is this? With your meager abilities, I couldn't care less about poking you. Silently cursing under his breath, Lin Shu adjusted his attire and equipment, leisurely strolling onto the main road of his jurisdiction while scanning the pedestrians and shops, searching for an opportunity to make his move. Meanwhile, the villagers had begun to take notice of Lin Shu, the newcomer patrol ninja who was neither tall nor particularly old. Some attractive young women and amiable older ladies approached him, pinching his cheeks and offering snacks and fruits, inviting him over for tea and meals. Their warmth was overwhelming. Though tempted, Lin Shu suppressed his impulses, prioritizing his mission and goals over fleeting desires. The male neighbors and passers-by mostly responded with polite smiles and nods. However, some lower-ranking ninjas who happened to cross paths with Lin Shu appeared visibly tense, retreating hastily from his presence before daring to turn away. This left the onlookers bewildered. To preserve his reputation, Lin Shu maintained a serious demeanor, attributing the reactions to his diligent and strict work ethic, which temporarily quelled further inquiries. Yet, he felt a twinge of helplessness regarding the exaggerated responses of the ninjas. Wasn't he this tarnishing his reputation? If others saw, they might mistake him for a villain. I am a paragon of grace and charm. They must be envious. As the clock struck 7, darkness enveloped the sky, with the sun setting and the moon rising. Most shops in Lin Shu's jurisdiction had shuttered their doors, save for a few taverns and eateries still in operation. The streets were noticeably emptier, though more patrons headed toward the nearby gambling street. Lin Shu observed these individuals depart, mentally noting their residences and general appearances, anticipating when this information might prove useful. After a few hours had passed, the night deepened, and every household extinguished their lights, settling in for the night. Even the taverns saw a few inebriated patrons staggering out, mumbling incoherently as they appeared on the streets. Standing beneath a dim streetlight, Lin Shu quietly scrutinized their behavior. The moment any of them committed acts such as spitting, public urination, or littering, he would spring into action. He awaited this very moment. Whether they possessed chakra or not, those who wandered through his territory were bound to leave something behind, be it a fine or otherwise. Even the smallest of creatures must pay their dues. Just as Lin Shu focused on the group of individuals, several burly men, bare-chested and crude, emerged at the end of the street. These ruffians clustered together, their faces flushed as they shouted profanities, carelessly spitting and littering, even kicking at public benches. The drunken patrons from the tavern were so intimidated that they hastily took refuge down a side alley. Finally, after waiting so long, he had some fish to catch. Without hesitation, Lin Shu approached, displaying his uniform and insignia, announcing, "Everyone, stand still. State your names, addresses, and places of employment. Making noise at this hour is prohibited. Spitting in public is prohibited. Vandalizing public facilities is prohibited." The lead ruffian scrutinized Lin Shu with a derisive smirk, mockingly gesturing at his height, scoffing, "Oh, is the village so short-staffed that they send a mere child to patrol the streets? Huh. Open your eyes and see who can control whom. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Get lost. I'm in a bad mood today, so don't get too close." or I might not be so courteous. That's right. You should ve heard of Brother Song. In the gambling street, he has a name that everyone knows. We don't even have to spend money to play. Another ruffian chimed in, boldly advancing toward Lin Shu and attempting to push him aside. However, the moment the filthy ruffian's hand reached for Lin Shu, he swiftly stepped back, seized the ruffian's wrist, and with a forceful twist, brought the man to his knees on the ground. The ruffian howled in pain, sweat pouring down his face. But Lin Shu followed up with a fierce kick to his face, sending his teeth flying and leaving him writhing on the ground, clutching his mouth in agony. "You're looking for trouble," the lead ruffian shouted, rallying his companions. "Grab this little brat and show him our might." Two ruffians charged at Lin Shu, who immediately formed a series of hand seals. Shadow clone technique. He summoned 7 or 8 clones that pinned the two attackers to the ground, unleashing a torrent of blows, particularly focusing on their mouths, rendering them toothless. The burly ruffian leader, panting heavily, glared at Lin Shu with a fierce intensity. "You've got guts. Dare to strike those who challenge me? Care to leave your name? Once I'm done with you, I'll personally escort you home." With a furious roar, the ruffian leader gathered chakra into his fists and charged at Lin Shu. Lin Shu smirked, contemplating summoning a signal flare for backup, but opted instead to retreat a couple of steps to evade the attack. He then directed his clones to engage the ruffian leader. "Humph, you dare to flaunt mere clones? Prepare to meet your end." The giant man unleashed his chakra-imbued fists, smashing through Lin Shu's clones like a wrecking ball, obliterating them instantly. With a furious yell, he charged again, determined to incapacitate Lin Shu. Lin Shu raised his hands, ready to employ his jutsu to subdue the brute. Upon contemplating the internal affairs of the village, where destructive ninjutsu was strictly prohibited, Lin Shu was compelled to retreat while evading attacks and resorted to his summoning technique. Spirit of the Monkey. Activate. The rogue leader laughed heartily, mocking, "What is this? There's not even a hint of anything here. What is going on?" Just as he prepared to press his advantage, he suddenly found himself ensnared in an iron cage, constructed of rods that had materialized out of thin air, rendering him immobile. Despite his attempts to gather chakra and strike at the bars, it was utterly futile. To his bewilderment, he also spotted a pair of furry hands beside Lin Shu. What was happening? How bizarre. What kind of summoning beast was this? Chapter 49. Let us see whose bones are harder, yours or my treasure. Curse you, you little brat. Let me go? The rogue leader glared furiously. Do you dare to capture me? Don't you know I am one of the enforcers of the gambling street? If you touch me, the people of the gambling street will not spare you. Think of your family. Release me at once. Do you hear me, you little rascal? It's not too late to apologize. Just then, the previously boisterous rogue leader was left dazed by a slap from Lin Shu. Before he could regain his composure to utter another word, Lin Shu leaned in, startling him into silence and submission. Threatening my family? Do you genuinely think you're part of the underworld? Lin Shu casually slapped the rogue leader's cheek, the force increasing with each strike, leaving half of his face swollen. What's that? Speaking now? Lost your voice. You want me to apologize? How arrogant you are, brat. I'll take care of you. The rogue leader, trapped and realizing he had to concede, stared resolutely at Lin Shu, remaining silent. He resolved that once he escaped, he would seek revenge and make Lin Shu pay dearly for crossing him, fully aware of the cost of offending him. Lin Shu noticed the fierce glint in his eyes but dismissed it entirely, confident that he would etch today into his memory forever, instilling an everlasting shadow of fear within him. Prior to enacting his grand design, Lin Shu decided to take a measured approach, starting with the lesser thugs to instill psychological preparation in this significant figure, lest he succumb to the pressure and faint. The show was about to commence. Lin Shu snapped his fingers, and several shadow clones promptly delivered 3 rogues before him. At this point, the 3 thugs had regained some composure and were aware of their predicament. However, as seasoned rogues, they retained a semblance of pride, refusing to beg for mercy, even continuing to mutter curses at Lin Shu and warning him to be cautious in the future. Lin Shu found it amusing that a group of rogues was trying to act tough. Very well, I shall reveal my unique skills. If you manage to remain silent, I will send you on your way immediately. That is your own declaration. The rogue leader's eyes brightened with interest. Go ahead, let me see your skills. I am curious. Lin Shu raised his gleaming steel finger guards, showcasing them meticulously before the sweat-drenched rogue leader. Fear not. Weren't you quite fearless just moments ago? I shall see whether your bones are resilient or my treasure is. Let me introduce you to my prized possession, famously dubbed the reversal device. A man's nightmare and the savior of the innocent. My unparalleled treasure, the universe's most formidable, an exquisite steel spiral barbed hook. The rogue leader, under the pale moonlight, swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. Oomph, I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a gimmick. I survived the third ninja war. Emerging from piles of corpses, what storms have I not weathered? It's merely a peculiar weapon. What harm can it do? Did you misunderstand? Who said I was aiming to stab you? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow at the rogue leader, whose face suddenly reflected disbelief and a hint of dread. You can't mean to say, before the rogue leader could finish, Lin Shu clasped his hands together, fingers aligned, and unleashed a devastating blow. "Aya!" A piercing wail echoed. A lament that could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. All homes nearby, still illuminated, hastily extinguished their lights. The rogue leader and the other two rogues, who had not yet been affected, instinctively shuddered, their hearts racing, ears ringing, breaths rapid and drenched in sweat. Especially the rogue leader, who witnessed the scene, contorted his features in sheer horror, feeling a sharp pang of anxiety coursing through him. By heavens, it truly is the individual from the recent rumors. Such a peculiar method of attack. Chapter 50. Is there someone above? Observing the gaping hole that suddenly appeared on his companion's backside, the rogue leader was drenched in sweat. Unable to maintain his facade, he cleared his dry throat, hoarsely saying, "Wait, just a moment. We are not deserving of such punishment. You are abusing your power. I advise you to reconsider. I will speak to your superior about this. You must understand, I have connections." "Very well, you have connections." Lin Shu continued to strike without pause. "You just attacked me. Now you claim to have connections? Even if the heavens themselves appeared, it would be of no use. With my relentless strikes, even the highest authority would leave with their tail between their legs." Having said this, Lin Shu ignored the rogue leader, continuing his vigorous assault. Yet, Lin Shu soon grew disheartened, disdainfully withdrawing his hand. The reason was simple. Despite the rogue's imposing physique, only the initial strikes yielded chakra. Afterward, he found nothing but disappointment. Utterly worthless. Garbage. Waving his hand, Lin Shu summoned the second rogue. Upon seeing his half-conscious companion and the sizable void where his rear once was, the new thug trembled violently, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a watery grave. His wide eyes pleaded with Lin Shu, his face pale and devoid of the earlier bravado. Now realizing the gravity of their situation, it was too late. Lin Shu's expression remained indifferent. If apologies were effective, why would I need to be a patrolling ninja? With a snap of his fingers, Lin Shu's clones promptly brought the rogue before him. After flexing his fingers, Lin Shu clasped his hands together and began his relentless assault. This rogue clearly had a lower threshold for pain, letting out a wail before his head drooped. And he fainted altogether. Lin Shu merely shrugged, unconcerned. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals initiated violent resistance, and in a bid to protect himself and maintain order, he subdued them. This rationale is undoubtedly justifiable in any context. Moreover, no lives were lost. They merely received minor punishments. Lin Shu continued to strike a few more times, acquiring dozens of points of chakra. As for special abilities and ninjutsu, none were obtained. However, these individuals were mere lackeys, so their lack of value was entirely expected. Gaining some chakra was not a loss. Lin Shu cast a glance at the trembling and terrified leader of the thugs beside him, filled with anticipation. Yet before that, there was one final rogue to deal with. Lin Shu employed the same method, but to his surprise, this fellow was also utterly frightened. Lin Shu's hand struck down, and he fainted immediately. Ultimately, he secured 30 points of chakra. Lin Shu had anticipated this outcome. He gestured for his shadow clones to carry the thug over and, in front of him, wiped the bloodied steel hook on the thug's clothing. "I hope you don't disappoint me," Lin Shu smirked. "Otherwise, I will be quite displeased. As you said, beware of my wrath." No. Calm down, brother. You can't tread the path of crime. I truly have connections. I've met the Hokage. I know Danzo. Trust me. Give me a chance. I am willing to pay for my sins. No one sees this. No one knows. I can offer you a lot of money." His words were tiresome. Why had he not spoken up sooner? Lin Shu wasted no time and launched a full-on assault. Furthermore, to particularly cater to this thug leader, Lin Shu's spiked gauntlets began to rotate slowly, delivering the utmost pleasure to the thug leader. Meanwhile, the system notifications in Lin Shu's mind continued to update. "Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target. gaining 20 points of chakra. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target. Acquiring the chakra surgical scalpel ninjutsu. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, gaining 20 points of chakra. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target. Acquiring the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Once Lin Shu had thoroughly drained the thug leader and could extract no more, he regretfully withdrew his hands. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the outcome. Indeed, this individual was not exaggerating. His total chakra was greater than that of the 3 lackeys combined, and he possessed 2 commendable ninjutsu, a testament to his survival through the Third Shinobi World War. Lin Shu casually kicked the still trembling thug leader on the ground to confirm he was still alive, then dismissively waved his hand, signaling his clones to discard the man by the roadside. Chapter 51. A moment of fishing brings joy, continuous fishing brings delight. Hey, where's my reward? I can smell it. As usual, the Monkey King demanded his tribute. Lin Shu produced a scroll and retrieved a bounty of fresh fruit he had prepared in advance for the Monkey King. The latter, beaming with joy, clutched the food and returned to his realm, playfully patting Lin Shu on the shoulder, promising that he could always rely on him in the future. Lin Shu naturally agreed, for the Monkey King's combat prowess was undeniably reliable, serving as his trump card. However, before the Monkey King departed, Lin Shu subtly inquired, "Great Monkey God, we have known each other for quite some time, yet I have never seen your true form. When might I have the opportunity to familiarize myself with your appearance?" "Well, that's a bit inconvenient at the moment. To be frank, our clan has a contract with the Sarutobi clan. Theoretically, no one outside their clan can summon us, although I am unsure how you managed it. Due to the contract and certain reasons, I can only appear in this form." "Very well. While I am somewhat disappointed not to see the great monkey god's visage, I hope we can continue our collaboration and mutual assistance in the future. Rest assured, as long as the offerings are sufficient, this is a trivial matter." The Monkey King departed with the fruits Lin Shu had prepared. Lin Shu contemplated for a moment before swiftly setting the matter aside. The third Hokage was still alive. If he was unwilling to show himself now, would he refuse when the third was gone? There was no rush. He could wait. When the time came, with the Monkey King's true form aiding him, even ordinary Nin and Nin would likely be at a loss against him. Lin Shu felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart and continued patrolling his territory. To be fair, these 4 thugs had afforded him considerable gains. Lin Shu's total chakra had now surpassed 720 points, and he had also learned 2 new ninjutsu. His physical strength had improved significantly, and this was merely the fruit of a brief encounter. If he encountered more such individuals in the coming days, his strength would undoubtedly rise dramatically. He might even reach Nin level before the mission commenced. At that point, undertaking a Genin level task alone would be a piece of cake. Lin Shu even entertained the notion of concealing his fishing endeavors. After all, the thug leader seemed to hold considerable sway in the gambling district. If he merely spread a few rumors, wouldn't thugs flock to him? Chakra and ninjutsu would come knocking at his door. A moment of fishing brings joy. Continuous fishing brings delight. Let the fishing continue. Without further ado, Lin Shu summoned a shadow clone, donned a disguise, and raced towards the gambling district. A few minutes later, as expected, about 10 burly men wielding weapons came running from that direction, entering Lin Shu's territory. The leading man bore a long scar across his face, shouting as he hurried along, "Quick, everyone, search for Matsushita. Whoever finds him will be rewarded with 10 taels of gold." The enticing reward instantly thrilled the lackeys, and they scattered, calling out Matsushita's name as they began their frantic search. The Matsushita left abandoned by Lin Shu on the roadside naturally sensed the presence of his brothers. One small thug even lay on the ground, straining to stretch his neck and reach out for help. However, the lackeys, driven by greed, paid him no mind, trampling over him to kneel beside their thug leader, shouting to the others that they had found someone. The scar-faced man rushed over, but upon seeing the gruesome gash on his brother's backside, he instinctively shuddered, tightening in horror. Yet, before he could angrily demand answers about who was responsible, the thug leader tremblingly grasped his hand, urgently whispering, "Quick, don't do anything. Stay quiet and wait for someone to come out. Immediately admit fault and pay the hefty fine. Hurry, don't ask questions, just do it." Oh, what a lively scene today. Indeed, the gambling district is bustling with talent. I relish dealing with individuals like you. Lin Shu emerged slowly from the shadows, his face adorned with his customary radiant smile. Upon seeing Lin Shu, the The scar-faced man instantly wore a disdainful smirk. However, as he prepared to issue a harsh retort, the thug leader clutched his hand tightly, shaking it forcefully, his eyes filled with desperation. The scar-faced man's mind raced with the thug leader's previous words, and a chilling realization struck him. Could this seemingly young boy be the mastermind? The one who had reduced his dear brother to this state? Surely not. He did not appear particularly formidable, did he? The scar-faced man scrutinized Lin Shu once more. It was impossible to see anything strong or threatening about this youth barely in his teens. Chapter 52. Unable to distinguish between the kings? Have you gone too far? Listen to me. The rogue leader, on the verge of tears, clutched his brother's hand tightly. The scarred man, at a critical moment, chose to trust his loyal companion, suppressing any sarcastic remarks. However, his subordinates had little regard for Lin Shu, unleashing a torrent of vulgarity. "Tch, kid, who do you think you are to boss us around? Do you even know who we are? Call your superior over. He wouldn't dare to confront us. Ask your elders how things are usually handled. You think you can make us cower? Huh, you're the one who should kneel before us. Humph, a mere child dares to command us? Looking for a fight?" Emboldened by their numbers, and with their leader present, the ruffians dismissed Lin Shu's words entirely. One particularly brash individual, bare-chested, swaggered forward and raised his hand to slap Lin Shu across the face. Lin Shu merely smirked, swiftly grasping the thug's wrist, and with a sharp tug, the thug fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied arm and howling in agony. That singular blow had rendered his arm useless. The swiftness and ferocity of Lin Shu's action stunned the surrounding thugs. "I repeat, please adhere to the rules of Konoha. Obey the orders of this patrolling ninja. Lay down your weapons, and assume a crouched position with your hands on your heads. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Yet, as notorious thugs, witnessing their companions' defeat, and with their leader watching, they were unwilling to submit easily. They were accustomed to their brazen ways. Thus, they erupted in anger, cursing as they prepared to attack. Lin Shu, however, could barely contain his delight at the prospect of a confrontation. This presented him with an excellent opportunity to retaliate. Just as he was about to form hand seals and subdue everyone present, the scarred man suddenly intervened. "Wait, everyone, stand down. Put down your weapons and crouch with your hands on your heads." Quickly, at his command, the thugs hesitated, some displaying strong discontent. Yet, under the scarred man's fierce gaze, they reluctantly discarded their weapons and crouched down. Even the scarred man himself complied. This infuriated Lin Shu. Why were these scoundrels suddenly so obedient? If they complied so easily, how could he take action? Thus, Lin Shu pondered for a moment and soon formulated a new plan. He approached the scarred man and his crew, folding his arms and methodically enumerating their transgressions. "You lot, do not think that simply crouching down will absolve you. I shall inform you. You have committed a multitude of offenses, including causing a ruckus at night, disturbing the peace of your neighbors, vandalism, spitting and urinating in public, provoking law enforcement, insulting officers, suspected violent threats to public safety, unlawful organization, and walking with excessive arrogance. Each offense compounded. The penalty is 50 taels of gold per person, along with 10 lashes. As a deterrent, the thugs were left dumbfounded. What? We came out and didn't do anything at all. How can we be guilty of so many crimes? You think being educated makes you superior? No morals, I see. Among them, only the scarred man had some understanding. After hearing Lin Shu's tirade, he scoffed and retorted, "You are a patrolling ninja, responsible for overseeing the streets. I have no objection to the minor infractions you mentioned. According to tradition, each person is fined a small amount of silver, which I will cover. But the last accusation? You think it's a crime to find something displeasing? And a fine of 50 taels of gold per person? This is nothing but extortion. I have ample reason to report you to the third Hokage, and you will face the consequences." Lin Shu feigned fear, patting his chest dramatically. "Oh, I'm so scared. You wish to report me? How audacious. What about your underling's attack on me? That was an assault on a public servant. I could rightfully eliminate you all. I could even suspect you of espionage. Is it unreasonable to seek compensation for my fragile heart? Or should I turn you over to a Biki Marino for interrogation?" At the mention of the renowned interrogator from Konoha, the scarred man's expression paled, clearly reluctant to be associated with him. However, the thought of paying a hefty sum to avoid punishment while also facing lashes did not sit well with him. After all, being asked for hundreds of taels of gold? What a jest! Those charges were utterly unreasonable. He didn't possess such wealth. Thus, suppressing his dissatisfaction, the scarred man attempted to negotiate with Lin Shu. Lin Shu rolled his eyes and summoned his shadow clone, pinning the thugs to the ground. You think you can negotiate with me? What status do you hold? You all shall begin your punishment. Since you refuse to pay the fine, let us commence with the lashes. Lin Shu donned his finely crafted steel claw, hands clasped together, and prepared to strike the subdued thugs. Amidst a chorus of wails, their dignity was shattered, and they would no longer suffer from constipation. The sight caused the scarred man and his cohorts to grow pale, drenched in sweat, as fear coursed through their spines. What kind of punishment was this? It was designed to obliterate a man's dignity. Would they emerge from this ordeal less than human? Who could withstand such cruelty? They regretted their earlier bravado, realizing too late the ruthlessness of this youth. Chapter 53. The Spiked Club and Hook. Witnessing Lin Shu's ruthless approach, the formerly defiant thugs quickly donned sycophantic smiles, pleading for mercy and offering substantial gold as a fine. They swore oaths, pretending to be repentant good children, especially the scarred man, who vocally offered 500 taels of gold to avoid punishment. Yet, Lin Shu paid no heed to their entreaties. What a joke. You squandered your chance. And now it's too late. I require a wealth of chakra and jutsu to enhance my strength. There is no way I will let you off easily. Thus, Lin Shu remained resolute, focused on his task. The sounds of his strikes echoed as the thugs rapidly provided him with chakra. Presently, Lin Shu's chakra reserve swelled to 850 points, nearing the threshold of a chunin. However, due to the thugs' mediocre abilities, they offered no special jutsu or capabilities beyond chakra. Lin Shu had anticipated this and dismissed it from his mind. Yet, as he gazed at the last remaining scarred man, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. This man, after all, is a prominent figure in the gambling district, an elite of sorts. Surely he must possess something of value. As Lin Shu casually wiped the bloodstains from the barbed steel hook, the scar-faced giant tensed up, his face paling dramatically. He struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I know the higher-ups in the village. I'm wealthy. You can't treat me this way. Please, don't. If you dare to touch me, I will seek out Danzo for justice." Danzo? You? Knowing Danzo? Lin Shu scrutinized the scar-faced man with skepticism, momentarily refraining from taking action. Sensing Lin Shu's hesitation, the scar-faced man felt an overwhelming surge of relief and hurriedly nodded, using Danzo as a shield. I operate within the gambling district, specializing in intelligence and information. I regularly deliver intelligence from foreign nations to Lord Danzo. I truly work for him. If you harm me, you will surely face dire consequences. Seeing Lin Shu seemingly wary of Danzo, the scar-faced man's tone grew assertive, adopting an air of someone with a powerful ally. Lin Shu commanded his clones to maintain pressure on the man while he scanned the surroundings, picking up a spiked club and approaching the scar-faced man with a grin. Since you hold such influence, I shall grant you a special privilege. For the next session of torture, would you prefer this spiked club or the steel barbed hook in my hand? Choose quickly, or I shall employ both. 3, 2, wait, you can't treat me this way. The scar-faced man, terrified, lost all composure, tears and snot streaming down his face as he struggled and pleaded, willing to divulge anything he knew or possessed. Yet, all was in vain. With a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the heavens, another soul met their end at Lin Shu's hands. Enough with the chatter. You had your chance to choose, so who can you blame? Lin Shu, panting from exertion, completed his task, and the scar-faced man lay twitching on the ground, utterly motionless. The ground beneath Lin Shu was stained with large puddles of orange-yellow liquid, a result of the man's inability to withstand the torture. Lin Shu, repulsed, stepped aside to avoid contact with the mess, yet his spirits soared high. The source of his elation stemmed from the unexpected surprises provided by the scar-faced man. Lin Shu's system had once again updated with a wave of new information. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting your target. You have gained 15 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting your target. You have gained 20 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting your target. You have acquired the lightning release technique, lightning needle. Now, after defeating the scar-faced man, Lin Shu's power had significantly surged, his chakra reaching an impressive 930 points. Not only that, but he had also mastered a new lightning release technique. Currently, Lin Shu had comprehensively grasped 5 types of chakra transformations and their associated jutsu. Although he appeared merely as a youthful child, not even a genin, Anyone who underestimated him would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences in battle. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the once-renowned leaf genius, Kakashi, and the prodigious Itachi Uchiha would not have mastered 5 chakra transformations and numerous jutsu at such a tender age. Despite lacking a mentor, Lin Shu had far surpassed his peers in terms of strength, including the illustrious Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 54. An abundance of experience awaits. What a relief. It seems the more I push, the stronger I become, and the more addictive it becomes. At this rate, my tasks as a genin will become considerably more manageable. The stronger I grow, the higher my odds of ambushing Orochimaru will be. If fortune smiles upon me and I stumble upon the reanimation technique, I could bypass all training and simply overpower Hashirama and Tobirama directly. Who needs to train when one possesses such an advantage? Feeling the burgeoning power within, Lin Shu envisioned a bright future. His mood lifted even as he glanced at the incapacitated figures sprawled on the ground. Moreover, the idea of continuing his fishing endeavor sparked within him. He promptly dispatched several clones, donning the attire of the thugs, and cried out for help as they rushed into the gambling district. According to the 2 men, they had been thriving in the gambling district, so it was plausible they could lure more individuals in. As long as they engaged in illegal activities, it would soon be my turn to take action. Today is destined to be fortuitous. Chakra total is about to exceed 1,000. Lin Shu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. To facilitate a smoother operation, he even sent out clones to set up signposts along the route from the gambling district to the scar-faced man and the thug leader. Furthermore, Lin Shu meticulously washed his steel-barbed hook, preparing it for the tasks ahead. As a patient fisherman, Lin Shu was ready, eagerly awaiting the catch. Minutes later, as anticipated, another group of burly thugs rushed down the street, weapons in hand, quickly spotting the incapacitated thug leader and scar-faced man. Matsushima, Chia, what happened to you? I'll take you to find a medical ninja right away. Matsushima seized the young man's arm tightly, his face etched with sorrow. Let us go now. If we don't hurry, it'll be too late. The thugs, following Matsushima's gaze, suddenly noticed the grotesque wounds on their comrades and tensed up, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Good heavens! Have we encountered a monster? What a horror! With anxiety gnawing at their hearts, the thugs hurriedly attended to Matsushima and the others, preparing to leave. However, Lin Shu had been waiting patiently, and he would not let them slip away so easily. Thus, he calmly stepped from the shadows, blocking their path. Patrolling ninja, everyone, produce your identification and squat against the wall with your heads down. I will only say this once. Upon seeing Lin Shu obstructing their way, the burly thugs scoffed, dismissing him entirely. The leading thug was about to confront Lin Shu when he was abruptly slapped by his own boss, leaving him bewildered. They're from our gambling district, here to help us. Ninja, we've already faced punishment. Surely you can let us go now? Matsushima asked, his face a mask of bitterness, his heart pounding in uncertainty. After all, it was uncertain whether Lin Shu would grant them reprieve. The thugs were equally astonished, unable to comprehend why their boss would treat this young boy with such deference. What was happening? Could this boy be someone of significance? Or perhaps possess extraordinary strength? It seemed implausible. The group exchanged glances, each harboring doubts. However, out of respect for their leader, they complied, squatting neatly by the roadside. So orderly was their arrangement that Lin Shu found it difficult to even criticize them. Lin Shu was not pleased. Their compliance left him without an excuse to punish them. Thus, he summoned a multitude of shadow clones, surrounding everyone present, ready to find a reason to take action. In the dead of night, a cacophony disturbed the neighbors' repose, a sign of utter lack of decorum. A throng of individuals ambled along the dimly lit path, their raucous laughter and the stench of alcohol alarming passers-by. What was the purpose of their weapons? Did they intend to assault law enforcement? Such actions warranted further punishment, and I hereby declare them deserving of the piercing penalty. This is unacceptable. Your unreasonable behavior reeks of personal vendetta. Matsushita shuddered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, tears of despair welling in his eyes. The ordeal he had just endured was nothing short of a nightmare he wished never to relive. It was a torment beyond human endurance. With each infliction of the piercing penalty, Matsushita felt as if his very soul was contorting in agony, an unbearable pain. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was undeterred by their antics. He had worked diligently to catch fish, and now that they were biting, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. To Lin Shu, This was an invaluable experience presented to him on a silver platter. With that in mind, he snapped his fingers, summoning his shadow clones to charge forward. Chapter 55. The mysterious ninja emerges. Matsushida's thugs and ruffians were struck by a wave of fear, their expressions darkening. Matsushita, having recognized the severity of the situation, was gripped by fear of retaliation from Lin Shu and dared not command his subordinates to resist. Without hearing their leaderess order, the thugs lacked the will to fight back and were swiftly subdued once more by Lin Shu. Well done, everyone. Given your commendable performance earlier, I shall spare you some suffering by using only one hand, Lin Shu remarked with a cheerful smile as he polished the glistening steel hook in his grasp, advancing towards his target. At that moment, the newly arrived thugs beheld the menacing weapon in Lin Shu's hand and, recalling the gaping wounds on their fallen comrades, their faces blanched with terror. They trembled uncontrollably, and some, in a fit of panic, began to plead for mercy. No longer did they dare to regard Lin Shu with disdain. Please, spare us. I'll do anything. Pay a fine, just don't do this. Oh, revered patrolling ninja. I'm willing to be a witness against my peers. Please, let me go. Lin Shu merely shrugged, feigning indifference. Just as he prepared to act against the thugs, a rustling sound behind him piqued his attention. He spun around, grasping his kunai and shuriken, positioning himself protectively behind his shadow clone. Who goes there? Show yourself. I suspect you are a spy from another village, lurking while a patrolling ninja carries out his duties. Your actions would put even foreign spies to shame. As a mature male voice resonated, a figure adorned in a fox mask and the garb of the umbu materialized atop a utility pole, his gaze icy and penetrating. Lin Shu scrutinized the newcomer, surmising that he was indeed from Konoha village. However, the stranger's identity remained ambiguous, and Lin Shu maintained his vigilance. I am the patrolling ninja for this area, tasked with maintaining order and safety. You are to vacate the premises at once. With the stranger's identity and strength still unknown, Lin Shu sought to avoid conflict. Yet, with a mocking laugh, the mysterious ninja leapt down from the pole, arms crossed, approaching with an air of authority. As a patrolling ninja, it is your duty to uphold order, and while I should not interfere, these individuals still possess some usefulness. You cannot eliminate them all. Doing so would disrupt the gambling district's order, causing a headache for many. Thus, I advise you to release them. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, retorting, Oh? You think you can simply demand their release? Who are you to dictate such terms? If there's an issue, take it up with the Hokage. I will grant you time. If you can procure a direct order from the Hokage, I will release them immediately. The mysterious ninja narrowed his eyes, the tension in his gaze escalating. I see no necessity for that. To be clear, Lord Danzo requires them to manage the gambling district. As the village benefits from its wealth and resources, you may deal with them, but not all of them. Is that understood, lowly ninja? Now, execute your orders. Upon hearing the name Danzo, Lin Shu recognized the ninja as a member of the Umbu root, directly associated with Danzo's faction. Connecting this with Matsushida's earlier words, it was evident they were indeed acquainted with Danzo. The very existence of the gambling district served to funnel significant funds for the higher-ups. Lin Shu was disinterested in the village's sordid affairs, but the aggressive demand from the root ninja to release the thugs was something he could not acquiesce to. These precious experiences were presented to him on a silver platter, and he could not allow them to be snatched away. However, Lin Shu refrained from acting impulsively. He understood that Danzo's forces were formidable, comprising at least mid-Chunin level ninjas. Although Lin Shu possessed a plethora of techniques, facing off against the root ninjas left him feeling uncertain. Yet, the sight of this individual so brazenly attempting to seize what was rightfully his ignited a spark of defiance within Lin Shu. Thus, he devised a clever plan. From his satchel, he produced a scroll and gestured toward the root ninja, declaring, I will release them. But first, you must sign a document attesting that you ordered me to do so. Should these individuals cause any trouble thereafter, you and your superiors will bear responsibility. Otherwise, I will signal for reinforcements, and we can escalate this matter to the Hokage. I refuse to believe you would maintain such arrogance in front of the Hokage. The root ninja, after contemplating Lin Shu's proposition, lowered his gaze and eventually consented, approaching Lin Shu. Very well, I shall write to you to avoid further complications. As he drew nearer, the root ninja's form suddenly blurred, and he surged forward at Lin Shu with alarming speed. Chapter 56. The confrontation. How dare you threaten me? You seek death. The root ninja had no intention of negotiating with Lin Shu. In his eyes, Lin Shu, a mere genin, was unworthy of an equal dialogue or demands. Disobeying Lord Danzo's orders would warrant punishment. Watching from the sidelines, Matsushita and his cohorts felt a wave of relief as Lin Shu stood motionless in the face of the root ninja's onslaught. Surely, if Lin Shu were to be defeated, they could escape unscathed. With Lord Danzo's backing, Matsushita believed that his future would be brighter, leading to greater power and wealth. More importantly, he would have his revenge. The humiliation of today would forever be etched in his soul, a shadow he could never forget. However, the unfolding events shattered the fleeting hope that had begun to stir within Matsushita and his companions. The root ninja, having reached Lin Shu, unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lin Shu's face. The speed and force were such that the air crackled with the sound of rushing wind. Should this strike land, Lin Shu would surely be felled. Yet, as Lin Shu stood his ground, a colossal, furry hand materialized seemingly out of thin air, firmly grasping the root ninja's fist and holding it in place. The ninja was instantly paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with disbelief. In a frantic response, he drew his kunai with his left hand and struck at the massive hand with all his might. To everyone's astonishment, the latter remained utterly still, until a dull clang reminiscent of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Humph, do you truly believe that a mere kunai can harm me? Down you go. The other hand of the ape demon suddenly appeared, seizing the arm of the root ninja, and with a powerful thrust, lifted him high into the air before slamming him down with tremendous force. The root ninja, caught off guard, could not escape. However, as a ninja personally selected by Danzo to join Root, he was no ordinary foe. Swiftly forming hand seals, just as he was about to be crushed into the ground, he executed a water clone technique, escaping at the last moment and landing a few meters away in an open area. The root ninja glared fiercely at Lin Shu, threateningly stating, "Kid, I won't forget you. Defying Lord Danzo's orders and attacking me? Who do you think you are?" Lin Shu commanded his clones to swarm from all directions, taunting, "Oh, Lord Danzo, is he your father? Trying to shift the blame, are we? Watch as I turn you into a pig's head before Lord Hokage. Humph, just based on you? A fool's dream." The root ninja quickly formed hand seals, turning to unleash a torrent of rushing water. Water release. Water wave. Lin Shu's clones were unable to approach, instantly dispersed and vanishing from sight. Lin Shu merely scoffed, unconcerned, and produced a flare gun, igniting it and sending it skyward. Whoosh. Bang. In the pitch-black night sky, a burst of fireworks resembling cherry blossoms erupted, drawing the attention of all patrolling ninjas and members of the security force in the village. "So you're quite skilled, are you? Let's see how cocky you remain once reinforcements arrive." Lin Shu, emboldened by the presence of the ape demon, raised his middle finger in an attempt to provoke his adversary into attacking once more. Yet the root ninja, wary of the situation, lowered his hands and shot Lin Shu a sidelong glance before vanishing from sight. "I won't forget you. I won't forget you either." After confirming with his Sharingan that the ninja had departed, Lin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, facing a root ninja directly was immensely stressful. The opponent's speed and movements were so rapid that, despite Lin Shu's mastery of numerous jutsu, he could not guarantee a hit. Otherwise, if he faltered, he could only endure a beating or even be captured. While he would not face death, a thorough thrashing was unavoidable. Lin Shu, proud of his handsome visage, had no desire to endure such punishment. Thus, he opted to summon the ape demon for protection, a decision that minimized risk while maintaining the integrity of the surrounding environment. Fortunately, he refrained from recklessly using ninjutsu. Had he damaged anything here, he would likely have to pay for the repairs. The root ninja had concealed his identity, and Danzo would probably go to great lengths to protect him. Collecting hearts, that old bastard Danzo, is worthless, and his subordinates are equally despicable. Lin Shu memorized the ninja's appearance, vowing to settle the score when the opportunity arose. How could someone of such an age fail to subdue a mere child? What kind of ninja is that? He should just go home and knock himself out. Soon, a contingent of patrolling ninjas and mid-level security officials arrived from all directions. Converging on the street, they were greeted by the sight of thugs and henchmen crouched against the wall, all of whom were taken aback. Chapter 57, Recognition and Truth. This location was quite close to the gambling street, where captures occurred daily, with groups of 3 to 5 being commonplace. Yet no one anticipated that Lin Shu's actions would result in the apprehension of 40 to 50 individuals, especially considering some of them had large gaping holes in their backsides. What on earth had transpired? Anyone who saw this would feel a chill run down their spine. It was a terrifying sight. Moreover, they had arrived just as Lin Shu called for reinforcements, initially believing something serious had occurred. But upon seeing the scene, these individuals were in such a state, Lin Shu hardly needed to call for backup. As the thugs noticed the arrival of reinforcements, they were filled with panic, some even losing their composure. Particularly those who had yet to be poked were crying out for help, claiming they would rather face imprisonment than be punished by Lin Shu. The street corner erupted into chaos. Silence. Lin Shu, in a foul mood, barked, "Are you trying to wake the entire neighborhood? Have some decency. You're only making things worse." The thugs turned pale, trembling as they looked at the newly arrived ninjas, their eyes pleading. The mid-level security officer who had assigned Lin Shu a task during the day stepped forward with a sigh, furrowing his brow and asking, "Lin Shu? What exactly is going on here? What trouble have you encountered?" Lin Shu pointed at the large puddle of water on the ground, replying bluntly, "Did you see that? While I was carrying out my duties, a ninja suddenly appeared to impede me and attacked. He claimed to be a ninja from the root, under Lord Danzo's command. But I suspect it's a ruse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled as soon as you arrived. I suspect he might be a spy or something of the sort." The mid-level officer jotted down notes and then inquired, "Did you get a clear look at the individual's features?" He was dressed in standard umbu attire, wearing a fox mask, and when we engaged, he utilized the water release technique, water wave, demonstrating remarkable speed. The officer recorded everything meticulously, nodding earnestly. "We will consult Lord Danzo immediately. If he is indeed a spy from a rival nation, we will apprehend him sooner or later. Thank you for your efforts." Afterward, the officer glanced at the thugs in the corner, curiously asking, "There seem to be an excessive number of criminals in your area. Has something happened that requires assistance?" "No need. I can handle it. You should attend to more pressing matters." Lin Shu waved his hand, dismissing their help. The officer took no offense, inspecting the scene before leading everyone away. As for the gaping holes in the thugs' backsides, neither he nor the other patrolling ninjas pressed the issue. Given everything they had witnessed today, combined with recent rumors, they had connected Lin Shu with the notorious figure from the mission hall. Moreover, Lin Shu's ability to escape unscathed from a suspected root ninja only deepened the respect and recognition he garnered from the onlookers. After all, achieving such feats at his age marked him as a genuine prodigy. It was likely that he would soon ascend to the rank of Jonin or elite Jonin. Consequently, everyone was eager to show Lin Shu some respect. Furthermore, the petty thugs hardly warranted their attention. After all reinforcements had departed, Lin Shu wasted no time, controlling his shadow clones to pin down the thugs and begin mercilessly poking them. "Thank you, host, for successfully hitting the target. You have gained 10 chakra points." "Thank you, host, for successfully hitting the target. You have gained 15 chakra points." "Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target. You have gained 15 chakra points." Once he had poked each individual, Lin Shu finally exhaled, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Although I did not acquire any new jutsu abilities, my chakra has significantly increased, now totaling 990 points, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the level of a chunin. Indeed, practicing diligently cannot compare to swiftly accumulating experience by grinding through missions." After cleaning his steel-tipped hook, Lin Shu summoned several more shadow clones, preparing to fish once more and lure in a few more lowly henchmen. With just a mere 10 points of chakra left to attain the rank of chunin, Lin Shu resolved to make a decisive breakthrough today. He felt confident that whether it was a genin mission or the upcoming chunin exam, he would succeed. Logically, one should not tempt fate repeatedly. Yet Lin Shu was determined to make one final attempt. He decided that once his chakra level surpassed 1,000, he would cease his endeavors and indulge in leisure until the end of the day. However, after half an hour of sending out shadow clones, Lin Shu had yet to encounter a single soul from the gambling street within his jurisdiction. To his dismay, he could not spot anyone on the streets of his own territory. This was quite unusual. There were usually many people in the gambling district, and given the notoriety of the two individuals he was dealing with, at least a few would have come his way. Frowning, Lin Shu glanced back towards the street corner and noticed that the number of those who had previously been incapacitated had seemingly diminished. Even the ruffians he had dealt with had vanished without a trace. It was clear they had seized the opportunity to make a discreet escape. A realization dawned upon Lin Shu. No wonder he could not catch any fish. The two big ones had slipped away. With that, he temporarily set aside his fishing ambitions. After all, the individuals in the gambling street were under the control of those two. It would be unwise for him to cross into their territory to forcibly apprehend anyone. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the significant increase in his chakra and the acquisition of several new ninjutsu techniques. After all, there was still ample time before the official start of the Genin missions. Lin Shu was confident he could find other tasks within the village to further elevate his chakra level to that of a chunin. This would enhance his strength and prevent him from being tethered to Kakashi, thus safeguarding his secret identity as a time traveler. Meanwhile, for the ruffians who had been thoroughly drained by Lin Shu and were now an eyesore, he waved them away, urging them to clean up the orange liquid on the ground. Clean this up and leave quickly. If you linger, I may continue. The gangsters, visibly terrified, turned various shades of pale, green, and red as if they had stumbled into a dye shop. None dared to face a second punishment. Therefore, despite some still feeling the sting of their earlier ordeal, they helped each other, stumbling and swaying towards the gambling street. Judging by their expressions, Lin Shu surmised they would likely avoid that street in the future, though he could no longer fish. Maintaining order and stability in the area, while simultaneously improving his strength, made Lin Shu feel his efforts were worthwhile. It appeared he had fundamentally curtailed the rampant behavior of these thugs in the vicinity. When reporting back, he would certainly mention this achievement. Surely it would earn him some recognition. This was a fine excuse to seek an audience with the third Hokage, perhaps even to gain some advantage from him. What ninjutsu might he acquire this time? The anticipation was palpable. In the ensuing hours, due to Lin Shu's fearsome reputation, no one from the gambling street dared to cross into his territory. Lin Shu relished the peace, successfully idling away the time until the following morning when he transitioned duties with the arriving ninja. After enjoying a hearty breakfast on the roadside, he retraced his steps home to rest. Meanwhile, as Lin Shu recuperated at home, astonishing news erupted from the gambling street, sweeping through the entirety of Konoha village. Chapter 58. The Unusual Genius Shock. Why were their cries echoing through the night on East Suburb Street 5? The truth revealed a group of men engaged in such activities. In the gambling street, the notorious leader of the was apprehended in public by patrolling ninjas and subjected to a humiliating punishment. Henceforth, he would be free from the agony of constipation. The third Hokage, perusing the latest intelligence report, could not suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth. Good heavens! What a remarkable individual. After all these years, I have never encountered such a distinctive genius among ninjas. Unlike other prodigies, such as Itachi Uchiha, whose depth of thought was profound, or Kakashi, who was warm-hearted and kind, Lin Shu seemed to consistently resort to the basest of tactics. The pain he inflicted was severe enough to leave an indelible mark, and now, even the gambling street was devoid of these individuals. Yet, the fact that he could withstand a few exchanges with the root ninjas spoke volumes of his rapid progress. With a sigh, the third Hokage pressed his forehead in contemplation. Just the thought of this report was enough to make him feel uneasy, as it reminded him of Lin Shu's earlier ambush. He couldn't help but believe that Lin Shu had intended it all along. This boy had no qualms about attacking even an old man like him, half buried in the ground. Truly a peculiar phenomenon in the village of Konoha and the ninja world. On the other side, in an office spacious enough to rival that of the third Hokage, the leader of the root, Danzo, picked up the intelligence report from his desk and read it carefully. Upon finishing, he set the paper down and addressed the subordinate kneeling before him. Did you witness yesterday's events? Yes, sir. I intended to intervene to prevent any disruption to your plans, but that boy paid no heed to your name and spoke insolently. I was incensed and struck out, only to have him counter with a summoning technique and release fireworks. To avoid escalating the situation, I withdrew temporarily. The person responding was the fox-faced ninja Lin Shu had encountered the previous day. However, given his current and scathed demeanor, it was clear that Danzo had ensured his safety. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo waved his hand, signaling for his subordinate to depart. He then leaned back in his chair, murmuring to himself. The fox's ninjutsu is impressively swift. He was able to evade capture even before I could act. At such a young age, to possess this level of skill is commendable. I must find a way to incorporate him into our ranks. Simultaneously, Kakashi, who was chatting with several other jonin, was taken aback by news of Lin Shu's valiant performance the previous night. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed, both surprised and resigned. This kid certainly keeps one on their toes. He prefers to train alone, doesn't he? It seems his efforts have indeed borne fruit. Though this peculiar habit of his is quite strange. His 1,000 years of death technique appears more practiced than mine. Asuma also had a notable impression of this young man, who was both distinctive and powerful. We clearly underestimated him. We thought he would fall behind the others, yet he has proven capable of making a name for himself. However, handling the upcoming missions alone may pose a challenge for him. Kurenai, linking arms with Asuma, smiled gently. Such a promising talent surely won't be thrust into dangerous situations by the third Hokage. Moreover, he is alone without a mentor. The higher-ups are unlikely to assign him overly hazardous tasks. We need not worry too much. I also heard that he managed to escape unscathed from a confrontation with a root ninja last night. That is no small feat. Root ninjas, huh? Kakashi muttered to himself, glancing towards the direction of the Shadow Rock. Soon after, the three teachers dispersed, each seeking their students for further training. As Kakashi made his way halfway down the path, he was summoned to meet the third Hokage. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, he happened to encounter Naruto, who was sulking with crossed arms, alongside the recently infamous Lin Shu. At that moment, Kakashi overheard a conversation between the third Hokage and Lin Shu. With a serious expression, the third Hokage looked intently at Lin Shu, shaking the report in his hand, and remarked, "As a patrolling ninja, maintaining order is one thing. But what is this about fishing? And why such a heavy-handed approach against them?" As a result, the order on the gambling street has been somewhat disrupted due to the injuries inflicted upon certain individuals, which has, to some extent, affected the village. Lin Shu, undeterred, gazed directly at the third Hokage and retorted, "These individuals have broken the law, and I possess the authority to deal with them. Moreover, Lord Hokage, your words resonate with those of the root ninjas. Do you truly condone the actions of Danzo and his subordinates? If we can disregard the law for the good of the village, then what purpose do we, the patrolling ninjas, serve? What is the point of my being a ninja at all? I might as well join those ruffians and thugs. At least I would command some respect within the village." Enough. The third Hokage interrupted Lin Shu with a weary wave of his hand. "Stop arguing with me about this. The crux of the matter is not whether you should deal with them, but rather the methods you employ. I have heard that you resorted to that forbidden technique again. You even created a special weapon that left a hole the size of a bowl in someone else's rear. If this spreads, what will others think of our Konoha ninjas? Our patrolling ninjas?" Lin Shu shrugged nonchalantly. "Let them think what they will. It is of no concern to me. I am a patrolling ninja, the embodiment of order and law, and I must maintain an aura of authority. By the way, has yesterday's spy been found yet?" Seeing Lin Shu's defiant demeanor, the third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, lazily interjected, "Grandpa Hokage, isn't it the duty of patrolling ninjas to combat criminals? Besides, those guys on the gambling street are quite the troublemakers. If Lin Shu gives them a few beatings, they will surely behave for a long time. That is a huge help, right? Why scold him without offering a reward? All right, that's enough." The third Hokage shot a look at Naruto, who resembled a fool, and then turned to Kakashi, handing him a document. "Take a look at this. Due to the urgency of the situation, your first mission as a genin will commence ahead of schedule." "Yay, this is fantastic. I will complete the mission flawlessly," Naruto exclaimed, throwing his arm around Lin Shu's shoulders with unbridled enthusiasm. Lin Shu smiled, feeling a sense of anticipation for his task. As for Naruto's mission, Lin Shu had already deduced its nature from the storyline. It was undoubtedly a pivotal plot involving Zabuza and Haku, marking one of the first life-and-death crises for Naruto and Sasuke. Such experiences would be immensely beneficial for their growth. However, for Lin Shu at this moment, they were rather mundane. After completing several missions, Lin Shu had mastered 5 types of elemental chakra transformations and numerous jutsu, placing his strength on par with an average chunin. Dealing with the current duo was a trivial matter for him. It must be said, Lin Shu took delight in witnessing Sasuke's stubbornness, only to be inevitably defeated and let out a wretched cry. "A genius? I am pummeling a genius." Once Kakashi finished reading the document, he could not resist showing it to Naruto. After quickly scanning the contents, Naruto frowned in displeasure. It's just a mere merchant. Do we really need to handle such a simple escort mission? I saw Lin Shu single-handedly deal with a horde of bandits. Those guys aren't even that strong. Grandpa Hokage, can't we switch to a more challenging mission?" The third Hokage shot Naruto a glare, too exasperated to respond. Kakashi, however, delivered a sharp blow to Naruto's head, chastising him. Just a group of bandits? Lin Shu can handle it. He is the strongest among your graduating class. And you need to shape up and take this seriously. Underestimating your opponents as a ninja can lead to grave consequences. Now let us prepare. After receiving a stern reprimand, Naruto fell silent and followed closely behind Kakashi as they prepared to leave. As they passed Lin Shu, he stuck out his tongue and whispered, "Be careful on your own. Once everyone's tasks are completed, we'll regroup." Lin Shu chuckled and nodded in agreement. After Kakashi and Naruto departed, the third Hokage maintained a stern demeanor and began to usher Lin Shu out. "You should also prepare. I have arranged your mission. Someone will be waiting for you outside." Lin Shu turned and exited the Hokage's office. Upon stepping into the corridor, a young ninja clad in umbu attire, with a somewhat delicate countenance, approached him. He handed Lin Shu a scroll and, without uttering a word, walked away. Lin Shu glanced at the figure as he departed, then eagerly opened the scroll to inspect his mission. The land of Rice has suddenly decided to establish its own ninja village, and I am to investigate the reasons and gather evidence. This task does not seem overly difficult. Lin Shu tapped the scroll with one hand, feeling satisfied with his new assignment. After all, an investigation mission appeared to require more intellect than brute force. Furthermore, acting alone would afford him greater convenience. This task seemed well suited to him, though Lin Shu was not averse to taking action. Caution was advisable in foreign lands and other ninja villages for the sake of his safety. The ninja world is indeed fraught with hidden talents and dangers. While Lin Shu's abilities barely reached the level of a chunin, he was far from invincible. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the investigation into this ninja village in the land of Rice did not exist in the original storyline, leaving Lin Shu to navigate this challenge on his own. It posed difficulties, yet the challenge was manageable. The third Hokage had assigned a commendable task. After securing the scroll, Lin Shu swiftly departed the Hokage office, ready to prepare for his mission. Meanwhile, in a spacious and brightly lit office, a half-kneeling ninja was reporting information. "Master, the scroll has been delivered." He is set off. "The task is the one you selected." "Very well, let us see if this young man can provide me with further surprises." Danzo's dark visage was revealed as he turned his chair towards the sunlight. The reporting ninja bowed his head and exited the room, donning a fox mask to conceal his somewhat delicate features. He turned his gaze toward the village gate, sneering, "You dare to offend Lord Danzo? I wonder how you will manage to return alive." The land of Rice is certainly his domain. Due to the limited time frame of this mission, which spans only 1 month, Lin Shu hastily packed his belongings and set off, following the map day and night. Finally, after expending a full 8 days, he crossed the border into the land of Rice. Additionally, Lin Shu had to spend a considerable sum to purchase a horse, as traveling on foot was exceedingly slow. At last, he had arrived, utterly exhausted. Lin Shu wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, "Damn it. The higher-ups in Konoha are truly short-sighted. They don't even bother to advance technology, having driven Orochimaru away. If Konoha had him still, I could be riding in luxury right now." Lin Shu took a long swig from his water canteen and then, while mounted, glanced at the map in his hands. Before heading to the newly established ninja village in the land of Rice, he decided to find a place to rest and recuperate, gathering strength for the forthcoming actions. Ultimately, he set his sights on the nearest small town, aptly named Walnut Town. What a fitting name. This will do. Lin Shu, enduring the numbness in his rear, rode his horse toward the town. After approximately an hour, he finally arrived at this bustling settlement nestled within a vast plain. Without hesitation, Lin Shu dismounted and joined the throng as they entered the town. After inquiring for directions, he found himself at a rather decent inn where he temporarily settled in. He ordered a splendid array of delectable dishes. Once he had comfortably finished his lunch, Lin Shu rose and ventured onto the streets, eager to explore. This leisurely stroll served both as a respite before his mission and an opportunity to familiarize himself with the customs, dialect, and behaviors of the people in the kingdom of Tian, all of which would aid him in his impending covert operations. To ensure the successful completion of this task, Lin Shu had diligently prepared. As he meandered toward the tavern, a sudden commotion of shouts and curses caught his attention. Being an aficionado of gossip, Lin Shu squeezed through the crowd to investigate. There, in the cleared space before the tavern, stood a coarse, burly man, his belly protruding prominently and his hair unruly. His cheeks were flushed, and he clutched half a bottle of liquor, his mouth spewing curses incessantly. At his feet, a frail girl, her clothes faded and patched, appeared ghostly pale. Scattered around her were a floral basket and several flowers crushed underfoot. I'm sorry, the girl, barely over 10, whimpered in fear, her eyes brimming with tears as she trembled and repeatedly apologized. Meanwhile, the uncouth man, belching the foul stench of alcohol, ground his foot into the flowers, sneering, Apologies? A mere fleeting apology will not suffice. You have collided with me. Promptly provide me with compensation. What I desire is not much. A mere 100 taels of gold would suffice. Otherwise, I must say, I find you rather appealing, quite to my taste, ha ha ha. Perhaps you could repay me with yourself? The girl on the ground couldn't hold back her tears, which flowed uncontrollably. Clutching the somewhat worn flower basket as if it were a treasure, she bravely stood up, trembling with fear, and cautiously retorted, I have no money. And besides, I have been standing at the door all along. You were the one who approached and knocked me down. What did you say? The imposing figure of the Han lowered himself, his gaze filled with mockery and disdain. You claim I collided with you? Very well. Where is the evidence? Who witnessed it? If someone were to step forward today and claim they had seen it, I would generously allow you to leave. What do you think? Ha. The girl, her eyes swollen and red from crying, cast a pleading gaze toward the surrounding crowd. Yet, the onlookers, witnessing her plight, recoiled in fear, either bowing their heads or turning their faces away. Under the menacing glare of the burly man, no one dared to step forward and offer assistance. The girl's face instantly turned pale, and she lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Please, is there anyone who can help my sister? Anyone at all? She implored. Ah ha ha ha. Little sister, see, it is evidently you who collided with me first. Everyone can attest to my account. Since you lack the means to compensate me, I shall reluctantly take you home. The coarse giant bared his teeth, yellowed and full of deceit, laughing heartily without restraint, while his empty left hand slowly reached for the girl's shoulder. Do not fear. I am, after all, a good person. The girl, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. She sobbed as she gradually attempted to crawl backward, yet what could that possibly achieve in the face of the imposing figure of the robust man? What are you hiding for? Come here. I shall overcome you. Chapter 61. The Village of Sound Ninjas. At this critical moment, Lin Shu suddenly appeared, seizing the burly man's wrist with an iron grip. He then lifted his foot and delivered a swift and forceful kick, executing a move akin to a monkey plucking a peach. Lin Shu's strike was both fierce and rapid, catching the inebriated brute completely off guard. And he was struck squarely by Lin Shu's formidable kick. With a resounding thud, the burly man trembled as he slowly knelt, clutching his groin. Despite his overwhelming anger and shock, the excruciating pain rendered his limbs weak, his vision blurred, and a buzzing filled his ears. He found himself utterly devoid of the strength to rise. How utterly shameless. After all, the person in question is still a minor. Lin Shu delivered a swift kick to the rugged countenance of the burly man, unleashing his pent-up frustration, causing blood to spurt from his nose and mouth. He then gently assisted the dazed girl to her feet. Meanwhile, the onlookers, witnessing the bloodshed inflicted upon the brute, swiftly scattered in alarm, vacating the scene. On the other side, the man still clutching his groin, groaning in discomfort, could barely suppress his agony as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Someone has come here to cause a disturbance. As the imposing figure's voice resonated, the previously raucous bar fell into an immediate hush, only to be followed by a cacophony of table thumping, chair kicking, and a relentless surge of footsteps accompanied by shouts of indignation. In no time, a dozen fierce-looking men emerged from the tavern, brandishing knives, guns, clubs, and a variety of other weapons. Who dares to cause trouble here? Seize him. What? He dares to strike at us? He seeks his demise. Capture that lad. It is he. Lin Shu squinted his eyes, but ultimately refrained from taking action. Instead, he tucked the girl under his arm and kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground, obscuring the vision of the burly men. He then swiftly fled, merging into the crowd until he vanished from sight. A few minutes later, in a quieter corner of an intersection, Lin Shu set the girl down and comforted her, saying, "It's all right now, you're safe. Please return home. Take care in the coming days and avoid the tavern vicinity. They should not be able to locate you. There is nothing I can do." The girl gazed at the kind-hearted individual who had enveloped her in layers of protection, her lips quivering as she stifled her sobs. Finally managing to suppress her tears, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, asking, "Thank you so much. Is there anything I can do for you?" "My sister is." "No need for that. If you wish to repay me, then kindly assist me with a small favor." "Certainly, please go ahead." The girl nodded hurriedly in agreement. Lin Shu reached out to wipe the traces of tears from her face and inquired, "I have heard that the ninja village of the Land of Rice has begun its establishment. Is that true? I am a wandering warrior, deeply intrigued by that village. Do you possess any knowledge regarding its affairs?" Lin Shuyan, with an unflinching demeanor, uttered a falsehood, yet being in an unfamiliar place, he felt compelled to exercise caution. The girl, furrowing her brow in contemplation, gestured towards the direction behind her and replied, "I have heard about that village from the townsfolk. It seems that not far from our vicinity, there are times when numerous ninjas adorned with what appear to be protective headbands and belts manifest. They often purchase numerous items from us to take back, buying in large quantities each time. Consequently, the town has become quite lively, bustling with many people. Is that so? Have you had the opportunity to meet them? What do the patterns on their foreheads resemble? Do those ninjas visit this place every day?" Lin Shu continued to inquire. The girl pondered for a moment and shook her head. "I do not know when they will arrive, but I have seen the patterns on their foreheads once not long ago when I left home. I can draw it for you." Upon finishing her words, the girl promptly crouched down to the ground. She then lifted a somewhat soiled finger and inscribed a unique symbol resembling a musical note upon the sandy surface. "Big brother, this is the pattern." Lin Shu furrowed his brows, instantly recognizing this object. It is the emblem of the Sound Ninja. In other words, this so-called village established in the Land of Rice Fields is none other than the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru. Moreover, a faction of the Sound Shinobi, nurtured by Orochimaru in this very place, later participated in the Chunin exams held in Kanahagakure, collaborating with Orochimaru to incite unrest within the village, ultimately resulting in the direct demise of the third Hokage. The aforementioned narrative encapsulates the early main storyline of Naruto, a detail that Lin Shu remembers vividly. It all makes sense now. Everything is interconnected. Viewed from this perspective, the third Hokage's directive for me to investigate the Sound Ninja village is not merely an undesirable task, but rather a perilous trap. Orochimaru is likely lurking within, and my attempts at infiltration could easily lead to exposure, with dire consequences. Even the third Hokage may not be able to rescue me if trouble arises. This is a serious predicament. Chapter 62. Capture and coincidence. The mere thought of having to confront Orochimaru ahead of time unsettles Lin Shu. Moreover, Orochimaru's right-hand man, Kabuto, is equally astute and often found by his side. Locating concrete evidence within the Sound Ninja village and ensuring a safe exit is no small feat. Merely approaching them poses significant danger. With Orochimaru's mastery of the reanimation jutsu, few in the ninja world possess the means to counter him effectively. "Big brother, what's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? I'm sorry. I genuinely wish to assist you, but I'm rather foolish and only know this much." The girl, noticing Lin Shu's silence, furrowed her brow and began to self-reproach. Lin Shu gently patted her head and smiled reassuringly. "Not at all. I was merely lost in thought, not angry. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for sharing so much with me." After brushing the dust from her clothes, he bid her farewell. "I must take my leave. You should return home as well. May I know your name?" The girl clutched Lin Shu's garment, her large eyes filled with anticipation and reluctance. "My name is Yui. Haruka Yui. As for my name, you can call me Handsome Guy." With that, Lin Shu darted into a nearby alleyway, leaping several times until he vanished from sight. Yui stood there, stunned, watching him depart, and silently waved her hand before returning home with her little flower basket. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Shu removed the thick half-mask from his face and collapsed onto the sofa, contemplating his next course of action and strategy. Initially, he had intended to disguise himself and blend into the new ninja village to easily complete this task. However, with Orochimaru present, that plan is no longer viable. Given Orochimaru's formidable prowess, should he discover me, my body, endowed with a golden finger and the Sharingan, would surely be seized. If that happens, I would be finished. After all, I have traversed into a world I know so well. I cannot afford to falter here. In truth, Lin Shu has his own ideas regarding this challenging mission. Currently, his intelligence on the Sound Ninja village remains insufficient. Even in the narrative, there is scant information about this village. However, after thorough contemplation, New ideas began to form in Lin Shu's mind. For instance, he could exploit the opportunity presented by the Sound Ninja appearing in town. These individuals are genuine ninjas from the Sound Village and must possess more information. Ultimately, the decision to infiltrate will depend on the intelligence he gathers from them. Once he resolved his thoughts, Lin Shu wasted no time, donning the thick mask once more before pushing open the window and leaping outside. He made his way toward the bustling center of the town, where over 90% of the commercial activities converged. If the Sound Ninjas were to procure supplies, they would undoubtedly be present there. Lin Shu simply needed to seize the opportunity to capture a lone individual. If one didn't suffice, he would capture several. He was confident that he could extract ample useful information. As long as Orochimaru and Kabuto do not personally intervene, Lin Shu was certain he could handle the majority of the Sound Village's ninjas. Arriving back at the lively town center, Lin Shu leaned against a utility pole, quietly sipping a drink while observing the entrance of the Merchant Association. He was uncertain whether the Sound Ninja would appear today, but for now, time was on his side, and he was willing to wait. Meanwhile, a group approached from the opposite side of the street, their boisterous demeanor and imposing physiques intimidating passers-by into clearing the path. At the forefront of this group was a burly man, his face heavily bandaged and his gait awkward, accompanied by a shorter, cold-faced ninja adorned with a Sound Village forehead protector. The bandaged man walked respectfully behind the ninja, his demeanor submissive as he spoke softly. "Lord Onbo, you must advocate for me. That unknown assailant has left me in this condition, and I am unable to work for you in the short term. Although I wish it weren't so. The goods we need must be loaded on time and delivered to the village. It is imperative." The ninja, Onbo, shot a glance at the burly man, his expression steely. "If you cannot do it, then leave. I will find someone else." The man's face paled. His features contorted in despair as he repeatedly apologized. "Please do not be angry, Lord Onbo. I will ensure enough personnel is recruited to replace me for your tasks. Please, do not be upset." Onbo seemed satisfied with the man's attitude, giving a curt nod. However, as one of the lackeys ahead glanced around, he abruptly halted, nearly colliding with the already injured man. The latter, already agitated, swiftly struck the lackey on the back of the head, delivering several kicks and scolding. "What are you doing? Why did you stop? Can you afford to delay Lord Onbo's business?" The lackey winced in pain, yet dared not retaliate. He pointed toward the street corner, whispering, "Big brother. Look, doesn't that fellow seem familiar? He resembles that guy from earlier." The burly man's expression hardened as he turned to look. To his astonishment, he spotted Lin Shu. It was indeed him. Gnashing his teeth, the man drew a short blade from his waist. But before he could take 2 steps, he halted abruptly. The pain still lingered on his face and in his groin. What if he couldn't overpower Lin Shu? Wouldn't that just result in another beating? Such a loss would be unacceptable. Thus, the lecherous man forced a smile and turned to request of Onbo. "My lord, that's the one who assaulted me. I mentioned that I was working for the Sound Village, yet that brat was incredibly arrogant, denouncing our village as a mere sham. I had never even heard of it." "What?" Onbo's brows furrowed in rage. As a ninja of the Sound Village, he was accustomed to wielding his identity with impunity. Hearing someone insult their village ignited his fury. "Are you serious? Did that kid truly speak such words about our Sound Village?" Seeing Onbo's anger, the burly man nodded vigorously, embellishing the tale. "My lord, how could I deceive you? That brat not only called our Sound Village a sham, but also claimed our ninjas are worthless. He could defeat any one of us with a mere finger. Even our village leader, he could take down with a single punch. I must witness just how formidable he is." Onbo, consumed by rage, pushed past the obstructing lackey and retrieved a pristine kunai from his waist pouch, striding purposefully toward Lin Shu. The pedestrians on the street, witnessing Onbo and his entourage wielding weapons in a furious manner, hastily fled, leaving the previously bustling town center eerily silent. As Lin Shu quietly observed the bustling scene outside the Merchant Association, he took note of the unusual commotion in the street. Turning his head, he spotted a group of Sound Ninjas approaching. "What's this? I'm not seeking you out, yet you dare to come after me?" Upon closer inspection, Lin Shu realized that there was a band of individuals accompanying the Sound Ninja, led by a man whose face was heavily bandaged and tinged with a hint of red, walking awkwardly as if he had suffered a grievous injury. What a coincidence. Isn't that the ruffian? Lin Shu recognized him instantly. Seeing the two groups converge, he found the situation both surprising and reasonable. After all, birds of a feather flocked together. It was only natural for the sound ninjas to associate with ruffians. Surround him, barked the brutish leader, and his lackeys swiftly drew their weapons to encircle Lin Shu. Meanwhile, nearby shops hastily closed their doors, abandoning their business in a panic. The sound ninja, known as Bo, held a kunai and squinted at Lin Shu, remarking coldly, "So, you look down upon our sound ninja village, do you? Regardless of who you are, today I shall demonstrate the prowess of our sound ninjas." "Impressive indeed. You talk far too much." Before Bo could finish, Lin Shu hurled his cup at him, then kicked aside two rushing warriors, using the wall to vault onto the rooftop and flee towards the town's outskirts. Bo, enraged and having easily dodged the cup, followed closely behind. The surrounding warriors turned to their leader, who gritted his teeth and declared, "We shall pursue. With Lord Bo's assistance, we will surely defeat that scoundrel and reduce him to fragments." The warriors rallied, brandishing their weapons as they charged out. At that moment, Lin Shu glanced back at the relentless sound ninja pursuing him and threw several shurikens behind to redirect their animosity. Bo, forming hand seals, unleashed his ninjutsu, sound release, sonic wave. A series of invisible sound waves surged forth, effortlessly deflecting the shurikens Lin Shu had thrown. "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why are you running? Are you a coward?" Bo jeered as he chased after Lin Shu, who maintained a careful distance, occasionally turning to offer a mocking gesture. Minutes later, Lin Shu reached a flat area outside the village, halting atop a towering boulder. "Why have you stopped running? Dare to insult our sound ninja village? I shall show you our might." Without hesitation, Bo lunged at Lin Shu, rapidly forming hand seals for another assault. Sound release, sonic wave barrage. In the blink of an eye, a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted around Bo, creating powerful shockwaves that surged toward Lin Shu, devastating the grass, flowers, and small trees in their wake. Even the boulder beneath Lin Shu bore deep indentations from the onslaught of sound waves. This attack is swift, nearly imperceptible, and not lacking in power. I appreciate it. Lin Shu continued to form hand seals, unleashing his defensive ninjutsu just before the sound wave struck. Earth release, earth barrier. At his command, four thick earthen walls erupted from the ground, encasing Lin Shu securely within. The sound waves bombarded the walls, causing debris to scatter and creating deep scars upon the barriers. When the tumult subsided, the sturdy walls remained steadfast, and Lin Shu, sheltered within, emerged unscathed. "Humph, earth release. Do you only know how to hide in your shell? Let us see how long you can evade." Bo, undeterred, formed hand seals again, intent on shattering Lin Shu's defenses and teaching him a lesson to redeem the honor of Sound Ninja Village. However, before he could complete his seals, an unforeseen event transpired. The ground beneath Bo softened unexpectedly, and he found himself sinking into a muddy pit. "Curse it! Are you only capable of ambushes?" Sonic wave, Bo cursed. Yet he quickly executed his ninjutsu, creating a temporary vacuum in the muck beneath him as he concentrated chakra in his feet, trying to escape. Recognizing the opportunity presented by Bo's restricted movement, Lin Shu swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, brandishing shurikens and kunai as he charged forward. In this critical moment, despite being drenched in sweat, Bo clenched his teeth and retaliated, unleashing his sound release, sonic wave barrage. A flurry of nearly invisible sharp sound waves shot out in all directions, causing some of Lin Shu's shadow clones to vanish as they were struck. Seizing the chance, Bo managed to extricate his legs from the mire, leaping to solid ground. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Lin Shu's original form swiftly formed seals once more. Casting water release, water dragon bullet technique. A ferocious water dragon, the thickness of a barrel, descended from above, crashing into the unsuspecting Bo and knocking him to the ground, rendering him unconscious. This kid possesses some skill. His sound-based ninjutsu is quite impressive. Too bad he crossed paths with me, Lin Shu mused, then approached his shadow clones to thoroughly inspect Bo. To ensure the capture was secure, Lin Shu stripped him of his clothing and bound him tightly with rope, leaving him on the cold ground. Just as Lin Shu prepared to awaken him for inquiries about the Sound Ninja Village, a ruckus erupted from the road behind him. Gazing down from his elevated position, Lin Shu spotted the lecherous leader accompanied by a dozen vagabond warriors in hot pursuit. A troublesome bunch, seeking a fight, are we? Lin Shu wasted no time, forming seals and employing his earth release, earth swamp technique, ensnaring them all in the mire. The sudden crisis sent the ruffians into a panic as they clutched at each other, desperately trying to escape. However, in their frantic state, they could only watch helplessly as they sank deeper into the mud, their cries reverberating across the desolate high ground. Lin Shu, indifferent to their plight, commanded his shadow clones to carry the unconscious Bo to a nearby thicket, where he administered a few sharp slaps to rouse him. Dazed, Bo blinked awake, immediately locking eyes with Lin Shu. "Damn it, you little brat. You're finished." Bo spat angrily, before suddenly realizing how cold he was and the discomfort of his situation. Glancing down, he froze in shock, then struggled fiercely, threatening with an air of false bravado. "You dare capture me? I am a ninja of Sound Ninja Village. Release me at once, or my comrades will surely hunt you down and kill you." Lin Shu perched upon a stone, taking a sip of water before casually stating, "I'll be straightforward. I have some questions for you, and if you answer them properly, I shall release you. However, should you choose not to cooperate, I will ensure your torment. Trust me, you would not wish to endure such things." "Huh, I would never betray my village. Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? I am a Sound Ninja," Bo replied, indignant and righteous. Lin Shu, uninterested in further banter, removed his leather gloves before donning his finely crafted steel hook, and with a deliberate touch of his fingers, he approached. Bo tensed, yet stubbornly clenched his jaw, defiantly asserting, "Even if you beat me to death, I will not speak. Mark my words, you are doomed. My comrades will soon come to rescue me. Our leader will." At the mention of the leader, Bo's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. He abruptly ceased speaking, panic evident as he glanced around, resembling a startled rabbit. Entirely devoid of his earlier bravado, Lin Shu understood the cause of his fear but chose not to expose it. Instead, he commanded his shadow clone to turn Bo over, preparing to commence his work. At that moment, Bo desperately twisted his head to observe Lin Shu fixated on his rear, causing a horrifying realization to flood his mind. He squirmed in panic, shouting, "Hey, what the hell are you planning? Stop. Don't do this now." Lin Shu's shadow clone, ever considerate, stuffed Bo's own underwear and pants into his mouth to muffle his cries. Meanwhile, Lin Shu remained oblivious to the outer world, focused solely on his task. Concurrently, his mind was inundated with system notifications. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck the target, earning 15 chakra points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck the target, earning 15 chakra points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the ninjutsu sound release, sound wave pulse. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the innate ability, sound recognition. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the ninjutsu sound release, sound wave barrage." At that moment, Lin Shu's total chakra surpassed 1,000, precisely reaching 1050 points, marking him as a chunin. Huh. Indeed, training diligently pales in comparison to the efficacy of simply prodding a bit, he mused. With my current strength, I should be a match for the likes of Lee and Niji, wouldn't you agree? I eagerly anticipate the chunin exams. Chapter 65. Interrogation and Intelligence. Once Lin Shu had thoroughly extracted all pertinent information from Bo, he contentedly withdrew his hands and cleaned his beloved weapon with fresh water. He then gestured for his shadow clone to flip Bo, whose eyes had rolled back and body had stiffened, delivering a few sharp slaps to rouse him once more. Upon regaining his senses, Bo immediately felt the excruciating pain in his posterior and the chilling breeze. With a mournful glare directed at Lin Shu, he instinctively recoiled, trembling as he attempted to crawl away, desperate to escape the devil before him. It hurts. It hurts too much. To be fair, Bo would rather endure severe beatings than face this torment again. The sheer helplessness of witnessing his body and spirit being violently reshaped was utterly despairing. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream for help. Someone, please save me." Observing the grown man before him in such a pitiful state, Lin Shu rolled his eyes in exasperation and kicked Bo lightly, scolding, "Where were you earlier? Huh? Did I not instruct you to cooperate? You were so defiant. And now look at the predicament you've chosen." Bo squeezed his legs and rear tightly, his eyes red-rimmed as he began to weep openly. To be frank, his demeanor resembled that of a virtuous maiden who had fallen victim to a rogue, utterly revolting Lin Shu. A chill ran down his spine, as if he had committed some unspeakable sin against Bo. "Shut up. Crying won't help you. I'll raise my hook, and from here on out, you will answer my questions. Understood? I demand the truth, and you surely do not wish to." I'll tell you everything. Just don't hurt me. Imba's face drained of color as he nodded fervently. Ask me anything. Just please, spare me. Lin Shu's mouth twitched as he cleared his throat, beginning his inquiries. Your name, your identity, and how long have you been part of the Sound Village? Why did you join? I want to hear everything about the Sound Village. Yes. My name is Chao Shang Yinbua, and I joined the Sound Village less than 2 months ago. I was originally from the land of waterfalls. But after accidentally killing a noble's son, I fled here. I heard that the land of rice was establishing its own ninja village, and I wanted to grow stronger while evading the noble's pursuit. Thus, I became a ninja. I swiftly learned sound release techniques. And due to my quick learning and decent talent, I am currently responsible for procuring supplies for the village. Yinbua cautiously glanced at Lin Shu, but upon meeting his gaze, he instinctively flinched and hurriedly continued. As for the village, I have not been here long and do not know much. Over the following moments, Yinbua recounted every detail of his experiences within the Sound Village. Lin Shu diligently noted significant points in his little notebook. Then, twirling his pencil, he pressed on. What do you know about the village leader, Orochimaru? And what about the individual named Kabuto who is often by his side? Yinbua visibly trembled, his face paling further as he averted his gaze, appearing as if some great terror was about to emerge. Lin Shu understood his reaction. Orochimaru, a key antagonist from the early days of the Hokage, indeed exuded a formidable aura. The omnipresence of snakes, coupled with his various inhumane experiments and his pale, chilling demeanor, was undeniably terrifying. Lin Shu cleared his throat. Look, it's just the two of us here. Speak freely. Yinbua managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears, hesitantly beginning to divulge information about Orochimaru. You truly are remarkable to know who our leader is. However, since joining the village, I've seen very little of him. I can't even be sure what he looks like. He spends most of his time deep underground in the village, conducting various experiments. We rarely venture near that area. As for Kabuto, I have no clear impression of him. I have seen a man frequently enter and exit the central underground, but they seem to look quite different, and I cannot discern. As he spoke, Yinbua swallowed hard and took a deep breath, as if a suffocating sensation enveloped him. There are also peculiar occurrences in the village. Sometimes at night, one can hear faint, anguished cries. Sounds far more tragic than my previous ones. Rumors circulate that those who venture near the village's forbidden area vanish without a trace. I know someone who experienced that. When we saw him the next day, he seemed like a completely different person. I was terrified, so I hastily fled the village under the guise of duty. I truly know nothing more. That person is beyond my comprehension. Seeing Yinbua's terrified, incoherent state, Lin Shu nodded slightly, temporarily accepting his words. After all, Orochimaru was known for frequently changing bodies to achieve immortality. Undoubtedly, this technique was an epic-defining jutsu in Lin Shu's eyes. Throughout the annals of ninja history, countless powerful ninjas had met their demise. Only by living can one truly be of use. Once dead, one can only reside in the hearts of others. Orochimaru's ability to concoct such a technique through a blend of technology and ancient texts indeed marks him as a genius. However, for the vast majority of individuals in the world of ninjas, Orochimaru's human experiments are undeniably terrifying and unsettling. Lin Shu felt a twinge of anxiety at this thought. After all, immortality may seem appealing, but he certainly did not wish to fall into Orochimaru's clutches and become a mere vessel for his ambitions. Nevertheless, without crucial evidence in hand, Lin Shu was compelled to devise further strategies. Thus, he commenced a new round of inquiries. Chapter 66. Opportunity and murder. Are you not transporting supplies? Is there a time constraint? Surely your people have not already arrived? Not at all. Each time I transport supplies, I intentionally take my time, wishing to indulge in a moment of leisure, and for the time being, no one is aware of my delay. Moreover, it has been several days since anyone in the village has attended to these matters. I typically just haul the items into the warehouse for safekeeping, and it suffices for me to hand them over to others. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, sensing a pivotal point in the conversation, and retorted, What did you just say? No one has been managing these affairs in the village for several days? What does that imply? Is there no one in charge? Wasn't he everything previously dictated by Orochimaru? Yinbo trembled slightly and whispered, I am uncertain. When I first arrived, a tall, thin man was responsible for overseeing us, but then he vanished, replaced by a burly figure, and I know not who he has become now. We do not dare approach the village center if there is no one to oversee matters. We can only complete our tasks and continue with our own affairs, especially since the Chunin exams are to be held in Kanahagakure, and our people have been diligently training. The leader has stated that only the strong may be selected to participate in the Chunin exams. Moreover, those chosen will be granted power by him. Such formidable power is truly awe-inspiring. I have witnessed it firsthand. Observing the glimmer of yearning in Inbo's eyes, Lin Shu smirked, unwilling to provide a reminder. For while others may remain oblivious, Lin Shu was acutely aware that this so-called formidable power was likely the cursed seal. Once activated, it indeed enhances the physical form and augments chakra. However, it simultaneously alters one's physique and demeanor, rendering individuals volatile and prone to violence. Ultimately succumbing to this malevolent force, it is akin to exchanging one's life for strength. For Lin Shu, this method was utterly abhorrent. Yet, he understood that for the majority of ninjas in this world, it was a temptation too tempting to resist, regardless of the steep cost. In truth, Lin Shu harbored a profound disdain for cursed seals for another significant reason. The process of instilling and acquiring them is fraught with peril. Within the narrative, the success rate is merely 50%. Indeed, Orochimaru himself developed this ability, but did not dare to apply it to his own being. Success in obtaining such tremendous power hinges entirely on luck. Consequently, Lin Shu held this in complete contempt. After all, he possessed a golden finger. With persistent effort, he could grow stronger without relying on the whims of fate. Nonetheless, the information Inbo had divulged sparked significant insight for Lin Shu, revealing a crucial piece of intelligence. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto were currently absent from the village. The fact that no one had been managing the village for several days served as the best confirmation of this. For Lin Shu, who had a mission at hand, this presented the most opportune moment. With Orochimaru and Kabuto absent from Inshin village, the level of danger had drastically diminished. At worst, it was merely a gathering place for numerous ninjas. Given Lin Shu's current level of strength, infiltrating such a location posed little challenge. Even if discovered, with the presence of the Monkey King, Lin Shu could ensure his safe retreat. He was closer than ever to accomplishing his mission. Thus, he silently resolved within himself. Simultaneously, for the sake of safety and to confirm the veracity of the information, Lin Shu persistently questioned Inbo, demanding he recount certain crucial details in reverse. Although the latter was quite perplexed, he eventually relayed the information once more, stumbling through it. Yet it bore little difference from his initial account. Thank you for your cooperation. There is no need to trouble you further with what comes next. Please rest well. I assure you, no nobility will pursue you again. Is that true? I am immensely grateful. Before Inbo could finish his sentence, the excitement and joy vanished from his face. He stared blankly down at the sudden pain in his chest. The shock of being pierced by a blade from behind, and moving his lips, he ultimately rolled his eyes back and collapsed. Viscous crimson blood flowed from the wound on his chest. Earth release, earth-flowing swamp technique. Lin Shu employed a jutsu to sink Inbo's corpse and blood into the earth, along with the kunai that had been wielded by his shadow clone to carry out the fatal act. Only when everything before him had vanished did Lin Shu's pale countenance regain a hint of color, though it had been carried out by a clone. The command had been issued by Lin Shu himself. As a ninja, one could not escape the necessity of killing, a reality Lin Shu had long prepared for. However, as someone with the full memories of a previous life, who had adhered to the law for decades, the act of taking a life for the first time weighed heavily on his conscience. Sighing, he acknowledged the inevitability of the situation. This fellow could not be allowed to escape, for if he returned, my identity would be exposed, and my life would be forfeit. The value of another's life pales in comparison to my own. Lin Shu inhaled a deep breath of cool air, ensuring there were no loose ends nearby before promptly departing the scene. As he passed a group of ruffians outside, Lin Shu mercifully employed the same method to bury them deep within the earth, alongside Inbo. With each successive act, he found some relief from the pressure that had been weighing upon him, feeling a tad lighter in spirit. Afterward, he returned to the inn, gathered his belongings, and made his way directly toward Inshin village. Having obtained critical information regarding Orochimaru's absence, Lin Shu was unwilling to relinquish this prime opportunity for infiltration. He aimed to complete his mission expeditiously, finishing before Orochimaru's return and then making his escape. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Shu, at that very moment in Inshin village, The 5 individuals known as the Sound Five had emerged from their training grounds. Chapter 67. Infiltrating Inshin village in the afternoon, after hours of travel. Lin Shu finally caught sight of the grand gates of Inshin village and the patrolling ninjas stationed at the entrance. Leaning against a large tree, he took a few sips of water to refresh himself, then donned Inbo's attire and retrieved a thick mask to cover his face, to appear more nonchalant. Lin Shu dampened his hands and styled his long bangs, exposing his forehead, and adorned himself with Inbo's forehead protector. In an instant, a young and dashing sound ninja stood before him. Lin Shu took a small mirror from his pack, gazing at his reflection, feeling quite pleased with his new appearance. Indeed, with such good looks, any style would suit him. Once he was fully prepared, Lin Shu set his feet in motion, striding toward the gates of Inshin village. Minutes later, the guards at the entrance halted him. One of them approached Lin Shu, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "Wait. Stop. You seem somewhat unfamiliar. What is your name?" Lin Shu maintained an air of indifference, his voice low and steady. "I am Inbao, the cousin of Inbo. I have returned to fulfill a secret mission from the leader. Is there a problem?" With a cold glance at the guard, Lin Shu feigned an attitude of superiority, embodying the essence of someone who exuded confidence and authority. The guard, upon hearing these words, exhibited a palpable dissatisfaction. However, before he could voice his objections, Lin Shu hurled a document at him. "Read it. I am eager to see what you have to say." With a huff, he added, "You'll meet the leader soon." The guard's complexion turned noticeably pale. He did not even dare to open the document, instead forcing a smile as he returned it to Lin Shu, saying, "After you. My apologies. I am newly assigned here. How could I possibly recognize anyone? Forgive me, Lord Inbao." Lin Shu, with an air of arrogance, merely grunted in acknowledgement, pinching the document between his fingers as he strode confidently inside. The audacity stemmed from Lin Shu's wealth of intelligence. According to what Inbo had previously mentioned, the village had only recently been established, with a multitude of unfamiliar faces entering and exiting daily, often leaving the guards uncertain about who belonged and who did not. Coupled with the disarray in management and Orochimaru's infrequent appearances, the village was rife with issues. However, these matters held little concern for Lin Shu. In his eyes, the more chaotic the Sound village, the easier it would be for him to carry out his mission. Following Inbo's earlier instructions, Lin Shu proceeded along the main thoroughfare of the village until he arrived at its center, where a towering tree with a diameter exceeding 20 meters stood majestically. There was also a sizable hollow within its trunk. Deep within that hollow, underground, lay Orochimaru's residence and office. Notably, the area was heavily guarded, making it clear that Lin Shu's attempts to slip through unnoticed would be thwarted. Circling the great tree, Lin Shu discerned that aside from the front entrance of the hollow, there were no other points of entry. Furthermore, the tree's bark was thick and sturdy, making the creation of a discreet passage exceedingly difficult, as well as highly conspicuous. This predicament left Lin Shu in a quandary. Damn it, I've come this far. Surely, I can't be barred entry. How am I to complete my task? Perhaps I could tear off a piece of bark as evidence? No, that won't do. If I were to try that, the third would have me transcribing scrolls again. Rubbing his temples, Lin Shu felt a headache brewing. Infiltrating Orochimaru's abode was no simple feat. The guards were numerous, and the scrutiny was intense. Moreover, he could glean no further information from Inbo. This uncertainty made Lin Shu hesitant to proceed, as any misstep could lead to peril. Just as Lin Shu was caught in this dilemma, a figure wearing a mask emerged from the tree hollow and turned toward his direction. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow and stealthily followed behind this individual. They arrived at a filthy restroom located on the outskirts of the village. Just as the figure began to relieve himself, Lin Shu summoned 2 shadow clones and entered, shutting the door behind him. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, the ninja instinctively turned his head. However, he was met with the sight of several boulder-sized fists. This ninja, flustered and unprepared, could only raise his arms in a feeble attempt to block as he stumbled backward, desperately trying to buy himself some time. Yet, Lin Shu's clones lunged at him, delivering a barrage of blows to his side and abdomen, leaving him nearly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Lin Shu delivered a devastating kick to the ninja's groin, causing him to collapse and soil himself. Lin Shu cast a disdainful glance at the defeated ninja, instructing his clones to carry him out of the restroom and into a nearby thicket. As per usual, Lin Shu stripped the unfortunate ninja of his garments, both to ensure he bore no concealed weapons and to exert psychological pressure. It was essential to chip away at the opponent's mental fortitude to extract the desired information. Lin Shu was confident that most men could not withstand his initial interrogation, as no man could calmly accept the degradation of their dignity and integrity. After administering the necessary measures, Lin Shu awoke the ninja with a few sharp slaps. "Can you hear me?" After a brief struggle, the captured ninja comprehended his predicament. He glared at Lin Shu, but with his mouth covered by his mask, he could only mumble incoherently. Lin Shu sighed. "It seems you are still defiant. Very well. I shall dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the point." With that, Lin Shu removed his leather gloves, revealing his steel-tipped, barbed hook, and, in the face of the ninja's terror-stricken gaze, flipped him over and began his relentless work. The ninja's body tensed, his upper half arching back like a fish pulled from water. Yet, despite his hardened demeanor, the vulnerable areas remained so. Minutes later, Lin Shu ceased his assault, having extracted every last drop of information. Unfortunately, while this encounter elevated Lin Shu's chakra reserves to 1150 points, it did not grant him any new ninjutsu. However, this was of little concern, for he had already mastered numerous essential techniques. What he sought were more formidable jutsu, such as the Edo Tensei, which were beyond the grasp of such lowly subordinates. After experiencing the bitter fruits of his ordeal, the sound ninja relinquished his stubbornness and divulged all the internal intelligence he possessed, including the distribution of guards and their patrol schedules, without exception. Following this, Lin Shu donned the ninja's attire and utilized a transformation jutsu to assume his exact likeness. As for the unfortunate ninja, Lin Shu kindly prepared a burial for him, granting him eternal rest. Emerging from the thicket, Lin Shu exhaled a long breath, once again checking his appearance to ensure everything was in order before leisurely retracing his steps back to the entrance of the tree hollow. The guards, recognizing the persona he was impersonating, engaged him in casual conversation before allowing him entry. After navigating well past the patrolling guards in the downward corridor, Lin Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief, easing the tension that had gripped him. It must be said, despite his confidence in his preparations, the moment he stood at the entrance, anxiety washed over him. Who could predict if Orochimaru or Kabuto would return unexpectedly? A chance encounter upon entry could spell disaster for him. Fortunately, fortune had not abandoned him entirely. Time was of the essence. According to his mission directives, it was imperative not only to uncover the origins of the Sound Village, but also to secure evidence. Thus, Lin Shu carefully maneuvered to avoid several groups of internal patrols and guards, heading straight for the end of the corridor. There lay the laboratory reserved solely for the leader, a place notorious for consuming various resources. Lin Shu cautiously approached the massive oak door, straining to discern any sounds from within, before activating his Sharingan to observe the flow of chakra inside. Finally, it was confirmed that there was no one inside for the time being. Lin Shu, wearing leather gloves, gently placed his palm on the doorknob and slowly pushed the heavy door open, slipping inside. The laboratory was shrouded in darkness, the lights unlit, and a profoundly thick stench pervaded the air. Lin Shu felt along the wall near the door, but ultimately decided against turning on the light. Instead, he retrieved a small flashlight and pressed the switch. To his astonishment, he was met with a sight that took his breath away. Following the beam of the flashlight, Lin Shu tightly gripped the kunai in his hand, involuntarily gasping. His heart raced, rising to his throat, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Before him stood rows of meticulously arranged glass jars, towering over 2 meters high, filled with a viscous, bubbling dark green liquid. Within these liquids resided a grotesque assortment of organs. Some belonged to humans, others to snakes, and some depicted entwined forms engaged in unspeakable acts. Among them floated various deformed infants, suspended in that dreadful fluid. Despite having encountered such horrors in countless comics and animations, the reality of standing in this spacious, yet dim laboratory sent chills down Lin Shu's spine, causing his stomach to churn. An overwhelming tide of nameless anxiety and fear gripped him, rendering him frozen in place, his body tense, and goosebumps prickling his skin. Good grief! Have they even targeted children? This is beyond extreme, utterly barbaric. Lin Shu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Though repulsed by the environment, he steeled himself to complete his task, moving his stiff legs to carefully traverse the rows of shocking experimental subjects until he reached the center of the laboratory. Here, he beheld an enormous bookshelf, tall and wide, pressed against the wall, brimming with an array of books and scrolls. Beneath the shelf lay a long wooden table adorned with an assortment of peculiar experimental apparatuses, each containing liquids of various colors. With so much clutter around, Lin Shu needed to find concrete evidence. Thus, he raised his flashlight and began to meticulously search the table's surface. These experiments are the sole domain of Orochimaru in the entire ninja world. I must find his experimental records and reports and destroy this laboratory. This guy is truly a monster. No wonder he was expelled from Konoha. If I were the third Hokage, I would have flayed him alive. Lin Shu muttered, rummaging through drawers and compartments incessantly. However, after scouring the entire table, he found nothing of value. Furrowing his brow in disbelief, he could not accept that such crucial experimental data was absent from the laboratory. It must be hidden somewhere, perhaps concealed away. Lin Shu raised his flashlight, beginning a search in the dimly lit laboratory. The bright beams scanned the high ceiling, then the four walls, and the various grotesque experimental materials scattered across the floor. After a thorough inspection, he still found no clues. Were those vital items taken with them? That shouldn't be. The man had mentioned before dying that a large shipment of supplies had recently arrived at the laboratory, if they could consume them. Surely the items must still be stored here. As Lin Shu continued, he suddenly stopped. He glanced down at his feet, applying pressure to the ground, and then stomped a few times on the surrounding tiles. A smile crept across his face. The area beneath his feet produced a sound distinct from the surrounding tiles, hollow and clear. There was undoubtedly something beneath. Eureka! This is it! Lin Shu exclaimed. Without hesitation, he utilized the shadow clone technique, summoning for clones that mimicked his movements to manipulate the switch. After some time, he successfully activated the mechanism. With a series of mechanical clicks, 9 tiles, each over 1.5 meters in length, suddenly sank, revealing a hidden passageway beneath. Lin Shu cautiously employed his Sharingan to scout the area before distributing kunai and shuriken to his clones, instructing them to scout ahead. Only when the clones reported that everything below was safe did he carefully descend into the passage. After traversing a narrow corridor approximately 20 meters long, Lin Shu found himself in a small laboratory, no larger than 100 square meters. Here, towering bookshelves leaned against 3 of the walls, filled with books and scrolls. The air was imbued with a faint dampness and the scent of parchment, but the heavy, sweet, and fishy odor had dissipated. What captured Lin Shu's attention was a small stone pedestal at the center of the laboratory, standing about 1 meter high. It held a glass jar the size of a human head, filled with a translucent liquid. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shu noticed a pale, fist-sized mass of unidentifiable flesh at the center of the jar. Observing through his Sharingan, he could discern that this mass appeared to consist of numerous small tumors fused together, pulsating rhythmically as if alive. What on earth is this? But if Orochimaru has hidden it here, it must be something valuable. Lin Shu contemplated, deciding to take the peculiar object with him. With detailed experimental records and this piece of evidence, he would have fulfilled his mission. Completing this task was crucial for Lin Shu. Otherwise, he would be forced to remain with Teams 7 and Kakashi, significantly increasing the risk of exposing his abilities, which was far too dangerous. This was his deepest secret, one he could never share with anyone. Swiftly, Lin Shu approached the front of the desk, commanding his shadow clones to search the bookshelf. In less than half a minute, one of the clones emerged from behind the shelf, holding a thick tome. Here it is. The experimental records. It dates back to 6 months ago. Lin Shu seized the book, glancing at the title emblazoned on the cover, his eyes widening in disbelief. Cultivation and regeneration of Senju Hashirama's cells. To his astonishment, the white object within the jar was filled with these cells. Lin Shu finally understood why it had been so carefully concealed. The mass of Hashirama's cells was nearly half the size of the one on Uchiha Madara's chest. Although these cultivated cells might not possess the true power of Hashirama, even a fraction of that size would still be immensely formidable. After all, Senju Hashirama was the man who could single-handedly suppress the Nine Tails in its prime, once injected into a host, provided they could withstand the rejection and survive. Lin Shu could easily imagine that it would cultivate an elite shinobi proficient and would release. In the storyline of Naruto, Yamato, having been infused with merely a fraction of Hashirama's cells, has ascended to the esteemed rank of a would-release jonin. The enhancement bestowed by such a substantial infusion is undoubtedly monumental. One cannot help but feel a twinge of envy as Lin Shu gazes upon it. After all, the Hashirama cells possess immense vitality, regenerative capabilities, and a vast reservoir of chakra. In terms of wood release alone, it ranks among the most formidable of jutsu, exhibiting excellent countermeasures against water and earth techniques. Such a resource could also facilitate rapid financial gain through infrastructure development. However, despite his envy, Lin Shu is acutely aware of the risks of integrating such foreign matter into his body. The likelihood of rejection is alarmingly high, and one might succumb before fully acclimatizing to this newfound power. Even Yamato is merely a fortunate experimental subject. Although Lin Shu has reincarnated, he values his life immensely. Thus, he resolves that this endeavor is too reliant on fortune. Acquiring it would serve no purpose. It is far wiser to return it to the third Hokage, thereby achieving a significant accomplishment. With a simple routine of poking and prodding, he could grow stronger without endangering his life. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Shu ceases to linger. He carefully stores the extensive experimental records into a scroll and proceeds to place the glass jar containing the Hashirama cells into it as well. Having completed these tasks, he casts one last glance at the peculiar and nefarious laboratory, extracting a substantial stack of explosive tags from one of his scrolls. He then employs the multiple shadow clone technique, directing his clones to affix the explosive tags onto the wooden walls, bookshelves, and books within the laboratory. He does not spare the larger experimental area either, ensuring that even the specimens that appear to still be alive are covered in explosive tags outside their glass containers. Some of these tags are even connected to fuses and already lit incense, despite having deprived others of life before. The sight of the specimens submerged in their jars weighs heavily on Lin Shu's heart. Nonetheless, it is a necessity. A swift release from their torment would be preferable to their continued existence. At least the costly laboratory and its results crafted by Orochimaru would be reduced to ashes, serving as a fitting revenge. Surely, they would find solace in this fate. Lin Shu waves farewell to the specimens, then pushes open the heavy wooden door to exit. Hundreds of hidden incense sticks are already ignited. In less than 3 minutes, the entire laboratory, both large and small, will be obliterated by thousands of explosive tags. Although this action requires considerable resources, Lin Shu believes that avenging the specimens in such a manner would drive Orochimaru to madness and incur significant losses. He deems it all worthwhile. After all, money and resources can be regained, but it is rare for Orochimaru to suffer such a blow. How could Lin Shu let this opportunity slip away? The mere thought of Orochimaru returning home to find his meticulously constructed laboratory in ruins, along with the loss of crucial experimental data and results, renders Lin Shu unable to suppress a smile. Is this the fate of Orochimaru? Truly, justice is served. Having successfully exited the laboratory, Lin Shu offers a perfunctory nod to the guard ninja, who hurries away. Estimating that the detonation time is less than 2 minutes away, he realizes that, given the explosion's magnitude, he must reach a safe distance of at least several dozen meters. Thus, he hastens along the main road of the Sound Village, eager to leave before the impending explosion could stir up further complications. A minute later, just as Lin Shu approaches the village gate, an unexpected voice calls out behind him. "Wait! Yes you! Stop! We need hands to help. Come over here." The sudden command forces Lin Shu to halt. He takes a deep breath, subtly shifts his hand to draw a kunai, and slowly turns around. However, upon seeing the individual behind him, his previously formulated ambush plan dissipates entirely. The reason is simple. Standing before him is a strikingly handsome young man with pale skin and hair that seems to glow. Kimimaro, a formidable force in the early Naruto series. Chapter 71. The Gathering of the Sound 5. Kimimaro possesses the rare bloodline limit of Shikatsumiyaku, along with the curse seal of earth. His strength is such that he easily overpowers Rock Lee and nearly annihilates Gaara in his half-tailed beast form. Were it not for his frail condition, any of the young generation of Hokage present would likely have fallen before him. To encounter Kimimaro here is nothing short of extraordinary fortune for Lin Shu. "What is your name? I don't believe we've met before," Kimimaro inquires, slightly furrowing his brow. Lin Shu maintains a composed demeanor and replies with a smile. "I am a recent addition. My name is Odo Baku, a distant relative of Odoha." He then scratches his head apologetically, adding, Sir? I need to go meet my cousin. He is urgently returning from a nearby town with a load of supplies." As Lin Shu attempts to turn away, Kimimaro shakes his head, firmly denying him. "What importance does transporting supplies hold? First, accompany me to the laboratory to retrieve some items." Lin Shu's heart momentarily stops, only to race erratically in response. "What? Enter the laboratory now? isn't that akin to courting death? His mind races with strategies to evade the impending doom of the laboratory set to explode. Is there a problem with your expression? Kimimaro narrows his eyes, raising his hand as a sharp-boned spur slowly emerges from his palm. Lin Shu's heart sinks, and he quickly shakes his head, yielding. No, sir. I meant no offense. I will go at once. However, I may require your guidance. Kimimaro, now appearing more relaxed, nods slightly, retracting his weapon as he leads Lin Shu toward the central laboratory of the village. Lin Shu keeps a cautious distance of 3 steps behind, ensuring that Kimimaro entirely shields him. Yet, with each step closer to the laboratory, Lin Shu's sense of security dwindles. Damn it! The explosion is set to occur in under a minute. I cannot continue to follow. I must devise a plan quickly. Just then, observing a cart approaching from the opposite direction, laden with hay, an idea sparks in Lin Shu's mind. As the cart draws near, he suddenly dives in, concealing himself beneath the hay. As long as he avoids the blast radius, ensuring his survival while accepting some risk is entirely feasible. After all, nothing is more precious than life. Lin Shu lowers his head slightly, keeping a watchful eye on the approaching cart, poised to make his move. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The cart inches closer, the distance narrowing to a mere fraction. Just as Lin Shu prepares to leap into the cart, a voice calls out from the rear. Lord Kimimaro, we have been searching for you. Moments later, several figures leap from the back of the cart. Lin Shu glances up, and the surge of hope and impulsivity in his mind is abruptly extinguished, leaving him frozen in place as he silently watches the cart depart. It is not that Lin Shu does not wish to escape. Rather, the individuals who have appeared are precisely those he cannot afford to encounter at this moment. Recognizing them immediately, he realizes they are the remaining 4 members of the Sound Five: Jirobo, Kadamaru, Taiya, and Sakan. With the inclusion of Kimimaro, the 5 members of the Sound Ninja have gathered. Had Lin Shu faced Kimimaro alone previously, he could have summoned the Monkey King to obstruct and attempted to flee. However, with all 5 present now, Lin Shu could only stand quietly, rendered as invisible as a specter. He was simply outmatched. This was an undeniable truth. It must be said that despite Lin Shu's current strength having reached the level of a CH Nin, even any CH Nin or J Nin from his village brought to confront these 5 would struggle to prevail. Not to mention, these 5 could also activate curse seals. What a dire predicament. Having resigned to the fact that escape was futile and evasion impossible, Lin Shu slightly bent his body and lowered his head, attempting to hide completely behind the 5, while preparing to perform a Doton Jutsu to mitigate the damage he might incur. This was Lin Shu's last chance. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would notice beads of perspiration forming on his back, palms, and forehead. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Shu had focused all his attention on the laboratory, which was less than 30 meters ahead of him. Based on his estimations, the remaining time before the explosion would not exceed half a minute. After exchanging a few words with Kimimaro, Gitangmaru turned to Lin Shu, perplexed, and inquired, "What are you doing standing there motionless? Why are you sweating so profusely?" Instantly, the other 4 turned their gazes towards him. Lin Shu could distinctly sense their scrutinizing stares piercing through him. A palpable atmosphere of danger began to seep among them. My apologies, esteemed sirs." Lin Shu raised his head, forcing a wry smile while clutching his abdomen. "I seem to be experiencing a bit of an upset stomach, but I thought it prudent to complete Lord Kimimaro's task before heading to the restroom, so I've been holding it in. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have summoned you. Such a nuisance." Kimimaro scowled, waving his hand dismissively, granting Lin Shu permission to leave. Lin Shu hurriedly nodded, clutching his belly, preparing to turn and flee. Time was of the essence. He needed to move quickly. However, at this critical moment, the usually silent Doyu furrowed his brow and suddenly spoke. "Wait, don't leave just yet." But before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Chapter 72. The pursuit of the 5 Sound Ninja. The ground began to tremble violently, and brilliant red flames erupted skyward from within the trees. The dozens of guarding ninjas surrounding them were consumed by the flames before they could even scream. Following that, countless wooden shards and splinters were propelled in all directions by the shockwave, with those caught nearer being reduced to mere fragments. Even the 5 Sound Ninja were affected, each sustaining minor injuries. Yet, as favored disciples of Orochimaru, they quickly utilized their abilities to evade and defend. Summoning technique: 3 ghosts. Doton, earth release. Sound release, sound barrier. Although Lin Shu was startled by the sudden explosion, he had prepared himself for such an eventuality, with 5 individuals absorbing the brunt of the initial damage. He promptly bent down and began forming hand seals. Doton, earth wall. A robust earthen wall surged forth from the ground, separating Lin Shu from the others. Immediately, he pivoted and, once the explosion subsided, without a second thought, he dashed towards the entrance of the Sound Village. The explosion had already occurred. He could no longer afford to linger. His identity was fabricated, and with such a major incident unfolding, the Sound Village would undoubtedly undergo a thorough investigation, making escape impossible. Simultaneously, the 5 members of the Sound Ninja, led by Kimimaro, began to regain their composure after the cataclysmic explosion. What the hell just happened? Why did the laboratory explode? Kimimaro's expression twisted with rage, his body sprouting sharp bone spikes that pierced through his clothing. Gitongmaru clutched his injured arm, pulling out a wooden splinter lodged within it. Gazing at the horrific scene before him, he shouted to the stunned Sound Ninjas around him, "What are you all standing there for? The village is under attack. Gather personnel immediately for defense. Simultaneously, extinguish the flames and salvage the precious experimental data inside. Move." As the other 4 prepared to act, Doyu's peripheral vision was drawn to the still-standing earth wall behind them. Frowning, he jumped atop the wall, only to spot Lin Shu, who was frantically fleeing towards the entrance of the Sound Village amidst the ensuing chaos. Instantly, Lin Shu's previous odd behavior flashed through Doyu's mind, and realization dawned upon him. He shouted to the others, "It was that guy behind us. He's escaping now. He did this." "What did you say?" Kimimaro gritted his teeth, gripping a sharp bone knife, and charged forward, slicing the thick earthen wall in half. Lin Shu's hurried silhouette fell into Kimimaro's line of sight. As the leader of the Sound Ninja and Orochimaru's most loyal subordinate, Kimimaro found it utterly unacceptable that this individual had personally destroyed something of great importance to Orochimaru and was attempting to flee right under his nose. This was intolerable. He could not let him escape. For the sake of his honor and Orochimaru's legacy, this individual must pay the price. "You all, come with me. Capture him." With that, Kimimaro surged ahead. The other 4 exchanged glances before swiftly following suit. At that moment, Lin Shu, just having burst through the gates, glanced back over his shoulder. The sight chilled him to the bone. Kimimaro and the 5 were hot on his heels. His identity had been exposed. This was bad. How had they managed to catch up so quickly? No, he absolutely could not let them ensnare him. How could he contend against 5 cursed seals? He needed to think of a plan. It seemed he would have to resort to his backup strategy. Lin Shu exerted himself, sprinting unceasingly towards the small grove he had entered before. Prior to this encounter, he had tied his horse outside, with a steed and his concealed arrangements. Lin Shu felt his chances of escape would significantly increase. Additionally, he had prepared some gifts within the grove. Before long, Lin Shu dashed into the thicket, throwing a shuriken from a few meters away to sever the rope tethering the horse. In a single leap, he mounted the horse's back. As he squeezed the horse's belly, it began to gallop at full speed. Simultaneously, Lin Shu's hands were not idle, rapidly forming seals. Multiple shadow clone explosive technique. As the seals were completed, 30 shadow clones emerged from Lin Shu, each taking a scroll filled with explosive tags and hastily attaching them to themselves, charging straight towards Kimimaro, who had just entered the grove. Lin Shu understood that the shadow clones would not stand a chance against the 5 of them, but as long as they could buy him even half a minute, they would have fulfilled their mission. However, what transpired next sent Lin Shu's heart racing again. The reason was simple. Following a violent explosion in the grove, the 5, cloaked in wisps of black smoke yet adorned with twisted, dark patterns, emerged from the blast. Unscathed and filled with fury, they had activated their cursed seal mode, first stage. Not only that, but Doyu and Gitongmaru, capable of ranged attacks, were already forming seals to unleash ninjutsu to thwart Lin Shu. Lin Shu observed with clarity, and his expression grew increasingly grave. "What the hell? Right from the start. You unleash your trump card. Have I not already stirred up trouble in your hometown? Is it really necessary to be so petty? Do not underestimate me." Without further ado, Lin Shu began to form seals. Sage of the Monkeys. Open the cave. Chapter 73. A fierce exchange of blows just as the monkey demon appeared behind Lin Shu. Yawning lazily, it was startled by the sound waves and special arrows approaching from behind. "Hey, kid, today is a bit troublesome. Never mind. Remember to offer me more." "Understood." Drive them back. I'll double your offerings." The monkey demon laughed heartily, its furry hands gripping the golden staff tightly. The staff, originally the thickness of a human arm, began to swell until it resembled a pillar of considerable girth. With a mighty swing, it struck at the incoming ninjutsu. Boom! The golden arrows were sent flying. While the sound wave attack was overwhelmed by the fierce wind generated by the staff's motion, dissipating into nothingness. The monkey demon, exhilarated, let out a strange cry and raised its staff once more, aiming to smash it down upon the group of five. The five, recognizing the power of the staff, quickly scattered to evade. Simultaneously, Kimimaro signaled, and they swiftly arranged themselves in a formation, 3 in front and 2 behind, charging in from the left and right. Furthermore, the long-range attackers, Kadamaru and Taiya, unleashed their powers, bombarding Lin Shu with relentless assaults. Invisible sound waves shattered the surrounding sturdy trees. Golden arrows fell like a torrential downpour, severing all avenues of retreat for Lin Shu. Not only that, the close combat specialist Kimimaro collaborated with Jutsu, accelerating towards Lin Shu with the intent to leave no escape. "Oh, kid, this is getting troublesome. You handle those 3. Leave the rest to me." Without waiting for the monkey demon's reply, Lin Shu began to form seals rapidly. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick curtain of water appeared above Lin Shu, absorbing the incoming arrows. Behind him, 3 earthen walls rose, straining to block the relentless barrage of sound waves. Though Lin Shu's defenses were wavering against the continuous onslaught, they ultimately bought him a moment to breathe. Noticing that Lin Shu was holding firm for the time being, the monkey demon felt relieved and prepared to unleash its full power. Gripping the thick staff tightly, it executed a sweeping motion once again towards Kimimaro and the others. Countless stumps and dirt were sent soaring into the air. The ground was engulfed in dust, riddled with craters. The startled trio dared not face the attack head-on, instead using their agile bodies, enhanced by their jutsu, to leap into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet this time, the monkey demon cackled ominously, its already thick staff swelling even further. Those unable to evade were sent flying, spitting blood. Jutsu attempted to block with his arms, twitching in pain as he landed back on the ground. Kimimaro, relying on his sturdy bones, braced himself against the suddenly enlarged staff, landing safely and charging forward once more. Moreover, from his palms, 2 sharp bone spikes shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Shu's back. The monkey demon snorted disdainfully, swiftly swatting them away. "Kid, I can't hold them off for long. You should make your escape. Just save my offerings for next time." Lin Shu nodded, not hesitating. "Then I'll withdraw for now. I'll leave the rest to you." However, just as Lin Shu urged his mount to accelerate again, the ground trembled violently. Suddenly, thick earthen walls rose around him, trapping him inside with lightning speed. Earth release, earth prison. Jutsu formed seals, successfully confining Lin Shu within. The monkey demon glanced back, sensing the impending danger, and raised its staff once more, attempting to clear the approaching attackers. But the 5 charged in from all directions, leaving the monkey demon unable to react in time. Ultimately, the monkey demon took a deep breath, letting out a loud roar as its furry hands began forming seals at lightning speed. Divine Staff Multiplication Technique. Instantly, the massive staff transformed into countless smaller sticks, flying towards the group of 5 and forming a cage that ensnared them all. Led by Kimimaro, the 5 unleashed their respective skills against the cage, but to little avail. Aside from slight tremors, the cage stood firm as a mountain. Yet even so, the monkey demon did not relent. It approached Lin Shu, pounding the barrier with fists, striving to free him. "Lin Shu, can you hear me? I can't hold them off for long. Let us combine our strength." Damn, it's tough. At this moment, although Lin Shu was trapped within the barrier, Jutsu maintained the seal, showing no sign of letting go, determined to endure. Meanwhile, to impede the monkey demon's continued assault on the barrier, Taiya also set aside her flute and began forming seals. Summoning technique, 3 demons. With a peculiar tone, the flute sounded again, summoning 3 massive summoned beasts, weapons in hand, charging directly towards the monkey demon and Lin Shu. Chapter 74. Only ninjutsu can break ninjutsu, damn it. Get away from me. Fearing for Lin Shu's safety, the monkey demon joined its hands once more to form seals. Earth release, earth marsh. The ground beneath the 3 demons turned viscous and liquefied, causing them to sink. However, Taiya's flute melody rose sharply, and the three demons quickly adapted. Two of them seized their middle companion, using its body to climb out and charge straight at the monkey demon. The monkey demon, left with no choice, paused its assault on the barrier to punch at the two demons. Though the monkey demon had only two hands to defend itself, it was difficult for the demons to reach it. However, its strength was also limited. It could only knock down two demons at a time. Meanwhile, Kimimaro, closest to Lin Shu, wielded two sharp bone spikes, spinning them like windmills, causing the cage to tremble and rattle incessantly. Clearly, the cage could not hold him for long. The monkey demon, anxious, shouted, "Lin Shu, hurry and get out. I can't hold on much longer." Meanwhile, trapped within the barrier, Lin Shu had abandoned his earlier attempts at a physical resolution. His previous efforts had proven futile. Each strike sent tingling sensations through his hands, and even the faintest mark quickly healed, wasting precious time. Now calm and reflecting on past events, Lin Shu recalled the key to breaking the barrier. The solution lay in ninjutsu. Sharingan activate. The Sharingan, glowing faintly red, illuminated the barrier. Although it was merely a single tomo, it allowed Lin Shu to perceive the flow and changes of chakra with clarity. For someone like Lin Shu, who lacked experience with such confinement, this was akin to an open book examination. Though challenging, as long as he identified the root of the problem, he could take action. From Lin Shu's current perspective, threads of chakra converged around 4 fixed points. He had found it. If he could resolve these entities, he could escape. Lin Shu identified his target and swiftly approached, placing his hands upon one of the nodes, channeling his chakra. Upon the sudden influx of his chakra, the node's balance was instantly disrupted, causing it to fluctuate and then vanish. In that moment, the strength of the entire barrier diminished significantly. Lin Shu delivered a powerful kick, leaving an unmistakable imprint. Even the recovery speed of the barrier had noticeably slowed. Excellent. Just as I thought. I must hasten my efforts. Next, Lin Shu began to dismantle the remaining 3 nodes. Meanwhile, the situation outside had deteriorated further. Although the great ape's hands could restrain the 2 colossal demons, the Sound Ninja Quintet, temporarily trapped, struggled with increasing intensity, especially in the cage containing Kimimaro, which trembled violently, as if it might explode at any moment. Despite the great ape exerting all his strength to maintain control, this was the limit of what his 2 hands could manage. Simultaneously, Jurbi, who was diligently sustaining the barrier, sensed emerging issues within. He tapped the cage, casting a glance toward Kid Maru and the others. An unspoken understanding rapidly arose among them. Kimimaro let out a furious roar, his arms erupting with hardened bone spikes that coalesced into a massive drill enveloping his limbs. He then slammed it down with force. With a resounding crash, the cage binding him shattered. Not only that, but the other 4 cages also vanished instantaneously. Not good. Lin Shu, hurry. The great ape gripped the large staff that had returned to his hands, enlarging it once more as he swung it towards the quintet, attempting to buy Lin Shu some time. However, Kimimaro, having already broken free, moved with astonishing speed, raising the drill in his hands and viciously stabbing at the great ape's palm. Trusting his indestructible physique, the great ape bore the impact. He then hurled the staff at Jurbi, who had already anticipated the move and deftly leaped aside to evade the strike. Glaring at the barrier ahead, he bellowed, "This is bad. My technique is about to be broken. Prepare." 4 purple flames formation. However, before Jurbi could finish his sentence, the semicircular earth mound erupted with a loud bang, and a figure dashed out from within. "Damn it! Capture him. He must not escape," Jurbi roared. Swiftly forming hand seals, earth release, earth returning technique. In the next moment, the ground before Lin Shu trembled, and walls of earth rose to block all his potential paths of escape. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Shu's forced halt, Kid Maru knocked a large bow, unleashing 3 golden arrows woven from special spider silk that soared forth with ferocity. Everything in their path was torn asunder. Even the air screeched under the burden. "Watch out, kid," the great ape shouted, extending a hand in an attempt to intervene. Yet, Kimimaro raised his drill high and slammed it down onto the great ape once more. Although it did not inflict damage, it thwarted the great ape's intent to assist. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, utilizing his Sharingan, had already perceived the impending threat. However, it was too swift to counter with hand seals. Thus, he leaped astride the black steed beneath him, vaulting over the earthen wall raised by Jurbi and landing beyond it. With a thunderous noise, as Lin Shu cleared the wall, The ground where he had just stood trembled and fractured. Countless shards of rock, dirt, and splattered blood rained down upon him. Damn it! I merely blew up your house and looted it a bit. Must you relentlessly pursue me? And with such lethal intent? Lin Shu grumbled, then activated the shadow clone technique. Scattering in all directions. The great ape, sensing Lin Shu's departure, laughed heartily and, like a windmill, swung his staff with all his might at Kimimaro. Get away from me! Jirbi! Kimimaro yelled, leaping high after a fierce clash. Jirbi, rushing to assist, formed hand seals, earth release, earth prison. Another semicircular mound of earth surged up, ensnaring the great ape's hands and weapon within. Despite the great ape's desperate attempts to strike at the barrier with his staff, the barrier remained intact. Mere physical force was insufficient to breach it. In essence, only magic could defeat magic. The great ape sighed in resignation, glancing toward the direction Lin Shu had fled, murmuring, "Kid, I've done my best. You must survive. The offerings for today have yet to be made." Moments later, the great ape's strength waned, and he vanished within the barrier. On the other side, Lin Shu, having summoned over 20 shadow clones that scattered to escape, was running as if propelled by the winds. He dared not pause for a single second, for a mere glance back revealed the 5 merciless minions of Orochimaru mercilessly attacking his clones. Even though Lin Shu's clones were laden with explosive tags, the self-detonation tactic had little effect against the enraged quintet, who had activated their cursed seals and pressed their assault. In the less than a minute since his escape, most of Lin Shu's clones had been obliterated, and the remaining few dwindled rapidly. According to Lin Shu's assessment, he had at most half a minute before it would be his turn. Damn it, I need to think of something. My chakra is running low, and those bastards are closing in. If they catch me, it will surely be worse than death. Sweat dripped down Lin Shu's forehead, his breaths quickening, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was a matter of life and death, yet as each second passed, his mind felt blank, akin to a fish poised upon a butcher's block. Powerless against the descending blade. Boom! Another explosion echoed behind him, and in his perception, his last clone had vanished. In quick succession, the sound of slicing air approached, growing ever closer. Despite the distance of over 20 meters, the 10 blood-red eyes behind him felt like sharp blades poised to pierce through his back, ready to inflict unimaginable suffering. Lin Shu bit his lip fiercely, the metallic taste serving as a jolt to his senses, momentarily grounding him. Stay calm. Panic leads to death. My chakra is dwindling, and the great ape can't summon aid in time. I still have 2 scrolls filled with explosive tags. Should I threaten them with mutual destruction? No. They are fiercely loyal and would never let me get away. As Lin Shu pondered fruitlessly, he suddenly remembered the scroll tucked within his robe. He had another trump card, one that the Sound Ninja Quintet would undoubtedly fear. The vial containing the Hashirama cells, painstakingly cultivated and treasured by Orochimaru. However, before Lin Shu could make a move, the fierce sound of piercing air echoed once more. He was compelled to halt his steps and swiftly leap to the side. In the next moment, 3 golden arrows materialized at his previous position, exploding into a large crater upon impact. With Lin Shu's sudden stop, the 5 members of the Sound Ninja swiftly closed in, forming a tight circle around him, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. You relish running, do you? Soon, I shall invade your very being and make you witness your own demise, piece by piece. One of them, a figure with half of his face marred by dark markings, gripped the kunai tightly, his sinister gaze fixed on Lin Shu. The others brandished their weapons as well, while a particular individual known as Jirobo began forming hand seals, declaring, "Earth release, boulder." With that, he lifted a massive stone sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, ready for action. Lin Shu glanced around, a wry smile creeping onto his face as he muttered, "Damn it, the 3rd Hokage truly wants me dead. A simple infiltration mission has led to this. If I survive this ordeal, I shall pin this old man down on the Hokage's desk, on the balcony, and even in the streets to give him a piece of my mind. Is this truly a task fit for a mere genin? Even Kakashi would kneel here." Komaharu, the leader of the group, allowed his drill-like hands to revert to their original form, yet he still clutched 2 sharp-boned spikes. He stepped forward, pointing the spikes at Lin Shu with a voice that was cold and filled with fury. "You will obediently return with us and personally atone to our esteemed leader. Otherwise, when we strike, the consequences will be unbearable. Regardless of who you are, your disrespect towards our Sound Village and our leader cannot go unpunished." Mayo twirled his flute, letting out a mocking laugh. Why waste words on him? Just break his limbs and bring him back. He is so weak. Once we interrogate him, he will merely become a lowly test subject. The sinister Gitongmaru grinned maliciously, unleashing strands of spider silk that coalesced into a golden arrow. The group was poised, ready to pounce and dismember Lin Shu at a mere command. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu turned his gaze to Komaharu, the strongest among them. I propose a trade. Would you care to listen? Humph. What right does a failure have to negotiate with us? Disarm yourself. Komaharu barked. Otherwise, I shall personally retrieve your weapons. Now, immediately. Lin Shu chuckled, discarding his kunai onto the ground. He then produced a scroll from his pocket, holding up a glass jar contained within. Do I possess enough worth to negotiate with this? The eyes of the five-sound ninja widened in unison, fixated on the glass jar, their expressions shifting to anger and agitation. Komaharu's half-covered body trembled with renewed fury as sharp bone spikes began to sprout densely from his form. His eyes locked onto Lin Shu, his voice low and raspy, yet filled with lethal intent. Hand it over. Return it to me. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, pressing explosive tags against the palms of his hands before the onlookers. Release me. I will return the item. You are all loyal followers of Orochimaru. You wouldn't want to witness his hard work vanish into thin air, would you? You will pay. Komaharu and the others clenched their weapons tighter, directing their lethal intent towards Lin Shu, a palpable wave of malice engulfing him. It felt as though they would strike him down at any moment. Despite Lin Shu possessing such a valuable item, his heart raced in trepidation. Surrounded by these five adversaries, even an average J-nin would meet their demise. Moreover, the more he used the cursed seals, the more they would erode his mind and body. Who knew if these cursed individuals still retained any semblance of intelligence? Realizing this, Lin Shu eyed Komaharu, who was on the verge of re-entering his cursed state, and shouted, Look closely. This is a long-awaited experimental result from your lord Orochimaru. It is something that can extend life. Komaharu, I can see that you are frail and weary. Your health is failing you. This is your chance. If you take this back, it will be a significant achievement. Injecting this will surely cure you and enhance your strength. Do you understand? This contains the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. They are teeming with life. Just one injection will suffice. Do you dare to try? I can get you a sample right now. If it proves ineffective, I will compensate you. Enough. Komaharu's deep voice interrupted Lin Shu's persuasion. Lin Shu was uncertain if his words had resonated, but as he observed Komaharu gradually dispel his cursed state, he exhaled in relief. The opponent's strength diminished, while rationality returned, a most fortuitous development for Lin Shu. The remaining four members exchanged glances, hesitating before also dispelling their cursed states. Now hand over the item. I assure you of a safe escort back to the Sound Village. However, should you dare harm it in the slightest, I will tear you apart. Komaharu extended his hand, coldly issuing his ultimatum. Yet, the jar contained Lin Shu's talisman, and he could not simply agree to a condition of safe passage. He had destroyed Orochimaru's experimental base and was a Konoha operative. Based on those two facts, he was certain Orochimaru would not let him escape unharmed. In fact, his fate could be more tragic than those pitiful test subjects. Thus, faced with Komaharu's demand, Lin Shu clutched the jar tightly, resolutely refusing. No, I will give you the jar, but you must let me go. However, before Lin Shu could finish, Komaharu lunged forward, brandishing a bone spike. The other four followed suit without hesitation, cackling maniacally as they charged. Especially Mayo, who began playing his flute, casting an illusion that clouded Lin Shu's vision. I will not allow this. You all wish for mutual destruction, do you? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Lin Shu activated his Sharingan, dispelling the illusion and restoring his senses. Without a moment's pause, he hurled several shurikens embedded with explosive tags from his sleeve, igniting them with fire chakra and launching them in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fierce explosions erupted across the clearing. Yet Komaharu, fortified by his hardened skeletal armor, and Gitongmaru, cloaked in resilient spider silk, charged through the chaos, intent on reaching Lin Shu. Hand it over, you bastard. Cease your resistance. Lin Shu's defiance left Komaharu and his comrades utterly stunned and enraged. In a bold move, Lin Shu raised the transparent jar high before them, opened his mouth, and swallowed the precious fist-sized mass of Hashirama's cells whole. Chapter 77, Swallowing the Hashirama Cells. In truth, Lin Shu was acutely aware of the peril of such an act. Yet, he could envision no other means of escape. These 5 individuals are utterly inflexible, showing no willingness to compromise. Thus, Lin Shu is compelled to resort to this extreme measure, gambling with his life. It is a matter of either succumbing to rejection and perishing here or successfully merging, gaining strength to vanquish them all. However, once the mass of Hashirama cells entered his throat, Lin Shu keenly sensed something amiss. His body began to heat from within, while his extremities grew cold and beads of sweat poured down, cycling through this torment repeatedly. Soon, it felt as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, gnawing away, causing him to black out and collapse, convulsing and trembling, utterly devoid of combat capability. Junmaru and the others rushed over immediately, pinning Lin Shu to the ground and disarming him. They pried his mouth open, attempting to extract the foreign substance. Yet, the grotesque mass had already been swallowed down by Lin Shu, who had bravely suppressed his nausea, making it impossible to retrieve. Enraged, Junmaru struck the earth beside Lin Shu's head with a mighty blow, creating a sizable crater. The resulting dust and debris covered Lin Shu's face. However, at this moment, he had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. He could distinctly feel that his body was nearing its limits. He even sensed his stomach ablaze. A potent and searing force threatened to incinerate him from the inside out. Furthermore, Lin Shu's body began to swell, akin to a balloon filled to the brink. His eyes bulged, his skin flushed, and he felt on the verge of tearing apart. Lin Shu was acutely aware of his predicament. Although he had made initial contact with the Hashirama cells, the power they bestowed was overwhelmingly potent, almost bursting him apart. Yet, he was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move, devoid of any strength. If only he could utilize ninjutsu, with the vast chakra coursing through him, he felt he could unleash an unending torrent of power. But immobilized, he could only watch helplessly as his chakra continued to inflate him. This guy has swallowed Lord Orochimaru's precious results. We should eliminate him now. Jirubu clenched his fist, teeth gritted, eager for action. But Junmaru restrained him. No, Lord Orochimaru's experimental results are singular. Although he consumed it, the research has not vanished. We should take him back for Lord Orochimaru to handle. Jirubu grimaced, casting a resentful glance at Lin Shu, coldly remarking, "This is too generous for this guy." Meanwhile, Ziyujin withdrew a pristine kunai from his waist, grinning. "Isn't this overly complicated?" He swallowed the leader's experimental results. "Let's simply cut him open and retrieve them. As for this fellow, I reckon he should suffer a bit. We can take him back and see if he survives." Junmaru pondered for a moment before nodding. The others voiced no objections, even excitedly encircling Lin Shu, eagerly tearing at his clothing, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They urged Ziyujin to hasten. Ziyujin rolled his eyes, igniting his kunai until it glowed red-hot, then plunged it into Lin Shu's abdomen, slicing deeply. In an instant, the sizzle of scorching flesh accompanied by a spray of blood, fat, and the pungent aroma of charred meat filled the air. "Oh ho, this is entertaining. Can I have a turn? I want to play too." The surrounding men laughed joyfully, attempting to seize the heated kunai from Ziyujin. But a single glance from Junmaru silenced them instantly. The master's experimental subject is of utmost importance. Do not waste time. At that moment, Ziyujin gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Lin Shu's mangled flesh and horrific wounds began to exhibit an inexplicable, formidable force. His wounds rapidly ceased bleeding, and the torn flesh began to writhe, decaying skin and flesh shedding on their own as new granulation tissue grew at an astonishing rate. In less than half a minute, the 15-centimeter-long fatal wound on Lin Shu's abdomen had healed itself, leaving not even a scar. This guy really? I refuse to believe I can't extract it. Ziyujin immediately struck again, viciously slicing into Lin Shu's abdomen, aiming to open his stomach and retrieve the swallowed Hashirama cells. However, upon opening Lin Shu's stomach, he was astonished to discover that, aside from a few remnants of food, it was entirely empty. Simultaneously, Lin Shu's system information underwent an abrupt update. External power detected. Currently analyzing. Undergoing decomposition. Merging in progress. Chapter 78. Mastering would release, could it be? Observing the scene before them, an unsettling truth loomed over each of the 5 men. Just as Ziyujin prepared to take further action, Junmaru seized his wrist, casting him aside. "Stop. The results have already been absorbed by him. We cannot extract them. In that case, let us take this fellow back. When the master returns, he will surely be pleased with this perfect specimen. He may even become the master's new vessel. Zyujin glanced at Junmaru, begrudgingly retracting his kunai, ceasing any further attempts. For over a minute, the group watched as Lin Shu's gruesome wounds gradually healed, before escorting him back along the same path. Among them, the strongest, Jirubu, took on the task of carrying Lin Shu. The other four encircled him, ensuring his safe passage. Moments later, draped across Jirubu's back, Lin Shu, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes, immediately spotting Jirubu's striking bald head and 3 tufts of orange hair. Upon awakening, Lin Shu did not make a scene. Instead, he quietly surveyed his surroundings, grasping his current predicament. He then assessed his body, confirming he bore no injuries and everything felt normal again. Moreover, he could distinctly sense an increase in his strength. Although his hands were bound behind him, it was merely with ordinary rope. Wait, let me sort this out. I've been captured. Apparently, due to the Hashirama cells, they dare not harm me, intending to take me back. So, my plan has succeeded halfway. At least I've temporarily preserved my life. But wait, I no longer feel pain. What is happening? Lin Shu swiftly examined the system information in his mind. To his astonishment and delight, he discovered his chakra had surged dramatically. From the original 1150, it had skyrocketed to 2,500, almost a 2-fold increase. Furthermore, he clearly noted an incomplete suffix indicating Hashirama cells attached to his name. His chest also felt slightly itchy. However, Lin Shu was too exhilarated to dwell on such trivialities, as he joyously realized that the entry for acquired ninjutsu, now displayed, would release. Simultaneously, his previously known shadow clone technique had transformed into wood clone, and the body replacement technique had become wood replacement. Wonderful. I have become. Ha! Today has been an absolute misfortune, yet unexpectedly. A stroke of luck emerged. Perhaps it is the merit of the system? Regardless, as long as I am alive, that suffices. Lin Shu nearly shouted with excitement. However, sensing the peculiar circumstances, he temporarily suppressed this joy and began to discreetly familiarize himself with the newfound powers he had acquired, all while secretly devising a plan. Although the 5 individuals surrounding him remained unaware of his awakening, Lin Shu found himself with an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. If this attempt were to fail, he would inevitably confront the formidable quintet led by Junmaru, resulting in an arduous battle. Even with his rudimentary mastery of wood release, the outcome would likely be grim. Thus, the timing of his assault and the choice of target became paramount. Fortunately, he had already grasped the wood release technique. Requiring only a few simple hand signs to execute, he would be able to act swiftly after breaking free. So, who should be his initial target? The swiftest, Junmaru, or the ranged attacker, Kidomaru? As Lin Shu pondered, a strong scent of burning wood wafted into his nostrils. Slightly opening his eyes, he discovered the surroundings engulfed in flames, with trees either broken or fully ablaze. The wind swept through, fanning the fire in all directions. Lin Shu surmised that it would not be long before this vast forest was consumed. Yet, this also served as a timely reminder. The forest was not far from the Sound Ninja village. If he did not act soon, it would be too late. Once he entered the enemy's stronghold, he estimated that even the 3rd Hokage would find it challenging to escape unscathed. Moreover, as a ninja who had mastered wood release, this forest was Lin Shu's optimal battlefield. Junmaru and his companions took note of the dire situation. Given their proximity to their village, if the fire spread unchecked, it would undoubtedly incite panic among the villagers. Consequently, Junmaru halted abruptly and instructed, Kidomaru, Doi, you handle the fire here. We must prevent it from reaching the village. The 3 of us will take the captured one back. The 2 reluctantly exchanged glances, responding with a lazy acknowledgement, before dispersing to manage the arduous task. Meanwhile, Junmaru continued onward with Ryo and Jirobo, carrying Lin Shu. At that moment, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The 2 who had just departed were trailing closely behind him, now that they were sent off to labor. He could quietly and freely perform hand signs to utilize wood release and other ninjutsu. It was an opportune moment bestowed by fate. This was the best and final chance. He had to give it his all. Lin Shu silently encouraged himself, slowly opening his eyes and preparing to form hand signs. Half a minute later, as the group entered the densest part of the forest, Lin Shu suddenly broke free, swiftly forming hand signs. Wood release, cutting technique. The towering trees beneath Junmaru and his companions trembled violently. With a resounding rumble, countless branches rapidly grew, thickening and twisting, extending swiftly toward the ankles and torso of Junmaru and his companions. Furthermore, the surrounding trees also grew larger, their branches transforming into countless wooden spikes that shot forth. In a matter of breaths, the trio found themselves encircled by a forest that had seemingly come to life. Watch out! Enemy attack! Jirobo, protect that guy! Junmaru shouted, his bones rapidly sprouting sharp spikes. Simultaneously, he grasped two of these sharp spikes in his hands, swinging them like a windmill to sever the thick branches. However, Lin Shu, taking advantage of the terrain, had more branches encroaching from all directions, significantly impeding Junmaru's approach and support. Junmaru, with his fiery temperament, immediately attempted to activate his cursed seal to boost his strength. But this time, before the first stage of the seal was complete, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The release of the seal failed instantly. Consequently, Junmaru's movements slowed significantly and his strength waned. The branches he had previously severed quickly surged back, trapping him in the center, making escape difficult. Damn it! Who is it? Show yourself. Ryo and Jirobo joined forces, their forearms wielding kunai to force open a gap and break free. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he made his way back toward Junmaru to prepare for a rescue. Meanwhile, Jirobo faced even greater difficulties. Though he possessed immense strength, his speed lagged far behind the thick branches. Additionally, he had to find ways to protect Lin Shu, which hindered his ability to fight back, preventing him from unleashing even half of his potential. Ultimately, seeing his two companions ensnared, he let out a furious roar and forcibly activated his cursed seal again. He tossed Lin Shu high into the air and swiftly formed hand signs. At that very moment, Lin Shu's eyes flew open. Simultaneously, several thick branches extended toward him, wrapping around his waist and pulling him out of the area. At last, Lin Shu had escaped his predicament. Finally, it's my turn to strike. Have you heard of the technique that descends from the heavens, the wood release, Buddha palm technique? Lin Shu formed hand signs, and several robust branches converged to form a colossal hand, measuring 3 meters across, which came crashing down towards Jirobo. The latter's eyes widened in terror as he hastily leaped to the ground, stamping heavily before forming hand signs for earth release, earth prison. Instantly, a thick earthen wall arose, encasing him in a protective, semi-spherical barrier. The next moment, Lin Shu's gigantic wooden hand struck the special barrier with a thunderous crash. After a resounding impact, the surface of the barrier was marred with numerous fine cracks, yet Jirobo managed to hold it off. Lin Shu narrowed his eyes, refraining from further assault, instead turning to flee in another direction. After all, controlling such numerous trees and branches was a tremendous drain on Lin Shu himself. Even with his chakra being double that of an average chunin, after over a minute of exertion, he was left with only half. Continuing the fight would leave him vulnerable once the other two returned. Within half a minute of Lin Shu's departure, the trees, devoid of continuous support, gradually reverted to their original state. Junmaru and the others regained their breath and freedom. However, upon realizing Lin Shu's disappearance, they were instantly engulfed in rage. Damn it, Lord Junmaru, this was all that kid's doing. I saw it. Jirobo shouted, I will chase after him immediately. Do you know which direction he went? Contact Kidomaru and Doyu, and block him together. He won't get far. Understood. Jirobo pulled out a signal flare from his pocket, igniting it and launching it into the air. It soon erupted in the sky above the forest, leaving behind a red serpent-like pattern. The serpent's head pointed toward Lin Shu's escape route. Meanwhile, Doyu and Kidomaru, engaged in firefighting, immediately looked up, spotting the signal, and promptly abandoned their task to pursue. Particularly, Doyu, who found himself directly in Lin Shu's path, could not contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Ha! Just as I thought, I have rendered you incapacitated. And Lord Kimimaro will not hold me accountable for this, will he? I am eager to see if you can still break my illusion this time. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, who was in the midst of retreating, noticed the signal flares in the sky, realizing that danger could emerge at any moment. Is this a signal indicating my escape? It seems their communication is quite efficient. I must remain vigilant and avoid being intercepted along the way. Once I flee this forest and reach the mountains, with the cover of wood release, they will never find me. After contemplating this, Lin Shu took a deep breath and continued to accelerate without pause. However, Just as he was about to cross an area shrouded in thick, black smoke, an unsettling premonition arose within him. The last time he felt such unease was when fortune smiled upon him, leading him to this new world. Thus, Lin Shu promptly halted at the edge of this ominous area. As he prepared to circumvent it, a melodious, yet mocking laughter echoed from the depths of the smoke. Chapter 80. A second confrontation with Doyu, the mightiest illusion? I never expected you to suddenly become formidable enough to escape from those three. Is this the power of Lord Orochimaru's experimental results? Truly impressive. Alas, you have encountered me. With the sound of heavy thuds resonating as if something substantial had struck the ground, Doyu emerged from the smoke, stepping on the three summoned beasts. Without hesitation, she activated a Phase 1 curse mark in front of Lin Shu while raising her flute, ready to unleash her full assault. Dream Sound Lock. A series of obscure and eerie notes erupted from the flute, reverberating within Lin Shu's mind. Despite having blocked his ears, it proved utterly futile. The sound seemed to possess a life of its own, relentlessly burrowing into his consciousness. Lin Shu's vision began to blur as he gradually succumbed to the illusion. From his perspective, he found himself in a desolate hell, littered with bones and shattered remains. He was impaled by a colossal spear, crucified upon a cross, rendered completely immobile. Suddenly, a roaring fire surged toward him, igniting his feet and devouring his garments. Despite possessing immense power, you cannot escape the fears that dwell within. Indeed, illusions are the most potent of techniques. Haha. Doyu, standing atop her summoned beast, coldly observed Lin Shu, who was now dazed and motionless. After a moment of contemplation, she gestured, and a towering summoned beast approached Lin Shu, seizing him firmly. Yes, capture successful. This will earn me a merit, and surely, Lord Orochimaru will reward me for this power. Just as Doyu twirled her flute, preparing to reunite with her companions, a branch from a nearby tree suddenly elongated and snatched the flute from her grasp. What? You scoundrel! Return it! Doyu pointed with one hand, commanding another summoned beast to rush forward, brandishing its stick to strike the branch. However, the branch was remarkably agile, swiftly flinging itself in another direction before coming to a halt, only to be smashed by the summoned beast. Doyu frowned, but ordered the creature to continue searching for her flute while keeping a close watch on Lin Shu, ensuring he showed no signs of regaining consciousness before glancing around cautiously. Who goes there? Show yourself. The breeze rustled the branches and leaves, producing a soft rustling sound. Yet no one responded. Doyu clasped her hands together, preparing to form seals, and commanded the remaining two summoned beasts to depart swiftly. Moments later, she received word from one of the creatures that her flute had been located. Just as she turned her gaze toward that direction, Lin Shu, still firmly grasped by the summoned beast and merely 2 meters away from Doyu, suddenly opened his eyes, subtly forming seals with his hands. Wind release, air slash. With a whoosh, a crescent-shaped, translucent wind blade was expelled from Lin Shu's mouth, hurtling directly toward Doyu's back. Hearing the sound, she instinctively turned, momentarily stunned and unable to evade the impending attack. However, at the critical moment, the summoned beast beneath her quickly sidestepped and embraced Doyu, bracing itself against Lin Shu's strike with its sturdy back. In the blink of an eye, the robust summoned beast let out a mournful howl as it was cleaved in two, dissipating into white smoke. Doyu, on the other hand, was fortunate enough to narrowly evade Lin Shu's attack as the wind blade, capable of bisecting her, merely sliced through her hair. You wretch! Die! Regaining her senses, Doyu erupted in fury, forming 2 seals with her hands, commanding the beast holding Lin Shu to crush him into a pulp. The summoned beast obediently obeyed, bringing its hands down with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Lin Shu vanished, leaving only a pile of wood shavings slipping from the beast's massive palm. Chapter 81. Phase 2 of the curse mark. What? My illusion. How could it? Your eyes, foul creature. You think you can escape? Doyu ordered another summoned beast to hurry and retrieve her flute. But Lin Shu would not let this opportunity slip by. He seized the moment when his opponent was unarmed and unable to utilize many of her abilities. He formed seals with his hands, commanding the surrounding branches to grow wildly, swiftly encircling Doyu and the beast beneath her. Though the latter, having activated a curse mark, possessed formidable close-quarter combat skills, the duo engaged in a fierce struggle, shattering the encroaching branches one by one. Yet, This was precisely the outcome Lin Shu desired. Wood release, enhance fire. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Lin Shu immediately unleashed a barrage of fist-sized fireballs toward Doyu. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to leap from the summoned beast and command it to shield her from the impending flames. One by one, the fireballs struck the beast, exploding upon impact, igniting the surrounding branches and countless splintered fragments, ultimately coalescing into a massive fireball with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. As Lin Shu prepared to seize this opportunity to eliminate Doyu, a thick tree trunk suddenly shot toward him with great speed. Reacting swiftly, he jumped back to evade it, casting his gaze toward the source. To his surprise, it was the summoned beast that had gone to retrieve the flute, attacking him with a tree trunk in hand. Having forcibly broken one off, raising the trunk as a weapon, it charged into the blazing fireball, forcefully carving a path through the flames. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. Pleasantly surprised, despite their seemingly mindless demeanor, these creatures exhibited remarkable loyalty. Alas, their foolishness would lead to their demise. Subsequently, Lin Shu formed shadow clones, dispatching one to investigate the aftermath. However, at that moment, the eerie notes from the flute resonated once more, unleashing sound waves that swept in all directions. The massive fireball was instantaneously dissipated, sending burning branches flying. Several of Lin Shu's clones were caught off guard and obliterated, while the remaining clones were promptly recalled. At the center of the blazing battlefield emerged a menacing figure, cloaked in darkness, with horns protruding from her head. Yet, upon her surface, gruesome burn marks were prominently visible, still faintly emitting wisps of white smoke. It was the formidable Doyu, who had activated the second stage of her cursed seal. "I will kill you," she hissed, fixing her gaze firmly on Lin Shu, before stamping her foot heavily on the ground and charging forward, creating a sizable crater beneath her. Is the second stage of the cursed seal truly this powerful? Lin Shu wondered, astonished by the prowess of a female ninja specializing in illusion and spirit techniques, whose physical capabilities had been amplified to such an extent. Realizing the futility of continuing the confrontation, Lin Shu took flight, sprinting away. Doyu, clutching her flute, pursued him relentlessly. Her speed enhanced by the cursed seal, outpacing Lin Shu by more than 20%. The distance between them diminished rapidly. By heavens, she is relentless, Lin Shu thought, casting a furtive glance behind him. What a pity. You're simply too ugly for my liking. If you continue to chase me, I might just have to retaliate. Don't think I won't strike just because you're a woman. He deliberately raised his voice, unsure if Doyu could comprehend his words in her current state. Yet it was merely a matter of speaking up. Being pursued was hardly an ideal situation, and although he could not contend with the 5 sound ninjas, he believed that a wounded Doyu might be a different story. Moreover, he found her spirit beasts and illusion techniques, including the cursed seal, quite intriguing. If he could manage to exploit her weaknesses, it would be a profitable venture. Taking another glance over his shoulder at Doyu's position, Lin Shu clasped his hands together and began forming seals. Summoning technique. Gorilla God, create a hole. With a sudden burst of white smoke, a familiar black staff and 2 furry hands materialized behind Lin Shu. Huh, you're quite impressive. I knew I was right. You've managed to escape safely. Huh, there's another one behind you? Quickly, help me restrain her. Pin her down. My chakra is running low. I can hardly keep running. Lin Shu urged hastily. The gorilla god grunted in acknowledgement and hurled his iron staff while swiftly forming seals. In Doyu's wary and anxious gaze, the Rui Jingu Bang split into dozens of smaller sticks, ensnaring her tightly within their grasp. Despite Doyu having activated the second stage of the cursed seal, significantly augmenting her physical strength, she was unable to evade such sturdy weaponry and restrictive ninjutsu, ultimately falling victim to the onslaught. "All right, you can stop now," Lin Shu declared. "Oh, and don't forget the offering." With an exasperated glance at the greedy monkey, he rummaged through his clothing and retrieved a scroll that had not been confiscated. Extracting some fruit to share with the gorilla god, Lin Shu then approached the cage, circling Doyu. "Stop struggling. You won't break free anytime soon. Now, I have a favor to ask of you. After all, you're a girl too." Though Lin Shu spoke nonchalantly, he showed no inclination to await Doyu's response. Before her very eyes, he removed his leather gloves, revealing his specialized weapon, an intricately designed steel-barbed hook. "You despicable fiend. I will kill you," Doyu screamed, straining against her bonds, her muscles bulging and veins protruding, causing the entire cage to tremble. Lin Shu quickly retreated several steps, maintaining a safe distance, and called out, "Gorilla God, reinforce the restraints. She's about to break free." Seeing the situation unfold, the gorilla god formed another seal, summoning a multitude of sticks that encircled Doyu once more, resolutely keeping her secured. To quell Lin Shu's concerns, the gorilla god pressed down with both hands and feet upon the cage. "Are you reassured now?" Lin Shu nodded, then swiftly positioned himself behind Doyu, finding an opening amid the thick shadows of the sticks. He then launched a fierce strike, determined to press on. "Aya, you bastard! Let me go? I will kill you." Doyu convulsed uncontrollably, yet under Lin Shu's relentless assault, her feeble attempts to resist proved futile. Ultimately, fatigue overcame her, and she could no longer maintain the cursed seal, reverting to her original, fair visage. Despite being a loyal servant of Orochimaru, her resolve faltered as a mere girl of her age, and she began to sob. Lin Shu rolled his eyes. She had nearly taken his life, and now she was reduced to tears? Does crying even help? He thought. I shall continue my onslaught. He was determined to extract every last bit from her. Yet, it must be noted that Lin Shu's fortune turned grim. After several attempts, he found only chakra within her, a most unfortunate discovery. Just as Lin Shu inhaled deeply, readying himself for a decisive strike, an unexpected event transpired. From a distance, a volley of golden arrows whistled through the air, hurtling towards them. Simultaneously, a cacophony of flapping wings erupted from the forest behind, indicating the approach of more foes. Gorilla God, block them. Lin Shu was unwilling to leave empty-handed after investing so much effort. He needed ninjutsu and summoning techniques. Thus, while the gorilla god deflected the arrows, Lin Shu seized the moment to strike once more. Suddenly, a message, both joyous and exasperating, filled his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck your target, acquiring the ability of the Earth's Curse Seal, which possesses 2 stages. Upon activation, it significantly enhances chakra and physical constitution, but may gradually lead to a descent into madness, consumed by the lust for slaughter. Use with caution. Damn it. What am I to do with this deadly trinket? Where are my ninjutsu and summoning skills? Lin Shu sighed in resignation, glancing at the still weeping Doyu and the approaching disturbance from the forest. He signaled to the gorilla god with a diagonal cut and departed without a backward glance. After blocking several arrows, the gorilla god extended a hand once more, mimicking a grasping motion. The cage, formed from the shadowy sticks, began to constrict inward, pressing Doyu tightly within, causing her body to creak and redden as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just as the gorilla god was on the verge of victory, 2 sharp, slender bone drills suddenly flew from the forest, violently colliding with the cage and causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Following this, the imposing figure of Kimimaro leaped from the woods, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the cage completely. The gorilla god, still wielding his staff, prepared to retaliate. But Jirobo and Udon swiftly joined the fray, entangling him. With a reluctant sigh, the gorilla god swung his staff to send them flying before vanishing back to his own realm. Kimimaro gazed down at the severely injured and near-death Doyu, a wave of anguish, humiliation, and rage flooding his heart. The enemy had destroyed Orochimaru's laboratory, seized vital experimental results, and harmed his comrades. This was a monumental disgrace, unforgivable. Pursue. Continue the chase. Signal all the sound ninja in the vicinity. As long as the enemy remains outside the land of fire, we shall hunt them down. They must not escape the land of rice. Return to Konoha. Junmaru coldly issued the command, carefully cradling Doyu in his arms. He cast a glance towards the direction where Lin Shu had departed, reluctantly deciding to return to the Sound Ninja village. Meanwhile, Jirbi, Ziri, and Kintmaru angrily continued their pursuit. Simultaneously, they launched signal flares into the sky, determined to rally all surrounding forces to capture and eliminate Lin Shu. Beneath the dark night sky, every nearby Sound Ninja, upon seeing the signals above, hastily armed themselves and rushed towards that direction. Thus began a thrilling chase. Chapter 83. The Bomb User at Midnight. Amidst a lush thicket, Lin Shu remained hidden in the shadows, motionless. A dozen meters ahead, beneath a large boulder, he spotted the 3rd Sound Ninja he had encountered during his retreat. The man leaned against the boulder, sitting on the ground with his eyes half closed in rest. On either side of the boulder, 2 traps had been cleverly set, fine threads stretched taut, each affixed with explosive tags, resembling the treacherous traps of Blue Star. A mere careless touch would trigger an explosion. Although the limited destructive radius of a single explosive tag could not compare to that of a grenade, Lin Shu had no intention of testing how many such tags might be concealed beneath. Once past this obstacle, he could enter the mountains. Running along the mountain range would surely make it difficult for them to find him. However, with this ninja blocking his path, taking a detour would waste precious time. He needed to eliminate this threat swiftly. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the relentless pursuit. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Lin Shu realized that the series of assassinations and chases had left him quite fatigued. The previous encounters had tested him significantly, had he not been in the forest. Utilizing the terrain to his advantage, he might not have been able to fend off the attacks and successfully counter them. Yet this time was different. His adversary was unaware. And even if they were prepared, Lin Shu would have the upper hand. If he could eliminate this ninja, the path ahead would be relatively clear. Glancing at the remaining chakra displayed on his system panel, less than 200, he mentally prepared for its allocation. He summoned 2 shadow clones, dispersing them alongside his own body as they stealthily approached. One of Lin Shu's clones gracefully leaped onto a tree branch, propelling himself towards the large boulder, poised to deliver a fatal strike to the sound ninja leaning against it. However, as Lin Shu's clone neared within a meter of the ninja, the latter's ears twitched, and he instantly drew his blade, turning to deliver a horizontal slash. In an instant, the sharp edge of the blade cleaved Lin Shu's clone in two. But the encounter was far from over. Lin Shu's second clone, having been prepared, sprang from the nearby bushes, hurling several shurikens towards the unsuspecting ninja's back. Attached to the shurikens were a stack of fiercely burning explosive tags. Boom! Following several deafening explosions, a massive crater nearly 2 meters in diameter was created at the site. Flames ignited the fallen leaves and grasses below, and thick black smoke billowed into the air. Yet the next moment, several arc-shaped sound waves sliced through the dense smoke, aggressively hurtling towards Lin Shu. He quickly leaned back, narrowly avoiding a sharp wave that grazed his nose. Just as he regained his footing, a figure rapidly emerged from the smoke. It was the same sound ninja. With elongated eyes and a grim expression, he faced Lin Shu, raising his long blade, then attacked with a speed that sent chills down Lin Shu's spine. Lin Shu's eyelids twitched. He recognized that this ninja was undoubtedly an expert swordsman. Without hesitation, he flung a kunai before turning and sprinting away. The ninja, with an emotionless gaze, effortlessly deflected the kunai and leaped into the air, bringing his blade down with ferocious intent towards Lin Shu's retreating form. The strike was swift, so fast that it was barely perceptible, the air slicing with a faint whoosh. There was no escaping it. Yet Lin Shu had never intended to flee. He abruptly halted, turning back with arms wide open, laughing as he charged forward. Beneath his clothing, a brilliant inferno of flames ignited, dozens of explosive tags. Boom! A far more violent explosion erupted. Trees within several meters were severed at the base, and the raging flames consumed all in their path. The blinding light of the explosion resembled a sun erupting in place. The resounding blast startled countless birds from the trees and alerted all nearby sound ninjas on mission. Moments later, a tall man, his body charred and battered, with tattered clothing, emerged from the explosion, gripping a sharp long blade. Cough, cough, damn it. That fool, has he gone mad? Self-detonating. How infuriating. This man was the very sound ninja who had pursued Lin Shu earlier. He had survived the explosion, albeit at a tremendous cost, sustaining severe injuries, yet he lived. Leaning on his long blade, he found a relatively clean patch of grass and sat down to examine his wounds. Just then, the sound of rustling footsteps approached him. The ninja quickly gripped his blade, looking up in astonishment, his mouth agape and his pupils constricting. How are you still alive? Impossible. Damn, what's the matter? Haven't you seen the bomb user technique? Lin Shu chuckled, then, utilizing his remaining chakra, formed hand seals to cast the illusion technique. I see hell. The injured ninja's eyes widened in horror as he stood frozen in place, ensnared in a deep abyss of fear. Despite his frantic struggles, he succumbed to the overwhelming power of Lin Shu's Sharingan. I'm utterly exhausted. Let us see what rewards I can obtain from this blind box. Chapter 84. The consequence and cost. Lin Shu cautiously approached, taking the long blade from the fallen ninja and naturally stowing it away. He then flipped the body over, positioning it face down. With his own trusty steel-tipped hook blade in hand, he began his work diligently. Soon, the system notifications began to refresh in real time. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck your target, earning 30 chakra points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully struck your target, earning 20 chakra points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the self-created blade technique, draw and slash. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the ninjutsu, sound prison. Once Lin Shu confirmed that he had extracted every possible benefit, he reluctantly withdrew his hands and swiftly snapped the ninja's neck. This opponent was indeed formidable. At the very least, he was of ch9 rank or very close to it. In one fell swoop, he had gained 2 new ninjutsu and an additional 150 chakra points. Quite a boon. After cleaning his weapon, Lin Shu wasted no time and left the scene without looking back. However, just as he burst from the trees, a faint crack echoed, followed by bright flames erupting from the tree trunks on either side. Traps. Lin Shu's heart raced. He curled into a ball, shielding his head as he leapt forward. Boom. The traps, laden with explosive tags, detonated, sending Lin Shu soaring through the air. Despite his efforts to protect his vital areas, the blast inflicted internal injuries, causing him to cough up a significant amount of blood, his insides ablaze with pain. Not only that, but Lin Shu's entire shirt on his back was instantly shredded, with flying wooden splinters piercing into his flesh like shurikens, leaving behind a multitude of grotesque wounds. The repeated stinging pain was akin to having one's flesh sliced away with each stab. The agony caused cold sweat to pour down Lin Shu's forehead, and his vision began to blur. Damn it, I was careless. Indeed, one cannot merely follow the script. Even individuals not present in the storyline may not be weak. I had underestimated others, and it nearly cost me dearly. The image of that slender-eyed sound ninja flashed in Lin Shu's mind, and he gritted his teeth, etching today's painful lesson into his memory. He hastily tended to the wounds on his back and plunged into the mountains ahead. However, the mountains at night were far from tranquil. Along the way, Lin Shu encountered numerous wolves and brown bears drawn by the scent, all of which he dispatched using shadow clones and rapid sword strikes. Yet, the beasts in the mountains came in relentless waves, and soon, Lin Shu found even the minuscule amount of chakra he had regained was nearly depleted. Behind him, the howls of the wolves echoed ominously. Damn it, the storm is upon me. I can't possibly perish in this cursed place. I must find a way to evade these beasts and address the foreign object in my back. Otherwise, the wound will not heal, and I will bleed out. Leaning on his sword, Lin Shu scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a cave on the slope to his right, large enough for 2 people. At that moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Ignoring the leaden weight of his limbs, he painstakingly made his way toward it. To prevent his blood from dripping nearby, Lin Shu retrieved a rain cloak from his scroll, gritting his teeth against the pain as he tied it around his back to catch the blood. By the time he reached the cave entrance, the pack of wolves had regrouped at the base of the slope. In the dim night, pairs of cruel, bloodthirsty green eyes glinted menacingly. They growled lowly, and under the leadership of a towering alpha wolf, charged toward Lin Shu. With a hand bracing against the cave entrance, Lin Shu gritted his teeth and struggled to retrieve a small scroll from his bosom. As the wolf pack closed in, now within 10 meters, he could even smell the foul stench emanating from their mouths. The formidable alpha wolf leaped into the air, raising its sharp claws to strike down upon him. Lin Shu pressed his hands onto the open scroll, channeling the last vestiges of his chakra to activate the jutsu inscribed within. In the next instant, a flurry of shuriken and kunai was unleashed, raining down like a torrential storm. In the blink of an eye, the powerful alpha wolf was pierced countless times and fell lifelessly to the ground, not even letting out a whimper. The wolves following behind suffered tremendous losses as well. Those injured or lagging behind, upon witnessing the carnage inflicted upon their comrades and bereft of their alpha's control, turned tail and fled, howling mournfully. Damn, I'm fortunate I had this. It truly saved my life. Exhausted, Lin Shu collapsed to the ground, kneeling. The cold earth seeped into his nearly numb legs, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The mountain was frigid at dawn, and with his injuries, he could not afford to linger any longer. If he caught a cold or fever now, it would be the icing on the cake. Although Lin Shu knew that Hashirama's cells possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, he had no intention of testing his limits. His priority was to find a place to hide for a while, allow his chakra to recover, and tend to the wound on his back to prevent further complications. Since the explosion that had injured him, Lin Shu had lost track of how far he had run in his battered state. The exhaustion, both mental and physical, rendered him immobile once he entered the deserted cave. Even after sitting down, he could barely lift his eyelids, and soon, his head drooped as he fell into a deep slumber. When Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes again, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. He suddenly jolted awake, realizing he had fallen asleep. He had no idea for how long. Damn, I could have died. Thankfully, no one came looking for me. It would have been comical to be killed while asleep. Gripping a kunai, Lin Shu attempted to stand, but his legs buckled, causing him to fall backward. Although he quickly propped himself up with his elbow, the wounds on his back were jostled, sending waves of pain surging through him. Gritting his teeth, he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, it hurts like hell. I've crossed over only to suffer. No other transmigrator could be as unfortunate as I am. That sound ninja is truly formidable. The traps were so well crafted that I didn't even notice them. I must be more cautious in the future. Carefully, Lin Shu managed to sit up once more and glanced at his system panel, astonished to find that his chakra had recovered to a level of 2,000 points, almost 2/3 of his total chakra. Ordinarily, even a full day and night of rest would not yield such a recovery. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that something within his body had changed. Even his strength had inexplicably increased. Notably, there were protrusions on his chest, adorned with lines that vaguely formed the shape of a human face. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, contemplating the incredible fact that lay before him. Wait, is that not Hashirama's face? How did it end up on my body? It must be related to Hashirama's cells. This indicates that these cells are highly compatible with the original body. Haha, Orochimaru is likely to be furious. After all this time spent researching such a treasure, it has ultimately benefited me. But this is a good thing. I no longer need to rely on the cursed seal as my trump card. After all, the more I use it, the greater the harm it inflicts upon me. Having confirmed his physical condition, Lin Shu immediately began weaving hand signs to summon foreshadow clones. Two began assisting him in removing the foreign objects from his back, while the other two were dispatched to monitor the surroundings, ready to inform Lin Shu of any changes. Simultaneously, he rummaged through his supplies to procure some rations and jerky to appease his growling stomach, which had gone days without food. However, Lin Shu regrettably overestimated his capacity for enduring pain. As he took a bite of the jerky, the sharp pain in his back caused him to spit it out immediately. His appetite vanished entirely, and his empty stomach churned uncontrollably, threatening to expel its contents. Hang in there, body. Just a little longer. I'll soon remove this large wooden splinter. With a sudden, low groan of pain, a 10-centimeter long, sharp, bloodied wooden splinter was yanked from Lin Shu's back and tossed to the ground. Instantly, he felt a rush of air behind him. As the clones continued to carefully extract debris, one muttered, "Damn, your life is tenacious. That thing grazed your spine. If it had been even slightly off, you'd be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. But don't worry, everything else is manageable. I'll finish this up for you in no time. Look at that. Oh wait, you can't see it. Your wounds have already begun to heal. The speed of recovery is remarkable, so do not worry. It won't be long before you are well again. When that time comes, we shall return to Konoha in grand style. And do remember to treat me to a sumptuous feast." Lin Shu picked up the jerky that had fallen to the ground and bit into it fiercely, enduring the waves of excruciating pain that struck from his back. At the same time, he reflected on the beginnings and conclusions of this mission. Chapter 86, A Problematic Task? Something feels amiss, far too amiss. The mission scroll provided by the village made no mention of the Sound Ninja Village. It merely stated that the land of rice was to establish a ninja village and tasked Lin Shu with investigating and obtaining evidence. Initially, Lin Shu had given this little thought, but upon further reflection, numerous inconsistencies arose. If the task was indeed to investigate the new ninja village, why was there an insistence on obtaining evidence? It was as if they were already privy to the secrets of the Sound Ninja Village. Moreover, sending a mere genin on a solo infiltration mission into an enemy ninja village seemed utterly reckless. Were they not concerned about the potential for failure and exposure? Another perplexing aspect for Lin Shu was that he had been training alone without any guidance or mentorship, and thus, such a daunting task seemed unwarranted. Was this not tantamount to placing him in peril? Lin Shu vividly recalled the third Hokage's promise to provide him with suitable missions, taking into account his unique situation. This was hardly suitable. It was as if they wished for him not to return alive. To be frank, even if a chunin or jonin from the village were to confront the 5 formidable foes endowed with cursed seals, they would likely suffer greatly, if not perish. For a newly minted genin like him to undertake such a task was undoubtedly ill-intentioned, though Lin Shu was reluctant to attribute malice to others. His impression of the third Hokage was quite positive. However, in this case, the greatest suspicion fell upon him. After all, it was he who had issued the mission. Yet, Lin Shu soon found himself engulfed in another inexplicable conundrum. Every action must be driven by some purpose. If this was indeed orchestrated by the third Hokage, what could his motives be? He had not threatened the village in any manner, nor, given his capabilities, could he pose a threat. Was there another reason? Perhaps his rapid progress as a late bloomer was seen as a threat? But to extinguish a prodigy for such a reason? The third Hokage hardly seemed that foolish. For the time being, Lin Shu chose to set this matter aside. He could return to the village and confront the third Hokage directly to seek clarification. If it were indeed the third Hokage's doing, his astonishment upon Lin Shu's return would be palpable. Conversely, should he exhibit no such surprise, it would either indicate that he had concealed his intentions expertly or that the situation was far more complex, potentially involving others. However, with the current dearth of information, Lin Shu found himself at a loss for further conclusions. As time passed, accompanied by Lin Shu's low, pained cries, his shadow clone finally managed to attend to his back, which was lacerated and drenched in blood, applying some prepared ointment and performing a rudimentary bandaging. You rest now. Given your current rate of recovery, half an hour should suffice. I shall take my leave. Having completed its task, the shadow clone departed, clutching a few strips of jerky. Alone, Lin Shu leaned against the rocky wall, gasping for breath. Though still weak, he could distinctly feel the searing pain and heat in his back diminishing gradually, as fresh flesh began to fill the original wounds. The cells of Hashirama were indeed remarkable. Moreover, on his left chest, the unique mark was becoming increasingly prominent. Though it was not as large as the face that had once adorned Madara's chest, it was ample proof of the value of the Hashirama cells Lin Shu had consumed. It was undoubtedly a one-of-a-kind creation, the culmination of Orochimaru's extensive efforts. Reflecting on the events, Lin Shu felt a surge of satisfaction. However, he would not let this incident slide lightly. Those 5 adversaries had inflicted considerable harm, not to mention the individuals from the Sound Ninja village. He remembered them all. First, he would return to Konoha to uncover who had conspired against him. And once the Chunin exams commenced, he would settle scores with those from the Sound village. And as for Orochimaru, who harbored ambitions to destroy Konoha, he would not allow that to come to fruition. When the time came for his escape, he would take great pleasure in enacting his revenge. With thoughts of retribution fueling him, Lin Shu devoured his food voraciously, gulping down water, and then settled down to rest, awaiting full recovery from his injuries. After a brief respite, Lin Shu confirmed that his back had healed significantly and then stood up, stretching languidly as he stepped out of the narrow cave where he had lingered for an indeterminate amount of time. The stars twinkled above, a gentle breeze caressed the air, infused with the scents of grass and wood, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. The carcasses of the beasts that had once lain at the foot of the slope had mysteriously vanished, leaving only trails of crimson. They had likely been carried away by other famished predators. On the ground, countless blood-stained shuriken and kunai remained scattered about. Lin Shu formed hand seals, adhering to a principle of conservation and respect, calling upon his clones to gather them all once more, ensuring they could be cleaned and reused. Meanwhile, the original 2 clones, having shared the latest information from their surroundings, dissipated as their chakra was exhausted. Yet, just before one disappeared, it noticed some footprints left behind. The prints were methodical, maintaining a consistent distance, clearly indicating a regimented group had emerged to seek him out. Lin Shu squinted, turning to glance in the direction of the footprints, murmuring, "They have found their way here? Their speed is commendable, but returning to complete the task is of utmost importance. I shall deal with you Sound Ninja during the Chunin exams." With that, Lin Shu plunged deeper into the mountains, heading toward the direction of Konoha in the Land of Fire. Chapter 87. The Rising Prodigy. After a week of arduous travel, traversing peaks and valleys, Lin Shu successfully evaded all pursuers along the mountain range connecting the Land of Rice and the Land of Fire, and once again found himself safely near Konoha. At this moment, Lin Shu appeared disheveled and soiled, his complexion somewhat darkened and haggard, resembling a wild man who had unexpectedly emerged from the depths of the mountains. However, he could hardly afford to concern himself with appearances, hastily making his way towards the village. Each individual's examination was subject to a time constraint. Lin Shu's allotted time was 1 month. Who could say how long he had inadvertently slept in that cave? If the deadline for the mission had lapsed, would he be deemed unsuccessful? That would be a grievous loss. Thus, Lin Shu felt a sense of urgency, even when confronted by the vigilant guardians of Konoha, such as Gongzi Tai and Noera Genma, who sought to question him. His first words were not to clarify his identity, but rather to inquire about the current date. The gatekeepers were momentarily taken aback. It is now October 20th of the ninja world, 10 o'clock in the morning. Gongzi Tai, gripping his kunai, asked seriously, "Who are you? Why have you come to Konoha? What is your purpose?" Just 1 more day? Splendid. I have made it just in time." Upon learning that he had not exceeded the deadline, Lin Shu released a long sigh of relief. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the 2 gatekeepers, he opened his water flask and poured cool water over his head, wiping his filthy face to reveal his once handsome and fair visage. "Am I truly so disheveled that you could not recognize me?" Gongzi Tai and Noera Genma exchanged glances before sheathing their weapons. They were indeed familiar with this rising young talent who had recently garnered much attention. Numerous reports have emerged, such as the unexpected rise of a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, the patrolling ninjas addressing the street thugs, and the peculiarities of martial arts weaponry, particularly in the lower tiers, alleviating lifelong constipation concerns. Previously, when Lin Shu had ventured out, they had glimpsed his face. Nara Shikamaru scrutinized Lin Shu with a quizzical gaze and remarked, "I heard that your cohort from the Ninja Academy has all gone out for Chunin assessments. Yet you returned the latest. How was it? Judging by your appearance, it seems the task was quite demanding." Inquisitive, Inazuka Kiba asked, "What was your mission? I'm genuinely curious. You managed to complete a quasi-class extermination task before. Surely, the higher-ups wouldn't assign you a higher-level task now, would they?" Lin Shu merely shrugged, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Who knows? I almost decided against saying anything. As for the task level, should he categorize it as A or B?" With a dismissive glance at his bewildered companions, he hastily made his way into the village. Nara Shikamaru watched Lin Shu's rapidly vanishing silhouette, pondering, "Hey, why do I feel like this kid might be exaggerating? Yet, his speed seems quite plausible." Inazuka Kiba rubbed his chin, shaking his head. "No way. How could a genin be assigned tasks of that level? Even we Chunin would likely struggle to complete them. Those are vital missions meant for Jonin. If Lin Shu could manage, wouldn't that mean we together would be no match for him? He is so young. Even if he truly is a prodigy, that's a stretch." As Kiba's voice trailed off, uncertainty crept in, for Lin Shu's demonstrated speed left them in awe. They were compelled to acknowledge that Lin Shu was indeed a notable genius within the village, having experienced a remarkable growth trajectory. The last individual of such caliber was known as the White Fang of Konoha, who had ascended to the ranks of elite Jonin. Kiba and Shikamaru exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and contemplation. They had witnessed the emergence of a genius, and it appeared that a second one was on the horizon. Should Lin Shu truly accomplish a task of that level at such a young age, Kiba mused, his future achievements would surely rival those of Kakashi, if not surpass them. Was it possible? Perhaps even the future Hokage? Shikamaru nodded earnestly. With more time to mature, he may well have a chance. He seems only 12 or 13. Such youth presents countless opportunities. Having more prodigies like him could only be beneficial. Chapter 88. Assigning genin to A-rank missions? Upon entering the village, Lin Shu did not return home, but instead, with his disheveled appearance, headed straight for the Hokage's office, requesting an audience with the 3rd Hokage. After receiving permission, he pushed open the heavy wooden door and limped inside, much to the astonishment of the 3rd Hokage, who nearly tugged at his beard in surprise. You, Lin Shu? What on earth happened to you?" Before Lin Shu could respond, Team 7, who had returned to submit their mission report, turned their attention to him. Kakashi frowned, Sakura gasped, and Sasuke widened his eyes. Naruto, in a flurry, rushed over, exclaiming, "Lin Shu, what happened to you? You need to see a doctor. You don't look well at all." Lin Shu shook his head, bypassing Naruto and approaching the 3rd Hokage, standing before his desk with a serious demeanor. Despite the Hokage's shock, he remained composed and unperturbed. Lin Shu, uncertain if the Hokage bore any responsibility for his condition, pressed on. "Lord Hokage, I completed my mission. Oh, well, that certainly took me by surprise. The third Hokage sighed, furrowing his brow. You've worked hard, Lin Shu. Please go downstairs to seek medical attention. The village will cover all expenses. Return to me once you've recovered. Yet, Lin Shu did not leave. He shook his head, stepping aside. My injuries are not severe. I still wish to report the issues to you. But since Naruto arrived first, I can wait. The third Hokage regarded Lin Shu again, recognizing his determination, and refrained from pressing further. He then turned to Kakashi, signaling him to proceed. Just then, Naruto interjected, raising his hand enthusiastically. Let me speak. I can also share our experiences from the Land of Waves. Ignoring the Hokage's presence, Naruto launched into his tale, vividly recounting the battle with Zabuza and Haku, painting the events in striking detail. And that is how it went. In the end, they could always be together, which is a happy conclusion for them. Turning to Lin Shu, Naruto beamed with pride. Huh? Lin Shu. Zabuza was incredibly strong, and Haku possessed a bloodline limit. Kakashi-sensei even said this mission was tantamount to a quasi-class task. How about that? We accomplished it. Impressive, right? Haha. By the way, what was your mission's rank? Before Lin Shu could respond, Sasuke crossed his arms and interjected, no need to ask. If it's Lin Shu alone, the village would only assign him a B or quasi-class mission at most. That's his limit. But I truly didn't expect you to end up like this from such a task. You've disappointed me. Sasuke stared at Lin Shu, enunciating each word. I've grown stronger. What about you? Next time, I will surely defeat you in a fair fight. Absolutely. Sasuke, you are indeed the strongest of our class. Sakura chimed in, starry-eyed. Having completed a B-rank mission, Lin Shu blinked and replied, well, my task should at least be considered quasi-class, if not A-rank, right? What did you say? An A-rank mission? How could that be? Sakura gazed at him, incredulity etched on her face. The third Hokage's expression turned grave, his eyes narrowing at Lin Shu. Kakashi glanced between Lin Shu and the Hokage, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Assigning an A-rank mission to a genin? What a farcical notion. Are they trying to ensure his demise? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, studying Lin Shu intently, seemingly searching for any sign of deceit. Yet he found nothing, and his fists clenched involuntarily. A startling thought seized Sasuke's mind. Lin Shu was advancing faster than he was, perhaps even surpassing him entirely. It felt surreal, like an illusion. Naruto stood frozen for a moment before bursting into laughter and clapping Lin Shu on the shoulder. You're something else, Lin Shu. You can't boast about such things. So what if your mission rank was lower? Just be honest. Nobody will mock you. As long as you've passed, you're officially a genin like us. Lin Shu, this concerns village missions, so adjust your attitude, Kakashi admonished seriously. The village would never assign A-rank missions to anyone below Jonin. Do not speak recklessly. Now, clarify your mission. You've been wanting to explain, Haven to you? Chapter 89, Doubts? Lin Shu rolled his eyes dismissively and recounted his mission experience. After a grueling infiltration into the Sound Ninja village, I stormed into their leader's laboratory and seized his critical research findings. However, I was pursued by the Sound Ninja 5 along the way, which resulted in some damage. Yet I still managed to grasp the research report and evade dozens of Sound Ninjas to successfully enter the Land of Fire. That's essentially how it went. As for this mission, I feel like I deserve a higher rank, considering I returned safely from an entire ninja village. Surely, that must count as a B-rank mission. Upon finishing his account, Lin Shu suddenly sensed a profound silence around him. Glancing to his sides, he noticed the third Hokage, Kakashi, Naruto, and others looking at him with expressions of suspicion, surprise, and disappointment. Their gazes were akin to those directed at a fool. Naruto, dropping his usual playful demeanor, approached Lin Shu and firmly stated, Lin Shu, you are merely a genin. You should be more realistic when boasting. If you could accomplish such a task, wouldn't that place you on par with Kakashi-sensei? I can't believe you concocted such a story. Just admit the truth. The third Hokage has already informed us that your mission was not difficult. You should quickly apologize to him. He won't be angry. Sasuke snickered derisively, his face a mask of disdain and arrogance. I can't believe you would utter such a lie. It's utterly foolish. I truly don't understand how I lost to you last time, but it seems that I will easily defeat you next time. I am the strongest of this graduating class. Sakura quickly nodded, turning her ire towards Lin Shu. Last time, you only won by ambush. There's no way you could have defeated Sasuke otherwise. And your lies are truly pathetic. How embarrassing. Kakashi sighed, visibly disappointed. Lin Shu, you are too fixated on being first, to the point of resorting to lies. This is not commendable. A ninja must be honest, courageous, and to lie in front of the third Hokage is truly. Lin Shu glanced at the group, raising an eyebrow. Do you all truly believe I am lying? Is my strength so unbelievable? This mission was indeed challenging, and I struggled considerably, but I completed it. How could that be a falsehood? I must remind you that defamation and slander are criminal offenses. Oh, you claim we are slandering you? Sasuke retorted, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Do not forget, it was the third Hokage who assigned you the mission. Lin Shu, can you continue your lies? I am not lying. Why would I fabricate such an important matter? Do you think I would speak falsely about something the third Hokage is aware of? Lin Shu shot back, unyielding against Sasuke's provocations. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, ready to confront him, but Sakura quickly intervened, glaring at Lin Shu. Naruto pretended to mediate while secretly encouraging a clash between the two. Meanwhile, Kakashi leaned back, arms crossed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. For a moment, the Hokage's office buzzed with an electrifying tension. Bang! The third Hokage slammed his hand on the desk, commanding, enough. Stop this at once, or I will have you all thrown out. Startled by the unprecedented display of anger from the Hokage, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura immediately froze and returned to their places. Even Kakashi straightened up, a serious expression taking over his face. The third Hokage fixed a penetrating gaze on Lin Shu and asked earnestly, would you like to recount your mission once more? I will grant you one last opportunity. Huh. If I did it, I did it. If I didn't, I didn't. I nearly lost my life several times. How could that be false? The sound ninjas are formidable. If this were anyone else, they would have perished countless times by now. It is only I who managed to emerge unscathed. Enough nonsense. The third Hokage rose from his chair. The task I personally selected for you is similar to theirs, yet from your account, it seems you have not undertaken the mission at all. What did you do instead? Are you trying to deceive me with these impossible lies? Do you think I would believe you? Based on your current behavior, I should strip you of your ninja status and expel you from the village. Lin Shu, what? A escort mission? How was I supposed to know? If it were that simple, would I have put myself in this predicament? This time, it was Lin Shu who was taken aback. Moreover, how could I complete a task I was unaware of, and to have my status revoked? On what grounds? What grounds? Kakashi's expression turned grave. As a ninja, you can express your opinions about a mission beforehand, but to silently accept a task and then refuse to carry it out is unacceptable. Do you realize the significant losses you have caused the village? Being expelled is lenient. Had it been someone else, they would have been treated as a spy or a rogue ninja. Sasuke sneered, full of disdain. Lin Shu, did you not claim to have completed a B-rank mission? Are you still unwilling to admit the truth now that the third Hokage has revealed the facts? Naruto's face paled, panic washing over him as he rushed to Lin Shu's side, anxiously urging, come on, Lin Shu, don't be foolish. You don't want to be expelled from the village, do you? Clarify everything and don't lie again. As ninjas, we should not lie. Lin Shu shot a glance at Naruto, his anger surging. I risk my life for the village only to be subjected to your incessant chatter? Thus, Lin Shu smirked coldly and produced the original scroll from his pocket, tossing it onto the third Hokage's desk. I reiterate, if I did it, I did it. If I didn't, I didn't. I, Lin Shu, am forthright. There is no way I would lie about such matters. You all should take a good look. Kakashi, witnessing Lin Shu's disrespectful act and obstinate demeanor, felt his face darken with anger. As a ninja, disobeying orders, deceiving superiors, and forging evidence, yet you still refuse to admit your fault. Lin Shu, what are you trying to achieve? Do you understand what you are doing? Your moral integrity is utterly compromised. I have truly misjudged you. With that, Kakashi turned to the third Hokage, ready to request an order for Lin Shu's apprehension. However, upon seeing the third Hokage's current demeanor, Kakashi momentarily held his tongue. The third Hokage had already opened the scroll Lin Shu had tossed, his expression grave and astonished, as if he had uncovered something significant. After a brief moment, the third Hokage set the scroll down, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he restrained his wrath and faced Lin Shu, asking, did you truly undertake the task described in this scroll? Lin Shu nodded. Isn't this my genuine assessment? Of course. I completed it. I just don't understand why others found it so simple while the difficulty increased for me. Hokage-sama, why is that? You just stated that you assigned me a simple task, yet this mission is hardly simple compared to theirs. Faced with Lin Shu's inquiry, the third Hokage's expression darkened. Kakashi called Lin Shu's name, advising him to refrain from being so impolite. However, the third Hokage raised his hand to halt Kakashi, exhaling deeply. His face etched with regret. I have reviewed the scroll. I can guarantee, by my honor as Hokage, that this was not a mission I assigned to you. As for the task you provided me, it is indeed genuine, but judging by the information and the seal, this order originated from Danzo. What? Danzo? Everyone, including Kakashi, Naruto, and the others, was taken aback by the third Hokage's revelation. They had not anticipated such a twist in the tale. Lin Shu not only did not lie, but he indeed accomplished a D-rank mission all by himself. This is simply unbelievable. Even the once great Leaf Village geniuses, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, were unable to complete a D-rank mission during their time as Genin. Lin Shu has even shattered the record for the youngest D-rank mission completer in nearly a century, and this incident surprisingly involves another high-ranking official from the village. What is going on? A Genin-S assessment? Is this necessary? No one knows how this came to be. At this moment, Sasuke felt his face flush with embarrassment, tightly clenching his fists and bowing his head. Previously, he had been quite proud, believing he had made great progress and could surpass Lin Shu. But now, this news struck him like a resounding slap to the face, leaving him with an almost suffocating pressure. Completing a D-rank mission alone at the age of 13 is a record so dazzling that it is blinding. The last time he felt this way was before his brother Uchiha Itachi annihilated their clan. Sasuke had always been confident in his abilities, but he had to admit that relying on Kakashi and Team 7 to complete D-rank missions meant he was not capable of doing so himself. However, from this moment onward, the stubbornness hidden deep within him, his unwillingness to concede, and his pursuit of strength were entirely ignited. If he couldn't even surpass Lin Shu, how could he hope to take revenge on Uchiha Itachi in the future? Not enough, it's still not enough. I must continue to grow stronger. Sakura, startled by Sasuke's grim demeanor, wanted to approach but did not dare to. Meanwhile, Naruto remained oblivious to Sasuke's transformation. Upon confirming that Lin Shu had not lied, he shouted excitedly and ran back to Lin Shu, unexpectedly praising him. Incredible, Lin Shu. I never thought you would be so strong now. I thought you had changed. But I also owe you an apology for not believing in you. Please don't hold it against me. It's just that your situation is a bit exaggerated. Lin Shu shrugged, warmly placing an arm around Naruto's shoulders, chuckling. No worries. Just remember to compensate me later. Naruto. What does compensate mean? But he didn't dwell on it, instead curiously inquiring about Lin Shu's mission. Kakashi glanced at Naruto's mission scroll, realizing it was a colossal misunderstanding, and felt somewhat embarrassed, acknowledging that his previous words had indeed been rather impolite. He was also somewhat irritated, so he took the initiative to step forward. Bowing slightly and apologizing, Lin Shu, all of this was a misunderstanding. I thought you were lying. But now that things are clear, I am genuinely happy for you. You have made significant progress. I thought you would be dragged down by everyone else's pace, but I didn't expect you to train alone and advance so quickly. Truly impressive. Well done. Lin Shu smiled slightly, nodding, though he had no intention of forgiving him just yet. Just remember to compensate me later. Kakashi was left bewildered, pondering what this compensation could possibly be. Although Lin Shu wore a cheerful smile, as an elite jonin, Kakashi sensed something amiss deep down. Chapter 91. The arrogant Danzo. Before Kakashi could inquire further, the third Hokage stepped out from behind his desk and approached Lin Shu. Then, before everyone, formed a hand seal. I have already sent a message to Danzo to come here. The third's expression was cold as he explained. Today's incident is utterly atrocious. Even though he is a high-ranking official in the village, I must hold him accountable for arbitrarily altering my orders, which led you into a trap. I assure you, such a thing will never happen again. I believe you, Lord Third Hokage. This statement was not mere politeness. Lin Shu genuinely trusted the third's words and believed he truly was unaware of the situation. Although the third Hokage was not necessarily a good person, he was, like in the anime, a qualified leader with a sense of humanity and principles. Lin Shu believed that as long as he had not committed any acts that would harm the village, the third would not turn against him. However, Danzo, with his scheming nature, was an entirely different matter. He would stop at nothing for power and the position of Hokage. Who knows if he had offended Danzo previously? Upon this realization, Lin Shu suddenly recalled a moment. He had indeed crossed paths with Danzo when he was patrolling as a ninja dealing with numerous street-blocking individuals. Those ruffians had openly claimed they had connections who knew Danzo. Could it be that I'm being framed by that petty schemer over such trivial matters? Lin Shu couldn't help but grimace. Despite his rapid rise in strength, he was still far from being able to contend with Danzo and the Root. Fortunately, the third Hokage was a man of conscience. With him around, at least Danzo wouldn't dare to act openly against him. Even if a few Root ninjas attempted a sneak attack, Lin Shu, having acquired the cells of Hashirama, now possessed the ability to protect himself. If he were to summon the Monkey King, who knows, he might even turn the tables and retaliate. With this thought, Lin Shu felt somewhat relieved. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the door of the Hokage's office, and a ninja wearing a fox mask opened the door respectfully, stepping aside to let the grim-faced Danzo enter. Upon seeing the instigator of this incident, Naruto jumped forward, hands on his hips, and began loudly questioning Danzo. Hey, why? On what grounds? You unjustly framed Lin Shu. However, Danzo did not even acknowledge Naruto, merely casting a dismissive glance at Kakashi. Faced with the village's second-in-command, Kakashi's expression changed, and he quickly pulled Naruto back, covering his mouth and gently shaking his head to prevent him from saying more. Although Kakashi himself was not particularly afraid of Danzo, he was wary of this petty individual's potential underhanded actions. Danzo scanned Sasuke, then Lin Shu, before calmly walking to the Hokage's desk and speaking in a nonchalant tone. I'm here. What's the matter? The third Hokage's anger flared instantly. You dare to carry out such a serious act behind my back, and you still have the audacity to ask me what the matter is. Who holds the authority in Konoha? Thus, the third Hokage unceremoniously tossed the scroll at Danzo, his expression dark as he demanded, I need an explanation. Danzo opened the scroll, glanced at it, then casually set it down on the table, still wearing an impassive expression. Oh, this matter? I ordered it done. As a high-ranking official of the village, it falls within my authority to temporarily change the mission of a genin. The third's brows furrowed deeply, a heavy frown forming on his forehead as he coldly stared at Danzo, enunciating each word. You should not have altered my orders. Furthermore, you should not have taken such actions without informing me. You have overstepped your bounds. No, I believe that for a genius young man like him, only by undergoing the most rigorous and dangerous missions can he grow quickly and serve the village effectively. We are in dire need of such fresh blood. After saying this, Danzo glanced back at Lin Shu, clearly having set his sights on him. Lin Shu maintained a facade of composure, yet his heart sank immediately. If the other villagers had heard the second-in-command's invitation, they would likely be overjoyed. However, Lin Shu understood the true nature of Danzo. This man would stop at nothing in pursuit of his power. Orochimaru, after being halted in his human experimentation within the village of Konoha, received clandestine support from Danzo. It is not an exaggeration to assert that Danzo is utterly malevolent. Consequently, the so-called Root organization is one that no one wishes to join. Heaven knows what perilous missions he might assign should one enter. There exists a significant chance that one could unwittingly meet their demise outside. Fortunately, at this pivotal moment, the third Hokage intervened, admonishing Danzo, stating, no matter how many reasons you possess, this should not be done. He is merely a genin. How can you assign him such a dangerous task? If something were to happen to him, who would bear the responsibility? Danzo, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, approached the window and gazed out at the bustling village, retorting, dangerous? Does that mean one should refrain from undertaking such tasks? Among the many ninjas in the village, who has not executed perilous missions? Who has not toiled for the sake of the village? They are genin now. They are true ninjas, capable of engaging with the real world. Your ideology has led to their excessive protection, turning them into delicate flowers in a greenhouse. We ought to assign them tasks regularly. Such talents should be nurtured to flourish. Enough. Do not divert the topic. Even if tasks are to be assigned, by convention, genin should only be entrusted with D-rank missions at most. How dare you assign Lin Shu a mission of the highest rank? Are you aware that even the genin of the village face considerable peril? Your so-called training, could there truly be no ulterior motives behind it? Danzo narrowed his eyes, terminating the discussion on this subject. The third Hokage refrained from continuing this topic in front of Lin Shu and the others, instead issuing a final ultimatum. This shall be the only instance of such an affair. It will not occur again. Danzo nodded, countering, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. However, as he approached Lin Shu, he suddenly halted, turning his face to inquire, have you completed your task? By sheer luck, yes? To prevent this man from using it as an excuse for further mischief. Lin Shu promptly retrieved a substantial stack of experimental data from his scroll and placed it on the ground. These are the materials I acquired by infiltrating the newly established ninja village in the land of rice, obtained from their leader's office. As for that village, I have also uncovered its identity. It is the Sound Village, not particularly large, but with a considerable number of inhabitants, amounting to several hundred. Regarding their leader, although I did not see him in person, I have my suspicions. Oh, who is it? Danzo inquired. Lin Shu met his gaze and articulated carefully, the rogue ninja of Konoha. Orochimaru. This experimental data contains numerous subjects, including humans and snakes, which sufficiently corroborates this assertion. The moment these words escaped Lin Shu's lips, he sensed an immediate hush enveloping the office. The third Hokage's expression turned grave, filled with alertness, tinged with surprise and a hint of disappointment. Conversely, Danzo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, revealing nothing on his face. Yet, Lin Shu harbored an unsettling suspicion that Danzo had likely received wind of this matter long ago and was possibly concealing it from the third Hokage and the other village leaders. In an instant, a terrifying conjecture surged through Lin Shu's mind, causing his heart to race and a chill to creep over him. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by that scoundrel? I thought Orochimaru was formidable, but surely he cannot roam Konoha as if it were his home. And to accurately locate the third Hokage for a direct confrontation. If there were a traitor among us, everything would make sense. Indeed, with the third Hokage deceased and the fourth long gone, this position of Hokage would be uncontested by anyone else. Lin Shu covertly cast a glance at Danzo, who was engrossed in examining the experimental data, his wariness of this old rogue intensifying. Yet, Lin Shu could not deny that Danzo undeniably embodied a formidable force within the world of Hokage, had he not been isolated and captured by the second. The trajectory of the world could have been drastically different. Furthermore, while reporting the mission, Lin Shu intentionally omitted any mention of the cells of Hashirama. He understood that Danzo possessed a significant quantity of Hashirama's cells. Once Danzo discovered that Lin Shu also had them, who could fathom the lengths he might go to? After all, this man had armed himself with a Manjiki Sharingan in one arm. Contemplating this, Lin Shu glanced once more at Danzo, particularly at the bandaged eye he concealed. Goodness, was that not the Sharingan of Shursui? If I could merely poke Danzo, I would acquire that power. Lin Shu felt a rush of blood to his head, an uncontrollable emotion stirring within him. That was the most potent ninjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, the most unfathomable entity in the annals of ninja history, capable of permanently altering a person's psyche. Although it requires extensive time, its effects are astonishingly formidable. If I were to obtain it and unleash it upon Nagato, Obito, and Madara, would I not possess an unparalleled ally? Even Otsutsuki Kagaya would likely falter before it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu endeavored to suppress the involuntary tremors of his hands. After all, charging forward to confront him directly was an impossibility. With so many witnesses, he could easily be apprehended. To achieve his aim, he needed to devise a strategy. At that moment, as Lin Shu was lost in contemplation, the third Hokage and Danzo had already set aside the experimental data, exchanging glances that confirmed the veracity of Lin Shu's claims. Thus, the third Hokage approached Lin Shu, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his expression softening with recognition and a smile. Well done. Truly commendable. Lin Shu, to accomplish such a task at your age and bring back such vital intelligence is truly impressive. What you have provided us is invaluable. You have rendered a great service. Speak, and I shall grant you a request on behalf of the village as a reward. Lin Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. His spirits suddenly lifted. Lord Third, is any request permissible? Fear not. I understand boundaries and shall not ask for anything detrimental to the village. Upon saying this, Lin Shu discreetly glanced at Danzo and then back at the third Hokage. Danzo appeared somewhat surprised and intrigued, casting a look in their direction. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he preferred that Lin Shu have no dealings with Danzo. After all, this was to ensure Lin Shu could grow relatively safely. However, Lin Shu's request evidently pertained to Danzo, leaving him in a bind. Yet, as Hokage, one must honor their word. Thus, the third Hokage inquired, "What is your request? Speak, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it." "Then I shall make a modest request," Lin Shu said, a slight smile gracing his lips. "May I have Lord Danzo step forward? I merely wish to poke him gently, to embrace Lord Danzo for a moment. The third Hokage stood in astonishment, inadvertently tugging out several strands of his own beard. This statement seemed vaguely familiar. Even Danzo surprisingly widened his eyes, which he had kept narrowed for so long, looking over with an expression of surprise and significance. In this rare moment, the two high-ranking officials of the Leaf Village reached a consensus. This boy must have serious psychological issues. After being so thoroughly deceived, nearly losing his life, he still longs for an embrace. Is he truly as innocent as he appears? The third Hokage grew increasingly uneasy, recalling a similar incident that had transpired in the office before, for he too had been poked by Lin Shu on 2 occasions. At that time, Lin Shu had claimed it was unintentional, but now it seemed entirely premeditated. He is an elderly gentleman in his 70s, already half buried in the earth. Yet he still finds himself the object of attention from a young man, and has even been prodded twice. Such a disgrace to his later years. The third Hokage sighed, feeling a sense of shame that was too great to express. At this moment, even Danzo was baffled by Lin Shu's outrageous request. As one of the higher-ups in the village, he prided himself on his worldly knowledge. Some ninjas sought power, others sought strength, while some desired to fulfill dreams or seek vengeance. Danzo had many means to control and recruit them. However, encountering Lin Shu, who appeared so earnest and benevolent, left him at a loss and even filled with self-reproach. Yet, as an ambitious schemer, Danzo quickly suppressed his strange emotions, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he approached with his cane. Ah, truly, you are the child I have high hopes for. A fine young man indeed. The village needs more individuals like you who are willing to contribute. If all you desire as reward is a mere embrace, then I can grant you that. Really? That's wonderful. I am absolutely thrilled. Lin Shu exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. This joy was genuine, emanating from the depths of his heart. A vast treasure lay before him, ripe for exploration. Despite his disdain for Danzo, Lin Shu could not deny the man's formidable strength. Undoubtedly at the level of a Kage, he excelled in various wind release techniques and possessed 11 precious Sharingan, including Shursui Si. If he could acquire that eye and seize control of a Kage-level expert, Lin Shu believed he could swiftly elevate his own prowess to that tier. This would allow him to systematically conquer each member of the Akatsuki, harnessing their strengths to attain the Rinnegan. At that point, he could usher in true peace for the ninja world. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, Lin Shu was even willing to sacrifice a part of himself to keep a close watch on her, injecting her with righteous chakra, gradually reforming her. To be frank, while Tsunade was formidable, she paled in comparison to Kagaya in every aspect. Dispelling countless alluring thoughts from his mind, Lin Shu willingly extended his arms, moving toward Danzo. Chapter 94, The Stabbing of Danzo. The third Hokage observed this spectacle, opening his mouth, yet ultimately swallowing his words, choosing silence. As the Hokage and the highest authority of Konohagakure, he believed it necessary to teach Danzo a small lesson, reminding him who truly held power in the village. As Danzo watched Lin Shu approach with an expression of excitement akin to many children aware of his reputation, a sense of wariness that had risen within him began to ease. Moreover, with the third Hokage less than 2 meters away, he felt assured of his safety should anything go awry. Thus, Danzo mimicked Lin Shu, opening his arms and curling his lips into a semblance of a friendly smile. In the next moment, Lin Shu fiercely embraced Danzo, his hands naturally resting on the elder's lower back. Danzo was oblivious to the impending crisis, gently patting Lin Shu's shoulder while continuing to impart his grand ideals and aspirations. Our village may appear tranquil, yet beneath the surface, turmoil brews, and threats loom large. Many individuals and circumstances pose grave dangers to our village's safety. Lin Shu, join my organization, where you can learn more and grow rapidly, contributing even greater strength to the village in the future. If each of us could, Lord Danzo, what seems to be the matter? Did I grip too tightly? Please don't mind me. I'm just so thrilled to have met you. Lin Shu feigned innocence, but his hands were relentless, delivering a third jab. This caused Danzo to sharply inhale, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, ultimately turning a deep shade of blue. His body trembled involuntarily. Decades of guarding his dignity had come to naught today. Danzo roared in fury, suddenly realizing he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by this seemingly innocent boy. His expression hardened as he grasped Lin Shu's shoulders, an immense and potent chakra surging forth from his hands. In the next instant, Lin Shu was forcefully hurled toward the door. However, Lin Shu was quick to adapt, swiftly forming seals in midair and summoning 2 shadow clones to catch him, landing gracefully on the ground. Lord Danzo, why are you angry? I'm just a child, still underage, merely a mistake. Lin Shu exclaimed, feigning disbelief. You wouldn't secretly hold a grudge against me and plot my assassination, fabricating evidence to frame someone else, would you? Danzo glared at Lin Shu, his fury escalating as he thought, you little rascal, are you kidding me? How dare you do this to an elder? Yet, with the 3rd Hokage present and silent, Danzo refrained from escalating the situation. Before departing, he cast a dangerous yet amused glance back at Lin Shu. Lin Shu felt a tightening in his chest, a wave of unease washing over him. While he dismissed threats from those who simply shouted, he could not afford to underestimate a cunning individual like Danzo, whose vengeance would be far more insidious. That snake-like man's gaze was unsettling. Fortunately, he had just stolen something that would grant him a measure of safety within the village. The 3rd Hokage observed Danzo's departure, feeling his mood lighten. However, upon glancing at Lin Shu, his expression darkened once more. He had witnessed Lin Shu's antics clearly. They were reminiscent of his own past. A young person so intrigued by another's backside was undeniably troubling. Moreover, both he and Danzo were already half buried in the ground. The more the 3rd Hokage pondered, the more exasperated he became, finally speaking up to dismiss Lin Shu. Enough. You've had your embrace. Now go about your business. Train well. Kakashi will periodically check your progress. Should your abilities fall short, you will obediently join Team 7 and attend classes. Understand? This is for your own good. Today had gone splendidly for Lin Shu, and his spirits were high. He nodded enthusiastically before pushing the door open and exiting the room. Once he stepped onto the street, he could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his stomach as he leaned against a lamp post, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! This is too hilarious. Who would be thought? Despite your cunning, you still end up drinking my bathwater? TSK, what of your esteemed leadership? What of the village's upper echelons? You still fell into my trap. Though you are bothersome, your abilities are indeed impressive. At that moment, Lin Shu beamed at the newly added techniques on his system panel. 3 new jutsu acquired under the learned techniques section, his joy blossoming. In truth, when he first initiated his scheme, he had braced himself for the possibility of obtaining only redundant jutsu and chakra. However, he never anticipated such fortuitous luck today, with 3 techniques, each more formidable than the last. Chapter 95, The Supreme Ninjutsu, Izanagi. The first ninjutsu is a high-level technique, wind release, vacuum bullets. This technique allows the user to expel chakra accumulated in their mouth like bullets, achieving speed and power comparable to large-caliber ammunition. Furthermore, this ninjutsu can be fired continuously, transforming the user into a humanoid machine gun, capable of unleashing overwhelming firepower upon foes. It is a potent, practical, and versatile wind-release ninjutsu. Lin Shu could hardly contain his eagerness to test it. Admittedly, the execution of this technique is not aesthetically pleasing. It resembles a pea shooter. The thought made Lin Shu feel somewhat ridiculous. Wait, what am I thinking? I am the pure-hearted single warrior. Who dares challenge me? Next, Lin Shu acquired not another ninjutsu, but rather a renowned and unique ability, specifically, a bloodline limit, the Sharingan with 3 tomo. This was a replication of one of Danzo's arms. Unfortunately, it was only one eye, but it has now merged with Lin Shu's left eye, ready for use at his command. The final ninjutsu, the source of Lin Shu's incessant laughter, is one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular techniques, Izanagi. The method of casting it is deceptively simple. One only needs to form the signs for the rabbit, boar, and sheep to activate it instantly. Its effect mirrors that of the storyline perfectly, for 1 minute after activation. It allows the caster to negate any unfavorable events that have occurred, while also enabling the occurrence of beneficial outcomes. In other words, it grants a minute of invincibility. Although the cost is the permanent loss of 1 Sharingan, possessing this ability significantly enhances Lin Shu's margin for error in battle, providing him with another crucial trump card. Moreover, Lin Shu has his own ideas for developing this technique. For instance, once activated, he could combine it with multiple shadow clones and a plethora of explosive tags, creating a super bomb technique that rivals Deidara's self-detonation, employing a strategy of sheer numbers and financial resources to achieve an effect that is formidable. Furthermore, Lin Shu would remain entirely unharmed. In theory, unless encountering Obito's intangibility, This level of large-scale attack would at least leave even shadow-level warriors in a severely weakened state. If his chakra and financial resources are sufficient, Lin Shu could unleash this multiple times until the time expires or the enemy is utterly obliterated. Haha. Now I possess 2 Sharingan, which means 2 minutes of invincibility. As long as I refrain from recklessness, Danzo should have no immediate means to deal with me. Yet, I must remain vigilant. Last time, I nearly fell victim to a cunning plot. Now facing Danzo, I must exercise even greater caution. Additionally, Lin Shu faces numerous challenges, such as his insufficient chakra reserves. Each shadow clone consumes approximately 10 chakra points, and with his current chakra total, he can only summon 300 clones at once, far from the level he aspires to reach. Moreover, Lin Shu's finances are lacking. Despite possessing 1,000 Ryo, which qualifies him as wealthy, the quantity of explosive tags required to match Deidara's explosive capacity is still insufficient. Under the present circumstances, Lin Shu can only create an explosion with a radius of 30 meters. While it may not incapacitate shadow-level experts, it could still inflict damage if the opponent lacks special evasion or defensive mechanisms. His strength is inadequate. He must find a way to enhance his chakra swiftly. Should he undertake missions or seek out acquaintances? After careful consideration, Lin Shu turned and sprinted towards the training ground on the outskirts. He has not forgotten the misunderstanding with Team 7. Although he did not dwell on it, Lin Shu believes in settling scores promptly. Furthermore, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possesses an immense reservoir of chakra. Lin Shu is currently in need of chakra. They are perfect partners, destined to support one another. With Naruto as his infinite power source, Lin Shu is confident that with his swift hand movements, he can elevate his chakra to a high level within a brief period, sufficient to handle unexpected circumstances, allowing him to escape even if Danzo were to act irrationally. After all, in the world of ninjas, strength is paramount. Relying solely on verbal prowess to advance is Naruto's forte. Lin Shu does not believe that mere rhetoric would sway a cunning veteran like Danzo. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Shu, a ninja wearing a fox mask emerged from a shadowy corner behind him, his gaze penetrating, before vanishing once more like a ripple in water. Chapter 96. Explosive Encounter with Kakashi. Gaining new abilities half an hour later, Lin Shu arrived at the training ground on the outskirts of the village, where he found Kakashi-sensei conducting training with Team 7. Upon seeing Lin Shu approach, Kakashi smiled and walked over, inquiring, "Have you resolved the previous matter? Since you have completed a task of that level, you should be able to relax for a while. It's a perfect opportunity to train in practical combat. Would you like to join us? I'm quite curious about your current strength. Shall we give it a try?" "Try what? What if I'm exposed while shadowing you?" If Danzo learns of this, he would surely capture me for experimentation. Lin Shu silently scoffed at the thought but opted not to respond directly, instead stating his purpose. "Kakashi-sensei, do you recall what I mentioned in the Hokage's office? Your earlier distrust left me tormented, unable to sleep. It was disheartening, so I have come to seek compensation." Kakashi chuckled heartily, ruffling Lin Shu's hair. "All right, I admit I misunderstood you. I apologize once again. Now, tell me, what do you desire as compensation?" Lin Shu's lips curved slightly upward, a glimmer of innocence in his eyes as he innocently replied, "I know that Kakashi-sensei did not mean it. So I won't ask for anything extravagant. Could I have a hug?" Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, then squinted at Lin Shu, scrutinizing him. This request was exceedingly simple, especially paired with Lin Shu's seemingly harmless demeanor. Kakashi found no reason to refuse. However, as a seasoned elite jonin, and being fully aware of Lin Shu's notorious reputation since his graduation from the academy, he remained vigilant, sensing something amiss. In Kakashi's eyes, Lin Shu's past actions were infamous. Many would not dare turn their backs on him, opting instead to retreat hastily. Such a character suddenly exhibiting kindness? Something felt off. It was certainly suspicious. Kakashi meticulously examined Lin Shu from head to toe, but found nothing overtly wrong. Ultimately, he could only offer a polite smile while harboring wariness in his heart as he embraced Lin Shu. However, as Lin Shu's arms encircled Kakashi's waist and tightened gradually, Kakashi suddenly sensed something was wrong. He recalled a rumor circulating in the village. Lin Shu had a peculiar penchant for poking people's behinds, and his grip was notoriously fierce. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine, prompting him to seize Lin Shu's arms with both hands, attempting to halt the embrace. "Lin Shu, we've hugged. I've apologized. What the? Lin Shu had no intention of heeding Kakashi's pleas. This was precisely the compensation he sought. Poke. He continued unabated. Lin Shu, relying on his body reinforced by the cells of Hashirama, endured the tugging from Kakashi with great fortitude, his hands pressed together once more as he poked a second time. Kakashi, exerting considerable strength, pulled Lin Shu's arm painfully, causing Lin Shu to inadvertently push back with great force. The result was a deep and forceful jab that made Kakashi gasp sharply, his expression twisting in surprise. After living for over 20 years, he felt as if his dignity was at stake. This young lad, using such tactics against me? Kakashi's face darkened, and he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone. The clone, too, pressed its hands together and crouched low, aiming a vigorous poke at Lin Shu's rear. Lin Shu's smile widened, and disregarding the situation, he jabbed Kakashi for a third time. Accompanied by a sharp intake of breath, Kakashi's clone retaliated, poking fiercely at the unsuspecting Lin Shu. However, a resounding thud echoed as the clone's fingers met in astonishing hardness, leaving both Kakashi and his clone bewildered. What on earth? How could it be this hard? Is this even a human's backside? Kakashi, now thoroughly flustered, forcefully yanked Lin Shu's arms apart, throwing him away. Lin Shu executed an agile 360-degree roll in midair, landing gracefully with an uncontainable radiant smile on his face. The 3 jabs he had landed on teacher Kakashi had brought him unexpected delights. The first jab had granted him the summoning technique of the 8 ninja dogs. While not particularly formidable in direct combat, they excelled in scouting and tracking, proving invaluable in critical moments. The second jab awarded Lin Shu the body flicker technique, allowing him to achieve rapid movement by channeling his chakra into his feet. For Lin Shu, whose physical form had already been enhanced by Hashirama's cells, this ability, though not of the highest caliber, suited him perfectly, further augmenting his speed and proving to be a practical asset in his daily life. As for the third jab, Lin Shu had acquired the renowned Jutsu from Naruto, the Rasengan. Even now, Naruto had yet to master it, while Lin Shu had already grasped it from Kakashi. Although it was merely the basic form of the Rasengan, mastering this jutsu was notoriously challenging, taking Kakashi 3 years to learn, and its power was by no means inferior to high-level techniques. This acquisition compensated for Lin Shu's current lack of advanced, powerful jutsu. Chapter 97. Kakashi's assessment. To be candid, while the vigorous jabbing of Kakashi may have tarnished his reputation, the benefits it brought Lin Shu were undeniably significant, leaving him immensely satisfied. However, at this moment, Kakashi's mood was far from jubilant. After all, being humiliated by a student barely over a decade old, his rear almost scorching, would leave anyone in a foul temper. Thus, Kakashi resolved to stretch his limbs and regain his composure. Before doing so, he courteously informed Lin Shu, squinting slightly as he conceded, "You've made considerable progress recently, haven't you? Come on, Lin Shu. It's time for me to assess your learning and training progress. You only need to hold out for a minute. If you fail, you'll come to me for intense training. Of course, to be fair, I'll allow you to use one hand, so give it your all." At the end, Kakashi curiously glanced at Lin Shu's rear, inquiring, "What on earth do you have hidden there? My clone nearly broke its hand trying to poke you. You wouldn't say you secretly inserted a steel plate, would you?" "Of course not. How could that be? That would be exhausting." Lin Shu waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "I merely hired someone to craft a thin steel iron brief for me, worn over my underwear." Kakashi's mouth fell open, staring blankly at Lin Shu, momentarily at a loss for words. "Good heavens, no wonder you managed to thrive in the village. It seems you've even prepared an escape route while poking others. And you wear iron shorts every day? Well done. I can't blame you for getting one over on me. With your character and strength, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness in time." Despite his internal recognition, Kakashi still intended to teach Lin Shu a lesson today, demonstrating the authority of a teacher. Meanwhile, the trio from Class 7, having completed their training and now resting, watched with great interest. For them, who endured Kakashi's rigorous training daily, witnessing Lin Shu, a seemingly carefree individual, face the same rigorous training was a source of deep satisfaction. After all, people often suffer from both scarcity and inequality. However, as a good friend, Naruto enthusiastically waved at Lin Shu, shouting, "Go for it, Lin Shu. Show Kakashi-sensei your true strength." Sakura rolled her eyes, punching Naruto on the back, scolding, "Shut up. Why are you shouting? You don't really think Lin Shu can defeat Kakashi-sensei, do you?" Even with just one hand, Kakashi-sensei's speed is incredibly fast. The three of us couldn't last even a minute. I know well how formidable Kakashi-sensei is. Naruto shrugged, but aren't you curious? Lin Shu just completed a high-level mission all by himself. Alone. That's a task only a jonin can undertake. If Lin Shu can accomplish that, he must have improved immensely. I want to see where we currently fall short. I believe that with persistent effort, I can catch up to him. With that, Lin Shu turned to the serious-faced Sasuke, asking, "What do you think?" Lin Shu clenched his fists. "I'm curious too, but I will defeat Lin Shu before you do." "Huh? Are you implying that you shut up? It's already started." Sakura punched Naruto again, then turned her full attention to the contest. After setting an hourglass to time 1 minute, Kakashi's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared silently behind Lin Shu, reaching out to grab his neck. This is the body flicker technique. Lin Shu caught a glimpse of Kakashi in his peripheral vision but remained unfazed, for he had mastered this technique as well. Quietly channeling chakra to his feet, Lin Shu, utilizing his reinforced physique, sprang away, vanishing from sight to the astonishment of everyone present. A second later, he reappeared atop a large tree 5 meters away, grinning and waving at Kakashi. "This is entertaining. It seems you've been training diligently. You've even mastered this technique. Well done." Kakashi praised with a smile, then vanished once more from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared on the same tree, reaching out again towards Lin Shu. What incredible speed! Faster than I am now. Lin Shu's heart raced, and without hesitation, he employed the body flicker technique to escape from the tree. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals mid-flight. As Kakashi closed in once more, Lin Shu executed a sharp turn, invoking the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones surged forth from behind Lin Shu, converging on Kakashi from all directions. The dynamics of the battle shifted instantaneously. Chapter 98, A Fierce Clash. The Strength of an Elite Jonin. "Haha, bring it on." Kakashi laughed, then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at a speed Lin Shu could barely perceive. Akin to a relentless meat grinder consuming every approaching shadow clone. Within mere breaths, Lin Shu's summoned clones were swiftly obliterated, disappearing one after another. Moreover, based on the information and data relayed by the shadow clones, it appears that each clone was swiftly struck at its vital point, failing to mount an effective counterattack before vanishing. Kakashi's martial prowess and strength are indeed terrifying. Lin Shu marveled at the remarkable caliber of a former genius and elite J-nin from Konoha. He then commanded the remaining shadow clones to exert their utmost to hold off Kakashi, while he formed hand seals once more. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Instantly, the ground beneath Kakashi transformed into a thick, brownish, semi-liquid mire, ensnaring his feet. Observing this from a distance, Lin Shu felt a slight sense of relief. To be candid, Kakashi's displayed speed had left Lin Shu feeling overwhelmed. Although he still retained some strength, the brief skirmish had decisively extinguished any thoughts of engaging Kakashi in close combat. The opponent's practical experience and mastery of martial arts were nothing short of formidable, far surpassing Lin Shu's limited experience. Therefore, Lin Shu resolved to use the remaining 40 seconds to employ multiple shadow clones to stall Kakashi, while also integrating his 5 elemental chakra techniques to stretch the encounter to 1 minute. While he might not emerge victorious in a direct confrontation, he was confident in his ability to buy time. This technique might not contain Kakashi for long, but that was of little concern. He still had Earth Release, Earth Wall, and Water Release, Water Barrier to safeguard himself. If all else failed, he could switch to an offensive stance, as he had recently learned Wind Release, which was quite effective, albeit a bit overwhelming and requiring surprise for optimal use. If he could force Kakashi to use both hands, it would count as a victory in his book, wouldn't it? As Lin Shu pondered this, he quietly observed Kakashi slowly sinking into the mire, disappearing from view. Just as he was about to join his hands and dispel the technique for Kakashi's safety, a sudden chill ran down Lin Shu's spine. He hastily turned his head, becoming alert to his surroundings. Even if Kakashi could only use one hand, Lin Shu had no doubt that an elite J-nin would find a way to escape the mire. His absence meant he was likely concealing himself nearby. "Kakashi-sensei, come out. I know you're there." Lin Shu called out loudly, attempting to lure Kakashi from hiding, but the surrounding area remained silent, save for the rustling leaves in the gentle breeze. Thump, thump. Lin Shu's heartbeat quickened, his blood surged. He steeled himself, elevating his state to its peak. This crucial match, essential for his secrets, safety, and future, must be endured. Multiple shadow clone technique. Lin Shu formed hand seals, preparing to unleash shadow clones once more, employing a strategy of numbers for protection and time consumption. However, just as he formed the penultimate seal, a sudden gust of wind accompanied by a faint aroma of foliage materialized behind him. Lin Shu's body tensed up, neglecting to continue forming seals, and instinctively threw a powerful punch backward while preparing to utilize body flicker technique to distance himself. Yet at that critical moment, he caught a glimpse of Kakashi's smiling eyes and felt a firm grip on his right arm. "Well done, young man," Kakashi remarked, and before he could finish his sentence, he exerted force from his waist, forcibly spinning Lin Shu around and launching him skyward. Immediately afterward, Kakashi shattered the ground beneath him, vanishing from sight, and leaped high, delivering a fierce uppercut. Kakashi's speed was astonishing. Lin Shu felt as if he were being drawn toward that fist. A wave of fear surged through Lin Shu's scalp. Yet at that pivotal moment, he resolutely refused to accept defeat. He could not afford to lose, nor allow his secret to be discovered by anyone. Thus, Lin Shu curled his body in midair, gathering his legs before launching a powerful kick downward at Kakashi. Simultaneously, his hands rapidly formed seals. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, suddenly opening his fist to seize one of Lin Shu's feet, applying pressure and forcefully slamming him back toward the ground. He followed up with another kick. Kakashi's strike was anything but light. Lin Shu felt as if his entire body were about to disintegrate, a burning sensation igniting within him, as if flames were raging in his stomach. The excruciating pain even made him nauseous, threatening to induce vomiting midair. Yet, at this very moment, Lin Shu's technique was ready. He focused intently on the plummeting Kakashi, seizing the opportunity for a counterattack. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Lin Shu inhaled deeply, then expelled a volley of palm-sized high-pressure wind orbs at a speed rivaling that of a machine gun, saturating the area around Kakashi. Kakashi was left with no room to evade, overwhelmed by the multitude of vacuum spheres. Chapter 99 Clone? True Self. However, before Lin Shu could feel anxiety for Kakashi, a loud bang echoed through the air, and Kakashi transformed into white smoke, vanishing from sight. What the? Is this a shadow clone? Lin Shu's scalp tingled, and without a moment's thought, he twisted his waist, turning to unleash high-pressure wind orbs in all directions. The surrounding trees and ground erupted upon impact, creating large craters, sending dust and debris soaring across the training ground. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously. A few orbs even landed within 3 meters of Naruto and his companions, showering them with dust and debris, causing Sakura to scream in fright. Naruto yelled at Lin Shu, warning him to be cautious, advising that such potent jutsu could lead to unintended harm. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had silently observed the battle, wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he stood up and turned to leave. Sakura shouted after him in protest, but Sasuke did not look back. His prideful nature could no longer bear to witness the scene, feeling humiliated. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared his intent to defeat Lin Shu and prove himself. However, the intense battle had instilled in Sasuke an unprecedented sense of pressure and despair. The power, speed, and formidable jutsu Lin Shu demonstrated surpassed anything he believed he could achieve. This left him feeling ashamed of his past actions. He felt utterly weak, laughably so. If he were to face Lin Shu now, he couldn't even guarantee he could last a minute against him. There was a time when Lin Shu needed underhanded tactics to best him, but now, Lin Shu could easily overpower him. This was a reality Sasuke could not accept. Thus, he resolved to undergo rigorous training, striving to close the gap swiftly, until he could catch up to Lin Shu, defeat him, and ultimately exact revenge on his brother. Sakura watched Sasuke's retreating figure, filled with anxiety and frustration, before punching Naruto on the back, exclaiming, "Stop staring. What's so interesting? Sasuke has left. Can't you at least help persuade him?" Naruto rubbed his back, pouting lazily, and replied, "What should I persuade him about? It's not like you don't know why Sasuke is upset. Isn't it a good thing he has the motivation to work hard? Look, Kakashi-sensei has appeared." Sakura endured her annoyance, once again gazing intently at the battlefield. "Indeed, quite impressive. To defeat my shadow clone in merely half a minute, Lin Shu. Your prowess has indeed grown significantly." Kakashi clapped his hands as he stepped out from behind a tree, but that alone is insufficient. How do you plan to endure the next 25 seconds? At this moment, Lin Shu had already seized his vacuum sphere technique and shouted loudly, Kakashi-sensei, don't forget. You utilized the shadow clone technique, which has already breached the rules. Thus, this match should be counted as my victory, right? No. My shadow clone existed from the very beginning. It has been engaging with you since the outset. In fact, I had to step away for a moment and have just returned. Shall we continue? Kakashi seemed to be seeking Lin Shu's consent, yet he approached with a cheerful grin. Lin Shu cast a sidelong glance at the hourglass on the ground, then clasped his hands together and began forming seals once more. Wind release, vacuum bomb. As Lin Shu's voice echoed, Kakashi promptly retreated, relying on his agility and speed to leap across the arena, attempting to evade Lin Shu's formidable ninjutsu. In truth, Lin Shu's wind release technique had instilled considerable apprehension in Kakashi. With only one hand at his disposal, he had to create distance to dodge the attack. However, what unfolded next utterly astonished Kakashi, nearly causing his jaw to drop. Lin Shu completed the intricate hand seals and, with a shout, turned and ran. Moreover, he was heading straight for Naruto and Sakura, who were spectating. What is this kid up to? Is he trying to buy time while seeking hostages? Just how much does he wish to avoid being my student? How much does he wish to refrain from joining Team 7 and being classmates with Naruto? Kakashi sighed deeply and exerted his utmost to activate the body flicker technique to pursue him, yet he was ultimately a step too late. At that moment, Lin Shu had already gathered a multitude of shadow clones, positioning Sakura and Naruto behind him as a barrier. Sakura was infuriated, shouting in protest, while Naruto was equally displeased. However, Lin Shu completely disregarded their objections, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching Kakashi and the hourglass that lay on the ground. As Kakashi sought an opportunity to counter, Lin Shu snapped his fingers, and the surrounding shadow clones promptly lifted their garments, revealing an array of explosive tags densely affixed to their backs. Kakashi regarded Lin Shu with a profound gaze and raised his thumb in approval. Well done. You've managed to amass quite a collection of explosive tags. Be cautious. Don't hurt your classmates. Chapter 100. Compensation and assault. Upon confirming that the sand in the hourglass had run out, Lin Shu finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing as he pointed at the hourglass, declaring, Kakashi-sensei, look, time's up. The assessment is concluded. I held my ground. I've won. Kakashi cast a casual glance at the hourglass, nodding dismissively. Yes, you've held out. Now, you should release them, right? Oh, come on. I'm doing this for your own good. Practicing alone may lead you down many winding paths. Isn't it better to join Team 7 and train alongside Naruto and the others? Lin Shu internally rolled his eyes, thinking, I believe you, not a chance. With the character of the village's higher-ups, including the third Hokage, one cannot trust a single soul. What if this secret were to be exposed? Who would come to protect me? Leaning against trees can lead to their fall. The only one I can rely on is myself. Hence, on this matter, Lin Shu would make no compromises. Consequently, he commanded his clones to release Naruto and Sakura while shaking his head in refusal. Apologies, Kakashi-sensei, but your good intentions. Lin Shu was abruptly lifted off the ground by Kakashi, who wore a mischievous grin while holding a brand new hourglass, completely devoid of sand on one end, and shook it at Lin Shu. With a triumphant tone, he proclaimed, Lin Shu, I'm terribly sorry. This is the hourglass that measures 1 minute. The one on the ground measures 50 seconds. I caught you in the final second. It seems our agreement stands. I have won. Henceforth, you shall join Team 7 and... Kakashi-sensei, are you certain you've won? A familiar voice called from behind, prompting Kakashi to whip around and glance at Lin Shu, who strolled out from behind a large tree 10 meters away. Kakashi squinted, first observing the shadow clone in his hand grinning at him, then gazing at Lin Shu's real form, before suddenly breaking into laughter. He released the clone nonchalantly, chuckling with both admiration and resignation. You've truly astonished me. Among your generation, it seems you are the only one capable of this. Very well, I'll consider you qualified. Continue your individual training and strive onward. Yet, Kakashi's tone shifted as he added, however, I must remind you that passing my test is not a one-time affair. I will conduct periodic assessments. Asuma and Kurenai will also evaluate you. Should you fail even once, you'll have to return to class. Understood? Lin Shu pursed his lips, responding with a reluctant murmur. Truth be told, he found himself somewhat exasperated. The more he sought to distance himself from others, the more Kakashi and the others endeavored to pull him closer. The secret must never be revealed. In this regard, Lin Shu trusted no one but himself. Unless he had become invincible within the ninja realm, he would guard his secret fiercely and develop cautiously. At the very least, he needed the strength to ensure his invulnerability. Kakashi surveyed the area, ascertained Sasuke's whereabouts, and chose not to prolong the conversation, granting Team 7 a half-day off before departing. After Kakashi had been gone for over half a minute, Lin Shu confirmed several times that the coast was clear, allowing himself to finally relax. Upon ordering all the shadow clones to disperse, Naruto was the first to leap forward, exuberantly shouting, "Incredible, Lin Shu! That was amazing! The jutsu where you expelled that wind ball from your mouth was astonishing. Could you teach me? I want to learn powerful ninjutsu too." Before Lin Shu could respond, an irate Sakura stormed over, hands on her hips, fuming. "Lin Shu, what was that all about? Were you planning to use us as hostages? Do you realize how dangerous that was? Your previous ninjutsu almost hit us." Lin Shu cast a glance at the furious Sakura, too indifferent to respond. Instead, he wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulder and smiled mysteriously. "Hey buddy, do you remember what we discussed earlier? This morning, in the Hokage's office?" Naruto scratched his head, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Oh, that matter. Sorry, I misunderstood you, but I won't be fooled again. Lin Shu, I'll definitely trust you." Observing Naruto's earnest smile, Lin Shu sighed softly, speaking to himself. "I forgive you, but your misunderstanding stung a bit, so I require some compensation." Naruto, perplexed, instinctively asked, "What do you want?" Just then, a familiar yet unexpected sharp pain surged through him, causing him to yelp uncontrollably. He struggled desperately, only to find that Lin Shu's clones had encircled him, firmly grasping his arms, while the remaining clones held him steadfast in place. Meanwhile, Lin Shu was diligently forming hand seals. However, since this was his good friend, Lin Shu only engaged in a light-hearted manner, striving not to cause his buddy too much distress. Hey, wait, stop. Lin Shu. Naruto struggled desperately, shouting incessantly, yet Kakashi had already moved far away, leaving him without any hope of rescue. Meanwhile, Sakura, terrified, retreated several steps, her face pale. She was aware of Lin Shu's petty nature, but she never anticipated that he would even turn against his old classmates, launching a frenzied attack on his own friends in broad daylight. "Lin Shu, have you lost your mind? You were the one who took us hostage first," Sakura exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Lin Shu cast a casual glance at her, waving his hand, and in an instant, several shadow clones surrounded her. Sakura screamed and fled, but her speed was no match for Lin Shu's clones, who easily captured her. Witnessing Naruto's predicament, Sakura's eyes reddened with emotion as she remembered something, and her piercing scream pierced Lin Shu's eardrums. Lin Shu, exasperated, snapped his fingers, and one of the clones picked up a handful of grass, preparing to shove it into Sakura's mouth. After all, Sakura had previously been rather sarcastic, and although it was a misunderstanding, she had not apologized. Lin Shu had no intention of letting it slide. However, considering that she was the future wife of Naruto, he decided to show some mercy. At that moment, upon seeing Lin Shu's clone about to act against Sakura, Naruto froze, his expression shifting to one of seriousness and mild anger as he turned to Lin Shu. "Hey, Sakura is a girl. How can you do such a thing to her? Lin Shu, stop this immediately." Lin Shu frowned, but before he could respond, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, a few shurikens flew out from the bushes behind them. Several of Lin Shu's clones rushed to shield him, only to be struck and vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, a stunned Sakura managed to escape and quickly took refuge in the nearby woods. Lin Shu hastily pulled Naruto away to create distance. "Who did this? Danzo? No, that doesn't make sense. If it were him, there wouldn't only be shurikens." After a moment, the area fell silent. Lin Shu pondered the meaning behind the abrupt attack and who was behind it. Ultimately, he decided not to pursue and instead formed hand seals to summon more shadow clones to scout the surroundings. As for Naruto, Lin Shu hurried him along to reunite with Sakura. Naruto, visibly upset, exclaimed, "Lin Shu, what are you playing at? This is no joke. You can't treat a girl like that. Besides, Sakura is the girl I like. You can't mess with her." All right. I didn't harm her. Just intended to scare her a little." Who told her to speak so rudely? Upon finding the sobbing Sakura, Lin Shu informed her of the lurking dangers, then led her away. However, Due to the earlier incident, Sakura was extremely wary of Lin Shu and instinctively walked closer to Naruto, keeping her distance from him. Lin Shu, unbothered by her attitude, remained vigilant of their surroundings until they reached the safety of the village, allowing himself a temporary sigh of relief. Despite the troublesome events of the afternoon and not being able to fully enjoy his mischief, Lin Shu was somewhat satisfied with the day's outcomes. After all, he had passed Kakashi's test, granting him complete freedom for a while. He could continue to seek ways to enhance his power. Furthermore, having poked at Naruto brought him an additional 300 chakra points, bringing his total to 300, higher than that of the average Chunin. Lin Shu believed he was among the elite of his peers. However, he felt uncertain about the upcoming Chunin exams. Not only was he wary of Gaara, but Orochimaru, the elusive snake, was the most concerning. Lin Shu had to rethink his strategy. According to the original story, Orochimaru coveted Sasuke's talent and Sharingan. Now that his own talents were conspicuously superior to Sasuke's, would Orochimaru come after him first? Furthermore, the presence of Hashirama's cells within him might attract unwanted attention from that man. Perhaps I should lay low for a while. If necessary, I could even stay in the Hokage's office. Contemplating this, Lin Shu decided to visit the Hokage's office again before nightfall to meet with the third Hokage. Just as he was about to leave, Sakura timidly called out to him, saying, "We forgot about Sasuke. He is still training in the outskirts. We can't leave him behind." Naruto nodded solemnly, eager to return to rescue him. Lin Shu did not respond immediately, but instead sent out his clones to carefully assess the situation along their route, confirming there was no immediate danger. However, having narrowly escaped peril himself, Lin Shu was unwilling to risk returning to save Sasuke. After all, he had already made an enemy of Danzo and would not take unnecessary risks. Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of the two young people possibly ensnared because of him, Lin Shu reassured them, "We still don't know what their intentions are. I understand your concern for Sasuke. Therefore, it's even more crucial that we don't act impulsively. If we rush in and fail to save him, we might end up in danger ourselves. I suggest we inform the Hokage and find a capable teacher to help locate Sasuke." Though Naruto and Sakura remained anxious, they ultimately agreed to Lin Shu's suggestion. Thus, the three of them returned to the Hokage's office, where they quickly recounted the earlier events to the third Hokage. The Hokage nodded, promptly calling in several elite Umbu ninjas to search for Sasuke and investigate the situation. Afterward, he gestured for Lin Shu and the others to leave. "Rest assured, I will ensure we uncover what transpired. Now go back." Naruto and Sakura bowed respectfully before departing. Lin Shu followed them downstairs, then feigned a stomach ache as an excuse to return. Upon re-entering, the third Hokage looked surprised and slightly exasperated, giving Lin Shu a pointed stare. "I've already dispatched people. What more do you need to say? Can't you express everything at once?" "I'm busy. I know, but I'm feeling uneasy and scared." Lin Shu approached the desk and casually took a seat. "Today's events were too strange. You wouldn't believe it. I was sparring with Naruto and the others when suddenly several shurikens came flying at us. If it weren't for my reliable companions, you'd be facing a corpse right now. It's terrifying. This happened right near Konoha. Such an open assassination attempt is outrageous, a provocation against the village. The village has only just entered a period of peace and development, yet someone is scheming in the shadows. Can you tolerate this?" The third Hokage shot Lin Shu a disapproving look, exasperated. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Did you see anything at the time?" "I didn't see anything. And unless the assailants reveal themselves, how could I possibly know who did it? However, I have some suspicions." "All right, I can guess what you're implying. It's unlikely that Danzo is behind this. I just warned him. And if it were truly him, you wouldn't have survived to tell the tale." Lin Shu pouted slightly, realizing that he had come to the same conclusion. Yet, since an incident had occurred, someone had to bear the responsibility. Lin Shu boldly articulated his immediate desires, thus presenting a reasonable case. He then steered the conversation towards Danzo. "But, Grandpa Hokage, I have always been known as the honest and kind-hearted young gentleman of the village, the kind that everyone loves. How could I have any enemies? You must support me." The third Hokage sighed, setting down his documents and pencil, and replied helplessly, "So what do you want me to do?" "Dismiss Danzo, a fellow high-ranking official in our village. Over something that lacks evidence? That is utterly impossible. Moreover, the affairs of the upper echelon are not as simple as you might think." "Enough. I need to get back to work. You should return and await news. May I stay here for a while?" I promise to remain quiet. I want to hear about Sasuke's news as soon as possible, Lin Shu asserted, feigning concern for his comrade. The third Hokage took a deep breath, fully aware that Lin Shu intended to hide here. Consequently, he adopted a stern expression and began to urge him to leave, rolling up his sleeves as if to forcibly escort him out. Reluctantly, Lin Shu slowly stood up from his chair. However, just as he was about to turn away, he grew unwilling and began to voice further requests. Lord Hokage, as a talented youth of the village, I feel quite insecure being targeted by villains. Perhaps you could teach me some powerful ninjutsu for self-defense? The third Hokage, repeatedly interrupted by Lin Shu, was rendered speechless, even finding the situation amusing. No way. Those ninjutsu techniques are incredibly powerful, but they also consume a vast amount of chakra. If you're not careful, you might be drained dry. It's too dangerous, despite clearly declining. The third Hokage stood up and retrieved several scrolls from his drawer, placing them on the table. Take a look. Choose whatever you wish to learn. These techniques are quite formidable, with manageable chakra consumption. You may take one with you. Lin Shu's eyes brightened, and he immediately began to examine the contents. Although these techniques were common to him, acquiring a free ninjutsu was an opportunity too good to pass up. However, as he perused the scrolls, the smile on his face gradually faded. The reason was simple. The ninjutsu recorded on these scrolls seemed utterly mundane to Lin Shu. He had long mastered the Great Fireball technique, which had never claimed a life throughout the entirety of the Naruto Shippuden series. The remaining techniques, such as the Earth Style, Earth Wall, and Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet, were also already within his repertoire. What use was revisiting them? They held no value. Seeing Lin Shu's expression of disdain, the third Hokage slammed his hand on the table and glared, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? These are C-ranked ninjutsu. Many chunin take a long time to master these techniques. Don't you dare look down upon them. I tell you, don't be overly ambitious, always yearning to leap ahead. Without foundational practice, do you think you can easily master those stronger techniques? Humph, if you want to learn, then get out." As the third Hokage prepared to expel him, a dangerous yet thrilling idea suddenly flickered in Lin Shu's mind. Why not learn directly from a shadow-level master right here? Why bother with scrolls? The third Hokage, as a direct disciple of the second Hokage, possessed immense strength, and Lin Shu had complete faith in his abilities. Furthermore, the second Hokage was renowned as a master of ninjutsu, having invented countless techniques throughout his life. Lin Shu was certain that the third Hokage had many treasures waiting to be discovered. With that, he beamed at the third Hokage. "Lord, third Hokage, I want to learn. Please don't be upset." Lin Shu casually picked up a scroll for the Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet, opened it, and pointed at the intricate hand signs. "Lord Hokage, this number of hand signs is too numerous and complex. Could it be simplified? 3 signs would be ideal." "Huh, 1 sign. What do you need hand signs for? Isn't it faster to just think it?" The third Hokage approached, seizing Lin Shu by the ear and giving it a gentle twist, exclaiming, "At your young age, why do you have so many sly thoughts? Huh, as a ninja, you don't even want to form hand signs? What do you think you are? Check out your tongue." As the third Hokage continued his lecture, a familiar and infuriating pain suddenly struck Lin Shu's backside. Seizing the opportunity while the Hokage was distracted, he stealthily delivered a swift kick. "You brat." The third Hokage's eyes widened in shock, one hand hastily covering his rear, while the other prepared to twist Lin Shu's ear in retaliation, intending to teach him a lesson about respect for authority. "You, a minor, dare to poke an old man's backside repeatedly? You have no shame at all. What if this gets out? Will I still be able to be Hokage?" However, Lin Shu was prepared. After his successful sneak attack, he quickly formed hand signs. Wood clone technique. With a loud bang, Lin Shu appeared near the office door. And without waiting for the third Hokage to speak, he burst through the door and fled. All that remained in the third Hokage's hand was a wooden puppet. Narrowing his eyes, the third Hokage scrutinized the puppet, his expression shifting dramatically as he muttered, "This wooden puppet? A typical substitution technique leaves behind just a piece of wood. Could it be that Lin Shu has mastered wood release? That's impossible. Wood release cannot be learned unless..." As this thought crossed his mind, the third Hokage suddenly recalled something, returning to his seat to open a drawer and extract a document, beginning to read it thoroughly. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, having successfully escaped the Hokage's office, rubbed his slightly swollen ear while leisurely strolling into the shopping district. He entered the Ichiraku ramen shop. enjoying a bowl of ramen while reviewing the new ninjutsu he had acquired. To be fair, despite the misfortunes he faced today, including assassination attempts and sneak attacks, his luck was quite favorable, as he had directly acquired a powerful C-rank ninjutsu from the third Hokage, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This technique was developed by the third Hokage based on the multiple shadow clone technique created by his teacher, the second Hokage. Its effect is straightforward yet powerful. By throwing a massive shuriken, it creates thousands of shadow clones of the shuriken that indiscriminately strike and cover a target area. It is undoubtedly a reliable large-scale ninjutsu that is relatively easy to master. Furthermore, it has the added benefit of being cost-effective. Lin Shu always attempted to retrieve the kunai and shuriken he threw during battles, as each one was hard-earned money spent. Now, with this technique, he could achieve significant destructive power with just a certain amount of chakra, making it entirely worthwhile. Additionally, Lin Shu had some new ideas he wished to implement regarding this technique. If multiple shadow clones could carry explosive tags, could his shuriken shadow clones do the same? If successful, thousands of explosive tags could be launched alongside the shuriken, and unless they encountered extraordinary defenses, others should not be able to withstand such an assault. This idea was promising. He must try it when time allowed, as its success would grant him an additional trump card. Contentedly finishing his ramen, Lin Shu rose and made his way home, maintaining a considerable level of vigilance along the way. Finally confirming that no one was following or watching him, he felt a sense of relief. Although he still couldn't quite comprehend who had suddenly taken action against him, he felt justified in cursing Danzo for the situation. Sima Dongshi. For now, I'll leave the kaleidoscope of Shishui in your possession. It won't be long before it is mine. Lin Shu grumbled as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in his office, Danzo was diligently working when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose, which led him to uncontrollably sneeze. Chapter 104. Where is the snake's rear end? The root ninja reporting to him looked up with concern. Lord Danzo, are you all right? Perhaps you should take a break? I can return tomorrow. No, I'm fine, Danzo replied, reclining in his large swivel chair. Continue. I need to ascertain what that brat did in the land of rice. Besides that experimental document, did he bring anything else back? This is crucial for me. Yes, my lord. After I followed Lin Shu into the land of rice, I observed him closely. From rescuing people in the small town to defeating an Odonin for interrogation and infiltrating Orochimaru's laboratory, I kept him under surveillance. There were no abnormalities during this time. However, afterwards, Danzo straightened up, narrowing his eyes at his subordinate. The latter lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty. My lord, this guy, Lin Shu, is too cunning and cautious. You can't imagine the traps and explosive tags he set up as soon as he entered the laboratory. I couldn't get close at all. Moreover, there were many powerful ninjas in Odonin village, and I didn't understand the situation there too well. About half an hour later, Lin Shu hurriedly ran out. I initially planned to intercept him outside the village to see what he had obtained, but then there was a sudden explosion in the laboratory, and several exceptionally strong Odonins began pursuing Lin Shu. After that, I lost track of him. Danzo tapped his fingers on the desk, his tone indifferent. So, you're saying you have no idea if he obtained anything else? I apologize, my lord. This was my oversight. Please grant me another opportunity, and I will leave. The root ninja half-knelt, bowing his head again as he slowly departed. Danzo reclined in his chair, turning halfway to gaze through the large floor-to-ceiling window. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Fortunately, I still have this. A genius? He won't escape my grasp. The next morning, as a gentle breeze and bright sunshine filled the air, Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes from the comfort of his large, soft mattress. Two shadow clones, who had been watching over him all night, approached him with large dark circles under their eyes, yawning incessantly. Brother, be a person. Don't our shadow clones need to rest? You can sleep so soundly while we're about to drop. Don't you have a heart? Lin Shu shrugged. Fine. I'll personally cook for you. How about some pan-fried steaks and noodles? Let us have a hearty meal. Eat until you're satisfied before heading back. The two shadow clones instantly perked up, chuckling as they helped gather utensils and ingredients. Master, with that promise, I'm no longer tired. Come on. I've been craving this for ages. Do you have pan-fried dumplings? What about water dumplings, fried dough sticks, egg pancakes, or chive and egg pancakes? Lin Shu rolled his eyes. I'll prepare you a grand feast. But where would I find so many ingredients at home? It's just the steak and pan-fried dumplings. If that is not enough, go forage outside. Given the promise of unlimited servings, the shadow clones ceased their demands for variety. Once Lin Shu finished cooking, the three of them sat together, relishing their breakfast. During the meal, Lin Shu shared his thoughts about the shuriken shadow clone technique. Naruto's shadow clones can help form the balls. You two can group into threes to execute this technique and attach explosive tags. It should work. After you return, discuss this with the others and perfect it. This afternoon, I'll head to the outskirts to test it out, and whoever masters my new shuriken explosion shadow clone technique first can dine freely for a day. For the others who succeed, I'll treat them to a barbecue buffet. Initially, the shadow clones grumbled about Lin Shu's relentless demands. However, upon hearing the rewards, their faces brightened with eagerness, and they happily agreed. After enjoying their meal, they disappeared back to their realm. Lin Shu tidied up the dishes, dressed, and prepared to venture out. With the splendid weather lifting his spirits, Lin Shu resolved to seek out his good friend, Naruto, for some sparring. After all, due to yesterday's unfortunate events, he had only replenished 300 chakra points, far from his goal. Before the Chunin exams officially commenced, he needed to bolster his strength as much as possible. Otherwise, even if Orochimaru was gravely injured, Lin Shu felt ill-prepared at his current level. After all, the latter was a legendary ninja, having survived the Third Great Ninja War and earned the title of one of the Sannin. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. Thus, to ensure the success of his future plans, Lin Shu had to rely on his good friend for some assistance. Yet, just as he reached the door, a peculiar thought suddenly occupied his mind, demanding his full attention. Wait, if Orochimaru is intent on escaping or retaliating, he will undoubtedly transform into a snake. How should I handle him then? Do snakes even have rear ends? Where should I strike? Surely, I can't just stab his mouth. Lin Shu's mind raced with this unsettling imagery, sending chills down his spine and causing goosebumps to rise. While he was willing to bolster his strength, the thought of confronting an entity like Orochimaru's snake form was deeply unsettling. Just the thought alone made him feel nauseous, especially considering the grotesque experiments he had witnessed in Orochimaru's lab. Damn, truly, he is the most terrifying and repulsive character in the early stages of Naruto. I can't believe this. I can't just face a snake, and ugh. Enough of that. What a dreadful way to start the day. Lin Shu took a deep breath, firmly slapping his cheeks to clear his mind and shift to a positive mindset. He then grasped the doorknob, ready to greet the new day with a smile. However, as he opened the door, his expression instantly soured, revealing his disdain. It felt as though he had stepped in something foul while wearing new shoes. The reason was simple. At that moment, a familiar yet detestable figure stood at his doorstep. Chapter 105. Danzo's hidden card. In the banquet, it was a man clad in umbu attire, slender in build, wearing a fox mask. This was one of Danzo's subordinates. Lin Shu had previously encountered him briefly in the gambling district. Moreover, more importantly, this was the very person who had delivered the mission order to him when Danzo had swapped his tasks. All these memories transformed Lin Shu's morning cheer into displeasure. While he couldn't currently confront Danzo, given the overwhelming number of his subordinates, he could certainly find a way to deal with this root ninja. The masked ninja scrutinized Lin Shu and then glanced at the lavishly decorated interior behind him, speaking with a mocking tone. Ah, who would have thought? A timid and self-deprecating orphan, once dwelling in the slums, has now transformed into a genius ninja and a wealthy individual. What a remarkable change. Lin Shu, I harbor a profound interest in you. I sense your intentions. Lin Shu let out a cold laugh, displaying no warmth towards this individual, questioning his audacity to loiter at his doorstep so early in the morning, peering inside. I warn you, I have taken note of you. Mark my words. If even a single hair goes missing from my home, I shall summon the third Hokage to report your thievery. And I will ensure that the shameful conduct of the Roots ninjas and Danzo's mismanagement reaches every corner of the village. I wonder if Danzo will still shield you then. Do not presume that associating with Danzo guarantees your safety. Do you comprehend? The fox-faced ninja regarded Lin Shu with a frosty gaze, his tone equally unyielding. As the rumors suggest, since that day, your temperament has shifted, and your words have become quite sharp. Your strength has evidently improved. You seem quite confident in your current prowess. Care for a chance to test it? Lowly ninja, allow me to advise you. Do not think that merely invoking the name of the third Hokage will absolve you from all troubles. You will sooner or later. Hey, everyone, come quick. Help. Sarutobi. Sarutobi. The root ninjas are killing. Lin Shu interjected, raising his voice from his doorstep, cutting off the fox-faced ninja's words. Soon, neighbors emerged from their homes, some even brandishing kunai and shuriken. The fox-faced ninja's expression darkened, his lips twitching with suppressed fury. Yet he restrained his urge to retaliate, tossing down a scroll as he coldly departed from Lin Shu's threshold. After a few concerned neighbors inquired and confirmed that all was well, they returned to their respective homes, resuming their rest. Lin Shu glanced at the scroll in his hand, contemplating whether to open it. After all, the individual had approached him so brazenly, with numerous witnesses around. It seemed unlikely they were up to any mischief. However, since this person was an underling of Danzo, Lin Shu ultimately summoned a shadow clone, who took the scroll and leaped onto the rooftop, observing from a distance to ensure his clone was unharmed. Lin Shu finally took the initiative to examine the contents of the scroll. If you wish to learn about your lineage, the cause of your parents' demise, and the whereabouts of your relatives, come to the second-floor hall of the Uchiha Ruins former garrison. Be on time. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes. He had speculated on what the message might entail, but he never anticipated this. Danzo had knowledge of his origins? He still had family? And there was talk of a so-called truth? To be frank, this seemed like a blatant trap, surely not a good omen. He should not go. Even if he did, it would only be at the behest of the root, under threat. Lin Shu had no desire to engage with these individuals early in the day. They soured his mood. Moreover, the purported truth and the whereabouts of his relatives held no allure for him at this moment. Those were the family members of his previous self. What relevance did they hold for the current Lin Shu? Yet, gazing at the scroll in his hand, Lin Shu sighed, resolving to alter his plans and venture to the Uchiha Ruins. This was not because he genuinely believed the words of the root or wished to compromise with them. Rather, it was merely to uphold the identity of Lin Shu. After all, on the day of his graduation from the Ninja Academy, his performance had been so exceptional that some had begun to watch him discreetly. Now, with them approaching him regarding such matters, if Lin Shu continued to feign indifference, it would only deepen their suspicions about him. As a child raised as an orphan, it would be unnatural not to be curious about his parents and family. If he chose not to attend, it would solidify certain unfavorable truths about him. Therefore, during this tumultuous period leading up to the Chunin exams, Lin Shu simply wished to remain inconspicuous and focus on his development. Thus, despite his reluctance to dispel the doubts of most, Lin Shu had no choice but to follow the directions outlined in the scroll. For now, he would play along, seizing the opportunity to enhance his strength. Once he mastered the Edo Tensei technique, he would bind Danzo and the root, using them as a source of power daily. Chapter 106. Descendants of Enemy Villages. Half an hour later, Lin Shu arrived at the Uchiha Ruins as promised, entering a dilapidated three-story building located at the center of the ruins, where he found himself in a dirty, damp, and somewhat dimly lit hall. You have arrived. A somber, chilling voice emerged from the shadows, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Soon, an elderly man, his head wrapped in bandages and only one eye visible, leaning on a cane, slowly stepped into view. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was none other than Danzo himself. Was his matter truly so significant that it warranted the attention of such a high-ranking official? Undoubtedly, this was unwelcome news for Lin Shu, who merely sought to remain beneath the radar. I have perused the contents of your scroll, Lin Shu. The information therein piques my interest. Should you divulge it, I shall owe you a favor. This is of great importance to me. Ah, of course, though we have never met. One cannot easily sever ties with their parents and family. Danzo's tone was neutral, his gaze inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true intentions. Pausing briefly, Danzo continued. I understand you harbor some resentment towards us at the root concerning your mission. This is entirely normal. Yet, I assure you, my intentions are for your benefit. Otherwise, how could you have advanced so rapidly? I have heard that Kakashi took a full minute to apprehend you. Your prowess must now rival that of an average Chunin, correct? Lin Shu, I genuinely rejoice for your success. Enough. I did not come here to listen to your ramblings. I demand information about my family. Lin Shu interrupted, seizing the initiative to redirect the conversation and assert his authority. Danzo chuckled lightly and began to share the intel Lin Shu was most eager to hear. During the Third Great Ninja War, we engaged in a fierce battle with the Rain Village, a battlefield strewn with corpses. It was during this conflict that you were brought back. In truth, your parents perished nearby at that time. Wait, how could this be? Lin Shu's brow furrowed in disbelief. Surely, my parents wouldn't have brought an infant into battle, even if there were no one to care for me. The village should have arranged for someone to look after me. How could I possibly have been on the battlefield to be rescued? Oh, is that so? When did I assert that your parents were ninjas from Konohagakure? The realization struck Lin Shu, sending chills down his spine. Certain long-standing questions suddenly made sense. Why had his childhood been so wretched? Because the village would naturally offer scant support to the children of the ring. Moreover, the reason Danzo had been so fixated on him, and why the third Hokage had seemingly arranged for people to keep a watchful eye on him, was due to this revelation. If Lin Shu had remained an inconsequential figure, it would not have mattered, but now he was a genius, a descendant of the Rain village's lineage. If he were to uncover the truth, it could indeed pose a threat to the village. Thus, he had been under constant scrutiny. Unlike Danzo, who sought to recruit him for exploitation, the third Hokage's methods were markedly gentler and more humane. At least thus far, he had not pressured Lin Shu to undertake any specific actions. Your expression reveals that you have begun to grasp the truth. Indeed, your parents met their end at the hands of Konohagakure's ninjas. During a surprise attack, they could not escape with you and perished while trying to protect you. Just as the last ninja was about to strike you, it was Hiruzen, the Hokage, who intervened, ensuring you were brought back. Tuanzong, having uttered his words, ceased further dialogue and quietly stood in the shadows, observing Lin Shu, poised to seize the opportune moment when Lin Shu's mind was in turmoil, ready to employ threats and bring him under his command. After all, given Lin Shu's current status, he was the ideal candidate for nefarious deeds, the perfect scapegoat. Indeed, Lin Shu was as Tuanzong envisioned, stunned by his own heritage, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. However, it was not a conflict of hatred or gratitude, but rather a profound sense of misfortune. After all, he had traversed realms only to find himself burdened with an identity fraught with complications, akin to trouble personified. It was as if he carried an aura of provocation, attracting attention and animosity wherever he went. This intensity of scrutiny only amplified in tandem with his growing strength, for he was a descendant of the enemy village. The stronger he became, the more perilous his situation. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, the village's higher-ups, including the third Hokage, remained vigilant. Should Lin Shu choose to stagnate, maintaining his current capabilities, he would find himself facing dire consequences. Tuanzong, the scoundrel, had already taken note of him. There was no way to be forgotten. With the third still alive, Tuanzong might temper his ambitions, but in the future, as the third sought to seal the first and second Hokages, Tuanzong would undoubtedly reign supreme. At that juncture, Lin Shu could predict that he would be involuntarily assigned perilous missions. Refusal would render him a target for execution as a rogue ninja, and failure would lead to certain death. From the moment he learned this grim intelligence, Lin Shu found himself ensnared in a predicament. Chapter 107. A refusal. Once more, have you made up your mind? Will you join our route? I assure you, once you become part of us, there shall be no negative rumors circulating about you, nor will you face any condemnation from others in the village. As long as you continue to contribute diligently to the village, acceptance will inevitably follow. Tuanzong persisted, luring Lin Shu. With sufficient merit and strength, I shall endorse you for the next Hokage position. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, casting a deep gaze at Tuanzong, feigning astonishment while internally scoffing. You think I am a fool? You've coveted the Hokage position for decades. And what is this nonsense about Hokage? I refuse it outright. The role is exhausting, and few Hokages have met with favorable endings. Have you truly thought this through, Lin Shu? Time is not on your side. Once you become a chunin, the pressure from the village's high ranks may become insurmountable for me to shield you from. Tuanzong feigned a sigh, adopting an expression of resigned effort. Yet Lin Shu was acutely aware that this old fox would be the first to turn against him. Faced with Tuanzong's pressing inquiries and veiled threats, Lin Shu could no longer remain silent. Silence was futile. Tuanzong would not relent. But for Lin Shu, joining route was out of the question. It was merely a matter of delaying the inevitable. To expect Tuanzong to assist him genuinely, Lin Shu would sooner believe in the sun rising from the west. He would rely on no one but himself. Ideally, he would seize the opportunity during the Chunin exams to obtain the Earth Resurrection technique from Orochimaru, freeing himself from the scrutiny of Tuanzong and the rest of Konoha. Let them try to intimidate me. I shall summon the first and second Hokages to teach them a lesson. This is how one earns respect. Therefore, Lin Shu clenched his fist, resolute in his decision. This situation has taken me by surprise. I need to think it over before I provide an answer. Delaying time will benefit you little. Once they learn of your identity, do you think they will still wish to be your friends? Oh, I never had friends to begin with. Lin Shu replied nonchalantly. Tuanzong's lips twitched in disbelief. How can you speak so defiantly about having no friends? The higher-ups are growing increasingly discontent. You may not even be able to participate in the Chunin exams. Tuanzong narrowed his eyes, perceiving Lin Shu's thoughts, ready to undermine his efforts. As his tone fluctuated, the shadows around them began to stir ominously. Lin Shu glanced around, crossing his arms with indifference, and stated plainly, according to village regulations, the period for a genin to undertake missions is 3 months. I am currently within my rest period. Moreover, I have already registered for the Chunin exams. To arbitrarily revoke my qualification would not go unnoticed by the third Hokage, and I require time to prepare. What is wrong with that? Are you merely trying to deceive me? The commotion around them grew louder, as if even the shadows had come alive, ready to converge upon him. Tuanzong remained silent, fixated on Lin Shu. The atmosphere thickened with tension, fraught with danger. However, at last, Tuanzong raised his hand, and everything abruptly ceased, returning to a semblance of calm. Very well, I shall grant you time to ponder. But remember, your time is limited as the Chunin exams approach. Well, actually, if you wish for me to join route, I could consider it. However, I have one minor condition. Oh, what is it? Speak freely. As long as it is reasonable, I shall agree. Tuanzong replied, both surprised and pleased. Lin Shu blinked, glancing at Tuanzong's lower half. It's not too demanding. If you could lift your rear for me to poke a few times, I would join. And for any higher level missions, I require 10 pokes. For S-rank missions, make it 100. What do you say, Lord Tuanzong? Surely, you wouldn't want to lose a genius subordinate. As soon as Lin Shu finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Tuanzong's expression remained stoic, yet Lin Shu could perceive the slight tremor in his eyes and hands, signaling that this matter was non-negotiable. To be fair, Lin Shu was sincere. After all, with Shursui's Meijiki Sharingan in his possession, he could unleash the most potent ninjutsu against Tuanzong, rendering him powerless. All threats would dissipate, and even after the third's demise, Lin Shu could manipulate Tuanzong, controlling all of Konoha. At that point, Lin Shu could only imagine the strength he would possess. But observing Tuanzong's vexed demeanor, Lin Shu nonchalantly waved his hand and turned, striding confidently away from the scene. Tuanzong's gaze remained fixed on Lin Shu's retreating figure, contemplations lurking in the depths of his mind. Chapter 108. Seeking the Truth moments later. 4 ninjas emerged from the surrounding shadows, led by a man wearing a fox mask. He approached Tuanzong and spoke. Sir, had we intervened earlier, we could have subdued him. You should not waste patience on such a cunning and dubious character. Tuanzong cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate and, leaning on his cane, ambled away, coldly explaining, what would it matter if we had acted? He was merely a shadow clone. His true self is likely with Hisashi right now. The masked man furrowed his brow deeply, rendered speechless by this revelation. In truth, during Lin Shu's journey, he believed he was observing and monitoring Lin Shu from a distance, and it was inconceivable that he would find himself in such a situation of being outwitted. Yet, now that his superior had directly stated it, the reality was undeniable. This not only instilled profound doubt in the fox-masked ninja regarding his own abilities, but also evoked a deep sense of shame. A seasoned ninja, who had endured countless missions, was now being played by a mere youth? How could a simple shadow clone technique be executed so adeptly by someone so young? The fox-faced ninja found himself utterly perplexed. Yet an overwhelming sense of trepidation and unease began to rise within him. Lin Shu's progress was alarmingly rapid. In less than half a year, he had transformed from a novice in the ninja academy to this formidable level. Such talent was nothing short of frightening. If this continued, the fox-faced ninja doubted he would be able to subdue Lin Shu at all. He held a deep-seated distrust towards this descendant of an enemy nation's ninja, fully adhering to Danzo's exclusionary philosophy, and remained vigilant against Lin Shu. Thus, after bidding farewell to Lord Danzo, the fox-faced ninja swiftly departed, preparing to venture near the Hokage office building to continue his search for Lin Shu's whereabouts and resume his surveillance. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa in the lobby of the Hokage office building, Lin Shu had already received all the information from the dissipated shadow clone. He once again found himself ensnared in a state of vexation. It was one thing to have traversed into the body of a talentless orphan, but now, the complexity of his original identity appeared to be an insurmountable burden, and the impending storm loomed ominously over him. All he desired was to develop quietly. It seemed this matter could only be postponed, at least until the Chunin exams. He hoped to have a period of tranquility to cultivate his strength. He needed to elevate his prowess swiftly. On the day calamity struck the village, he would strike back at Orochimaru. Once he acquired the reanimation jutsu, Danzo would be a trivial obstacle. Aside from a few anomalies in the ninja world, he would be able to navigate with ease. However, if the plan were to falter, Lin Shu had prepared himself. At the very least, he could publicly expose Danzo's coercion and defect outright. If all else failed, he could consider joining the Akatsuki organization and lend a hand. To be fair, each member there was exceptionally talented. Even a mere interaction could yield substantial benefits. When the final battle arrived, as Kagaya Black Zetsu struck at Madara's heart, Lin Shu would reciprocate by targeting Black Zetsu's heart, effectively turning the tide. By then, with Naruto as Hokage, Lin Shu would naturally find a way to absolve himself of his past, a perfect resolution. Although he might carry a negative reputation for an extended period, having an escape route was sufficient solace. After all, given the intricate nature of his original identity, finding a way to remain in Konoha would undoubtedly be fraught with complications. Therefore, it seemed more prudent to embrace the path of death to attain rebirth. As long as his strength was formidable enough, Lin Shu believed that his friendships, alongside Naruto and the village, would surely accept him. If Sasuke could redeem himself, why could he not do the same after joining the Akatsuki? Having come to this realization, Lin Shu exhaled deeply, then stood and made his way towards the Hokage's office on the upper floor. A minute later, he knocked on the sturdy wooden door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." Upon entering, he found the third Hokage seated behind an expansive desk, diligently sorting through a mountain of paperwork. The third raised his gaze to Lin Shu, furrowing his brow slightly, his expression somber and unwelcoming. It was hardly surprising. Any elder would find it difficult to maintain a cheerful demeanor after being repeatedly pricked by a child. Aware of the third's lingering displeasure over previous events, Lin Shu approached with a serious demeanor, articulating his purpose. "Lord Hokage, I must inquire about a matter today. I hope you can enlighten me with the truth." The third closed the documents in his hands, sipped his tea, and straightened in his chair, responding, "The truth? What exactly do you wish to ask? Speak plainly. I may consider sharing what I can." Lin Shu recounted his earlier encounter with Danzo and the details of his lineage, subsequently asking, "Lord Hokage, am I truly the child of a Rain Village ninja? Were my parents indeed slain by Konoha ninjas? Is the village planning to take action against me?" The third Hokage's forehead creased with tension, his expression growing increasingly grave, his gaze sharpening. His fists clenched tightly beneath the desk. In his heart, he had already sent curses towards Danzo and his entire lineage. However, with the matter now laid bare and Lin Shu seeking confirmation, the third hesitated momentarily, then sighed and provided an answer. "This matter is indeed true. Regarding your parents, I regret to inform you that when the conflict erupted, many circumstances became irretrievable. As for the ninja who killed your parents, he has since perished on the battlefield, slain by the ninjas of the Rain Village. I understand that you may harbor some animosity, but direct it towards me. As for the higher-ups in the village, you need not worry. Up until now, you have not committed any act against the village. Everyone has witnessed this. No one will target you. As long as I am alive, I can assure you of that." Though the third spoke with heartfelt sincerity and Lin Shu was inclined to trust him, he was acutely aware of the ensuing events. This understanding left him devoid of any sense of security, for the third had perished while sealing the first and second Hokages with the Reaper Death Seal. What value did promises made by the deceased hold? Nevertheless, the third's current gentle demeanor was a rare stroke of fortune for Lin Shu. "I have one more question. Do I have any other family members still alive?" Lin Shu continued. "Danzo claimed to know their whereabouts, yet when I inquired, he refused to divulge anything unless I joined Root and became his subordinate." The third furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "When I arrived, I found only you and your parents. I saw no one else. However, you need not acquiesce to Danzo's demands. I will ensure to clarify this matter for you. This is my duty." Lin Shu nodded, opting to say nothing further. The third regarded him, momentarily at a loss for words. The spacious and bright Hokage office fell into an unexpected silence. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting shifting shadows around Lin Shu. At length, the third cleared his throat and spoke. "What are your plans for the upcoming period? The Chunin exams are imminent. The children of your generation are quite remarkable. Have you considered participating? Even if you do not succeed, it would serve as valuable experience. I believe that with your abilities, becoming a chunin is well within reach for you next year. Lin Shu felt a spark of hope and lifted his gaze to inquire, am I truly allowed to participate? What about the higher-ups in the village? Absolutely no problem. Leave that to me. The third replied grandly, waving his hand. Focus on your training. I hope you can pass the examination. Lin Shu nodded, then bowed respectfully before turning to leave, maintaining a stoic expression throughout his journey. It was not until he had walked a considerable distance that a faint smile crept upon his lips, although the matter of his identity remained unresolved. Today's conversation assuredly would help him clear all obstacles leading to the chunin exams. This precious time was of utmost importance to Lin Shu, and with the third's support, he could participate smoothly, preventing Danzo from undermining him further. As for the remainder of today, Lin Shu intended to seek out Naruto for a friendly spar. Yet the persistent presence trailing behind him was quite irksome. Thus, Lin Shun resolved to take action, not only to vent his frustrations, but also to hone his skills. If he could subdue his opponent, he would ascertain precisely to whom they were linked and extract every piece of information needed. Compared to Naruto's rather sparse chakra, these ninjas, each possessing unique abilities, piqued Lin Shun's interest, offering a chance to further enhance his own prowess. Moreover, regardless of their affiliations, he could conveniently shift the blame onto Danzo, allowing the third Hokage, who felt a sense of guilt towards him, to assist in managing the aftermath. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. Consequently, Lin Shun traversed the village's main path, passing through the gates until he reached the outskirts, where he leaped into the canopy of a large tree and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the masked man with a fox face, who had been trailing him, gazed in confusion at the unfolding events, his frustration bubbling to the surface as he clenched his fists. Once again, for the second time, this elite root ninja had been easily evaded by a mere youth. It was utterly humiliating. Moreover, Lin Shun's furtive demeanor compelled the fox-faced ninja to briefly hesitate before he sprang from his hiding place, swiftly approaching the spot where Lin Shun had disappeared. He believed that if he could acquire some evidence against Lin Shun, he would undoubtedly persuade Lord Danzo to eliminate this descendant of an enemy village ninja. As a staunch and obstinate hawkish ninja, his convictions had never wavered. As an elite member of the root, the fox-faced ninja did not draw too close. Instead, he created a shadow clone that advanced toward the tree. He successfully retrieved a special counting token used in gambling from the tree. Examining the token in his hand, the fox-faced ninja turned it over, confirming that there were no hidden compartments or secret markings. This only deepened his confusion. This object appeared to be free of any issues. Did it not? Had he been overthinking it? No, it must not be that simple. This boy had come all this way, surely not to engage in meaningless actions. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a sinister thought crept into his mind, followed by a chill that ran down his spine. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, he activated the body flicker technique and fled forward, but it was already too late. Chapter 110. A fierce confrontation. The fox-faced ninja found himself surrounded on all sides by Lin Shun's shadow clones, each one brimming with mischief and tauntingly referring to him as Little Cat Brother, while simultaneously hurling shuriken at him. In an instant, a veritable storm of shuriken rained down upon the ensnared fox-faced ninja, leaving him with no escape. He was on the verge of being reduced to mere fragments. Ordinary ninjas would have been paralyzed by fear in such a predicament, rendering them incapable of any response. Yet, the fox-faced ninja, selected meticulously by Danzo, was far from ordinary. Even faced with imminent danger, he remained calm and collected, swiftly weaving hand signs. Just before the multitude of shuriken could reach him, he unleashed his jutsu, water release, water shockwave. A torrent of water surged forth, enveloping him and swirling around at a visible velocity. The countless shuriken that had been shot toward him were repelled, while those that managed to breach his defenses lost their momentum, hovering harmlessly within the water column. Humph! You dare to attack me? Watch as I capture you and present the evidence to Lord Hokage. Let us see who can protect you, traitor! The fox-faced ninja exclaimed, clapping his hands together. In the next moment, the swirling water column lost its containment and erupted violently, dispersing in all directions at an astonishing speed. Each droplet, propelled by the sheer force, struck everything nearby with the ferocity of bullets, obliterating a significant number of Lin Shun's shadow clones. However, The chakra of the fallen clones would return to the original body, so Lin Shu remained unfazed by this temporary setback. He lurked in the shadows while his opponent was in the light, maintaining an advantageous position. Alas, I must strive to capture this fellow alive. If I had detonated the multiple shadow clones earlier, it would have turned him to ashes. But if he dies, he loses all value. Lin Shu mused, then commanded the remaining clones to engage in entanglement while he swiftly began forming hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey God, emerge. With a resounding boom, a pair of furry hands grasped a large black staff, appearing before Lin Shu. Without waiting for the monkey god to speak, Lin Shu pointed decisively toward the battlefield. That one is crucial. Capture him quickly. Double the offering. Good lad, straightforward. Off I go. The monkey god laughed heartily, then vanished in a flash. The staff in his hand expanded and elongated until it transformed into a massive iron pillar over 2 meters in diameter, which he raised high and swung down towards the fox-faced ninja. The sudden ferocity of this attack left the latter gasping for breath, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in disbelief. How could he comprehend where this colossal staff had descended from? How did Lin Shu always manage to master such peculiar jutsu? However, as a ninja with extensive combat experience, the fox-faced ninja discerned the terrifying weight of the staff from the intense wind pressure it created as it fell. He dared not engage. Consequently, he swiftly struck away the 2 clones that lunged at him and attempted to escape the area. Yet, Lin Shu's clones would not allow the fox-faced ninja to flee so easily, charging at him recklessly. Some even shouted slogans about increasing their meal portions and expressing their love for dumplings while attaching explosive tags to themselves and igniting them. The fox-faced ninja broke into a cold sweat, gasping in horror. As an elite root ninja, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge and experience. To encounter shadow clones developed to this extent, so fiercely determined and willing to sacrifice themselves, he had to concede that Lin Shu was the first of his kind he had ever encountered. At this critical juncture, the fox-faced ninja could no longer afford to hold back. He tossed a smoke bomb and swiftly concealed himself within the ensuing haze. I cannot let him escape. Brothers, onward. Roar. For the meal. Lin Shu's clones surged into the mist without hesitation. In the next instant, dazzling bursts of light erupted accompanied by thunderous explosions. Shortly thereafter, the monkey god's massive staff crashed down. The ground shook violently, and debris flew as the monkey god struck with all his might, creating a crater over 10 meters in diameter. Everything at the center of this chaos was instantly reduced to rubble, scattering with the wind. That fellow can't possibly be done for already. I hadn't even had the chance to extract everything from him. Lord Monkey God, please be gentle. Lin Shu complained from a distance, while the monkey god, having executed the feat, expressed mild surprise, chuckling as he did so. You can't blame me. Who knew he would be so foolish? With a strike like that, he probably wait. Hold on. No. Lin Shu, be careful. With the monkey god's urgent shout, Lin Shu's eyelids flickered, and without a moment's delay, he executed the body flicker technique. Leaping toward the direction where the monkey god stood. Through the corner of his eye, he was astonished to see a writhing shadow, seemingly alive, surge forth from his own shadow and plunge into his body. Chapter 111, The Play of Clones. Lin Shu struggled with all his might, but it was utterly futile. The dark figure enveloped him at an astonishing speed, constricting him completely. Even the chakra within him was suppressed, making it difficult to flow or circulate. In the next moment, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming heaviness throughout his body, and then he lost all perception, relinquishing control over himself entirely. Lin Shu, how are you? I'm coming. The ape demon, witnessing the scene unfold, was filled with both astonishment and frustration, hastily rushing to his aid. Yet, before it could reach him, it was horrified to see Lin Shu's hands swiftly forming seals aimed at it. Moreover, this seal was painfully familiar. It was a technique that negated summoning, the very opposite of what it was intended for. The ape demon was frantic, yet could only watch helplessly as it was gradually pulled away into another realm. Lin Shu, wake up. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke dispersed, and before the ape demon could finish its plea, it vanished, returning to its original world. In the disordered and chaotic battlefield, only Lin Shu, now under control, remained frozen in place. During this time, Lin Shu had exerted himself to employ various tactics to escape, but to no avail. Moments later, the twisting, dense shadow that enveloped him began to writhe again, and most of it slithered out from Lin Shu's body. gradually accumulating behind him into a humanoid form. After a few seconds, as the shadow dissipated, the masked root ninja, adorned with a fox mask, reappeared. However, he seemed to be in a dire state, breathless and half-kneeling on the ground, his clothing tattered and singed by flames. A gaping tear over 15 centimeters long marred his left arm, blood trickling down in a sparse stream. Even his signature fox mask bore a fist-sized crack, revealing a slender, somewhat delicate eye. I must admit, for your age, your strength is indeed remarkable. The fox-masked ninja, clutching his wound, slowly stood before Lin Shu. But alas, ultimately, I am the superior one. Boy, you have been caught red-handed. You shall dedicate the remainder of your life to the village until your demise. With that, the fox-masked ninja intended to take Lin Shu away. However, in the next instant, his smile and confidence vanished in an instant. For Lin Shu, who had been firmly grasped, suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke, disappearing without a trace. He stood there, dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. He had been deceived. This was not Lin Shu's true self. It was merely a clone. In an instant, the heart of the fox-masked ninja sank, a chilling sensation enveloping him from within. His hands and feet began to tremble slightly. Surprised, aren't you? Lin Shu's true form approached from behind, accompanied by a multitude of shadow clones, waving cheerfully. Weren't you just laughing? Why not continue? Laugh. Or else you might never get the chance again. The fox-masked ninja leaned forward slightly, gripping his kunai tightly, wary of Lin Shu, and continued to feign bravado. Do not become too complacent. Were it not for my injuries, you would be no match for me. Lin Shu, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, Lord Danzo will certainly not let you off. I'm so scared. Lin Shu scoffed, his eyes cold with disdain. This individual had targeted him repeatedly, regardless of the reasons, since they had already engaged in combat and he had sustained injuries. Lin Shu would not allow this chance to slip away. It was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. Having resolved this in his mind, Lin Shu saw no need for further conversation. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of clones armed with weapons surged forward once more, while Lin Shu himself retreated to a safer position. In any case, should this adversary attempt to take someone down with him in his final moments, it would be far too perilous. Such reckless actions were best left to the clones. Brothers, give it your all. We'll feast after this. The clones, invigorated, charged forth. Lin Shu, have you lost your mind? You actually intend to kill me. The fox-masked ninja was drenched in sweat, realizing this was a violation of village regulations. Do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Yet, having made his decision, Lin Shu would not waver. Thus, observing the multitude of clones surrounding him, the fox-masked ninja gritted his teeth and produced a smoke bomb from his person, throwing it to the ground to detonate. But in the next moment, Lin Shu, already prepared, swiftly formed seals to counterattack. Chapter 112. Lightning Release, Lightning Needle. Wind Release, Air Slash. Under Lin Shu's deliberate control, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, dispersing the smoke that enveloped the area and exposing the fox-masked ninja, who had just retrieved a signal flare from his pocket. The surrounding clones swiftly hurled kunai and shuriken at the exposed ninja. In his panic, he could only hastily dodge, seeking a path with fewer clones, and aimed the crucial signal flare skyward. As the flare shot into the air, a smile involuntarily crossed the fox-masked ninja's face. For once it detonated, everyone nearby would see it, and reinforcements would arrive swiftly. Even if he perished, his comrades would uncover the truth, seek vengeance for him. Lin Shu, you are finished. Our people, before the fox-masked ninja could revel in his triumph, he was left speechless by the sight before him. For from the distant thicket, an uncountable number of shadow clones emerged, a dense swarm leaping into the sky, forming a thick spherical barrier that completely concealed the flare that was meant to explode. Enjoy your champagne toast? Let us see if you can still laugh now. Lin Shu's cold voice filled the air, causing the fox-masked ninja to feel both anxious and furious. He had not anticipated that Lin Shu had made such extensive preparations to eliminate him. He had even severed his escape route. Nevertheless, as an elite ninja under Danzo, he possessed a resolute mindset. Even knowing that survival was impossible today, he would never concede or surrender to Lin Shu. If you are so capable, let us see if you can catch me. Despite enduring several kunai strikes, the fox-masked ninja managed to form seals and unleash his jutsu, shadow cloak technique. Instantly, The fox-masked ninja transformed into a swirling mass of shadow, darting along the ground and using the shadows beneath to propel himself at high speeds. In just a few blinks, he had successfully breached the encirclement formed by the multitude of clones and swiftly lunged toward Lin Shu's true form. Countless kunai struck him mid-flight, but they passed right through as if he had become an intangible specter. Lin Shu furrowed his brow, evading while rapidly devising a strategy. Shadow release? What jutsu is this? I've never seen it before. Observing that he seemed to possess immunity to physical attacks, Lin Shu pondered the implications. What about ninjutsu? He decided to conduct an experiment, simultaneously testing a particular ninjutsu he had once acquired. Thus, he maneuvered his main body while engaging the rapidly moving shadow, commanding his shadow clones to hurl shurikens and kunai across the designated area. Once he lured the shadow into the center of this iron thorny trap, all the shadow clones retreated. The fox-faced ninja, who had been relentlessly pursuing Lin Shu in an attempt to regain control over him, sensed an impending danger as he witnessed the unfolding events. Just as he hesitated, contemplating a swift retreat, Lin Shu, standing at the center, broke into a grin, his hands swiftly forming seals. Planning to leave now? Too late. Lightning release, lightning needle. As Lin Shu's words resonated, the sky darkened ominously, thunder rumbling through the clouds. Strikes of pale purple lightning descended with blinding speed, racing along the kunai and shurikens strewn on the ground, forming a vast lightning cage. Delicate yet terrifying arcs of electricity danced wildly, crackling incessantly. A faint acrid odor permeated the air, tinged with a hint of char. At the center of this cage, Lin Shu remained unharmed, while the fox-faced ninja's shadow was far less fortunate. The bolts from above rendered him disoriented, even the swift-moving shadow quivering in distress, struggling to maintain its form. This was, after all, Lin Shu's first use of the technique, and his aim was somewhat imprecise. Moreover, with arcs of electricity scattered everywhere, there were no shadows in the vicinity for the ninja to conceal himself. A surprise attack on Lin Shu was utterly unfeasible. Even approaching him would result in swift demise. At that moment, the fox-faced ninja cautiously maintained his state, huddled within a small area akin to the size of a basketball, layering himself defensively. Devoid of the previous swagger he once exhibited, Lin Shu, witnessing the efficacy of his lightning release ninjutsu, felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, only ninjutsu could counter ninjutsu. It appeared that this so-called shadow escape could merely provide immunity to physical attacks. With this understanding of the shadow escape, Lin Shu wasted no time, forming seals once more, directing his focus. In the next instant, 3 bolts of lightning struck down from the heavens, landing squarely upon the shadow of the fox-faced ninja. The shadow trembled violently, swaying before it could no longer sustain its form, reverting back to its original state. The fox-faced ninja himself was left charred, his hair standing on end, and he promptly lost consciousness. After confirming the situation with a few shadow clones, Lin Shu thoroughly stripped the ninja of his attire, leaving him completely naked, and bound him securely with coarse rope. With his clones, he tidied the area before departing. Half an hour later, a glimmer of light illuminated a hollow in a large tree. Lin Shu, holding a flashlight, verified the safety of the location before beckoning to his 2 shadow clones behind him. The clones unceremoniously discarded the fox-faced ninja onto the ground before exiting the hollow to maintain a watchful vigil. Donning his specialized finger sleeves, Lin Shu flipped the unconscious figure over and proceeded with his intended task. Though the posture was unseemly, he was keenly interested in the ninja's techniques. Thus began a series of probing actions. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's system information received an update. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, earning 40 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, acquiring the ninjutsu water release, hidden mist technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, gaining 50 chakra points. Congratulations, host, for successfully hitting the target, acquiring the ninjutsu shadow curtain technique. Through Lin Shu's diligent efforts, he ultimately extracted every essence from the fox-faced ninja. His total chakra capacity ascended to 4,000 points, with only a mere 1,000 points remaining to reach the status of special jonin as indicated by the system. Additionally, Lin Shu learned 2 new ninjutsu from this ninja. The first, water release, hidden mist technique, as its name implies, could create a dense mist to obscure his form, facilitating stealthy attacks, a rather practical supplementary ninjutsu. Its application proved uncomplicated, leaving Lin Shu quite satisfied. As for the second, shadow curtain technique, Lin Shu found it particularly intriguing. Through the system's introduction, he gained further insights into this technique. As the name suggests, the shadow curtain technique is associated with shadows, directly stemming from the Nara clan shadow techniques in Konoha. It not only allows for the manipulation of shadows and the creation of barriers, but also enables the user to transform into shadow form, facilitating rapid movement in shadowy environments while granting immunity to most physical attacks, an impressive skill. It can also possess others, exerting control over them. Lin Shu's shadow clone had been ensnared in such a manner, leading to the dissolution of the summoning technique. This formidable ninjutsu, rated at a high level of difficulty, may lack offensive power but excels in control, movement, and defense. For Lin Shu, this technique was particularly suitable, especially at night, where shadows abound, allowing him to traverse freely. Whatever he aimed to accomplish became exceedingly convenient, achieving absolute control and swift execution. Having clarified the intricacies of this ninjutsu, Lin Shu extended his hand and delivered several swift strikes to rouse the unconscious root ninja. He still required answers. Awake? Next, I ask you answer. Understood? The root ninja struggled to rise, yet utterly drained and injured, he lacked the strength to do so, ultimately collapsing back down. Simultaneously, he grasped the reality of his appearance and predicament, yet despite gritting his teeth in defiance, he remained silent. His eyes, somewhat effeminate, brimmed with resolve, anger, and resentment. Lin Shu clicked his tongue, then, under the astonished and fearful gaze of the root ninja, seized his hair and lifted his head to meet his gaze. In the dimly lit hollow, his special Sharingan, adorned with a single and triple tomo, materialized in Lin Shu's eyes. You were given an opportunity, yet you proved worthless. Do not blame me. Jinjutsu. I see hell. With the immense power of the triple tomo Sharingan, the root ninja, despite his steadfast will, gradually succumbed to an abyss of fear. His expression twisted grotesquely, his eyes widening in horror, tears beginning to cascade down his cheeks, and his mouth gaping wide as if about to tear apart, resembling a fish thrown ashore, gasping for breath. Half a minute later, Lin Shu utterly shattered his mental world. In other words, Lin Shu employed the most brutal means to transform this elite root ninja into an obedient fool, answering every question without hesitation. Oh, disregarding my words has led to your current predicament. I did warn you, Lin Shu mused, then earnestly inquired, your name, your origin, your current position. Clarify. I believe I was a Nara clan member, previously serving as a caretaker. After practicing forbidden techniques, I was expelled from the clan, and then accepted by the adults to become a root ninja. Currently, I mainly assist the adults in monitoring a ninja named Lin Shu, whom they find particularly intriguing. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, prying open the ninja's mouth, discovering a black, cursed seal upon his tongue. I thought so. Each time Toby's name was mentioned, you would respond like this. It turns out you were already cursed. Tuanzong, that old relic, truly embodies caution. Lin Shu exerted considerable effort to render this root ninja a fool, solely to extract vital intelligence. Now, witnessing his endeavors go to waste, he is understandably displeased. Subsequently, Lin Shu once again activated his Sharingan, preparing to attempt the unraveling of this cursed seal. To be frank, this seal is quite troublesome. However, under the formidable ocular prowess of Lin Shu's three-tomo Sharingan, he ultimately succeeded in cleansing it, resuming his interrogation. Chapter 114. The Cells of Hashirama Hidden by Tuanzong. Why is Tuanzong interested in me? Apart from my lineage, are there other reasons? Do you possess additional secrets regarding Tuanzong? Lord Tuanzong is quite curious about how you suddenly transformed from an ordinary individual into such a formidable force. Your progress is astonishing, even comparable to the youthful Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. The Lord has previously stated that the roots require a specialized blade for executing covert missions. I have witnessed the true appearance of Lord Tuanzong's arm. It is adorned with Sharingan. Furthermore, during a supply transport, I once ventured into Lord Tuanzong's underground office. There, I encountered a glass jar, roughly human-sized, containing a pale green liquid, nurturing something extraordinary, though its nature remains unknown. Lord Tuanzong only permitted us at the entrance, never allowing us inside. A glass jar? A liquid? Something being cultivated? Lin Shu furrowed his brow, repeating these keywords, and involuntarily recalled the Hashirama cells acquired from Orochimaru's laboratory. He had not anticipated that Tuanzong possessed backups. The more Lin Shu considered it, the more plausible it became. According to the narrative, Tuanzang's arm and the Sharingan upon it were crafted and installed with Orochimaru's assistance. Even the Hashirama cells used to suppress those Sharingan were cultivated by Orochimaru and given to Tuanzong. Therefore, it is highly probable that Tuanzong has additional stock. For Lin Shu, this is indeed a rare stroke of fortune. Thanks to the previous Hashirama cells, his strength surged dramatically. Should he acquire another batch of Hashirama cells and assimilate them, surpassing a chakra total of 5,000 would be effortless. Moreover, Lin Shu could even enhance his existing wood-release techniques, potentially replicating a fraction of the first Hokage's power. With these augmentations, Lin Shu believed that when Orochimaru attempts to ambush Konoha and subsequently retreats, his chances of launching a surprise attack would significantly increase. There is even a possibility of obtaining the long-desired Edo Tensei. Even if the ambush against Orochimaru were to fail, with ample chakra and the Sharingan, coupled with wood release, Lin Shu can ensure his safe retreat. Furthermore, with formidable strength at his disposal, Lin Shu need not overly concern himself with Tuanzang's threat. In fact, he could simply defect and join the Akatsuki. That place is teeming with talent, and many of their unique abilities are quite alluring to Lin Shu, such as Haiden's immortality, Obito's Kimui, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, and Nagato's Rinnegan. The more Lin Shu pondered, the more envious he became, yearning to visit the Rain village immediately. In a fit of anger, he resolved, enough. Remain composed. Even the sage Jiraiya could not withstand the 6 paths and did not survive. I would not fare any better. One must take things one step at a time, and it is prudent to wait until I possess some means of self-defense before pursuing other matters. After bolstering his resolve, Lin Shu meticulously inquired with Nara Shikamaru about the details of Tuanzang's underground laboratory. Unexpectedly, he gleaned another piece of information. A few days prior, during the training ground incident, this fellow had covertly made a move against him. The reason? A rather absurd notion that he had observed Lin Shu's battle with Kakashi and deemed his progress excessively rapid and strong. This revelation solidified Lin Shu's determination to deal with this individual. Once Lin Shu confirmed that all pertinent information had been extracted from this person, he performed the hand seals for wood release, wood cage technique. Countless sturdy wooden branches instantaneously extended from the tree hollow, encircling Nara Shikamaru like a small coffin, securing him within. As Lin Shu clenched his hands, the wooden coffin began to constrict inward, accompanied by the sounds of bones cracking and flesh splattering. All that remained was a thin wooden plank and a pool of viscous dark red blood. The root ninja, nicknamed Fox, met his demise. Lin Shu exhaled, casually brushed off his hands, and exited the tree hollow. He then sealed the hollow to ensure no one could discover Shikamaru's demise here. Standing atop the giant tree branch, feeling the cool autumn breeze, Lin Shu's long-held tension and unease considerably eased. Although Tuanzong remained vigilant, having acquired this crucial intelligence, Lin Shu's subsequent plans would be executed with greater confidence. Moreover, he had devised thoughts regarding the Hashirama cells concealed by Tuanzong. This is of utmost importance to me. I must acquire it. That fellow Tuanzong cannot control this power. I can, thanks to my system. Furthermore, I have gathered the related intelligence. I must act swiftly, lest Tuanzong realizes Shikamaru's demise and makes adjustments. It is also an excellent opportunity to test the efficacy of Shikamaru's shadow technique. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Shu hesitated no longer and promptly returned to the village. However, he did not proceed directly. Instead, he planned to wait until midnight, when darkness cloaked the surroundings, to take action, fully capitalizing on the environment and his ninjutsu advantages. He could also feign passing by, scouting the area nearby. Since he had resolved to act, Lin Shu would exercise utmost caution. After all, his opponent is a renowned, ambitious figure within the ninja world. One could indeed suffer a mishap in the depths of a gutter. Chapter 115. Infiltrating the root base after bathing at home and donning fresh attire. Lin Shu strolled to the bustling commercial district in the heart of the village. Starting from the street's entrance, he leisurely wandered, sampling food and drink, until he reached the end of the street, then entered a restaurant, securing a window-side table on the second floor and placing his order. For Lin Shu, dining was not the objective. Rather, the 3-story building a few dozen meters away commanded his full attention. For that structure is the base and command center of Tuanzang's roots. According to Shikamaru's intelligence, the first floor serves as an office hall, handling overt tasks and liaising with other departments within the village. However, entry is strictly prohibited on the second and third floors. Even internal personnel face rigorous scrutiny when attempting to enter or exit. The premises are fortified with an array of barriers and traps, rendering them virtually impenetrable. Moreover, the entrance to Tuanzang's underground secret laboratory is entirely elusive on the first floor. The sole access point lies within Tuanzang's hidden chamber in his third-floor office, featuring a small elevator that descends directly underground. Were it not for Shikamaru's prior role as Tuanzang's personal bodyguard for a time, he would not possess such crucial information. Consequently, Tuanzang had placed a more intricate and stringent curse seal on Shikamaru's tongue to prevent any potential betrayal and leakage of vital information. Yet, before the formidable ocular prowess of the three-tomo Sharingan, all of this was laid bare. One could surmise that Tuanzang had never anticipated the presence of a second three-tomo Sharingan within the village. How fortunate it was that Lin Shu had previously seized the opportunity to strike this old wretch several times. Otherwise, matters would not have unfolded so smoothly. Lin Shu secretly rejoiced, yet he remained vigilant. It is imperative to approach tasks without harboring any illusions. One must eradicate the roots of trouble. Otherwise, should one's weaknesses be exploited, a significant loss may ensue. Even the ever-cunning Tuanzang is not exempt from this rule. As a mere genin, Lin Shu must exercise heightened caution and prudence. In the ensuing half-hour, Lin Shu finished his meal while meticulously observing the perimeter surrounding the root base. To avoid drawing attention, he refrained from lingering there and opted to settle his bill before exiting the restaurant. Once outside, Lin Shu turned towards a nearby block, leisurely meandering around the root base, both to further scrutinize the vicinity and to devise several reliable escape routes. After all, this operation was fraught with risks. Should it fail, Lin Shu needed to retreat as swiftly and safely as possible. Otherwise, being cornered by the ninjas of the root could spell disaster. A fate from which even the third Hokage could not save him. At that point, he would be at the mercy of Danzo. To put it plainly, Lin Shu was acutely aware that such a predicament would be akin to a living nightmare. As dusk settled, Lin Shu returned to the shopping district and entered a bustling barbecue restaurant to dine. He intentionally ordered the most expensive set meal, leaving a profound impression on the staff. After settling the bill, he stepped into a dimly lit alley adjacent to the restaurant. Half a minute later, he emerged and ambled back home along the main road. Meanwhile, Lin Shu's main body had stealthily maneuvered along the walls of the alley, slipping into an uninhabited house. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, and Lin Shu intended to remain here for several hours, waiting until midnight, when the darkness would be most profound, to infiltrate the root base with his new ninjutsu. Aiming to access Danzo's secret laboratory, Lin Shu had meticulously revised his plans several times, considering the intelligence at hand, and had prepared multiple escape routes. Yet, this was his first venture into the root base, leaving the potential for unforeseen changes or Danzo's movements unknown. However, this evening coincided with the village's high-ranking officials' monthly meeting, presenting a crucial opportunity while Danzo was absent. Lin Shu could not afford to wait any longer. Another month would pass in vain. And who could predict what further changes might arise within the root? As time slipped away, Lin Shu's shadow clone had already extinguished the lights in his home and retired to bed, providing cover for him. At precisely 11:45, Lin Shu donned a black suit and the fox mask he had acquired, blending seamlessly into the night. 10 minutes later, he pressed himself against the back wall of the root's garden, quietly listening to the footsteps of patrolling guards fade away. He swiftly formed hand seals and invoked his new ninjutsu, Shadow Veil technique. As Lin Shu channeled his chakra, his form gradually dissolved into an inky blackness, twisting until he became a shadow fully merged with the night. Controlling this new form, Lin Shu effortlessly scaled the wall and began to infiltrate the interior of the root building from a secluded corner of the courtyard. The first step of his infiltration was successful. However, upon witnessing the interior of the root building, Lin Shu finally comprehended why even the most foolish of individuals had expressed genuine seriousness and apprehension about this place. Chapter 116, An Unexpected Encounter. Before Lin Shu stretched a long corridor, where guards were stationed every 5 steps, with vigilant ninjas observing diligently. The dim yellow light, soft yet penetrating, illuminated every corner of the hallway. The corridor was uniformly dark brown, combined with the muted yellow light, evoking an oppressive sensation akin to being underground. Additionally, strange sounds emanated from the rooms on either side of the corridor, resembling the incoherent murmurs of drunken individuals or the fervent shouts of the exhilarated. At various doorways and central locations within the corridor, a faint shimmering barrier existed, designed to prevent unauthorized entry, a warning seal. None of this had been mentioned in the intelligence from Deer Management. Lin Shu doubted that the individual, even with his sanity compromised, could fabricate lies. This only proved that the arrangements were new strategies devised by Danzo. Consequently, Lin Shu's shadow abilities had become more passive in this environment. Ultimately, he found himself huddled beneath a wall lamp in a small nook, quickly formulating a strategy in his mind. There were too many guards, making it difficult to act. Moreover, the barriers at the doorways felt far from simple, their sheer number rendering it nearly impossible to dismantle them without alerting the sentinels. Did this mean he had no choice but to retreat? As Lin Shu pondered and weighed his options, a tall ninja entering from outside captured his attention. The figure donned a monkey mask, towering at least 2 meters, with muscles straining against his attire, resembling a modern-day Tarzan. However, Lin Shu noticed that the guards in the corridor did not question him upon his arrival. Instead, they exchanged casual banter before allowing him to pass, indicating a level of familiarity. Even when he reached the barrier, they confirmed his identity swiftly and permitted him entry. Within no time, Lin Shu watched as the imposing figure traversed a significant portion of the area, nearly reaching Lin Shu's hiding spot. Lin Shu held his breath, controlling his form completely within a small area. As the towering ninja passed by, Lin Shu quickly leapt into his shadow, spreading himself thin within it. Simultaneously, the large ninja turned abruptly. Yet, upon surveying the scene, he found all guards present and the barriers intact, believing nothing had occurred. Did I misjudge? The monkey-masked ninja rubbed his scruffy chin and shook his head, dismissing the notion as he continued past the remaining guards and barriers on the first floor. Ascending the staircase at the end of the corridor, upon reaching the second floor, Lin Shu noted a significant reduction in guards. Yet, each door on this level glowed with a faint barrier, each fortified with seals. While Lin Shu marveled at Danzo's opulence, the monkey-faced ninja pressed onward. Ascending the stairs to the next floor, Lin Shu quietly and eagerly followed, successfully passing through the third-floor barrier, eventually stopping at a room at the corridor's end. As expected, this door was also secured with a barrier, appearing exceptionally robust, exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness. Lin Shu gasped inwardly, astounded. How could the third Hokage, despite being a high-ranking official, seem so meager compared to Danzo? Just imagine how many ninja scrolls, seals, and materials it would take to construct such a formidable barrier. Danzo had certainly amassed considerable wealth from the village. This was undoubtedly Danzo's office, the most fortified location, although there was no one at the entrance. The strength of the barrier was extraordinary, even with his powerful Sharingan. Lin Shu estimated that breaking through would require at least 2 to 3 hours under ideal circumstances without interruption. However, the situation was different now. Though Lin Shu had no idea who this monkey-faced ninja was or his intentions, it was evident from his actions at the door that he possessed a means of entry. Someone was set to open the door for him. This was an ideal opportunity. Yet, soon Lin Shu found himself astonished by the ninja's subsequent actions. The reason is quite simple. This individual clearly did not activate the seal of the barrier, but instead discreetly retrieved a scroll from his pocket and immediately activated it. The surrounding surveillance devices, along with the entire corridor's lighting, flickered briefly before returning to normal. Lin Shu was left bewildered, unable to discern the exact actions of this figure. Yet his demeanor suggested he was far from respectable. It was unequivocally impossible for him to be an envoy from Danzo. He was likely an infiltrator or a spy, seizing the opportunity presented by Danzo's absence to plot something sinister. Lin Shu, both surprised and intrigued, thought to himself, what an unexpected encounter with a fellow colleague. I wonder if his intentions align with mine. I remain in the shadows while he is in the light. It would be quite fitting to ensnare him in a trap, allowing him to take the fall for me. Thus, Lin Shu maintained a relaxed posture, quietly observing the monkey-faced ninja as he busily worked. After approximately half an hour, with the aid of various props, the monkey-faced ninja astonishingly managed to open a gap in the barrier. His professionalism and dexterity left Lin Shu in awe, akin to witnessing Zhang Fei embroidering the Qingming Festival River map in mere moments. Although victory was within reach, the monkey-faced ninja exhibited a level of caution and meticulousness that belied his physique. He carefully produced a flashlight from his pocket, illuminating the door. Through the bright beam, delicate threads became visible beneath the door and in the gaps around it. The monkey-faced ninja smiled, donned gloves, and cautiously turned the doorknob, navigating the traps set beneath the door, officially entering the vital office. Lin Shu naturally followed him inside, maintaining remarkable patience as he trailed behind, observing every move. Once inside the office, the ninja held the flashlight in one hand while rummaging through the bookshelves and desk, turning everything upside down. Some documents of apparent importance were hastily glanced at before being discarded. It seemed he was in search of something even more significant. This realization prompted Lin Shu to become increasingly alert. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. If he is indeed an infiltrator from the neighboring village, he would never overlook such precious documents, unless he seeks something more valuable than these files. According to the information from the Deer Management Office, the only thing of such value here would be the cells of Hashirama in the underground laboratory. But that did not add up. The deer was dead at my hands, and all the intelligence was in my possession. How could this individual possibly know such information? Is there something even more precious than the Hashirama cells hidden here? Perplexed, Lin Shu resolved to grant this figure a little more time to reveal his intentions. When the moment was right, he would strike, capturing both him and whatever he sought. Should this ninja uncover nothing at all, Lin Shu would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot, deliberately triggering the switch to divert the attention of the root ninjas, placing the blame squarely on him. After all, the dead do not speak, and it would be utterly impossible to trace any wrongdoing back to Lin Shu. A perfectly orchestrated plan. As time ticked away, Lin Shu watched the monkey-faced ninja thoroughly scour Danzo's office, yet he found nothing. Casting a discreet glance at the clock on the wall, Lin Shu noted it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and he had completely lost his patience. He then controlled the shadow he had transformed into, allowing it to creep up along the ninja's shoes and pants. The monkey-faced ninja possessed keen awareness, just as Lin Shu's shadow crept past his waist. He swiftly drew 2 shurikens from his sleeve, his expression shifting to one of heightened alertness as he turned to confront the source of his unease. "Who goes there? I can see you. Show yourself," he barked, scanning the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. However, his unease intensified, prompting him to clasp his hands together, prepared to unleash a reconnaissance ninjutsu. Just then, a faint beam of moonlight streamed through the gap in the floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a vast expanse of darkness on the back of his hand. Startled, the monkey-faced ninja's hair stood on end, his chakra surging in response, attempting to burst forth from his palms. Yet it was already too late. At that moment, Lin Shu's shadow had enveloped the entirety of his lower body, immobilizing him with a grip as unyielding as iron. Lin Shu severed the connection to the chakra within him, rendering it stable. "What is this? Shadow binding technique?" The monkey-faced ninja rasped, his voice trembling. "Are you from the Nara clan? When did you arrive? Release me." Lin Shu reverted to his human form, uninterested in idle chatter. He delivered a swift kick, sending the ninja sprawling to the ground. The shadow continued to spread, fully restraining the ninja's mouth and features. Lin Shu then donned his serrated steel hook, and with the monkey-faced ninja's eyes wide with terror, he crouched down, clasped his hands together, and thrust forcefully. Simultaneously, a wave of notifications flooded Lin Shu's mind. Chapter 118. Important Intelligence. Orochimaru has arrived. Congratulations, host. You have successfully hit the target and gained 50 points of chakra. Congratulations, host. You have successfully hit the target and gained 100 points of chakra. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the ninjutsu multiplication technique. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the earth release, earth pillar spike technique. Once he had thoroughly drained the ninja, Lin Shu withdrew his finger, satisfied. "Ah, the multiplication technique. So you are indeed of the Akimichi clan. I never expected a traitor to arise from your ranks." Lin Shu mused, his heart brimming with delight as he began to appreciate the 2 newly acquired ninjutsu. The multiplication technique, as the name implies, allows the user to expand certain body parts by consuming their own fat, thereby enhancing combat capabilities, a rather practical ninjutsu, undoubtedly a boon for any male ninja. Although Lin Shu was currently single and found it of little use, having it was certainly better than lacking it. As for the second technique, Earth Release, Earth Pillar Spike, it represented a recently acquired advanced ninjutsu. This technique, Among the more notable offensive earth releases, enables the user to rapidly sprout sharp, densely packed stone spikes from the ground within a specified area, attacking enemies from below. It is a large-scale ninjutsu that can yield unexpectedly effective results in suitable terrains. Lin Shu was quite pleased with this, yearning for an opportunity to test it out. However, before that, Lin Shu needed to address the pressing matter at hand. He firmly grasped the monkey-faced ninja's hair, tilting his head back, and activated his Sharingan. I see into the depths of hell. Approximately 1 minute later, the ninja's psyche was utterly shattered by the formidable gaze of the Sharingan. Lin Shu released the restraints on his mouth and directly inquired, "Speak. Who are you? Who sent you? What are you seeking?" The ninja's mouth opened slightly, saliva pooling as he stammered, "My name is Akimichi Kunten. I can't recall who sent me. I can't remember." Kunten's expression fluctuated, at times bewildered, at times ferocious, and at times consumed by fear, sweat cascading down his brow, tears streaming uncontrollably. He eventually broke down into sobs. Lin Shu frowned slightly and hastily interjected, "Enough? Why have you come here? What is your purpose?" Lin Shu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He never anticipated that such sensitive information could have been leaked. Just as he was about to inquire about the source of the command, he took in the foolish demeanor of Kunten before him and opted to pose a different question. "Have you been secretly meeting anyone lately? What does that person look like?" Kunten's expression darkened once more, and Lin Shu tightened his grip on the kunai. If Kunten remained tight-lipped, Lin Shu would cease to concern himself with the matter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kunten finally stammered, "I met with a short individual last night. He was completely covered, and I couldn't see him. I was terrified. There were snakes. Many, many snakes." Kunten seemed to recall something horrifying and suddenly screamed. Lin Shu swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth and drove the kunai deep into his heart, twisting it viciously. Soon, Kunten's breaths grew faint and eventually ceased entirely. Once Lin Shu confirmed his demise, he stood up slowly, reflecting on Kunten's last words. "A short individual? Damn it. This guy is so tall that everyone appears short beside him. And I was scared? Many snakes? What nonsense is this? Is he dreaming?" As Lin Shu pondered, an unsettling thought struck him, sending a chill down his spine. Orochimaru had come. Moreover, he was concealed somewhere within the village, utilizing a brand new body that no one had seen before. Kunten had been summoned to meet Orochimaru last night and received this order. The intelligence regarding Hashirama's cells was also relayed to Kunten by Orochimaru. After all, the resources that Danzo possessed initially came from Orochimaru. It was entirely plausible that Orochimaru was aware of the remaining stock. Everything suddenly made sense. However, despite unearthing this monumental secret, Lin Shu felt no joy. Orochimaru's activation of such a long-hidden traitor was a clear indication of his urgency. Lin Shu believed that Orochimaru had already learned about the destruction of his experimental base. Everything was interconnected. Therefore, once Lin Shu revealed his would-release capabilities, he would undoubtedly attract Orochimaru's attention and become a target. Thus, during the ensuing days, until Orochimaru departed seriously injured, Lin Shu could not openly employ any would-release techniques. Otherwise, if he attracted Orochimaru's covert scrutiny, even with 2 uses of his Anaji, he lacked confidence in evading his grasp. After all, in his prime, Orochimaru possessed the strength of a shadow. Lin Shu was far from his match. It was distressing to be entangled with these 2 individuals. Before confronting a shadow-level opponent, he must tread cautiously. With Danzo watching closely and Orochimaru lurking in the shadows, Lin Shu felt immense pressure. Nevertheless, such pressure also served as motivation. He took a deep breath, slapped his cheeks, and steeled himself. Despite the looming threats and crises, Lin Shu would never concede or surrender. Since he had not yet been exposed, he must seize this opportunity to quickly enhance his strength. Only with formidable power could Lin Shu find security and live according to his desires. Chapter 119. The Search for Hashirama's Cells. Having reaffirmed his convictions, Lin Shu dealt with Kunten's body and then approached Danzo's desk, pressing a recessed switch. The mechanical sounds echoed as the entire bookshelf slid aside, revealing a hidden elevator behind it. Lin Shu promptly walked over and pressed the button. Just as he was about to enter, he paused, meticulously checking for any traps before employing a transformation technique to assume Danzo's appearance. Only then did he enter the elevator and press the door button. The narrow elevator descended slowly, the dim lights overhead casting a gloomy glow, accompanied by occasional creaking sounds. The oppressive atmosphere made Lin Shu wonder if the contraption might suddenly malfunction and plummet. Should he send a shadow clone down? Yet, having already entered, such thoughts were too late. Lin Shu steeled himself, hands tucked into his sleeves while secretly gripping his weapon. Before long, the elevator came to a gradual halt, and the ironclad doors opened. Before him lay a stone passage no more than 10 meters long, clearly polished. Dim oil lamps hung above, and at the end of the passage stood a silver-gray metal door. There were no guards or surveillance devices, but Lin Shu refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he activated his Sharingan to carefully observe the situation within. After all, this was the final stretch leading to the laboratory, and he did not wish to falter at the last moment in the face of Danzo. As anticipated, Lin Shu's thorough examination revealed some peculiarities. On either side of the stone passage by the elevator doors were several tiny holes the size of fingernails. Within these holes resided small brown insects with 4 wings. Lin Shu was puzzled as to why there would be insects in such a desolate place, but he surmised that they must be part of a trap. After all, in such a barren environment, how could insects thrive? They couldn't possibly consume stones, could they? Furthermore, their concealment suggested something amiss. Under the scrutiny of Lin Shu's 3-tomo Sharingan, nothing escaped detection. Despite the insect's feeble chakra, they were clearly visible to him. To eliminate these pests and avoid alerting them, Lin Shu swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a new jutsu. Earth Release. Earth Pillar Spike. Due to his limited chakra output, he could only summon a few finger-thick stone spikes from the walls. With decisive control, he thrust them into the small nests, blocking the holes and instantly crushing the insects within. Having eradicated them, he neutralized this final trap. With a long sigh of relief, Lin Shu exited the elevator and crossed the passage, standing before the iron door. While there were no visible traps, the massive vintage mechanical lock above it nearly made his head explode. He was unaware of the password, and the door featured 8 vacant slots, an 8-digit code. Lin Shu pushed against the door with all his strength, but it did not budge. He attempted to guess the password, but as expected, he could not decipher it. Damn it, this thing is so sturdy. I can't open it. Am I really going to have to retreat now? Just as Lin Shu was lost in thought, he noticed the shadow beneath his feet. A sudden smile spread across his face as realization dawned upon him. Of course. Why was I fixated on opening this door? I can simply slip through my shadow. Without further delay, Lin Shu formed hand seals again, transforming into a shadow and gradually slipping through the narrow gap of the door. Once inside, he did not recklessly revert to his human form. Instead, he cautiously glided around the corners, ensuring the space was unoccupied. Only after confirming that there was no one present did he change back and press the switch behind the door. In an instant, bright yet gentle white lights illuminated a somewhat sparse underground laboratory, scarcely 50 square meters in area. At the center of this laboratory stood a cultivation tank, towering at human height. Within the chamber lay a pale green cultivation liquid, alongside a fist-sized mass of white, fleshy polymer. This was the only specimen of Hashirama cells cultivated in the entirety of Konohagakure. Chapter 120. The perfect blame game. Lin Shu, brimming with excitement, hastily approached the precious find. Haha, at last it's mine. With this, my chakra will surge once more. Coupled with my mastery of wood release and Izanagi, I shall possess the ability to safeguard myself. Without further delay, Lin Shu carefully retrieved the invaluable cultivated cells and placed them into a storage scroll, meticulously erasing any trace of his presence before retracing his steps. Now, all that remained was to find an opportune moment to consume this treasure gradually and digest it. Currently, Lin Shu's total chakra amounted to 4,600 points. After consuming this mass, he was confident that he could elevate his chakra level to 6,000 points. Not only would he reach the chakra level of a special jonin, but he would exceed it as well. This realization brought Lin Shu immense joy. After all, throughout the history of Konohagakure, few had achieved such rapid advancement in such a short span of time. While it may not guarantee there would be no successors, it certainly ensured he was without precedent. When I finally reveal my true strength, I suspect it will leave everyone utterly astounded. Danzo and Orochimaru, none of you shall escape. Upon returning to his office upstairs, Lin Shu immediately performed a transformation jutsu, taking on the guise of the monkey-faced ninja. He then stored the ninja's corpse in the scroll, pushed open the door, and swaggered down as if nothing had happened. Whenever he encountered a barrier requiring authentication, He mimicked the actions of the monkey-faced ninja, emerging from the root headquarters unscathed. It was nearing 3 in the morning, and the outside world remained dim. Lin Shu maintained his composure as he gradually blended into the shadows of the night. After navigating through several winding streets, he finally reverted to his original form and returned home. He exchanged places with a shadow clone that had been waiting at home and comfortably lay down in bed. Danzo would soon discover the theft and the missing monkey-faced ninja. This burden would undoubtedly fall upon him. Such a significant issue would surely infuriate Danzo, and the mere thought of it delighted Lin Shu. For the time being, Danzo would be preoccupied, allowing Lin Shu to focus on assimilating this newfound treasure. With a smile, Lin Shu drifted into slumber. The next morning, Lin Shu awoke feeling well-rested. He took his time getting up, showering, and having breakfast before venturing outside. It was already past 10 o'clock. Standing at the front of his house, he stretched lazily while surveying the street below. To his surprise, he noticed a significant increase in patrolling ninjas, along with some suspicious figures lurking within the crowd. Clearly, something significant had transpired. Coupled with the events of the previous night, it was evident that Danzo had discovered the theft of the precious Hashirama cells from the underground laboratory. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, reveling in the misfortune. Haha, with such a monumental incident, Danzo can no longer keep it under wraps, can he? How delightful. Having caused such turmoil behind the backs of the village's higher-ups, he must be feeling quite the strain. I can only imagine what that stoic face must look like in distress. However, despite his musings, Lin Shu had no intention of approaching the crime scene again. The heightened security surrounding his building was indicative of the increased vigilance at the root base. Venturing there now would be courting trouble. Encountering any formidable individuals would be akin to inviting disaster. Thus, Lin Shu leisurely strolled towards the outskirts of the village and into the woods. Once assured that he was not being followed, he plunged into the depths of the forest and entered a concealed cave. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Lin Shu summoned a dozen clones without hesitation, assigning 2 to safeguard him while the rest were dispatched to maintain vigilance in the vicinity. He then retrieved the towering cultivation tank from his storage scroll. Observing the Hashirama cells floating within the liquid, Lin Shu felt a mix of anticipation and undeniable joy. Everything was in place. Now, he awaited the surprises this remarkable specimen would bestow upon him. One clone approached to remove the lid, while another held a glass container to extract the mass of Hashirama cells, presenting it to Lin Shu. The fleshy mass appeared fresh, its surface undulating slightly, the unsightly lumps rising and falling in rhythm. It must be said that despite its immense power, the appearance of this substance was quite unappetizing. Past terrifying experiences still lingered in Lin Shu's mind. Nevertheless, the power it promised was essential. Thus, gazing at the mass before him, Lin Shu inhaled deeply, shutting his eyes as he took a decisive bite, swallowing it whole without chewing. Ouch! Truly, this is the essence of the original. The texture was formidable, but it was manageable. All right, you two keep your distance. I'll monitor the original and prevent any outbursts. The 2 clones assumed their roles, one firmly pinning Lin Shu's limbs while the other covered his mouth. Chapter 121. Strength increases. Special Jonin. At that moment, Lin Shu leaned against the cold stone wall, his expression contorting in agony. The moment the Hashirama cells entered his system, they transformed into a searing heat, akin to magma, causing his stomach to convulse painfully. Suddenly, he expelled his breakfast violently, splattering the face of the clone beside him. The shadow clone, with a look of disdain, grimaced, "Ugh, you're revolting. I'll be haunted by this for life. I demand extra compensation." Despite the complaints, the clone remained steadfast, holding Lin Shu firmly against the wall. The system detected the sudden influx of power, initiating an analysis and integration process with Lin Shu. Due to the Hashirama cell's high activity, Lin Shu's physique began to undergo subtle transformations. After more than half an hour of being pinned against the wall, Lin Shu slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he grasped the shoulders of his clone for support, regaining his balance and clenching his fists to assess his newfound strength. However, a pungent odor wafted toward him, prompting him to step back several paces while covering his nose. "What happened to you, brother? How did you end up like this?" The clone, visibly upset, pointed at itself, indignantly exclaiming, "What? You've lost your mind. Look closely. This is all you're doing. I'm going to have nightmares because of you." Lin Shu wiped his mouth and chuckled. All right. You've done well. Whatever you want, I'll make it happen." Satisfied, The filthy clone nodded before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Lin Shu then turned to the clone holding the glass dish, who quickly shook its head. Don't look at me. I don't want to be splattered. My only job is to hold this. Lin Shu suppressed a smile, summoning the previous clone back into existence with another shadow clone technique. The latter, too, has once again been rejuvenated, albeit with a face still stained by tears. Lin Shu smiled as he patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. All right, let us proceed. Once we finish, I shall treat you all to a barbecue buffet. We'll feast to our heart's content before heading home. Very well, but make sure to turn your face away when you do, so you don't spew on me again. My stomach is utterly empty. There's nothing left to vomit. Lin Shu rolled his eyes, then took a deep breath, gazing at the meat before him, and closed his eyes as he took another bite. The familiar agonizing pain and spasms returned once more. Although his stomach was indeed devoid of contents, this time, Lin Shu expelled a faceful of bile and gastric fluid. Ah, my true self. I am utterly exasperated. You must have done this on purpose. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. More money. More money. More. The ensuing moments saw Lin Shu repeat this grim ritual until he had consumed the last small morsel of meat. Thus, the vast mass of cells cultivated from the Hashirama cells was entirely absorbed into him. Consequently, his strength witnessed a remarkable surge. His chakra rose from a mere 4,600 points to an impressive 5,800 points. While it did not reach the anticipated 6,000 points, it undeniably surpassed the minimum standard for a special jonin. It is no exaggeration to declare that Lin Shu, still merely a genin, now possessed the prowess of a special jonin, ranking him at least among the mid-tier forces of the village. Moreover, Lin Shu could distinctly feel his mastery and utilization of wood-release abilities had grown significantly. Previously, he could only manipulate branches and trees within a radius of about 10 meters. Now, that range had expanded several-fold, reaching an astonishing 30 to 50 meters. With a generous outpouring of chakra, he could even manage to create a small-scale wood domain. For Lin Shu, this was a tremendous enhancement. Came the wood domain. This is one of the original signature moves. Even if I possess only an incomplete version, I can easily outmatch ordinary ninjas. Even if Danzo sent a jonin to confront me, I could surely make my escape. Haha. Now, I eagerly await the upcoming Chunin exams. As Lin Shu felt the powerful energy surging within him, the unease and tension that had long resided in his heart began to ease considerably. He had now officially acquired the strength to protect himself, no longer needing to overly rely on the village or others for survival. This newfound confidence, free from the need to constantly gauge the opinions of others, was simply marvelous. Lin Shu emerged from the cave, invigorated. Outside, the sky had darkened, dotted with twinkling stars encircling the grand, cool full moon. Though he had always been alone, living life according to his own beliefs and principles, Lin Shu did not feel lonely. In fact, he reveled in it. With this power now within his grasp, he could afford a few days of ease. Just in time to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts in the village. If he could locate him in advance, notifying the third Hokage would spare the old man from his demise. Chapter 122. Pre-exam trial. Lin Shu had always held a favorable impression of the third Hokage. In both public and private matters, he had treated Lin Shu well, a fact Lin Shu was keenly aware of. Furthermore, as long as the third Hokage remained alive, Danzo could never seize power over the Hokage position, which was advantageous for Lin Shu. After summoning all his clones back, Lin Shu retrieved the corpse of the Kuending and performed the earth release swamp technique to bury it directly. He then returned to the village. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant in the shopping district, Lin Shu requested a private room, releasing the clones he had summoned that morning to fulfill his promise, celebrating in a modest manner. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest outside the village, beneath the cave, a diminutive figure slowly emerged from the night. A white snake rested upon his shoulder, hissing while flicking its tongue. The snake then slid down from his shoulder, slithering around the ground a couple of times before finally halting at a damp patch of earth. The short, mysterious figure approached, glanced down, and then, with hands moving like lightning, swiftly formed seals. Summoning technique, white snake. With a resounding bang, white smoke dissipated to reveal a massive white snake, over 10 meters long and as thick as a water barrel, coiling nearby. The diminutive ninja pointed at the ground, and the white snake, flicking its tongue, began to slither towards the indicated spot. After circling around, It lifted its tail and struck the ground with great force. With a tremendous crash, dust billowed, rocks splintered, and a large pit was instantly created. The short ninja remained silent, observing intently. The white snake shook its body and raised its thick tail once more, repeatedly striking the ground. Half a minute later, a pool of blood suddenly emerged from beneath the earth. Only then did the mysterious ninja raise his hand, commanding the white snake to cease, and leaped into the pit, extending his hands to retrieve the already crushed corpse from the bottom. So it was not betrayal nor the dispelling of my ninjutsu, but rather the unfortunate outcome of being killed. Thus, the mission was successful. Albeit the prize was ultimately snatched away, it was the last specimen in existence, and recreating it would require considerable effort. The mysterious ninja sighed before discarding the corpse. The white snake, hovering nearby, swiftly extended its head and swallowed it whole. The mysterious ninja turned his gaze towards the direction of Konoha village, muttering with an amused glint in his eye, "How intriguing, truly fascinating. It seems Konoha village has gained a discerning individual. However, this artifact is not something everyone can wield." Having satisfied his appetite, Lin Shu strolled leisurely out of the barbecue restaurant, clutching his stomach as he prepared to head home for a bath and a good night's sleep. Today had indeed been exhausting, and he needed to rest well. However, just as he turned the corner at the next intersection, he suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps from behind. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow and quickly turned to enter a nearby fruit shop, casting a glance over his shoulder at the person approaching. "Oh, Lin Shu, what a coincidence. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, what a surprise. Are you here to buy fruit as well?" Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. "I was just passing by after my errands and saw you, so I came to say hello. By the way, there's something I forgot to inform you. You and your team are eager to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, aren't you?" We teachers discussed it and agreed, but... Kakashi squinted his eyes, shifting the conversation. "Since you just recently became Genin, we were somewhat concerned about you entering the Chunin exams directly. Therefore, we applied to Lord Hokage to conduct a preliminary test for you. If all 10 of you pass, you may take part in the Chunin exams. Otherwise, you will have to wait until next year." Lin Shu frowned, surprised that complications had arisen at this juncture. In truth, he hardly regarded the assessment with concern. His strength could easily see him through the test, and even the Chunin exams. However, requiring all 10 of them to pass was somewhat troublesome. Lin Shu would need to consider the other 9 as well. Although Team 3 was not lacking in strength, since Kakashi and the other teachers had set this assessment, it surely bore some difficulty. Unexpected events could indeed arise. Moreover, this Chunin exam was teeming with talented individuals, numerous jutsu, and bloodline limits that fascinated Lin Shu. Missing out would be a significant loss. Consequently, Lin Shu expressed his doubts. "Is this truly necessary? Kakashi-sensei, you are well aware of my abilities, aren't you? Participating in the Chunin exam directly wouldn't pose any problem for me. Besides, I can manage on my own without necessarily teaming up with them, right?" "Ah, young one. I take great solace in your relentless efforts to enhance your skills," Kakashi said, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Shu's shoulder. "However, do not forget that Sasuke, Naruto, and the others are your classmates, trusted companions. Have you not realized that it has been quite some time since you last saw them? While strength can indeed elevate a person, it can also blinker one's vision, leading to a loss of self. Therefore, this time, you must ensure that all 9 of you pass the assessment to be allowed to participate in the Chunin exam. Otherwise, you will have to wait for another year." Lin Shu regarded Kakashi, refraining from further protest, and nodded in agreement. Lately, he had indeed grown somewhat distant from his friends and companions. Yet, there was little he could do, whether it was due to his identity as a transmigrator, his lineage as a descendant of the Rain Village, or the clandestine activities he had been involved in. All were secrets that could not be disclosed. Revealing them would endanger both himself and others. After all, at this juncture, everyone was still young and their abilities rather limited, making them vulnerable to the perils posed by troublesome adversaries. This was, in fact, one of the reasons for Lin Shu's long-standing solitary nature. However, since Kakashi-sensei had addressed the matter today, Lin Shu was willing to cooperate. Upon seeing Lin Shu's agreement, Kakashi bid him farewell with a promise to see him the next day, casually slipping his hands into his pockets as he turned to leave. Lin Shu shrugged and returned to his own quarters for some rest. Chapter 123. Assessment rules. The following morning, Lin Shu rose as usual, had breakfast, and made his way to the training ground on the outskirts. Along the way, he He noticed numerous patrolling ninjas, clearly indicating that Danzo had yet to yield any results. Reflecting on Danzo's anxious demeanor brought a sudden lightness to Lin Shu's heart. Huh, that dog still dares to threaten me? Now that he has caused such a ruckus. Let us see how he manages to maintain his composure. Upon his arrival, all 3 teachers, along with the 9 students, had gathered. Naruto, exuberantly waving his hand, called out, "Lin Shu, over here. We've been waiting for you." Lin Shu smiled and joined the group, greeting each person in turn. Meanwhile, the ever-competitive Sasuke, arms crossed, fixed a determined gaze on Lin Shu and declared, "Hey Lin Shu, want to see who can claim the top spot this time?" Lin Shu rolled his eyes, disinterested. "Besides, as far as I know, all 10 of us must pass to be deemed qualified. Who cares about who comes in first?" Sasuke was about to respond when Naruto hurriedly intervened, throwing an arm around both Sasuke and Lin Shu. "All right, you'll have plenty of chances to settle scores later. Now that everyone is here, let us hear what the teachers have planned." Lin Shu cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, who returned the look with a cool stare. Ultimately, neither pursued the previous topic. Kakashi, grinning at the 10 students, nodded at Asuma and Kurenai before stepping forward, clapping his hands to capture their attention. "Today is a rare occasion for everyone to be gathered. I hope you all will give your utmost effort in the forthcoming tasks and assessments. Otherwise, you might as well continue training diligently for another year to avoid injuries during the Chunin exam." He proceeded to announce the assessment details and rules. As he spoke, he retrieved 10 identical scrolls from his backpack, distributing 1 to each individual. "For this assessment, each of you must carry a scroll and escort it through the woods behind me, reaching the waterfall 5 kilometers away within 2 hours. Deliver it into Kurenai's hands. During this time, for individuals clad in black will attempt to obstruct your progress. I can assure you that their strength is formidable, yet they will not employ any offensive ninjutsu against you. However, do take care to avoid injury." Kakashi then produced 10 small bells, handing 1 to each person. "Now, let me outline the rules of the assessment. Rule 1. All participants must carry their bells at all times. Removing or damaging them will be deemed a failure. Rule 2. No attempting to circumvent the woods from other routes. Violators will be considered unsuccessful in their mission. Rule 3. Any damage to the scrolls or exceeding the time limit will result in disqualification. Rule 4. Every participant must traverse the forest. Failure to do so will lead to disqualification. Rule 5. If even one of you fails, all shall fail. As Asuma and I will serve as judges. We will monitor you closely. Do you understand? You now have 10 minutes for final preparations. The assessment will officially commence in 10 minutes. With that, Kakashi gestured and vanished. Asuma smiled warmly and encouraged, "You are all good children. Give it your all. I have faith in you." Kurenai waved cheerfully, adding a cautionary note about the formidable abilities of their teachers, urging them to call for help if necessary, while warning against attempting to exploit loopholes. After the 2 teachers disappeared into the woods, the atmosphere became lively once more. Ino and Sakura, with their loud voices, speculated on which 4 Chunin would be their adversaries. Naruto, confidently draping an arm around Sasuke and Lin Shu, proclaimed his newfound strength, eager to showcase his skills. Shino remained silent, fiddling with a bug at his fingertips. Lost in thought, Choji, suddenly producing a bag of snacks, began munching eagerly. Kiba played joyfully with Akamaru, while Hinata stood shyly to the side, blushing as she stole glances at Naruto. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, leaned back, gazing up at the sky with an air of boredom. Each of the 10 individuals seemed engrossed in their own affairs, with no one contemplating strategies for the impending assessment. Lin Shu felt untroubled himself, but the state of the others left him anxious. He absolutely had to participate in the Chunin exam, and all 9 needed to be involved, especially Sasuke, who was the perfect bait to lure Orochimaru. Lin Shu had to devise a plan to ensure this matter was settled. As time ticked away, Lin Shu clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. "Look over here. This assessment determines whether we can participate in the Chunin exam, whether we can become Chunin. I understand that some of you may not be particularly interested in this, but as ninjas, who among us wishes to remain a Genin forever, stagnating in one place for all eternity? Moreover, this Chunin exam includes participants from other villages. As the young generation of Konoha, shall we choose to shy away from combat? Do we wish to be looked down upon by others? Let us all rally together. We can conquer this assessment. Once it's over, I'll treat you all to a grand feast." At the mention of a feast, Kiba and Choji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the usually languid Shikamaru perked up slightly. Sasuke, maintaining his stoic demeanor, interjected, "Since we all need to pass to qualify, certain individuals better not hold me back." "Huh? Why are you looking at me?" Naruto protested, clearly displeased. "I've made significant progress too. This time, I'll show you my true abilities." "Who even cares to see yours?" Sasuke shot back. "Go for it, Sasuke," cheered Ino and Sakura, their eyes brimming with admiration. As the chatter resumed, Lin Shu felt no resentment. Rather, he found it heartwarming and comforting. However, time was of the essence, and further delay was not an option. He clapped once more, signaling for everyone to focus. Chapter 124. Formulating strategies with less than 3 minutes remaining until the competition commenced, he urged, "Quiet down, everyone. The match is about to begin. Let us deliberate on a strategy. This time, for Chunin are lying in wait for us in the woods. We must devise a plan. To force our way through would be perilous." The astute Shikamaru recalled the examination rules and quickly shared his insight. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that neither the scrolls nor the bells should be damaged. Yet he did not stipulate that each individual must possess both a bell and a scroll. "I believe we can explore this avenue for an escape. Although there are 4 individuals obstructing us in the forest, we are a group of 10. If we act in concert, they cannot possibly stop us all at once. Moreover, Rule 4 merely states that we must traverse the forest without imposing a time limit. Therefore, the scrolls take precedence over us. Are you suggesting that we entrust the scrolls to one or a few individuals? They could then represent us in surrendering the scrolls," exclaimed Naruto, his enthusiasm soaring. However, Sasuke furrowed his brow and countered, "That approach is fundamentally flawed. While it may allow for the scrolls to be delivered, some will inevitably be intercepted. Although there is no specified time limit, once caught, escape is unlikely. If anyone fails, we all fail. Despite there being only 4 adversaries, they are formidable instructors. We still face a disparity in strength. Perhaps we could set traps, or conduct reconnaissance. My Akamaru has a keen sense of smell," suggested Kiba, cradling his dog. Shino released a swarm of insects, asserting, "My insects can scout the path." At that moment, Hinata, her cheeks flushed, timidly raised her hand and whispered, "My Byakugan can see far distances. I can assist everyone." "Impressive," cheered Naruto, giving her a thumbs up. Hinata's face turned as crimson as autumn leaves, and she quickly hid behind Ino. Lin Shu, observing Naruto's confusion, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Everyone's suggestions are excellent. However, regarding who should transport the scrolls, I propose that you all entrust them to me. Previously, during Kakashi-sensei's unannounced test, I managed to endure for a full minute without being defeated. So I am confident in safely delivering all of your scrolls. Afterward, I will promptly return to assist everyone." Sasuke, maintaining his stoic demeanor, merely huffed and refrained from contesting Lin Shu's assertion. Despite his rigorous training, he felt uncertain about surpassing Lin Shu. With Sasuke's lack of dissent, the others naturally accepted Lin Shu's proposal, relinquishing their scrolls to him. Subsequently, Shikamaru began to employ his clever mind to strategize for the others. "Since the scrolls were entrusted to Lin Shu, our immediate task is to cooperate with him, diverting the attention of the Chunin to buy him time. However, I suspect that if we can conceive this strategy, the instructors will anticipate it as well." "Not at all. Rest assured, I possess absolute confidence in delivering everyone's scrolls," Lin Shu declared with unwavering assurance. Shikamaru, fully trusting Lin Shu, continued, "In that case, we must not linger in combat. If we can flee, we shall, and if we cannot, we will devise means to evade. Above all, we must hold out until Lin Shu delivers the scrolls." Lin Shu nodded, and then retrieved several fireworks from the scrolls, distributing one to each person. "You must endure. Upon reaching the endpoint, I will ignite a firework to signal my success. The pattern of the firework is my exclusive weapon, easily recognizable to you. You can then activate the fireworks in sequence, and I shall come to your aid one by one. With my diversion, we shall regroup and depart together. Additionally, the bells are likely intended to help those 4 instructors locate us. Although the rules state they cannot be taken, we can securely wrap them in cloth to minimize the sound." No sooner had he finished speaking than a ninja dog burst forth from the woods, barking at them before glancing skyward, signaling that the time had come to commence the examination. Lin Shu took another look, extending his palm. One by one, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Shino, Hinata, and Kiba placed their hands upon his. Let us strive together. We shall pass the examination. Onward. Chapter 125. Confrontation with Iruka. Soon after, Naruto and the other 9 were reorganized into 3 teams, each taking distinct paths into the forest. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, with all the scrolls in his possession, sprinted at full speed, showing no inclination to conceal his presence. This was a deliberate tactic to confuse the Chunin, leaving them uncertain about whether Lin Shu possessed scrolls. Additionally, Lin Shu harbored immense confidence in his abilities. Although he was unaware of which individuals were assigned to obstruct them, he was confident in his capacity to breach their defenses, even without the use of the Sharingan or wood release, which could complicate matters. Lin Shu was a skilled ninja with chakra levels surpassing that of an elite jonin, possessing mastery over more than 20 ninjutsu techniques. Ordinary examination instructors? They were mere stepping stones for experience. 5 minutes later, Lin Shu encountered his first opponent, the first instructor. Iruka, with a menacing scar across his face yet a gentle disposition, stood on a tree branch, smiling as he observed Lin Shu. Lin Shu, it's been a while. I've heard of your remarkable progress, and I am delighted. However, today, I shall not show any mercy. Lin Shu grinned confidently, replying, Then you should be cautious. I will give it my all. No sooner had Lin Shu uttered these words than he activated the body flicker technique. In a mere blink, he traversed the distance between them at astonishing speed, his fist raised to deliver a powerful blow. The surrounding air seemed to buckle under the pressure, emitting a sharp whistle. How swift! Iruka's pupils constricted as he swiftly crushed the branch beneath him and retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals for the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 2 shadow clones emerged from behind Iruka, charging forth alongside his original self. Upon landing, Lin Shu observed this scene and also swiftly formed hand seals for the multi-shadow clone technique. A surge of smoke enveloped him, revealing 10 clones of himself. Iruka's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he charged forward, wielding a teaching ruler in his right hand, striking down one of Lin Shu's clones with a resounding crack. Quite the strength. It seems the Chunin possess more than a modicum of skill. Lin Shu mused silently, then cracked his neck, activating the body flicker technique once more. He swiftly maneuvered behind Iruka's 2 clones, delivering a punch that shattered each one. The remaining 7 clones surged forward, converging upon Iruka's original form. Despite being pressed and facing a disadvantage, Iruka, as a Chunin of Konoha, maintained the composure and skill expected of his rank. He fought while retreating, ensuring he was not entirely encircled by Lin Shu's clones, wielding the ruler with vigor, landing powerful blows to Lin Shu's clones' heads. In less than half a minute, only 4 of Lin Shu's 7 clones remained. Iruka, growing more invigorated with each exchange, stood his ground. Lin Shu, observing the unfolding spectacle from the sidelines, refrained from intervening and did not draw weapons such as kunai or shuriken. Although the examination rules did not prohibit weapon usage, Lin Shu chose to forego them, mirroring Iruka's choice to wield only the teaching ruler. Indeed, Lin Shu has consistently maintained a profound respect and admiration for teacher Iruka. He is a truly exceptional educator, embodying one of the rare sources of warmth in Lin Shu's painful memories of the past. Thus, before taking action, Lin Shu deliberately called out, Teacher, be cautious. I'm about to make my move. Ha ha ha. Excellent, Lin Shu. Give it your all. I am eager to see how far you have progressed. Although beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, even managing Lin Shu's shadow clone was becoming a challenge. Yet, Iruka continued to beam with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu swiftly formed hand signs, exclaiming, Wind release, vacuum sphere. A series of small, high-pressure spheres, no larger than his fingertip, were unleashed in rapid succession. The speed was nearly akin to that of a rifle bullet. In the blink of an eye, a cacophony of explosions reverberated through the forest. As countless trees were left in disarray, their branches and leaves scattered, with splinters and debris flying in all directions. Iruka, panicking, evaded the onslaught, drenched in cold sweat. Eventually, he found a moment to catch his breath behind a sturdy tree. However, having resolved to give it his all, Lin Shu had no intention of halting his assault so abruptly. He quickly advanced, forming hand signs once more, declaring, Wind release, air slash. A crescent-shaped, semi-transparent wind blade materialized and cut through the air with a deafening roar. Iruka, caught off guard, had no choice but to leap away in a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shu activated the body flicker technique and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Just as Lin Shu's fist was about to land, Irika, who had appeared flustered and anxious, suddenly smiled. There was a hint of reassurance, acknowledgement, and perhaps even a touch of pride. Lin Shu sensed trouble and prepared to use the body flicker technique to escape. Yet, Irika abruptly spread his arms wide, charging directly into Lin Shu's fist, wrapping his arms tightly around Lin Shu's waist. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from above. Ninjutsu 1000 lanterns. A series of black patterns emerged on the ground, swiftly coalescing into a mysterious design. Subsequently, black, rope-like entities extended forth, binding Lin Shu's hands and feet, completely ensnaring him in the center, even suspending him in midair. The Irika who had held Lin Shu tightly transformed into a puff of white smoke, an illusionary clone. The real Irika descended from the treetop, hands on his hips, exhaling a long sigh. That nearly exhausted me. Lin Shu, your progress is astonishing. In just over half a year, I can hardly keep up with you. Now, bring out the scroll. Just wait for someone to come rescue you. Noticing Lin Shu's silence, Irika, believing him to be somewhat disheartened, approached to retrieve the scroll himself and offer comfort to his remarkable student. However, as he drew near, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Instinctively gripping his ruler tightly, he swung it around with force. Alas, it was too late. Irika's body abruptly ceased its movement, weighed down as if filled with lead. Even his chakra felt heavily suppressed, utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, the real Lin Shu had appeared behind him, with two long shadows beneath him, concealed by the tree's shade, connecting to Irika's own shadow. This was the Nara clan's shadow binding technique, a secret technique Lin Shu had acquired from Shikamaru. Apologies, teacher Irika. You urged me to give it my all. Lin Shu approached and released the restrictions on Irika's mouth while retracting his own bound shadow clone. Irika gazed at his once underperforming student, feeling a surge of pride and satisfaction. Very well. You fought valiantly, Lin Shu. Your shadow clone managed to sustain such a ninjutsu for that long, indicating your chakra levels have undoubtedly reached the level of a nin. Remarkable. To defeat me means you possess the minimum qualifications of a nin. I concede this round. You must leave now. Once those three arrive, you will find yourself unable to escape. They are far more formidable than I. Lin Shu blinked, then opened his arms to embrace Irika. Irika was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled in return. Yet before he could speak, an unusual sensation at his rear sent chills down his spine. Hey, Lin Shu, what are you doing? No. Apologies, teacher Irika. Lin Shu disregarded Irika's startled exclamations and continued with his actions. Meanwhile, his system notifications heralded another significant update. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target, earning 40 chakra points. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target, acquiring the ninjutsu 1000 lanterns. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target, earning 50 chakra points. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit the target, gaining the talent for one-handed hand signs. Upon confirming that he had exhausted Irika, Lin Shu promptly ceased his actions and, after another apology, hastily departed, leaving Irika in a state of indignation, clutching his rear, bewildered by the turn of events. Irika could hardly fathom that Lin Shu's expertise in targeting others' vulnerabilities was not merely a jest, but had been directed at him. A nearly 30-year-old single man, humiliated by a mere child? The thought was utterly mortifying. Damn it. After decades of guarding my dignity, I never anticipated being outsmarted by a little rascal. This is far from over. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, having long vacated the scene, hummed a cheerful tune, a smile plastered across his face. The reason was straightforward. His recent endeavor had yielded remarkable benefits, far beyond his expectations. His total chakra had increased from 5,800 to 6,000 points. More crucially, he had mastered two immensely useful ninjutsu and abilities. The first, 1000 lanterns, though a basic ninjutsu, was a rare barrier-type technique that could be executed by a single individual, proving exceptionally practical in combat. Even his shadow clones could utilize it, making it an excellent tool for control. Secondly, Irika's innate ability, one-handed hand signs. This was a skill possessed by only a select few in the world of Naruto. Even legendary figures like the third Hokage, Danzo, and Kakashi lacked this ability. For Lin Shu, this was extraordinarily significant. One-handed hand signs not only allowed for swifter execution, but, once mastered, enabled him to perform 2 different ninjutsu simultaneously. As such, he could unleash 2 techniques against an opponent's single technique, employing the principle of elemental synergy to achieve effects greater than the sum of their parts, such as combining wood release with fire release, wind release with wood release, or water release with lightning release. This was like a boon for Lin Shu, who had already mastered 5 chakra nature transformations, even allowing him to artificially create the prowess of certain bloodline limits. Chapter 127. The new generation surpasses the old perishes on the shore. Haha. One-handed hand signs. This is something I must practice diligently to enhance my speed. Soon, when the nin exams commence, those sound ninja must be shown what true skill looks like. Continuing on his journey, Lin Shu turned slightly, flashing a smile towards his rear, waving his hand. Kakashi's shadow clone reluctantly emerged from the treetops, watching Lin Shu depart. As the judge of this assessment, Kakashi had witnessed the entirety of Lin Shu and Irika's battle. Even with his discerning eye, he had to concede that Lin Shu's performance was truly impressive. He had dabbled in various formidable ninjutsu and wielded them with remarkable proficiency. He was undoubtedly qualified to become a nin. However, the few slaps Lin Shu had delivered to Irika's backside before departing had left him somewhat speechless, a mixture of laughter and tears welling within him. As someone who had interacted with Lin Shu numerous times, he felt quite helpless. After all, even he, an elite jonin, had fallen victim to Lin Shu's stealthy ambush in the past, an experience he found too embarrassing to mention. Moreover, the infamous 1,000 years of pain was a technique invented by his father, yet in terms of execution and finesse, Kakashi found himself outshone by Lin Shu. This young lad's strength was indeed commendable. He had triumphed with such ease. Even if I summoned everyone else, I might not be able to stop him. Well, the battles in other areas have already commenced. The rules are set, and I have no fear of him not returning. Subsequently, this shadow clone vanished with a resounding pop, relaying all the information back to Kakashi's true form. Kakashi himself couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, taken aback by the news. Beside him, Asuma's clone, intrigued, inquired, "What happened? Did we receive word from over there? Has Lin Shu been apprehended?" Kakashi feigned mystery, shaking his head. Asuma pressed on. Could he have escaped? Irika, couldn't he stop him? This kid is quite formidable. Huh. Far stronger than I was at his age. He nearly at your youthful level. Isn't he? Kakashi cast a glance at Asuma, remaining silent as he shook his head once more. Now it was Asuma's turn to raise an eyebrow. Could it be that Lin Shu had defeated Irika? He had only recently become a genin. Hadn't it been 3 months? 4 months? And now, even a nin was no match for him. His progress seemed almost too rapid. While the other children in this cohort were impressive, it was not guaranteed they could defeat a nin in direct combat. Wait, where is he now? Should I notify the others to intercept him? With his strength, it's likely he has the scrolls in his possession. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Kakashi shook his head again, affirming, "My clone observed the entire sequence." Lin Shu utilized his advanced ninjutsu with remarkable skill, exerting comprehensive pressure on Irika from the outset. Although Irika had anticipated a move, he merely managed to seize one of Lin Shu's clones, only to be caught in the end. This child's combat skills are astute and adept. His movements cautious yet decisive. He has a promising talent. If others join in a one-on-one confrontation, I hold a rather pessimistic view. Thus, it would be wiser to focus on the 9 of them. If things go smoothly on our end, we might witness the full extent of that young lad's abilities. My curiosity only grows. Asuma opened his mouth, but ultimately decided to swallow his words. He recognized Lin Shu as a genius. Yet he never anticipated him to be such a remarkably skilled one. Even Kakashi, who had once been hailed as a prodigy in his youth, held him in high regard. This realization brought Asuma a sense of comfort, but also a twinge of melancholy. It felt as though the waves of the Yangtze River were pushing the previous waves onto the shore, leaving him feeling as though he might soon be washed away. Just then, Kakashi's voice rang out with excitement. "Look, Heibe and the children have encountered each other, with no one to hinder their progress, and propelled by their swift pace." Lin Shu traversed the 3 kilometers of forest in less than 5 minutes, arriving at the waterfall where he found Kurenai, leisurely fishing by the lakeside. "Wow, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Did no one stop you?" Kurenai inquired with a smile. Lin Shu shrugged. "I had just made it halfway when Irika-sensei intercepted me. Otherwise, I could have been even faster." Kurenai glanced at the time. astonished to realize that from the commencement of the assessment to Lin Shu's arrival at the finish line, barely 10 minutes had elapsed. This included a portion of the combat time. If we disregard the travel time, does this not imply that a Nin had only managed to impede Lin Shu for less than 5 minutes? This lad is impressively strong. At this rate, could he attain Jonin-level prowess in no time? Kurenai regarded Lin Shu with newfound admiration as he produced 10 scrolls and handed them to her. Here they all are, sensei. I must take my leave now. See you shortly. With that, Lin Shu executed the body flicker technique, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Kurenai marveled at Lin Shu's extraordinary speed. With him in the mix, it seemed this assessment posed little challenge for the group of children. Chapter 128, The Second Assessment Teacher. Heibei. Just as he entered the woods, Lin Shu leaped onto the crown of a tree and released a firework into the sky. Moments later, fireworks erupted in the southeast and directly south. Without hesitation, Lin Shu made his way towards the nearest southern direction. Concurrently, 2 referees and 4 assessment teachers observed the scene. Heibei, in particular, exchanged a nod with Irika, and together they advanced to confront Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, aiming to seize their bells before Lin Shu arrived, thus eliminating them from the competition. However, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were not ones to surrender easily, having gained much from their battle in the Land of Waves. And with Irika still somewhat fatigued, they managed to hold their ground with a fair amount of ease. Yet, Heibei had just learned about Lin Shu's ruthless tactics and feared being caught in a pincer movement, jeopardizing his position. Therefore, after repelling Naruto with a single punch, he swiftly formed hand seals to unleash a new attack. Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding boom, 3 identical clones appeared, charging alongside Heibei towards the trio. Naruto, unwilling to back down, quickly formed hand seals as well. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, 10 clones emerged behind Naruto, rushing forward to engage. However, as a genuine special Jonin, Heibei's taijutsu prowess was exceptional. In mere moments, half of Naruto's clones were dispatched. Even Naruto himself was sent reeling from a punch. Damn it. Sakura, you need to hold Irika-sensei off for a bit. We'll handle this, Sasuke declared, not bothering to look back as he leaped into action, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. Heibei, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, gasped in surprise and quickly extricated himself from Naruto's grasp, retreating hastily. With a thunderous crash, a large tree was cleaved in 2, billowing black smoke into the air and leaving chaos in its wake. These troublesome kids. They really are going all out. Heibei muttered under his breath, yet he refrained from retaliating with a similar technique, choosing instead to summon his clones and engage in a battle of taijutsu. After all, they were teachers, adults, and had agreed to use only non-lethal techniques from the outset. Furthermore, aside from the Grand Fireball technique, Heibei possessed no other offensive ninjutsu. Although he could not employ weapons as a special Jonin, he was confident in his taijutsu skills to subdue Naruto and Sasuke. However, as he and his clones emerged from the thick smoke, he was surprised to find only Naruto and a few clones remaining, while Sasuke had vanished. Heibei surveyed his surroundings warily, but found no trace of him. A sense of unease began to settle within him. He was well aware of Sasuke's reputation as a genius, although he was confident in his own strength. The pressure of dealing with a Uchiha with Sharingan lurking in the shadows was considerable. Well, no matter. I'll take down Naruto. He won't be able to hide forever, Heibei resolved, charging recklessly towards Naruto with his clones in tow. Naruto let out a resounding shout, his hands forming seals as he summoned forth a multitude of shadow clones once more. Though he was already panting heavily from exhaustion, he showed no sign of retreating. The 2 sides engaged in fierce combat again, with the true form of Ebisu delivering powerful blows that sent 3 or 4 of Naruto's clones flying. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he charged directly at Naruto's real body. A flicker of panic crossed Naruto's face as he turned and fled. Ebisu chuckled menacingly, accelerating to pursue him, reaching for Naruto's shoulders in an attempt to restrain him. Yet, Naruto, drained of strength, found himself unable to resist, falling into Ebisu's grasp. However, Ebisu soon sensed something amiss. Instead of resisting, Naruto willingly crashed into his embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. In that moment, a chill surged through Ebisu's heart. There was danger. Hey, what are you trying to do? He shouted, but before he could finish, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Someone was closing in rapidly. Ebisu, unwilling to expose his back to the enemy, forcibly dragged Naruto along, twisting his body to deliver a powerful kick behind him. To his astonishment, the assailant was not Sasuke, but merely one of Naruto's earlier clones. Sasuke had yet to arrive. Ebisu scanned his surroundings earnestly and suddenly recalled something. Looking up to see a strikingly handsome young ninja hovering above, hands forming seals, his red Sharingan glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball descended from the sky. The intense heat and extraordinary acceleration sent Ebisu's hair standing on end and his eyelids twitching. He had no time to defend himself and hurriedly cradled Naruto in his arms, rolling away with the help of a few shadow clones. The fireball struck the ground with a tremendous crash, creating a deep crater. Countless embers and dust coated Ebisu from head to toe. Cough, cough. Really now? You lot are quite ruthless. Ebisu complained, then abruptly hurled Naruto toward a certain direction behind him. Naruto shouted as he flew through the air, landing safely in Sasuke's arms. Are you all right? Sasuke inquired with concern. If you're fine, seize the opportunity. We'll attack together. Yes, let us combine our strength to defeat him. The two dashed through the smoke, charging once more at Ebisu. Ebisu, observing Naruto and Sasuke racing towards him from both sides, couldn't help but smirk as he rushed straight at Sasuke. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Asuma, who were watching the battle from a distance, began to comment on the unfolding events. Sasuke certainly lives up to being an Uchiha. At such a young age, he's remarkably proficient with fire style. Impressive, Asuma remarked, to which Kakashi chuckled, of course. He is my disciple. And look at Naruto. He is quite remarkable as well. Sakura is doing well too. She is still entangled with Iruka. Asuma glanced at Iruka, unable to suppress a smile. From Kakashi, he had learned of Lin Shu's actions, aware of what had transpired with Iruka, which he found amusing. However, his smile quickly faded as he turned to Kakashi, sharing new information. There is more excitement on the way. My clone informed me that Lin Shu is headed this way. At his pace, he'll arrive in less than half a minute. That speed is extraordinary. I am curious to see how Lin Shu will fare against a particularly skilled Jonin. Back on the battlefield, the fierce struggle continued. Despite Sasuke activating his Sharingan, allowing him to discern Ebisu's every move and weakness, he still lagged in speed. This disparity allowed Ebisu to maintain the upper hand against both of them, effortlessly countering their attacks while occasionally pointing out their deficiencies in taijutsu. Sasuke, your power is substantial, but you need to work on your speed. And Naruto, you need to conserve your chakra. You must concentrate your attacks. With determination, Sasuke unleashed a powerful punch, exclaiming, "How about this punch?" Naruto shouted in response, launching himself at Ebisu, wrapping his arms around the enemy's thigh and left arm to create an opening for Sasuke. In this critical moment, Ebisu remained unperturbed. His right hand opened wide, a surge of chakra flooding into it as he advanced to meet the attack. With a dull thud, Ebisu's large hand firmly pressed down on Sasuke's fist, effortlessly blocking his full-force strike. A smirk formed on Ebisu's lips as he prepared to continue instructing the young fighters. But suddenly, he felt a tightness in his rear and a shiver ran through his body. Startled, he turned to see Naruto, emboldened by his proximity, vigorously poking him in the backside. "Hey, Naruto, stop that. Quick, stop." Ebisu grasped Naruto's shoulders, attempting to throw him off and escape this embarrassing predicament. Yet at that moment, Sasuke also latched onto one of Ebisu's arms, refusing to let go. With Naruto's pokes becoming more frantic and vigorous, Ebisu panicked, his expression twisting in distress. Here he was, a young man in his 20s, merely on a mission, being comically thwarted by a child? This was absurd. Thus, with a burst of strength, Ebisu hurled both Naruto and Sasuke away, disregarding the assessment entirely as he clutched his wounded backside and fled. "You lot. Once I recover from this injury, I'll return to settle the score." As they watched Ebisu disappear in a hurry, Naruto and Sasuke sighed in relief, exchanging high fives. "Yes. Haha. I knew Lin Shu's technique was formidable. Did you see that? Ebisu was driven away by my poking." Sasuke scoffed, "Don't get too cocky. Without my help, you wouldn't have even touched him. Now, enough boasting. Go assist Sakura." "Understood. Watch me." With that, Naruto and Sasuke set off with determination towards Iruka. Iruka, already reeling from Lin Shu's onslaught, found himself weakened and unsteady on his feet. As Naruto and Sasuke approached, with Naruto's fingers stained with blood, Iruka felt a wave of dread. Having already endured enough pain from Lin Shu's pokes, he feared the prospect of facing Naruto next. The mere thought of it was terrifying. Irika even doubted his ability to maintain his composure as a straight man after this. So, after kicking Sakura aside, he made a hasty retreat into the woods to regroup with the remaining teachers. Chapter 130. A wager. Seeing that Irika dared not even engage with him, Naruto excitedly boasted to Sakura, "Ha! What do you think, Sakura? I am quite impressive, aren't I?" Teacher Irika merely cast a glance at me and then swiftly ran away. Sakura, with a look of disdain, regarded Naruto's right hand, covering her nose and retreating several steps, exclaiming, "Naruto, you fool, keep your distance. Your hand is filthy. It reeks." Naruto glanced at his bloodied fingers, which were smeared with small yellowish clumps, and his expression changed as he bent over, covering his nose. "Ugh!" Sasuke rolled his eyes in exasperation, waving away the foul stench beside him, and said, "Now that we have escaped, let us join the others nearby. By pooling our strength, we can rescue everyone." Sakura hesitated as she gazed towards the edge of the forest. "Isn't it possible for us to head directly to the exit without obstructing anyone? As for the others, Lin Shu can provide support. Our current condition isn't optimal. What if? No, if you wish to leave, go ahead." Sasuke coldly shook his head. This examination presents a rare opportunity to engage with Nin and even Special J Nin. I cannot afford to miss this. In truth, there was another significant reason Sasuke kept to himself. He was unwilling to allow Lin Shu to widen the gap between them. He was even less inclined to be a mere bystander while Lin Shu fought, as this intensified the feeling of an ever-growing disparity between them. Such a notion was intolerable for Sasuke, whose pride and stubbornness would not allow him to accept being a passive weakling. Ultimately, Sakura and Naruto agreed with Sasuke's perspective and prepared to assist the other two groups. Just as they were about to set off, Sasuke abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the crown of a large tree, his Sharingan flaring to life once more. "Come out. I can see you." No sooner had Sasuke spoken than Naruto and Sakura assumed their stances, ready to strike. In the next instant, a figure flickered and appeared above the treetop, revealing Lin Shu, who had arrived and witnessed the latter half of the battle. Upon seeing Lin Shu, Naruto was surprised but quickly relaxed, raising his right hand in exuberance and shouting, "So it's you. Did you see that? We just defeated a Special J Nin together. Impressive, right?" "Haha, indeed, quite impressive," Lin Shu replied with a smile. Then, with a flash, he vanished from the tree and reappeared before Naruto. Sasuke observed Lin Shu's astonishing speed, his brow furrowing involuntarily. As his self-proclaimed rival, Sasuke believed he could not match that speed. Even the likes of Ebisu might not surpass Lin Shu. This realization instilled an unprecedented pressure within him. Despite his own progress, it paled in comparison to Lin Shu's rapid advancement. Sasuke clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to regain composure, stating, "I have seen your signal. We need to support the others. Shall we go together?" Lin Shu shrugged. "If I say no, you must heed my words. Since you insist, let us proceed. I am also curious about who the remaining two examiners are. In that case, let us depart. Let these teachers witness our prowess. It's time for a showdown to see who is superior." "Yaho!" Naruto shouted and dashed forward. Sakura, not to be outdone, followed closely behind. Sasuke, pushing himself to the limit, outpaced both Naruto and Sakura, casting a challenging glance back at Lin Shu. A subtle smile crept upon Lin Shu's lips as he employed the body flicker technique, effortlessly surpassing Sasuke in 2 swift movements. Naruto exclaimed in awe, shouting, "Lin Shu, what kind of jutsu is that? So cool." "It's the body flicker technique. If you're interested, you can learn it from teacher Kakashi. I'll be ahead." Lin Shu waved his hand and accelerated, disappearing in a series of flickers. Sasuke watched this spectacle, silently setting his jaw, resolving to seek out Kakashi after today to master this incredibly swift technique. Meanwhile, the referee Kakashi, accompanied by Asuma's clone, trailed a few steps behind them. Asuma rubbed his scruffy beard, grinning with interest as he asked, "Kakashi, care for a wager? The stakes are simple. Let us see if Lin Shu can withstand more than 10 minutes against those two. The loser treats the winner to a meal. What do you say?" "Those two? You think quite highly of them. Who doesn't know they have a good rapport with you and possess considerable strength? These two Special J Nin are even stronger than Ebisu. Just say whether you're in or out." Asuma chuckled. "Are you brave enough?" Kakashi shot a reluctant glance at the confident Asuma, but ultimately agreed. Asuma laughed heartily, feeling optimistic about securing dinner that evening. Yet unbeknownst to him, Kakashi's heart was already brimming with joy, for he understood Lin Shu's capabilities better than anyone else. He was also acutely aware of Lin Shu's rate of progress. 2 special J-nin, limited to non-offensive techniques, and taijutsu. Attempting to impede Lin Shu? No chance. This meal was as good as his.